Check 1 2, check 1 2.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to get started momentarily. Just want to make a quick announcement that for those of you looking for seats, there is an overflow room for this hearing in room 1D. 1D is the overflow room.
Good morning, everyone. How you guys doing? I love to sound like my class. All right. Okay. So I'm going to be the teacher today. Students and public, first, welcome to today's public hearing. This is our last public hearing of the year. So I'm so glad that every last one of you had an opportunity to come out. I see we have a number of students here. So what we want to do is make sure we get our students in to speak first as soon as possible, and then we'll continue on. So now, young people, let me explain to you, because this might be your first time here. We have some rules that we have in the classroom. So I'm going to go over the rules to the classroom so everyone can understand how we operate here, okay? So when we have public hearings, everyone gets a chance to speak. And from my notes here, we have 200 individuals that signed up to speak. 200 individuals. Now, the rules in this public hearing are as follows. Each individual gets an opportunity to come up and speak, and we're going to stay here and listen to every last one of you. However, you only get 3 minutes. You have 3 minutes to state your case. You have 3 minutes to tell us how important your issue is to us and how you think things should be run. Now, I will give you a sign, a warning sign. Okay. This is how it works. Towards the end, at your 3 minutes, you're going to hear a sound like this. Oh, hold up. Hear that? When you hear that, this is what you should be doing. The next words out your mouth should be in conclusion. Therefore, this is how I summarize. Yeah, it's like you laugh. You know how it's like English class, put that last finishing touch on your speech, okay? That's how we do things. Now, 200, I am a former middle school math teacher. Yep, I taught middle school math for a number of years. So let me do the math for you. We have 200 people at 3 minutes apiece. That's 600 minutes. It's 60 minutes in an hour. So that's 10 hours. So we're going to be here for at least a minimum of 10 hours. Okay. And that's if not any one of my colleagues asks a question. You understand? So 10 hours is a long time from now. So I'm going to remind my colleagues and all those who are online, especially, you guys can talk to each other. This is a public hearing. We're here to listen to the public. All right? So everybody understand the rules. All right. So first, before we go on any further, I think I have to make an announcement. This room is overcrowded, unfortunately. And I've been reminded by the people hired to me that if you do not have a seat here, the overflow room is room 1D. Is it 1D? So please make your way to room 1D, and you can hear us via online or things of that magnitude. And when it's your time to come up, we'll make sure we'll call your names in advance in advance, so you'll be able to come testify if you're here public. So, but you do have to, if you do not have a seat, you have to go to room 1D. There's a lot of space in there, and we can get started. Okay. My co-chair, do you have any words of wisdom that you would like to provide the public?
I won't waste much time. We have lots of voices to hear from, but I am very excited to see how many young people are here to share their perspectives with us today. So let's get going.
So with that being said, what we typically do, we start out the first hour of the meeting is with our government officials, and we always start with our leader of the state of Connecticut, the Commissioner of Education, Charlene Russell Tucker. Wait a minute. I love it. The most important rule, students, there's no applauding, no cheering, no booing. We don't do this. This is like church. Okay? So when you're here and people are talking, act like you're in church. Close your mouths. If you need something, look at the person next to you. The bathrooms are out there. If you need a piece of gum or a mint, ask the grown folk in here, okay? All right, so none of that. All right, Dr. Tucker, you got it. You have the floor.
But I'll take it as I got it this morning. But thank you so much. And having the students here, it's really great and a reminder of the 508-402, the numbers of students currently in our system that we have responsibility for, and the responsibility in this space as well for policy making. So good morning, Senator McCrory, Representative Leeper, Senator Berthel, Representative Zupkus, and members of the Education Committee. As Commissioner of the Department of Education, I am pleased to once again appear before you with testimony towards a series of bills on your agenda. As always, you have my very extensive testimony, which I ask you to review. I would like to briefly address SB 1 and then focus the remainder of my remarks on SB 1512. SB 1, an act increasing resources for students, schools, and special education. This proposal contemplates significant changes. Specifically, sections 28 through 55 generally remove references to the Alliance District. In several cases, it's replaced by priority districts. You know that. I previously testified on SB 1458, an act concerning changes to the Commissioner's network of schools and Alliance districts, and reminded you of the legislative report that's due January 1st, 2026, that will provide recommendations for reforming the Alliance District program, including decreasing the number of Alliance districts. It is critical, though, that if the legislator considers these sections revisions as written, that each of these, the term used, replace an Alliance district with priority districts, is evaluated for impact, as the bill is significantly limiting eligibility for certain programs, for certain grants, and certain services within existing statute for the existing 36 towns, which are the Alliance districts, to only 16 towns in the state that currently meet the priority districts criteria. I've added a list at the end of my testimony so you can see the Alliance districts, you can see the priority school districts, so you can determine potential impact. And the impact, based on our read of the legislation, would reach beyond programs beyond education. So next, I'd like to touch upon SB 1512, an act established in the School District Accountability Review Board. So that's a new construct. Sections 1 and 2 establish a School District Accountability Review Board. There is significant overlap between this new board created here and the board that is proposed, or the board's proposed in Section 16 of SB 1. This overlap, therefore, warrants your consideration and clarification, especially in terms of efficiency and effectiveness. Number one, the responsibilities of this proposed board duplicate the State Board of Education's responsibilities and interventions under CGS 10223 for schools in need of improvement. For this reason, if you choose to expand services that support this area, it would be more practical to rely on the State Board process that provides the financial resources, and you provide the financial resources above what is already included in the governor's budget to make individualized determinations of the interventions and the supports needed, and importantly, to be deployed in order to address identified problems and to make impactful changes that will improve outcomes for students, some of who are in this room today. Number two, the department directed by the State Board of Education recently intervened in 2 large districts using the statute that I just referenced and was able to determine the interventions needed. In one scenario, a technical assistance team is in the district, another, which is also an option in law, and in another, we deployed external consultants with the requisite fiscal expertise to assess needs. In both of these scenarios, handled differently, but directed by the Department of Education under existing law, that we have teams that are efficiently providing on-ground tailored support, comprehensive reviews, and actionable recommendations for improvements, as well as follow-up support. As noted in my written testimony to the Regional Education Accountability Review Boards, that's in SB1, it is unclear how such a board would actually provide the needed assistance, as reviewing accountability and fiscal processes, which we know require specialized accounting and fiscal processes in order to really make a difference. And sometimes it's outside consultants that offer this particular finance skills and support that's necessary. It must also be noted that the department currently has administrative responsibilities for the State Board of Education, as well as the Educator Preparation and Certification Board, so 2 boards. And this, if you go through this proposal, there'd be additional boards that would have responsibility for that would require further staffing. And finally, establishing and maintaining these boards would require substantial staff resources, potentially stretching district and state capacity while failing to deliver the desired improvements in fiscal and accounting processes in a timely manner. So rather than creating additional layers, and I know we sometimes do this well in our bureaucracy, the focus should be on streamlined, expert-driven approach that can provide efficient and effective support in order to achieve long-term success. Thank you for providing this opportunity. I'm here with the team, as always, to answer your questions.
Thank you, Commissioner, for your presentation. Any questions for the Commissioner? Yes, Representative Zupkis.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, Commissioner.
Good morning.
Nice to see you. So I have quite a few questions, but I'll only ask a couple because I know my chair just looked at me.
I'm going to remind you, 2 questions each, if you need to.
I need 2. So I'm going to ask, in section 16 of SB1, you mentioned 2 districts that you're currently working with. And so I'd like to know what they are and when will we see improvement on what you're doing with those districts?
So thank you for the question. And right now we're in Hartford and also in Bridgeport. So State Board of Education, based on information that we've received, based on the work of our internal team, those 2 districts were a part of the process for us doing interventions. In Bridgeport, we have a technical assistance team just started. So they're in assessing what is happening. We also have a part of that team listening to the community. I shared with you all my open letter to the Bridgeport community, and we can send that again, outlining the issues and what it is that we're doing on ground for support. In Hartford, we have outside consultants in 3 phases of work that's not yet complete. We just completed the fiscal overview, review of the system, and they produced a report to the board, which I believe we also shared with all of you. Full transparency so you know what's there. And in this particular case, Representative, we didn't just drop a report of findings and walk away. We're making sure that folks are there to support the district in making the changes. So it is a process that we're actually moving through right now. And the Alliance District Support construct has not gone away, with folks being a part of the work going into the district to provide supports. So that's really where we are at different phases in the work and the interventions that we're doing.
Thank you. So still part of the first question was, when should we see, how long is it going to take? When should we see some improvement? That's still part of my first question.
And that's perfect. So we expect that improvements in their operational system is what we're working on right now. right? And as a matter of fact, the report from the folks who went in and did the review, when they reported to the board, they're already seeing progress being made in that area. Ultimately, and I think where you're going, ultimately, we want the system to be working well so that our students can improve, and that is where we are. And we have not stopped doing that work in supporting the district, going in and making visits, going into schools, being a part of that instructional overview, school visits. And it is our goal and hope that we will be seeing those impacts as we go forward.
So in a year?
You're asking for a timeline. And
Well,
what I'm saying is
asking,
that
is it a year or 5 years or 10 years?
well, we know that changes don't always happen immediately in all the spaces and areas. And what I'm sharing with you is that specifically we started with the financial piece of it, and we're already seeing that outcome. The goal is that ultimately, right, we're also assessing special education as a part of that work. And it is our goal. I'm not trying to drag this out forever. That's not what I'm saying. But I don't have a tomorrow you're going to see improvements here or this year. It is our goal, and we're checking that completely to make sure that we're seeing impacts. We're not just there spinning our wheels.
Okay, thank you. Because, we implement things and I just want to make sure there's accountability, responsibility, and we get the results that we all want. Because I think we all want the same results.
And that's exactly, I totally agree with you, why every month we report out to our State Board of Education publicly what we're seeing, what we're finding, and how we're intervening so that everyone is aware. The accountability come in many areas. That's why we share it with you, because there's accountability there. And that's why we share it with the public, because there's accountability there as well for us to be able to answer these questions.
Okay, thank you. And then I guess just my second question encompasses quite a few things, but Section 18 of SB1, it says that y'all have engaged in over the past decade to combat chronic absenteeism. To me, what I hear is that it's getting worse. In Section 28, it's kind of the same thing, developing a report for effectiveness of the Alliance District. Has that been done? Has it improved? I could go through all of these sections and all of these bills, but my question is, as I'm looking at your testimony and learning all the time about what has been done, it seems like we're not getting to where we need to be. And I want to make sure that everything that comes out of this committee is an improvement. We're not duplicating efforts, that there's somebody accountable, whoever that is. And now it's time to start making a difference, because I can look at scores and we're nowhere where we need to be. And we've done a lot and put a lot of money into a lot of programs.
And Representative, I couldn't agree with you more about accountability. And that is why, and I know I've said this before sitting in front of you, that is why we share with you when progress is being made, because that is really important. So many times, the big picture is nothing is happening when we're missing the point of where progress is being made. Think about the LEAP program, nation leading, 71,000 home visits done since inception, more than 30,000 students attending school more regularly, and we send you that information. We've developed the website, the information for you to see, and we tell you the districts that are making progress, where we still have concerns, and the work we're doing and how we're needing to get there. So we are trying very hard to make sure, as you legislate, that you get information to know the progress that's being made. And I ask you to take a look at those. And I said this last time, let the districts that are making progress know you appreciate the progress that's being made right now. And we provide data, one of the only few states that collect the attendance data at the state level on a monthly basis. We don't wait anymore until the end of the year to know what's happening. On a monthly basis, we can see exactly where progress is, where there's regression. We can then interrogate that data. What's happening? How do we need to support the districts? In the past month, we see numbers trending up. We talk to superintendents and districts. We hear on a weekly basis what's going on there. A lot of illnesses, maybe some concerns about the environment that we're in, and we're taking that information to inform us on how we support our districts. So I do ask, while we try to be very transparent and share that information with you, that you take advantage of having that information and feel free at any time to ask us questions. The other thing we do is to make sure the information we share is on a district by district basis. so that you can see the district. For chronic absence, you can see down to the grade level, what's going in a particular district, in a particular school. That's the information that we provide to make sure we're all of us accountable for the work that we do.
Thank you. And I am certainly not trying to say y'all aren't working hard. So I do appreciate what you do. It's just very, and not necessarily directed at you, but it's just frustrating when our students are the ones suffering. And so I think we all agree with that. And just, we have to all be very aware of making betterment for all of our students, everyone here and outside of here. So thank you. And I did say thank you again for opposing all of the mandates and some of those regulations. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Representative Comey.
Good to be fast. Thank you so much. Hello, Commissioner. How are you today?
Very well, thank you.
Thank you. I'd like to talk about, I walked in a bit late due to a meeting, but I didn't hear you testify on 7219, the 504 plan. But I did read your testimony, and you mentioned the need for additional resources for the office if we were to codify this into our state law. And my initial thought is that would it be a better approach to, and what are your thoughts on whether or not the CHRO would be a more appropriate place for cases to for the staffing, additional staffing, or for cases to be worked with, and your thoughts on that?
Commissioner,
So-
before you respond, students, we have an overflow room for you. It's 1D. There's room in the room 1D for you to have a seat. The fire marshal will not allow us to continue if we can't have people standing. But there's the other room, 1D is the location for you to have a seat. Go ahead, Commissioner. You would like to respond?
Yes, Representative, thank you. And certainly not for me to speak about which other agencies is better positioned to do a particular piece of work. I am sharing with you, I just want you all to know what it would require if you wanted the Department of Education to take on that work, which is now not work that we do. And as you know, 504 is not, in this case in Connecticut, interstate agency, and not something that we necessarily oversee. And so you'd have to speak to CHRO about their ability to do that. But we do want you to take a look at what we shared here and making sure that we're not conflating this with IDEA and special education, which I've noted in my testimony, making sure that that is separate.
Right. Well, speaking of my second question, speaking of IEPs and that sort of thing, we know that you're required by law to share the data regarding who receives those services, or not who receives it, but specifics on collecting data on that. And I was wondering, right now, I'm assuming we do not collect data on 504 district to district. I came across a report that UConn had done comparing 3 high schools and just looking at their data, looking at that process. And so my question would be, would there be an opportunity for the CSTE to, by moving this under, by having this into our statutes, would there be an opportunity for a more rich data collection on 504 plans and how they're carried out and carried forward, and of course how many in our schools?
So certainly if the responsibility comes to the department, then that comes with how we usually do our work, with data collection and all of that being a part of it. But that is down the road in terms of the decision that's made here in this legislation, in terms of what occurs and what's necessary, because so many times it's like, let's move this responsibility somewhere. If it's not adequately resourced, then what is it that you're really trying to solve? And what is the outcome that you would get, right? So all of those things need to be a part of the conversation, Representative.
Yeah, well, I think to your point, I think consistency, would be a worthwhile worthwhile outcome between districts and additional training and understanding of who qualifies for 504 plans. So, you know, we've had these conversations, you and I, even back in before the pandemic. So I'm happy to, we're just trying to think a little bit down the line, because we can put in legislation today and then you folks have the challenge of having to carry it out. So we're trying to be a little bit more forward thinking about that.
And I appreciate that, because implementation matters.
Sure.
After you pass a law, really, the bottom line is how well is it implemented and what that means. So I appreciate you thinking about that, and feel free, we can have some more conversation offline, specifically about what that would actually mean and that what you should be considering if you're legislating that.
Okay. Thank you so much. Thank you, Mr.
Thank
Chair.
you. Representative Corpus online.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And thank you, Commissioner, for being here. I wanted to ask you about your testimony on 1512. I do share your concerns about administrative staffing in our Department of Education in the state. I read an article which came out Monday, which said that central office administrative hiring is up 42% in the last approximately 5 years. That's at a centralized level, and that school admins are up 14%. And all while we have a problem in recruiting and retaining the teachers that are sort of front and center. So I'm all with you as far as not creating an additional administrative level. But 1512, I was wondering if you would consider some of the things in it that I think do make it unique and do make it potentially valuable. First question is, do you think that the financial oversight that we have right now is doing its job? And number two, do you think some of the representatives that are proposed on this financial accountability board, like someone appointed by the governor, someone appointed by the minority leader in both houses, someone with a financial background appointed by the speaker and, or the leadership in both houses, do you think that there is anything we can glean from 1512 that would improve what we're doing now?
So as I mentioned in the testimony, and thank you for your question, I'm going back to the question, Representative, what is it that we're trying to solve? And is there a process already in place to address that issue? And I know that, getting a lot of people appointed by different folks on this, what does that lead to? Is the requisite expertise there that can appropriately be deployed to support our districts in what needs to occur. As I mentioned, I didn't really say this deeply, but we have our State Board of Education that has an accountability committee. And that accountability committee is where a lot of the conversation starts. The accountability committee sometimes go out and do visits in districts, and they bring the district in front of them. They have these conversations, and that determine how is it that they need to proceed around accountability, and whether we need to, as those two districts that I shared with you, what other intensive interventions are necessary. So I know that there's a proposal for all of these to happen. I am suggesting that we utilize or more augment the system that's already in place that we know is working to identify and support our districts, versus another board with other players and actors to get engaged in the process.
Thank you. I just wanted to say that I understand that those persons will not have the educational expertise, certainly that you have or others have, but that some of the things I liked about 1512 were that the outside perspective is sometimes very valuable. We certainly have to account to an outside perspective every 2 years, and I think it has tremendous value. So I really thank you for being here today. I'm finished. Thanks, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Representative. And I just want to add, and that's why the outside perspective, I believe we bring in, for example, in Bridgeport, with the technical assistance team, are outside perspectives, or the consultants that we brought in Hartford are indeed outside perspectives. And I totally agree with you that they bring a different lens to what is happening, and I think that they're valuable.
Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Question for the commissioner? Right. I think Rep. Daphne. Rep. Daphne.
Good morning. Thank
Good
you,
morning.
Commissioner, for being here today. I was curious, you were talking earlier about data and transparency and the benefit of congratulating schools that have done well, and I think that's a great idea. I was wondering if there was a way that we could get that data, because we don't get that specifically. You know, we're talking about absenteeism, reading, all of those things, math, all of that data. Could we be sent that data?
Oh, absolutely. We also did, I will say our EdSite data portal is awesome. There's everything there for transparency, but we also send you information as well. Can I make a plug again for my Legislator Headlines newsletter that I send to you on a monthly basis? Because we do put links, easy links in there for you to get information. However, to your specific request, recognizing that you're all very busy, I can also send you information. For example, today in your box, expect a list of all our district K-3 reading scores that you're going to have that by district. You'll see the numbers, and we can develop some other ways of sending you information. However, and you should know, we also in this building did a training for legislators and their staff as to how to access EdSite, and we still have that training recorded. We'll share that with you as well.
That's great. It would be broken up by district.
Yeah,
That'd be
yes, the information on K-3
Even
letters
better.
is by
That way we
district.
can congratulate our districts for doing a good job well done. Thank you so much,
Absolutely.
Commissioner.
Thank you.
Representative Welander.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning,
Good
Commissioner.
morning.
I'm not sure if this may not be the right person and group to ask this question to. This is about 7216. Looking at the technical education and career system.
Oh, okay. No, I didn't comment on that one because as you know that they're now their own organization and entity.
Right. So I wasn't sure if this is the right question or not for you, but do you know if the number of applicants for each type of program are recorded?
That I don't know.
Okay. All right. I will hold my question then. Thank you.
Sure.
Thank you,
Thank you.
Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Any other questions for the Rep. Haynes?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for being here, Commissioner. Just a quick question in regards to the Accountability Review Board. Forgive me, I'm sure it's somewhere, maybe you've sent it already, but could you just give me a quick outline as to, who's on that and what are the, what's the ultimate role of that Accountability Board?
The accountability board that's proposed here is what I'm testifying that I'm not sure that it should be passed because of its duplication with our state board. So I don't know.
Sorry, that's
Yes.
meaning what is the technical team that you were talking about that
Oh.
you use? Sorry, I meant the other.
Oh, I'm sorry. So in Bridgeport, I selected a group of administrators or former administrators with expertise in finance, expertise in special education, expertise in governance, and expertise in organizational systems design. There are 4 people that are a part of the technical assistance team. And I convened that team and selected those personnel based on the issues and concerns that we're trying to address in the district. So that was very unique and very specific to that. And I can share with you as well, because I did a press release that gave the background of all the technical assistance team and what they were doing. I'll make sure I'll get that to you as well.
Okay, so when you have an accountability issue that you're trying to address, you develop a certain team to the problem. So you don't have something that is within SDE that is doing accountability on a regular basis. It's just that when something arises, then you put together a team and then out you go and you do the work that you do. Is that how it works?
No, actually, because we have a turnaround office. I know last week I had some folks here talking about that. That is in some cases for a district with intensive needs. They're out in district biweekly. They're literally out there. They're doing school visits. They're meeting with administrators. They're meeting with folks in the district and providing targeted support. So that's a regular part of the process of the work that we do. I would say on a daily basis. This was much more intensive interventions that was necessary, and through a legal process or state board, charged the department to do further intervention. And in that particular case, we developed a technical assistance team. Under legislation, there's a series of things that we're able to do. That's one of them. I'm also charged with, I could appoint a superintendent as well in districts. So through legislation, there are interventions already in statute that the state board can deploy as needed.
Okay, thank you very much. I might talk to you more offline, but that's my 2 questions. So
Thank you.
Anyone else? I'll just say, and I'll look forward, Commissioner will continue to work with you and talk to you about SB 1512, the accountability, establish the accountability review board. I believe that what the committee is looking for to make sure you have all the tools in your toolbox to go into these school systems and actually do the work that needs to be done to improve the quality of education our children are receiving and the quality of education our families are receiving. So we want to make sure you have everything you need. And we want to make sure we're holding ourselves accountable because at the end of the day, we want to see change. We know the state has been involved in other school districts for years. Like I said before, they've been involved in Hartford years ago, 25 years ago. You know, it's questionable how things have changed or how things have stayed the same. We just don't want to see that happen again in all our other school systems, starting right now in Bridgeport. And again, we're back in Hartford again. So that's the goal of that piece of legislation. I have my co-chair have another question for you.
Thanks, Madam Commissioner. It's great to have you before us, and I will be quick as possible. For let me get the correct number for you. 7219. First, I just want to recognize, certainly sensitive to the impact on the department to codify the 504 accommodation plans at the state level. They're currently guaranteed at the federal level and under threat. I think a pretty reasonable threat that we're concerned about here. And we don't want to lose those accommodations for students and then inadvertently push more students into formal IEPs who currently are accommodated by just a 504 plan. So I think that's the primary incentive. And I just wanted to ask, because I don't think it's on Ed's site, and I don't know if the department collects the number of 504 plans that exist or how many students are covered by 504 plans.
Ajit Gopalakrishnan is our Chief Performance Officer, especially. Do we have that information? Oh, Brian.
Morning, Brian Klimkowitz, Special Education Division Director. Thank you for your question. Thank you, Commissioner. So we do collect Section 504 data for students. They're not publicly reported on EdSite, but students who have Section 504 accommodation plans need to access our state testing and assessments. So we have a system where the Section 504 plans, which each district utilizes our Connecticut Special Education Data System called CT-SEDS to identify and develop Section 504 plans for all students across the state. This was just recently implemented. And so there's a link between students that have accommodations in the system, as well as the accommodations that they would receive on state testing or SATs.
504 plans can be beyond accommodations beyond just testing accommodations.
Yes.
Yeah. And so do you happen to know how many students in Connecticut receive a 504 plan?
So we have reports in CT-SEDS where we're able to get snapshots of active counts of Section 504 within the CT-SEDS system. As far as what we're collecting, as I mentioned, through the state assessment, we have snapshots of students who have plans for those grades that are tested. So 3 through 8, and then again in 11, because those data are collected to for their state accommodation plans. So within the system, we're able to give you an active count of students with Section 504 plans.
So we don't have that here, but it sounds like you want that information.
I was just wondering if you knew the number. But you are only collecting ones that are in CT-SEDS for testing accommodations, not, or do you have all 504 accommodations?
We have all Section 504
If I could get that
plans
number, it
in
doesn't have to be now.
CT-SEDS.
That
Yeah.
would be great. Thank you.
You're welcome.
And then, and I just want to recognize we're doing something different here, right? I think might be the first state in the nation to be trying to codify 504 into state statute. So I look forward to your partnership as we try to get this right. And I just want to say that as an open statement.
And appreciate that, Representative. We've been starting to look at some other states to see what they do in this regard, where state agencies are indeed doing this work.
Yep.
And that's why we know that there's staffing situations that we need to talk through about that.
Absolutely. And we are receptive and sensitive to what we've asked you guys to do on that. And then my other question is just technical, and perhaps I could have done a better job finding the answer myself, but since I have you, for sorry, various revisions, what number? 7217. Thank you. Section 13. The change to the 2 days for suspension, is that change specifically for the preschool through second grade students? Or is that for all students?
I think it's preschool through grade 2, and John Fasanelli, I'll ask. I'm sorry? Oh, kindergarten through 2.
All right. And so I notice in your testimony, you specifically referenced district's ability to hold expulsion hearings. Are we expelling many kindergarten through second grade students from our public schools? Do you
I don't-
guys have that number?
I know we have the number. I've got the data folks with their computer here, so they may be able to give you that information.
I believe there has not been an expulsion in this age group since 2016.
Could you? Sure. Thank you.
Introduce yourself.
Oh, I'm John Fresnelli, Division Director with School Health and Child Nutrition at the Department of Education.
Ajit Gopalakrishnan, Chief Performance Officer. We do include those counts in our board report, which we do annually. And I'm speaking from memory here, but it was 1 or 2 or 0 in most years for expulsion for
Okay.
that age group.
There was a change in the law, right?
Right,
There was
after
a change in the law.
15 PA 1596.
All right. So reducing the number from 5 days suspended to 2 days, we don't have to be overly worried about the impact on expulsion hearings. And I think probably a separate conversation on whether or not we should be expelling these children at all. But I understand that these are really nuanced cases, and I won't jump into that now. But thank you for the clarification. I appreciate it. And I actually don't have any other questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner, for your testimony. Look forward to working with you, especially, I heard another quick thing is staffing concerns. It's a number of staffing concerns, so we have to talk about if we want these things done, we need personnel to do them. So we have to be conscious of that when we have a conversation with appropriation. So again, thank you again this morning.
Thank you very much.
And thank you for your testimony. Up next, we have who?
Commissioner Beth Bai.
Good morning still, long day for you all. Senator McCrory, Representative Leeper, Senator Berthel, Representative Supkus, and distinguished members of the Education Committee. My name is Beth Bai. I'm the Commissioner of the Office of Early Childhood. I'm here today to testify on SB 1, an act increasing resources for students, school, and special education. The Office of Early Childhood appreciates the intent of SB 1 and believes a number of its provisions align with the Governor's Universal Preschool Endowment. 2025 is proving to be a session where there is wide agreement about the need to make significant investments in early childhood education. Like the governor's plan, SB 1 takes a path aimed at establishing a sustainable funding mechanism to support the development of our youngest learners and support their families and economic stability. The governor's plan is HB 6867, which is also before this bill, calls for a universal preschool endowment to be established to fund the expansion of free and affordable preschool options for families, significantly increase the per-child rates to support professional salaries for early childhood educators, support facility expansion and renovation, extend the day for preschoolers with special education needs, and invest in ongoing quality improvement. The governor's plan is built upon the existing mixed delivery system of community-based child care center, family child care homes, and public schools. It also relies on local data and needs assessment and local community planning to leverage the use of existing preschools in communities, state-funded and private. I think it's important to note that the governor's plan builds on the Blue Ribbon Panel Plan. Members of this committee served on that panel. And it builds on the structure that you all passed last year, Early Start Connecticut. Early Start Connecticut is how we are funding and expanding preschool right now in Connecticut, simplifying the system for parents. We really believe we need to stay the course here. The Buffett Institute, a really internationally renowned early childhood organization, says that Governor Lamont's proposal for universal preschool will make Connecticut a national leader among states because of its comprehensive approach. It has a longer day than most states have for their universal preschool. We're also focused on those families that have children with special needs who've had to make horrible choices between, do I get my child services or can I work, or how do I do this? And also the focus on the quality of care and options that meet family needs. We also worked within the endowment to protect infant and toddler care by making sure of rate parity. The funding mechanism in SB 1 described in Section 2 and 3 mirrors the governor's universal preschool endowment using surplus dollars to seed the fund and continue to grow over time. OEC supports this approach. Section 4 outlines a rollout of funds over phases. The governor's bill 6867 does not call for phases, but we're open to conversations around that. One of the issues is the dollars don't really get rolling for a number of years, and these issues are very urgent for families now. Preschool expansion, rate increases, quality standards, those are time urgent. And so OEC supports the governor's approach, which begins implementing these elements July 1st of 2025. SB 1 prioritizes TriShare, a program that's in its infancy at first, having launched this past January, and some public school classrooms in 2027. So we really believe we need to get started soon. The governor's proposal predicates funding based on local needs assessments through a competitive process and limited to 10% to ensure the program expansion is sustainable in the out years. We think that's super important. Another difference is tuition. Section 4 of SB 1 caps the parent copay at 7% of current household income, and the governor's endowment proposal lays out for free or $20 a day affordable tuition. The 7% is in alignment with the federal child care and development block grant rules, so we understand why the Senate is suggesting this. We believe, though, more families should have free tuition, and this would require a copay for all families. Section 5 of the bill of SB 1 outlines a reimbursement system for the trust fund beneficiaries through the Blue Ribbon Panel listening process and OEC's experience with COVID funding. We really believe that we don't need an outside agency for a payment system, that OEC could do this more cost effectively, implement a payment system. It doesn't need to be defined in statute. Section 6 outlines a universal preschool trust fund board. OEC currently has an early childhood cabinet and a parent cabinet that we look to for guidance and advice. And another important question is, how does the trust fund board relate to the early childhood cabinet and the early childhood care and education fund advisory commission passed under legislation PA 2491 in 2024. We really need to get the committees aligned and the goals and the roles defined so that we don't have duplication of effort. And also, we think it's critical that the State Department of Ed serves on any of these boards. They are partners in this work of preschool. Section 11 moves to move TriShare statewide. We believe in the model. We believe ultimately will be statewide. They're limited resources, and we implement it in this way because we're concerned about childcare shortages in Eastern Connecticut. In Section 12, we are in support. We also agree on an online portal. In closing, you can hear there's some areas of alignment between SB 1 and the governor's plan. There are also distinct differences. We look forward to ongoing discussions, and we look forward to this committee's input. The time is urgent right now to ensure we keep the early childhood industry and help families for now and in the future. Just because they're new committee members since the Blue Ribbon Panel was released, we did provide packets with the Blue Ribbon Panel plan for new members and with a one-page description of the governor's preschool endowment and the PowerPoint that we've been out talking to the community about. And APROPS had asked for a one-page summary, which we included. So members, and the return on investment document, members will receive those from us today. So I want to thank you for your time and attention. And this is a super exciting time for early childhood. And I think we all need to sort of roll up our sleeves and get this done. So happy to be here discussing SB1.
Thank you so much, Commissioner. And I'll just agree, I am so excited that there are so many people looking to solve our early childhood struggles. And so there's lots to discuss. Representative Wieland.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning, Commissioner. It's good to see
Good
you.
morning, Representative.
I had a question about the tri-share model because it is so new. As it is still in a pilot phase, do you know how many businesses have signed up to participate?
Right now, we have two businesses. We're doing recruitment, working with Learn and CBIA. They're helping us do recruitment. One will not start till next January, but it's on board, and another will begin very soon, within the month. So we have two, just getting going.
So my concern, and I'm wondering if you share it, is expanding something that we haven't really tested at all yet to a statewide program and allocating some of our very limited funds towards that.
Yes, we don't know what the legislature's appropriations will be. There's a very limited amount of money right now. And when we did the bill, we chose to focus it on Eastern Connecticut. And we have a partner now where we are testing it out. So I would tend to agree with you, Representative.
Thank you so much for your feedback today. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Comey.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Hello, Commissioner. How are you?
Hi, Representative.
I wanted to, I was looking at when you were discussing the governor's proposal and the funding strategy predicates funding based on a local needs assessment through a competitive process. How is that? You mentioned that SB1 is unclear how investment returns are going to be measured. Can you just expand on what that looks like in the governor's bill and how it's maybe different from what's going on in SB1?
Thank you for that question. We're still trying to, work with the Senate to understand exactly how SB1 will work functionally. The way the governor's plan is proposed is, again, based on a year of listening to the public, providers, parents, businesses. And what we heard is that communities wanted local planning and control over what happens in their communities. And this is because our towns are so different. In our rural towns, tends to be public schools that do a lot of the preschool. In some of our larger cities, there are magnet schools, but then there are also a good number of private providers who are doing a lot of the preschool. And the communities wanted to be able to build on their strengths depending on their approach. So what we do is we fund a year-long process of community needs assessment and supporting local governance. We're doing some of this now. As I said, we're building on what we've been doing. We don't want to do anything to sort of slow down or undermine the expansion that's been going on for the last 6 months. So what will happen is the communities would get some support and do a common needs assessment, which will give the state data about every town when you put those needs assessments together. Then the community will come together and vote on an early childhood plan that they will submit to the Office of Early Childhood, and programs will apply through an RFP process to be a part of that system. They'll have to agree that they'll pay their teachers on parity, and the state will agree to pay significantly higher rates. They'll have to agree to get nationally accredited and those kinds of things. So there will be rules about who applies, but anyone can apply, a public school, a private childcare program, a private preschool, or a family childcare. They just have to meet common quality standards.
Excellent. And so a year is not that long
No.
in of time in community building
Mhm.
work, right? In my experience. And so, what kind of support is OEC prepared to give communities?
Yep. I might ask Elena Truworthy to come up. I can start to answer that in saying that we have an RFP out now. We anticipate 4 applicants who said they will be applying. And the RFP would be due in the fall of 2027. So it's a little more than a year, but I'll ask Deputy Commissioner Truworthy to speak to some of the specifics of the local governing council supports that will be in place.
Sure. Good morning. Elena Truworthy, Deputy Commissioner, Office of Early Childhood. As Commissioner Bai spoke, we are building upon the history and the strengths of local communities and local governance. And so currently, right now, we have supports that are going out into communities to help communities have conversations around how they would structure their local governance partners that will roll out on July 1 of this year. And so those supports are happening currently. And then after July 1, we are structuring our staffing support along with the RFP that is currently out to establish a new intermediary to support statewide the local governance partners that will be launched. And so there'll be a very diverse set of supports and structures in place, and really strengthening how the state is communicating with the locals and vice versa, to make sure that we understand at the state level what's happening locally, and that locally they have the supports to have a community table that is about partnership, collaboration, truly understanding the needs of families and the needs of providers.
Thank you. I just wanted to get that out because all of to your point, we have a lot of opportunities in front of us with early childhood, and they're popping up in different places. So I just wanted to make sure that you had the opportunity and that our committee had the opportunity to hear the different variety of programs, proposals that are on the table. And I do think we need to start moving in one direction in a clear and concise way, in a meaningful way. Thank you.
Thanks, Representative Comey. Representative Zupkis?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Welcome. Nice to
Thank
see
you,
you.
Representative.
I do believe starting early is very important. And my biggest concern, I appreciate you kind of staring and comparing both pieces of legislation. My concern with both of them is how are we going to pay for it? Because on this committee and on all the other committees, as you well know, Commissioner, but everybody needs funding. And in this committee, special ed, you want money, preschool, universal preschool, teachers, paras, rest, everybody. And so prioritizing that is extremely important. We cannot fund everything. And so I mean, it's a comment, feel free to answer, or, make your comment, but I am really concerned on how to pay for all of these things that are extremely important.
Yes, Representative, I remember well, we've had many discussions in the past about some of the demands and how important education is. What Governor Lamont is saying is that he believes this particular area needs special consideration primarily, and you'll see in your materials, the return on investment for this is huge. It's the largest of any human service investment you can make. So while there are costs, there are cost savings in things like special education. And in Montreal, where they implemented a universal program like this, more ages, but similar, after 10 years, just the increased taxes from both parents being able to enter the workforce are paying for the whole system. So the governor believes this is a workforce initiative. This is a special education prevention initiative. This is a child care initiative, that it helps families and communities in so many ways. And I do think, to Representative Comey's question, the uniqueness of our system to really look at individual communities' needs and leverage what exists and those investments those communities are making I think also makes it very responsive. So I think, yes, there are many areas that need funding, but if you're looking for a responsible use of surplus funds to help the budget in the out years, we believe, and the governor believes, this is a really important initiative.
Thank you. And I do appreciate your advocacy
Yep.
for it. I was talking to someone else and they were advocating why they should get the money, you know. So I do appreciate it. And it's tough decisions that have to be made, as when you were here, you know, appropriations and all those things. But thank you.
Thanks, Representative. I have one question. And I know this isn't your proposal, so you can tell me I should wait for when the Senate leaders come before us. But the 4 phases, I understand the rationales because you want to let the fund grow. So you don't want to spend down everything in the front years and then have nothing for the out years. One concern I have about the infant toddler being in phase 4 and potentially pulling out the preschool students in those early years is that there's nothing to help our providers subsidize the really expensive infant toddler care. Do you guys have any thoughts on that sort of that frame?
Well, I would just say we have worked to structure our program so that when the rates go up for preschool, the rates go up for infants and toddlers, and that will be in the RFP that goes out in 2027 to begin July 1st, 2027. July 1st, 2027. Yes. So we believe those need to happen together, because if suddenly preschool's paying at a rate that supports pay parity, the infant toddler workforce, which is already challenged, would all flee to teach preschoolers. So we've tried to time it together to avoid that workforce problem, and just for plain old fairness, because infant toddler is a larger shortage area in Connecticut. So we can't lose sight of that. And I think that's what Buffett was saying. You're the first state, because this has been a problem in other places that have implemented universal preschool. The infrastructure for infant toddler goes away because those preschoolers, if you pull them out of private programs, it undermines their market. So we're saying everybody rises together in our proposal. I can't speak to the Senate proposal. I will let them speak to that.
Absolutely fair, but I appreciate just sort of the insights about the importance of the relationship between those 2 age groups and the cost of delivering those services and where the shortage areas lay. I suspect we also will be having many more conversations as we all try to navigate through the various proposals, and I've really appreciated your willingness to be available for us. So thank you so much. And I don't think Representative Corpus online has a question.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Commissioner, for being here
Thank
for
you.
this very important discussion. I just had a question about how the numbers work in this proposal. So this bill talks about appropriating or launching the Universal Preschool Trust on the basis of unappropriated funds. Does that mean that in this bill, does this bill contemplate the raising of the volatility cap by 300 million and the use of those $300 million funds for this? Is that all considered unappropriated funds for purposes of this bill?
Are you talking about SB 1 or the governor's bill?
I'm talking about SB 1.
I do not believe it proposes changing the volatility cap, but the Senate will be here to answer questions about that.
Okay. And then what it does say in the bill is that whatever money goes in year 1 in 2025, say it is 300 million, it does say in the bill that the first time the trust will actually pay anything out will be only when the return on the assets that were put in initially are such that they will cover all of the expenses of the kids in that year. Does that mean that if like 300 million goes in, for example, and it earns a 6% rate of return, which would be 18 million, does that mean that only when all of the kids are covered by that 18 million will the thing start to pay out? In other words, it will continue to grow until it can do the job fully. Am I reading that right?
I'm going to ask you to refer to the Senate with that question. I would say with the governor's proposal, there would be 10% available each year of the total fund. I think the Senate comes in slowly to allow the fund to grow, and
Okay.
then bit by bit, they cover more. But I think the governor's is more aggressive in that it starts earlier and it has funds available right away, and then it assumes 10%, but it also assumes that funds are going into the fund in an ongoing way.
Okay, that's helpful. I'll save the questions for the Senate. Thank you so much.
Great, thank you.
Thanks, Representative.
Thank you.
Thanks, Commissioner.
Thanks. We're available, and the materials you'll be getting. Members.
Wonderful.
Okay.
And thanks to your
Yep.
team. Well, it looks like we lost our students who were slotted to go in right after our commissioners. I know. So next we have Christina Gio, Office of the Child Advocate.
Good morning, Representative Leeper, Representative Zupkus, and other members of the Education Committee. My name is Christina Gio. I'm the acting child advocate at the Office of the Child Advocate, and I'm here to testify with regard to Raise Bill 7219, an act concerning 504 plan accommodations for students in Connecticut, and House Bill 7217, an act concerning various revisions to the education statutes. OCA supports Raise Bill 7219, an act with regard to 504. Section 504 has been a mainstay for the disability community for over 50 years. It protects people from disability-based discrimination in programs and activities that receive federal funding. For children, the most significant impact of Section 504 is that it ensures that children receive reasonable accommodations and modifications to ensure equal access to school. It also includes the obligation to provide a free and appropriate public education. And while there are times where there's overlap between Section 504 and the Individuals with Disabilities Education Act, they really are different. And there are children who will qualify for under Section 504, but not be eligible for special education under IDEA. And so those are the children we're most concerned about. Given the current uncertainty at the federal level, there's pending litigation challenging the validity of regulations implementing Section 504, and very significant cuts to the United States Office of Civil Rights, which enforces Section 504. The Boston office has now closed, and we're very concerned about the ability to enforce the law. Based on that, we support the recommendation. We support incorporating the requirements of Section 504 into our state law and ensuring that we have adequate mechanisms for enforcement within the state. I do have a couple of quick suggestions with regard to refinement. With regard to the definition of a program and activity, I would suggest amendment to clearly include Unified School District 1 and Unified School District 2. Under Connecticut General Statute 10-15D, all provisions of the general statutes concerning education, with some exception, apply to both USD 1 and USD 2. However, the specific identification here of the technical educational career system, which is also referenced in 10-15, and the exclusion of USD 1 and USD 2 here raises some questions about the applicability of the provisions to USD 1 and USD 2. So I've put some specifics in my written testimony in terms of what sections to look at, but we do think it should be clarified to ensure that USD 1 and USD 2 are included. I would also suggest placing the responsibility to establish a system of procedural safeguards, impartial hearing and review procedure in a body other than the local board of education or the other public entity that's alleged to have violated the requirements. And while the language of Section 2F is consistent with current law, Those are currently held at a local level. There is and has always been an inherent conflict when the entity accused of violating the law is responsible for selecting and paying for the impartial hearing officer or the impartial decision maker. And so we would suggest moving that responsibility to the State Department of Education and allowing the State Department of Education to receive and resolve requests and complaints with regard to Section 504. And that may require some resources, but we think it's appropriate to ensure that there's an impartial decision maker. With regard to Sections 13 and 14 of House Bill 7217, we note that there are still schools suspending children in preschool to grade 2. The last data we have from the 2023 report on student discipline in Connecticut Public Schools from the State Department of Education indicates that nearly 800 students in grades preschool to 2 were suspended. And these are disproportionately children of color and mostly boys. The state did enact statutes to limit the use of out-of-school suspensions in 2015, and those numbers have come down a bit, but they're still concerning when we're talking about kids that are really 3 to 8 years old. The bill would require a showing of serious physical harm in order to suspend a student in those grades and require the district to conduct an evaluation to determine if the child needs special education services and reduce the maximum number of out-of-day suspension from 5 days to 2. We support that. From our perspective, when you're talking about, in particular, 3 to 8-year-olds, they belong in school. Excluding children from school, particularly very young children, reinforces negative self-perception. It means they miss out on education, and it sends the message that they're not wanted in school. And that's not what we want to do. For children who may be struggling to regulate their behavior adequately, we should intervene and provide early and intensive services, education and services to develop the skills that they need, and requiring evaluation to determine whether there's an underlying disability and what the appropriate interventions are, we think would go a long way. I would say that I have said, I believe in front of this committee earlier in the session, that we also believe that it's important for the State Department of Education to have a role in providing training and technical support to districts to ensure that they can implement positive behavioral interventions, because the point is not to keep children in school who are creating disruption. It's to address those behaviors in ways that are effective and help the children learn how to regulate their behaviors. Section 14 would ensure that children expelled between the ages of 16 and 18, if it is their second time, that they would be able to be offered an alternative educational opportunity. And again, we support that, as children need to be in school if we want them to learn all of the academic and behavioral and social things that they need to learn. With regard to Section 5, we do have a concern. We certainly support efforts to prevent, for prevention and early intervention, but we're concerned with the language of pre-violence indicators. That's a pretty vague and subjective term. I'm not sure exactly what the intent of this section was, but we have concerns that that may disproportionately impact students of color, and we would suggest removing that. And lastly, we think there is still a need to further clarify the role of resource officers, in essence, to ensure that school employees are handling behavioral interventions, particularly behavioral interventions under the IEP, and that there's a clear distinction between what the role is of a resource officer and other staff that are there to support and respond to children with challenging behaviors. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you so much for your testimony. Representative Wieland.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning. It's good to see you again.
Good morning.
I am so glad that you brought up a number of points. And one of the concerns that I had that I had meant to ask the Commissioner of Education didn't happen. I wasn't able to, I forgot to. I also had a concern with Section 5 of 7217 and the laying out of communication between a school safety committee and a school resource officer that includes but is not limited to mutual sharing of documentation of pre-violence. That seems a rather open-ended statement, and there isn't much determined by what falls under that. I was wondering if you could just speak to that just a little bit more.
I share that concern. And you know, when I read this, I was trying to figure out what the intention was. I don't know where the language came from or what the goal is, but it is concerning to sort of have a fairly nebulous ability to share information, and to have that be on pre-violence indicators, which doesn't even have a definition. So I do worry, are we talking about sharing educational records that are otherwise protected? And again, I concern would be that it's sort of open for targeting children of color in particular, because of that, the lack of definition and specificity on what we're talking about.
Thank you. I would argue, I mean, I would assume that there would be an argument that anything that is being discussed would fall under FERPA and have to be protected for privacy. But without there being specifics, especially with wondering who would be on the school safety committee, I'm not entirely sure how many districts have that. We require it. Never mind. They all have it. Okay, good. Okay. But making sure that we define that a little bit more and think about what any unintended consequences might be. And I believe that's all I have. Thank you.
Thanks, Representative. If I might try to provide some clarity, I think that the effort was just to say that the School Safety and Security Committee, and also noticing we should be more specific about that language so it's clear exactly who should have a provision around that type of communication. Not saying you have to allow it or not, but just be clear about what sort of communication is allowed. And that, I think, was the goal. So there was just more clarity about if, and if so, how, and, or if not, to have that type of communication. But I absolutely hear what you're saying, and I think it's an opportunity to make sure we get it right. So thank you.
Thank you.
Representative Reddington Hughes.
Oh, thank you, Madam Chair. And thanks for bringing us this information. My question has to do with the nature of the suspensions of the 20 children that you had referenced. In any cases, are these children like a danger to themselves or others?
So it's under 800. It's actually closer to 800 children suspended based on the data for that school year. I don't have data on sort of what the specific incidents are that are leading to those suspensions. The statute currently requires that there be some determination that there was physical harm. I don't know exactly what that means for districts right now. I think adding the word serious is important because that could be a bruise, right? I pushed someone down in the schoolyard and they were bruised. And so, and I think that we don't have a lot of detail as to what exactly is happening. I think we should raise that bar because, I mean, we're talking about a 5-year-old, right? So if you're, you know, what are the behaviors that are so significant that you need to be removed from school? I think that we really need to understand how we support that child, even if there are some significant behaviors, to ensure that they can engage in school without those behaviors. But in terms of what we know about the specifics of each suspension, we only know what the statute allows, and presumably there's been a determination that there was some harm.
Do you think that creating a clearer definition of what that actually encompasses would benefit this?
It may. I think that I think adding the term serious is helpful, because it suggests we're not talking about sort of a level of harm that is like I said earlier, you've pushed someone down, they've got a bruise, that's harm.
Yes.
That's you know, and it's not okay. But having something more clear and using the term serious, I think is helpful. What I do worry a little bit about is it's hard to specifically identify each thing that would warrant that level of intervention. And so I think using the term serious and allowing the district to make a determination is appropriate.
Yeah, and I certainly, understand the importance of a child being in school, and especially at that age. I'm just looking at this from the other end of the situation. In the event that that child was a danger to themselves or their classmates, I certainly would not want to put them in harm's way either.
Right.
Oh, thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thanks, Representative. Representative Zepkis?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you. And just to continue this conversation, because it's a lot to think about, right? Both sides. And even another point is understanding kid gets pushed down and a bruise, right? Okay, that might not be serious to me, maybe to someone else, but not to me. But if it happens time after time, that's a different story. And so I think not only, and what is it? They push down 2 times or 3 times? I don't have that answer, nor what is serious, but I think it has to be all looked at and not just what it is, but if it continues to happen or something like that. So that I just wanted to add to that, that I don't think it really just means one thing.
Yeah, and I think that, right, if you have a child who is repeatedly engaging in those behaviors, that's one of the indicators that, like, hey, we need to do a deeper look, we need to do an evaluation and determine if there's a disability. Because sometimes it might be that child has a communication disability and they're frustrated, and that's why they keep acting out like that, right? And so making sure we do the assessments, we figure out what's driving those behaviors, and we put plans in place to remedy that, right? And ensure that we can have a safe environment for everybody and make sure kids are in school. Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you for that. And just one last question. How many, and I'm trying to remember if the commissioner said it, how many times, because again, none of us want a kindergartner to be expelled. And if a kindergartner has some of these issues, it's way beyond what is in a classroom. So with that being said, how many times has this happened over the last 5, 6, 7 years? I mean, I don't see it as being a chronic problem, but maybe I don't know that.
Out of school suspensions, right?
Kindergarten
For
through
pre-K to 2, the number right now is under 800, clear near 800. Previously, it was around 1,000 per year.
Oh,
per school year.
800 a year?
Per year, yes. It's a lot.
Is it in this? That's crazy.
It's a lot, yeah.
So is it in the same schools? Is it across the board, or is it concentrated?
So the State Department of Ed does track that, and there are districts that are identified as suspending more than others. And then the State Department of Education sort of has a response to that to try to reduce those numbers. But it has come down since the law was passed.
200 in a year.
Yes, and so that's why I say it is still high, and it is important to sort of raise that bar of what is required to remove a 3 to 8-year-old from school. Right, and so, but it is, yeah, it's still close to 800 and as of the last year we have data for, 2023.
So maybe I'm the only legislator that might not get all these reports, but could you send a report on the last 5 years by district where this has been happening, just for this?
Yes, I can send you. So the SDE has a published document with the data.
Ugh,
I can send you, I can make sure you get that information so you can look at the numbers and understand which districts are sort of the heavy hitters, for lack of a better term.
Okay, so like, just so I'm clear, you're gonna send me, I don't know if anyone else wants it, maybe send it to the clerk and she can send it out. So suspensions, pre-K through 2 for each by district over the last, I don't know, 5, 6 years. But I'd like some history as well as up to date.
I would be happy to do that.
Great, thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Any other questions? Appreciate your testimony. I'm glad you opened the eyes to some of my colleagues who were shocked by those numbers. You know, and I know this issue has been going on for a number of years, and I'm good to see the numbers are heading in the right direction. Thank you again for your testimony.
Thank you, Senator.
All right,
Thank you.
who we have next? Next up, we have the president of the Connecticut State Senate, President Martin Looney, is here to testify. I'm sure he's going to be testifying on SB1 along with his partner, Senator Bob Duff, the main two men in the state Senate. Two young gentlemen, I'm going to allow you as much time as you need to state your case to this committee.
Oh, yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Senator McCrory, Representative Leeper, and distinguished members of the Education Committee. This is a committee I was very proud to serve on in my early years in the General Assembly as a state representative about 40 years ago. But its work was important then when it was chaired by the great Dorothy Goodwin from Mansfield, and its work is important now. I'm Martin Looney. I represent the 11th Senatorial District, parts of New Haven and Hamden, and I'm here with our distinguished Majority Leader to talk about Senate Bill number 1. This bill is critically important because we all know that there is a crisis in our state because of the gaps and lack of preparation for children who reach school unprepared to be in kindergarten when they get there. And that leads to a problem that persists throughout all of their school years. It means in many cases that they will be labeled as special education students within a short period of time because of their deficits. They become disruptive in class. Later on, they become truant. After that, they may have contact with the juvenile justice system. They may drop out of school when they are 16, but at that point, they may have only completed 9th grade because they may have repeated one or more grades along the way, and their achievement level may actually be at 5th or 6th grade. They are now out in the world, unemployable, not in school, endangered in many ways, and they are the disaffected youth who are being addressed in another bill before you today that came out of the 119 project to look at the disengaged and disaffected and endangered 16 to 24-year-olds. But our argument, the Senate caucus argument in putting forward this bill, is that if we don't have a significant intervention for early childhood, we will then have another cohort. Today's 3 and 4-year-olds who are not properly being prepared for kindergarten, 13 or 14 years from now, they will be the next cohort of the disengaged and disaffected students in their late teens that we are, or late teens who should be in school but are not, who we are worried about and are in some ways worried that they may be beyond our reach. So Senate Bill 1 is intended to fund a historic expansion of access to early childhood ed as the first step toward universal preschool in Connecticut. And it is, I commend the committee for bringing this forward, for focusing attention on it. And it would redirect some of the surplus funds that are anticipated, which the currently dedicated surplus to supplemental pension payments. It takes that trust of $300 million intended to cover preschool expenses now incurred by eligible Connecticut families. So I want to commend the governor for addressing this issue in his proposal. Ours differs in some particulars. There is also a House bill, which also I think is really important in terms of advancing spending into this area with an infusion of new funds. So I think we are all working toward the same goal and recognizing the crisis that we face. So at this point, I'll turn it over to our distinguished Majority Leader, Senator Duff.
Thank you, Senator Looney, and good morning to members of the Education Committee, to the chairs, vice chairs, and ranking members. My name is Bob Duff, representing Norwalk and Darien, and basically, we've talked about universal pre-K, we've talked about early childhood education for a very long time. We cannot afford to let down another generation going forward. We see over time how many, because of the fact that children are not ready and prepared when they get to school, that it keeps them more behind and more behind and more behind. And as Senator Looney said, problems snowball into effect for many years after that. What we have here is a proposal that I believe makes a lot of sense, that puts that $300 million, sets up that trust fund, sets up a process in which every parent in the state of Connecticut, no matter who you are, where you are, what your income is, you can participate in this, that will literally make sure that children have access to universal pre-K and early childhood education. Many years ago, before I was majority leader and I served on the Appropriations Committee, I co-chaired a subcommittee called Results-Based Accountability. And we worked very hard at working with the state government, nonprofits, non-governmental organizations, and others to set up frameworks for early childhood education, to make sure that we were putting together the best practices so that when kids did get to school, they were ready and prepared. The problem has been there's just not enough slots. It's too expensive. And we need to view this as an urgent issue, as it is right this second. So I would, again, want to thank Senator Looney and our caucus for prioritizing this as Senate Bill 1. I know the House also has their Bill 5001 as well that is important and going to be looking at all these issues together. And it really is an issue that I believe crosses all political lines, that everybody can work together, because it helps ensure the success of our children. It helps ensure the success of future generations for the state of Connecticut. And as I've said a number of times, our people are our resource. We have some of the most, our employees are the best in the area, in the country, in the world. Businesses come to Connecticut because of that. They're productive. They have patents, great researchers. We need to make sure that we continue that. And we provide an education for all of our children, no matter where they are, what zip code they're in, where they come from, and that they all have that ability to be successful. So with that, I would, again, thank the committee for the opportunity to testify this morning with Senator Looney.
Thank you. Thank you, Senator Duff and Senator Looney. As we just said from our press conference we just walked by, SB1 is a very important bill. It's probably the most important bill in the Senate this year. It speaks to some of the things that we've been focused on. We talked about when we started this Blue Ribbon Task Force around early childhood education and how important it is to our state. Like I said, this is the first year that we're being very intentional. We're putting meaning the governor and us, legislators, are putting their money up. And we know this is a crisis in our state. And like I said in the press conference, early childhood education, we're trying to balance. We're trying to level the playing field with education. We always say education is the equalizer. Well, it's not equal if everybody's not starting at the same pace. And we know that some students come to the school with a huge vocabulary, a vast vocabulary. They travel with their families. They know what bridges are. They know what rivers are. They know what high rises are. They know these terms are unique to them. There are other kids who barely travel out their own neighborhood. So those words are not even unique to them, to their language. That's why pre-K education is so important to us in the state, and that's why we're doing something about it this year. So again, thank you for making this a priority. We have to iron some things out. We don't know if the right call, so we're not necessarily shooting in the dark, but at least we're trying. And I say again, I appreciate making this a priority for us. Representative?
I want to say thanks for coming before our committee today, and thanks for your commitment to our earliest learners, and look forward to continuing this discussion. Representative Zupkis?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for coming today. I believe, and I said this earlier, that early childhood is extremely important. I do. I've been to inner city schools. A gentleman that's here, he's not here right now, gone to Celentano. I see where these kids, some of them come from, as to what Senator McCrory was talking about. And so I do think it is extremely important. The cost is a concern, and we need to figure that out. But my big word for this session seems to be accountability. And so if we're putting this into place, will there be benchmarks, goals, someone that down the road is held accountable if we're still where we are down the road? Because I see it and we talk about it in this committee, we put money into all these things, and what is the progress? We're still, I hear crisis, 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 and we've been funding a lot of these things. So I really want to be responsible and have a accountability that we're funding this to ensure that it's working for our children.
You know, yes, I certainly agree with you, Representative. I think that if we're going to undertake a major initiative and have people really buy into it and support it, it has to have accountability features. It has to have transparency features. We have to show that we are making progress, and I think that will certainly be able to show quite quickly. Once we have, there's a huge difference, as you know, between a child who has an adequate and enriching daycare and preschool program as opposed to someone who does not. I mean, that should be evident very soon in terms of the results in kindergarten and first and second grade, and the number of children who are able to read at grade level at third grade, which is one of the major benchmarks that we go by. So yes, I think that the more success we have in terms of demonstrating progress, the more we'll be able to build consensus to expand the investment when we're seeing returns.
And
if I can I just jump into that? So there's two groups you got to be accountable to. You got to be accountable to the kids, and then we got to be accountable to the taxpayers. And you got to be accountable to taxpayers because you want to make sure we're spending their money wisely, right? We all agree with that. We also have to make sure we're accountable to the kids, that we're giving them something that they can actually succeed with. So when we put this together, you can't cut corners to put something together that is it's almost skeletal, but doesn't really have the kind of the meat on the bones to actually do something that will make a positive effect. Which is why I mentioned earlier the work I did with others on results-based accountability, and some of the work in Norwalk where I live. We've been doing that for over a decade now, and there have been some really great results of that. So I think it's not reinventing the wheel. It's putting the resources where the resources are needed. But of course, always being accountable, but you also have to be accountable to the kids, because you have to make sure that they are succeeding, and we're not seeing in 5 years that test scores are the same or they're falling behind, things like that.
And that's exactly what I'm talking about. So I hope there's going to be some meat or teeth, I should say, in here, because what I find in this building, we don't ever stop funding anything. And if something is not working, we tend just to keep funding it, but then fund something else. And so whether it's universal preschool, whatever it is, I think there has to be some teeth in it, that if it is not working or one part of this is not working, it has to be changed. And so I hope, I'm sure something is going to pass, whether it's this bill or the other, something is going to pass in this fashion. But I do hope there is some accountability to, the students, but to taxpayers, but accountability, benchmarks, goals. I don't see any of that in here. And we look at our reading scores in some of these schools, and we've been funding reading things for years and they're not going up. So I would like to see some teeth to this as accountability. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Representative, I might add, certainly in support of finding things that should be measurable. One of the problems that we have, of course, is that many of these deprived students do get labeled as special ed students once they get into school and their deficits are revealed. That should be one of the things that we should be able to look at and measure. Will there be a decline in the number of kids who are labeled special ed when they have had adequate preschool and enriching daycare and preschool program? Because that's another area where we know that our costs are growing enormously for some of these same reasons. That statewide, I believe about a dozen years ago, about 12% of the students overall were labeled special ed. Now it's up to 18% statewide, about 30% in some districts. And that's something that has to be addressed, because as we all know, special ed costs are impossible for towns to even budget for, because you don't know when a child with significant disabilities is going to be moving into the district over the summer who wasn't there the previous school year, and all of a sudden there's that responsibility. So that's one of the things we had in mind in creating the new committee dealing with special education, to look at all of those problems. But there's an interconnectedness. There also that the special ed issue is connected to the lack of preschool preparation. And so all of these things mesh together as part of the problem that we're dealing with.
Well, thank you. I sit on that committee also, so we're working really hard, but thank you. And I'm sure both of you will be following and knowing the benchmarks and monitoring this as it goes along. So thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thanks, Representative. And I think one of the really exciting opportunities of investing in early childhood is there's decades of research, right? That every dollar we spend in early childhood results in more engagement in the workforce, lower arrests, all sorts of really meaningful things that take, 20 years to measure. But I think looking both at impacts on reading and in special education will be nearer term metrics that we can be looking towards. I think Representative Comey had a question.
I'm sorry I came in late. I'm so sorry, gentlemen. Thank you so much for your commitment to our youngest learners. My question would revolve around, we have like 17,000 children that get early care and early education through our state funded centers, our school readiness, our child development centers. I've got one in my district for sure. And another school readiness program. And they were recently combined and they were renamed Early Start. How does this bill support those centers?
Thank you. Thank you, Representative. I'm not entirely clear yet how that'll all work, because I think some of the more details need to get put into this, but I think the design is to make sure that basically those would still be supported, and that would help maybe some of our lower income kids as well, so that parents are spending a little bit less than up to the amount that we have in our proposal here. So I'll have to get back to you on that with a few more details on that.
One thing I think, Representative, that may address that in part is a question about how the money created by this trust fund, can be spent. And there is a phase in. So it is in the draft of Senate Bill 1, it's a 4-phase program, and phase 1 is for unpaid tuition in the new tri-share model that's established in the bill, and at public preschools when applicable. And phase 2 is for cost to increase slots. Phase 3 for unpaid tuition at private preschool, and phase 4 is for unpaid tuition with infant and toddler providers, so that we will be, reaching down to get the youngest students, the youngest early learners who are infants and toddlers, not just those who are old enough for a formal preschool program in the phases of the bill.
And so this includes, your plan includes paying teachers, a living wage? Is that?
Yeah, well, one of the things we're looking at under Senate Bill 1 is we intend, to add a provision that any beneficiary wishing to participate in the program, any entity receiving funds would have to pay their full-time teachers in their preschool program as much as kindergarten teachers are paid. I think it's important to address upgrading preschool teachers as well.
You bet, we agree on that. Thank you so much. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thanks, Representative. Representative Wieland, did you have a question?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning.
Morning.
There's a lot in this bill. And I want to echo, so I think one of the sentiments that I've heard is that I think it's fantastic that we're finally paying attention to early childhood, and giving it this much attention this year is fantastic. I did have a couple of questions, and one of the things actually, Senator Looney, that you just touched upon, which is the phase 4, including the infant toddler care. That's one of the hardest areas to fill, both for staffing, and it's also one of the most, it's in demand because of the ratios are so low, because we have to make sure we can take care of teeny tiny babies. Is there any thought about moving that up in the process?
Well, I certainly would like to. I know we have Senate Bill 1, the governor's bill is House Bill 6867, House Bill 5003. There's another bill out there that has a lot of support in the community of Senate Bill 1369. So they all have different component. So I certainly believe that we should address the education and the opportunities for learning for infants and toddlers as soon as possible, and not wait until they're 3 or 4 years old and are already in preschool, because those are valuable years when, as we know, very young children are just sponges for learning at that age. And when they're exposed to things, they learn them very easily at that age. That might be harder to learn later on. So the sooner that we can address that, the better. So I think those first 3 years of life are critically important. Just if you think about what it would be like if you, at an older age, let's suppose you took a child out of school at age 11 and he did nothing but watch TV for 3 years and put him back in school at age 14, what would have been lost? The same thing by not having enough enrichment from birth to 3.
I can just jump into this is where the rub is between policy and everything that we'd like to do, right? We come in this building we want to solve all the problems tomorrow. We've literally had generations of kids fail because we have not addressed this issue the way we should have. And I would say that what is important about Senate Bill 1 and the plan is that, of course, we'd like to, I'll probably vote on this tomorrow, have the governor sign it and be in effect by July 1st. It's just not possible. But I think what makes this plan a good one is that it's a responsible plan, that you have these phases so that you can purposely and systematically set up parts of this program so that it works and that it's sustainable. The last thing we want to do, and this is kind of the question I think we might have had with Rep. Zupkis and Rep. Leeper, is that we have too many times in this legislature promised something only to take it back. And I think that this sets up a process so that it is sustainable for the long term. And one of the reasons I mentioned Representative Zupkis is because reading, right? We talked about reading. And that is absolutely correct. There's places in school districts where reading has not gone up, but a lot of times that is because for years you have a reading coach or literacy coach, and then you don't have a literacy coach, and then you do, and then you don't, and it's so uneven, and it is inconsistent, and it's not reliable. So you wonder why kids don't do well. It's because a lot of times you give them the tool, and then you take away the tool. Then you give them the tool, then you take away, or you just never give it to them again. And so while again, I think a lot of us would love to see this tomorrow, Senator Looney and I certainly would, and our staff who's worked so hard on this, but you got to do it in a responsible way that's going to be sustainable for the long term.
I agree. Thank you. The only other question I had was, and again, both of you, I think, just touched upon it, was creating a consistent and sustainable support system, and looking at how important it is for those early interventions. I would love to see a little bit more touched upon with the birth to 3 program, and actually, in an ideal world, it would be expanded from birth to 5, so that we could make sure that the kids that have those supports, like a reading interventionist, but for early care and early development, would not hit a cliff and then need a more expensive support system of special education when they get to kindergarten. So, thank you, Madam Chair.
Thanks, Representative. Thank you, Senators, for giving us so much of your time today.
Thank you. And again, we appreciate all of the work that this committee is doing on so many important issues this year. Thank you all so much.
Thank you.
Yeah.
So I see our students are back. We have one other commissioner who, Dr. Ingrid Kennedy from CERC, who will come up, and then we'll transition to our students, just to set expectations.
Good morning. Sure.
To our students coming in, we're so happy to have you. If there's not a seat available, 1D is an overflow space. Just so you know. I don't know. What are the rules? I think 1D is where we'll have available seats. Thank you for your patience. All right, I think we're ready for you. Thanks.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Good morning, Senator McCrory, Representative Leeper, Representative Supkes, Senator Berthel, and other distinguished members of the Education Committee. My name is Dr. Ingrid Kennedy, and I serve as the Executive Director of the State Education Resource Center, known as CERC. It is my privilege to submit this testimony in support of Race Bill number 1510, an act concerning revisions to the education statutes. This testimony is submitted on behalf of the CERC staff and our board of directors. CERC was established more than 55 years ago and authorized by statute to provide professional learning to educators and information to families of students with disabilities. Over the years, CERC's mission has expanded. In Connecticut General Statute, Section 10-357B currently states that our agency's purpose is to assist the State Board of Education in the provision of programs and activities that will promote educational equity and excellence. Section 5 of the proposed bill makes changes that reflect CERC's service to the state even before we became a quasi-public agency. For decades, we have provided support in multiple educational areas through our Special Education Resource Center, a School Reform Resource Center, and our specialized library. Programs in special education programs and services such as assistive technology, educational benefit review process, inclusive systems and settings, leadership training for special education administrators, person-centered planning, special learning disabilities, SLD dyslexia, secondary transition, and standardized-based individualized education programs, or IEPs. We have also provided services for culturally conscious practices, such as stakeholders' engagement and feedback for federal requirements, professional learning for communities for equity, supporting multilingual learners, youth equity leadership, programs and services related to comprehensive behavioral mental health services such as early intervention, nonviolent crisis intervention, multi-tier systems of support, reflective team processes, and curriculum instruction such as co-teaching, differentiated instruction, the Black, African American, Puerto Rican, and Latino course studies, literacy, reading, technology, and universal design for learning. Section 5 also updates the language used to refer to our students who are learning English while being taught in Connecticut schools. Prior to the 2004 legislative session, CERC has not had a designated funding source. Because of this committee's work and effort, thank you so much, all the work that you did last year for us, we now have an expectation of some funding from the State Department of Education. However, each fiscal year, CERC depends mainly on the department's discretionary allocations, more specifically IDEA funding. This model has led to an inability to predict and plan for the future programs and services. Section 6 of the current proposed bill proposes a change to our funding that will ensure our capacity to fully serve the state in a manner consistent with our statutory mission of providing educational equity and excellence. CERC stands ready to support our state at any level through our staff that is willing to serve. We strongly support Race Bill number 1510 for approval by the Education Committee and look forward to continuing our service from a stronger fiscal position. Thank you for your time, your support, and your attention as we jointly pursue equity and excellence in education for Connecticut students. Thank you so much, and I'm here to answer any questions you might have. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Quick question.
Sure.
In regards to the funding line item, I thought last year we passed legislation to actually make you guys not necessarily a standalone, but have a line item in the budget. No, what did we actually in the last couple of years? What do we actually do, and what are you asking for us to do this year?
Yes, thank you so much for that question, Senator. Actually, last year, the technical change that happened to our legislation went from the State Department of Education through the Commission of Education may, and now it says shall. So it went from the possibility of to it must. So what we ask in this year is actually to have within the Department of Education a budget line designated specifically for the State Education Resource Center.
Okay, I got you. All right, a specific line item within the State Department. All right, that's
Correct.
fine. I got another question, and I don't know if this necessary pertains to this piece of legislation, but State Education Resource, at once it was the Special Educational Resource Center. Are you guys a part of the conversations that's been going on around the task force around special education? Are you guys a part of that conversation? Are you giving your insight to what's going on in that area?
Yes, we are involved. As our legislation requirement, we were written to support the State Department of Education, specifically the State Board of Education. So when the way that I would like to present, sir, to all of you is when there is a particular need in a school district identified by the State Department of Education, what we do is actually provide the support to the particular school district. As it was mentioned today, the State Department of Education is supporting Bridgeport. CERC is actually supporting the State Department of Education, and we are conducting many of those listening sessions. We are collecting the information. And to just go back to a little bit regarding the Special Education Resource Center, we still have within our current State Education Resource Center, the Special Education Resource Center. So it continues to be part of our legislation. Our specialized library that I will actually like to mention as well is that it provides support to school districts. Let's say, for instance, a school district needs to test a student in a particular area. Those test kits are very expensive. So what we do is actually purchase the kit in our library so our schools can come and borrow the test kit so they don't have to use the resources for one student. So that is the benefit of our specialized library in addition to other benefits that we have within our library resources.
Okay, thank you again. And thank you for your testimony. Any questions? I heard a question on to my right.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just one. In this legislation already, in Section 5, it talks about the Connecticut School Reform Resource Center. And it talks about kind of what they shall do, and it gives a few things. Develop strategies, provide programs to assist improvement of public schools. Has that been working?
Yes, we have been, every time that we provide support to a school district, we like to call ourselves capacity builders. What we do in sustainability, we go into a school district, into our professional development, we actually support the experts in the field, which are our educators. And then what we do is we provide them with the tools that they need in order to be able to support the students in the classroom. That is the concept of our professional development. And then through that concept, what we do is we build the capacity internally and then we step back. So we like to definitely provide the supports internally, and we definitely believe that's the strongest aspect of professional development. So we have school districts that we have been supporting for many years, but now we only provide resource and not direct technical assistance because they already build their capacity.
Okay, thank you. I've kind of been saying it all day and all year, but I look at where our schools are, and some progress in some, not in others. And so I just really want to make sure that, there's so many groups that are involved in education, I can't even count. I'm trying to get a number of how many organizations and agencies and quasi agencies that are involved in education, and not a lot of improvement. And so I want to make sure every time somebody comes in front of me that we need to, because we're not where we should be. And it's always, we need more money to do this and more money. I don't know that it's always about money. It helps. So we need to ensure on this committee that everybody that has any part of the educational system is being held accountable for results. And so I just want to make sure.
Thank you so much for that observation. A lot of the things that we do at CERC is the strong belief in accountability, and I have been present in listening to your hearings, and I have heard multiple times the concept of accountability. One of the aspects about our efforts is about transformational change. And we know through research that transformation change takes between 3 to 5 years. So when we develop plans and processes for schools, that's the target. We're going to support you for a particular time. We are going to measure the progress and ensure that when we are ready to move out, we are leaving you with the tools that you need to continue to sustain the effort. So definitely accountability is key and necessary, especially nowadays on behalf of our children and our families.
Thank you. Thank you for that. And, you know, Senator Duff was just here talking about generations lost and all of these things in 3 to 5 years. I know nothing happens overnight, but this has been a focus for, I've been here, this is my 7th term, and it's been a focus for that long. And nothing has, we're still in the same place with a little bit of improvement in some areas. And so, I appreciate that, and I just want to make sure that everything that happens on this committee, that again, accountability for the people sitting here behind you, and their siblings, younger and older. So thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Any other questions? Again, thank you for your testimony. Up
Thank
next,
you so much.
we have some students. Students are coming up. Who we have first?
We have a panel of Jack Roan, Amber Santiago Rojas, and Juanelli Colon. And I apologize. Please correct me. I'm sure I just butchered that. But I'm so happy to have you here.
Good afternoon.
Hi, good afternoon.
All three of you going to speak today?
Yes, we will.
Okay, I'm going to give you a little more time than 3 minutes. How about that? Okay.
Okay, sure.
Now
That
take your
works.
time. Don't be nervous. You're going to serve as a role model to all your colleagues here. Okay. Go ahead.
Okay. Good morning or good afternoon, everyone. My name is Amber Santiago Rojas. I am a student at Engineering and Science University Magnet School in New Haven. I'm also a Semilla Collective and New Haven Immigrants Coalition member. I'm here today because our schools are in crisis and it's time to act. Every year, we have to fight for necessities, things that should be granted or guaranteed in a state so wealthy as Connecticut. Underfunding isn't just numbers, it's our reality. At my school, we've had to cancel activities and field trips, not because we don't want to learn outside the classroom, but because there's simply not enough money for it. The bathrooms sometimes smell like sewage, making it unbearable to focus in class as the odor persists through the building. And some of the doors for the bathrooms will unlock once they're shut. And we just have to deal with it. These things may seem small on paper, but when they happen every single day, it sends a message that we don't matter enough to fix. And while other high schools in our district have libraries, we don't. The closest thing we have are the small bookshelves in our English teachers' classrooms. How are we supposed to develop a love for reading, study for research projects, or even have a quiet place to work when we don't have a library? A real library should not be a privilege, it should be a given. Our teachers are paying the price, literally. It's not just the students who feel this. Our teachers are using their own money to buy supplies such as lined paper, printing paper, markers, and colored pencils, and the list goes on. Supplies that the school should be able to provide. They already give us their time, energy, and their commitment. Why are they also expected to give us their paychecks just so that we can have the basics? The answer is because they love us. And yet, instead of making sure students and teachers have what they need, SB 1511 sends funding outside schools. That is not the solution. We don't need money taken away from our classrooms, we need it invested in them. We need an education system that works for us, and the funds that can do that, should make it possible. In New Haven, we receive about $10,000 less per student than other districts. That's fewer resources, fewer opportunities, and fewer chances for students like me and my peers to succeed. 1 in 5 students in English is learning English, yet there aren't enough programs or teachers to support them. How is that setting them up for success? We live in one of the richest states in the richest country in the world, but when you talk about having money in schools, suddenly we are no longer wealthy. This is about justice, not money. Every year, we're forced to fundraise just to afford basic senior events like prom and end-of-the-year activities. This is supposed to be a time to celebrate, and every year we are told that the state doesn't have enough to fully fund our schools. But that's not true. The money is there. It's just not going to where it's needed. We don't need another outside program to keep students connected. We need basics, functioning facilities, enough teachers, and the resources to succeed. I want to remind you that for some students, a popular education is the only thing that they have to succeed and have a better life. I urge you, not just as a student, but as someone who cares about the future of this state, to invest in us. Fund our schools and we will thrive. Ignore us and you're telling an entire generation that we don't matter. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your testimony. Go ahead.
Co-Chair McCoy, Co-Chair Leeper, and members of the Education Committee. Hello, I'm Janiley Colon, a student representative on the New Haven Board of Education and a proud student at High School in the Community, or HSC. I'm here today to speak in support of SB 1511, an act concerning disconnected youth. On behalf of all HSC students here today, I would like to share some stories about how a lack of funding has negatively impacted our high school experience. Since starting high school, all of us had personal experiences with the poor quality of our buildings and other facilities. As a result of underfunding, students I know, like Fatima, have to be concerned about dangerous leaks in the chemistry room each time it rains, putting students at risk when we work with chemicals that could be damaged by these leaks. Jafet says when it rains, we shouldn't have to worry about our second floor ceilings leaking constantly. Ashley says the mold in the ceiling could potentially become hazardous to our learning experience. Isaac explains that students see our school like trash, and so they treat it like trash. Emiliana is worried about our building being able to endure the increasing numbers of storms caused by climate change. I agree with my fellow students that our schools are currently in horrible condition, and we need to do something about it. As students, we know we deserve better. We know we should be focused on SATs and college apps, not leaky roofs and moldy classrooms. Adding more funding, as proposed in this bill, will help us be able to focus on what really matters in school, learning. Diana says in our current system, children who grow up in wealthier towns inevitably receive more financial support. In the eyes of the state, why should a child in one district be worth more money than a child in another district? Our neighboring town, Hamden, receives $3,000 more per pupil funds. Towns like Greenwich receive about $6,000 more than NHPS. Because many universities in New Haven have exemption from property taxes, the city of New Haven and NHPS don't receive as much local funding as other cities and school districts. We, the students, shouldn't bear these effects, which is why Connecticut's billion-dollar surplus should be used to benefit our district by fixing our schools and giving us more equitable opportunities. Connecticut is one of the richest states, yet our schools don't reflect that. Our district wants the best for our students, and they can only do so much with the funds they have. We want all students to attend a public school where they can flourish, and this can't happen without adequate funding. On behalf of my school and all the students I represent, I support the additional funding in SB 1511. With this funding, we can help students not only stay connected in their schools, but thrive in them. Thank you for hearing from me today.
All right, let's see if I can be heard. Good afternoon. My name is Peyton Goodwin. I will be filling in for Jack, who is not here currently. I'm a student at Cooperative Arts and Humanities High School at Co-op in New Haven. I'm also a member of Co-op Student Council, having position as the junior class communications officer. I will also be testifying on Senate Bill SB 1511, an act concerning disconnected youth. As a student, I know that students are connected within their learning, but rather some of the issues within our schools are disconnecting them. Firstly, we need consistent teachers within our facilities. I know that at co-op, sometimes many teachers leave the school only for classes to be left with permanent subs for the rest of the school year. These teachers, who we as students are meant to form relations with, leave due to the lack of pay from the district. And due to the lack of pay, students lose their education. Students cannot learn in an environment where teachers are constantly leaving due to not making enough to support themselves or their families. Personally, I can connect with this. During my sophomore year, my English teacher left halfway throughout the school year because he got a position in New York that paid far more than New Haven could. He left in January, and I didn't get a new official English teacher until the end of May. The loss of a teacher hindered my peers and my own writing skills. Students deserve an education, and teachers deserve enough money to make a living. Secondly, the conditions of the buildings are in need of improvement. At Co-op, there are several mice living within the walls and crawling across the floors. There are several floor tiles missing, toilets missing or broken, as well as even a student falling from the ceiling. Even with the funds that we have now, it's hard to improve this, so imagine how much worse it would be if our funds are taken from us. As a leader in my school, I want to ensure the safety of my peers, but we cannot ensure student safety or comfort if there are broken ceilings and mice within our school. Thirdly, as one of the richest countries and counties in the state, we have one of the lowest money per student ratio, staying around 20K per student. This is lower than Guilford's money per student, as well as Greenwich. What doesn't help us even more is due to Yale owning most of the buildings. Okay.
Summarize, please summarize.
Okay. Most of the buildings, it basically means that our district doesn't get as much tax money as other districts do, which can hinder our classes. To close, if these issues are fixed, I know that many students that you are concerned that are disconnected will connect again with many of the already intended students. I hope that we can work together to fund all public schools across Connecticut because our schools need to be funded. I urge you to make this a priority this year. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, and thank you guys for your testimony and your advocacy for your schools and for funding. Yeah, you touched on a lot of subjects that we've been talking about this year in school, including teachers leaving for better pay, all those things that we're trying to reconcile this legislative session. But again, I really appreciate you young people coming here and testifying on behalf of not only for yourself as you being the president of a member of the board, representative, but for your classmates also. And we've taken everything you're saying into consideration. There's only so much money we have, but no one should have to go to schools that are in that condition. Before I go on, I think asking questions, you guys, if you can't find a seat, we have extra seating in room 1D. If you just go to 1D, there's an overflow room in 1D, because we definitely can't have you standing up. Any questions? We don't have a question, but a comment from my colleague, Representative Zucks.
Thank you. Thank you for coming today. My daughter's friend actually goes to your school. But I do appreciate you coming up and advocating. And no one should have to go in schools. I've been into schools where it is a disgrace, and I kind of wish y'all were here earlier to talk to, so commissioners and all could hear you. I think that they know that. But one of you, I said, if you go to a school that's not that's broken and all these things, then people consider that okay, and they don't take care of it either. And I agree with you, it's extremely important. So thank you for coming. I would just, one little suggestion, I would look at all the funding sources that you talked about, because some of them are a little different, but all schools need funding. We need to really look at education, and thank you for coming.
Oh, I'm sorry. Rep. Wielander.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Hold on, wait. What? One more.
Sorry. Thank you for being here today. I agree with basically everything that you said, and the importance of funding and supporting our teachers and making sure this building is safe and actually pleasant to be in. But I wanted to touch upon something that I'm not sure if Amber said it or not. Amber? No?
That's me.
That's you? I'm not sure. One of you mentioned that another outside group or organization isn't what you need right now. Was it John Lee? Maybe you said it. That what you needed was funding.
Funding should be centered towards schools.
Okay. Okay. Just wanted to double check that because I think I agree because sometimes people we all know within our own communities what you actually need. So sometimes having another group or organization coming in and saying, this is how to fix a disconnected youth issue isn't actually the best way to do it. And it's not the most efficient and it doesn't actually get to the root of the problem. So with that, I actually have, my other question is, if we were to take a magic wand and be able to address the issues that you stated today, is there another factor? And if you can't answer it right now, because don't worry about it, but if there's another factor that you feel would help address this problem that maybe we aren't seeing, if there's something that would help students not feel neglected or disconnected, to use the term of the bill. Is there anything that you can think of that we could start addressing?
I mean, ideally, in an ideal world, like also New Haven, we have a lot of poor areas like New Hallville and Fairhaven, and the reason why it's poor is a lot of kids that live in those areas. Sometimes their parents work a lot of jobs, so education is also it's at school, but it's also at home. And if kids don't have attention from their parents, not because their parents don't want to give them attention, but because they simply can't, then it's also like that's where we also lack. So I guess in an ideal world, like if ideally we could have a situation where those parents didn't have to work 3 or 5 jobs and they could only work one, so they could give the attention to their kids so that the education not only happens in school but also at home, that would be another factor that would help. But I know that's another issue.
Thank you so much. I think it's such a great point though, because it's another point, it's another topic, but it's all connected. And one of the key determining factors for student success is family involvement. And so if you aren't able to go home and just have downtime and be with your family and have your parents help you, or just be able to focus on your schoolwork and they don't have to do multiple jobs, that is a success for everyone. So thank you for making that point and thank you for being here today. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, guys. Also appreciate your obviously deep thinking on this and the way all of these issues are connected and how they impact you, right, at the end of the day. So thank you.
Madam Chair.
Oh, I'm so sorry. Representative Comey?
Thank you. Thanks, kids, for coming out. In full disclosure, my son also goes to co-op. So I just wanted to, you talked a lot about the building, and I know that, in many schools, the buildings are falling apart, or in co-op's case, it was redone and never quite finished to the capacity that it should be.
Yeah, we are currently 200 students over the capacity of the building.
Yeah, and the other thing I want to ask you about is the academics. I happen to know that your chemistry labs are not up to snuff in the sense that you may not be able to do a full, you may not be able to do chemistry projects that other districts and other students get to do. So can you talk about your classroom and academic experiences?
Of course. So with co-op and speaking on the science classrooms, I know a lot of the materials that we use are funded from the teachers themselves and not the district, at least in our classrooms. So most of the projects are obviously the teachers, but the materials as well. So they usually have to do more simple stuff so they can actually afford the projects and how to teach the topic. But for other classrooms, I know that a lot of the classroom doors, they don't lock and such, and are just, while we do have a library, a lot of the books are outdated and such. And I know they're increasingly trying to fix that problem, and it is working, but it's also English teachers aren't given newer copies of the book. So we are working with books that are currently falling apart, so that most English teachers are using their salaries to buy newer books for their students. And then, yeah, it's just a lot of the classrooms have walls with holes in them as well, which is how the rats are getting out as well. Or sorry, mice, not rats, but this is how they're getting out as well.
Thank you. Thank you, Peyton.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Representative Johnson, I just want to say these students are incredible, but we want to hear from all the students, and I think they have a bus leaving. At
I
a
know they
specific
always try
time.
to stop me from talking, but
No, just
I'm always
just
the
to
one to
give
say,
all
"Oh,
of
good
the
enough,
students an
Representative
opportunity.
Johnson." But I couldn't help it. I was listening to your testimony, and I had to come down and say hello to you. And thank you so much for talking about the problems that you're faced with respect to the buildings. One of the things I'm wondering about is, are you familiar with the fact that the towns own the buildings for your schools? And have you spoken with your town council or the town, the council people, whatever form of town government you have, about the conditions in the schools?
Who specifically like
You would talk to first, you have a mayor or first selectman, and then maybe you could get on the agenda to speak to them, because one of the things that has to happen to fix the schools, because the towns own the buildings. So I just want to make sure you're aware of that. And if they don't understand what's going on, then they may not, have the wherewithal to get together and do something about these conditions. These are horrible conditions. And I know that other towns that are focused on the conditions of their school buildings actually do make these types of repairs. So I would start, this is great that you're here and talking about these things, but I would organize your students and your teachers to go to the town and speak to them about the conditions of the buildings, because this is, and then hear what we do here in our education committee is we actually bond for the renovations. Now, in towns where you have a referendum on fixing the buildings, a lot of times they go to referendum and the people in the town vote it down because they don't want to spend any more money on the buildings. So you'd have to work with your town to organize if they do have a referendum situation. Now, this is all about town rule, home rule. So that's one of the reasons you're in the situation where a lot of the people who are very low income have some of these problems. But the state has a statute it's called home rule, and a lot of the towns that have a lot of wealth make sure that they don't have any interference with that. So I just want to make sure you understand where you are, and I can't, it's been fabulous testimony, and I thank you so much, Madam Chair, as you're about ready to tell me I've said enough.
I will
Thank you.
just say believe these students are from New Haven, and we have the mayor joining us later, so you can direct those comments maybe to the mayor.
Well, they've got to organize the group. As we all know, we need a group. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Thank you, guys. Next, we have Nikayla Isaac, Jedalise Garrett, Jemiah Willis. And again, if I mispronounce your name, please just correct me.
Just step up and give us your name and give us your testimony. We're going to try to give you more than 3 minutes to get done.
Hi, sorry. My name is Jedalise Garrett.
Try to speak into that mic.
Sorry, my name is Jedalise Garrett. I am a student leader, athlete, and community activist, and I'm here today to testify in support of SB 1511 because underfunded and understaffed schools in New London and across Connecticut are failing students and putting our futures at risk. Despite the state's budget surplus, our schools continue to struggle with teacher shortages and lack of resources, leaving students without the support they need. I've experienced this firsthand, and it's time we address these issues to ensure every student has access to the quality education they deserve. First, we must acknowledge the reality. 12% of students in New London are homeless, and 90% come from low-income households. Schools are not just places of learning. They are safe havens where parents trust that their children will grow into well-rounded individuals. Yet without proper staffing and funding, that trust is broken and students are left without the support they need to succeed. Students go through all of this while spending the entirety of their days without the proper resources and support in a district and state that knows they are in need. For years, students in New London have endured chronic teacher shortages, with entire classes left without consistent instruction. I personally face a revolving door of substitutes leading to academic struggles, not because I lacked the ability, but because there was no stability in the classroom. This inconsistency contributed to poor attendance as students lost faith in a system that was supposed to prepare them for the future. Meanwhile, Connecticut holds a record-setting $4.1 billion budget reserve, yet schools like mine struggle to hire and retain qualified educators. Wealthier districts offer better salaries and working conditions, pulling teachers away from lower-income schools. In fact, 71% of teacher vacancies statewide are in alliance districts like New London, which serve nearly half of Connecticut's students. Teachers, counselors, and wellness staff are stretched thin, doing everything they can with too little. Without additional funding, students in crisis continue to slip through the cracks. The consequences of underfunding education are clear. When students don't have qualified teachers, they fall behind. When teachers are overworked and underpaid, they leave. And when schools can't meet the needs of their students, entire communities suffer. Thank you. Hello, my name is Kamaya. I'm a 10th grade student athlete at New London High School. I'm here to testify to support the SB 1511, which could support the financial needs of our school district. Imagine beginning your day by getting on the bus of high school students sitting three to a seat. It can be overwhelming to find a safe place to sit. Since I started high school, the buses have been a problem. It's getting out of hand. People are sitting in the aisle. Many students have to walk if there's no more space. And this is a safety concern and could cause anxiety and stress among students, affecting affecting their focus and well-being, both are which crucial for effective learning. This can reduce the ability to concentrate and participate actively in class. This is causing attendance and issues which can negatively affect students' academic performance. In 2023, 1 out of every 3 New London students was chronically absent. SB 1511 can support funding after-school programs. After-school programs provide safe spaces and enrichment activities and support for students' academic and emotional development. I play basketball as a way to decompress from things I may not want to talk about if I don't want to talk to a wellness interventionist. If budgeting is cut and these positions are cut, outside of basketball, how am I supposed to express myself? To be honest, it only makes me think about my peers and who aren't athletic. How are they supposed to manage schools? How are they supposed to manage school when our community and school system is setting us up for failure? Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Elvis Herrera, and I'm speaking on behalf of Nikayla Isaac, a senior at New London High School who's a strong advocate within both her school and city community. I am also speaking as a student and a lifelong resident of New London. In our city, there are extremely important and well-funded services, such as our sports department, our pathways, and our free lunch programs. Even so, New London High School has urgent needs, and there has been an ongoing battle regarding our education budget. Over the past 2 years, the City Council has cut the education budget once again, even though it has never properly reflected our needs. We are at risk of losing wellness supports for mental health services that are crucial for our students. I converse with people on a daily basis who specifically need services like wellness interventionists or guidance supports. A lot of my friends do not have anyone at home to assist them with mental health services. When the school budget gets cut, mental health services are the first thing on the chopping block. Additionally, the buses, especially in the mornings, are a huge problem. As I walk onto the bus, I have to look for a seat, except there are none. I have to look for any seat that already has 2 people sitting in it, making it a 3-seater. This is extremely unsafe and dangerous. Some kids physically cannot get on a bus that's packed to the aisles and would rather stay home. This leads to poor attendance, with New London High School having a 33% chronic absence rate, which contributes to the 68% graduation rate in a state where the average is 88.4%. That means 1 in 3 of all our students are chronically absent. And if that isn't bad enough, we are at risk of budget cuts that would further shrink our busing capacity. It is our hope that the legislators today will hear our concerns and fulfill their responsibility to take action that will result in direct benefit to our students. When you invest in the youth, you invest in the whole community. Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you for your testimony and all three, your advocacy for yourselves and for your colleagues and your friends, and especially in the area of mental health. That really struck a chord to me when you said that. You know, a lot of your friends come to school, and you know, and I know, and they need those mental health services. And when we reduce budgets, that's probably one of the areas where the cuts are made. So again, thank you for your testimony. We'll make sure we're reminded of that when we put services in our schools. Sometimes it's those other services beyond the teacher, what the teacher provide, that the students will really need, and encourage them to come. And I'm sorry to hear about your transportation issues on those buses, man. Man, it's tough. Had to sit between those buses. All right. Thank you very much. Any questions? Representative Johnson, I see you have a question or a
I
comment.
do. Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. And I just wanted to thank you for being here and thank the activity of the people in New London, the students in New London, because this is the second time I've seen a group from New London. You came to appropriations last year. I don't know if it was you, but people from from your school did. And you were talking about how the ARPA money had really helped with behavioral health issues. I just wondered if you could talk about how the loss of ARPA money, I think that's what you're saying now. If you could just talk a little bit about that cut your town is making and what is happening or what your concerns are, if you still remember that or if that was part of the discussion.
Sorry, can I just ask you to rephrase the question? I'm a bit confused at what you're asking.
Certainly, we had special money that came in because of COVID.
Right, ARPA.
And people came in and testified from the New London school system last year, and they talked about how it had helped with behavioral health. And there was a lot of a calming influence by having some people in there that were therapists and people that your students could go to, and you saw a difference in the behavior of the students. And I didn't know if you had any more commentary on that.
Yes, I personally, I've seen more of a difference. Things have been getting much better when it comes to mental health and support that we have in schools. Students have mostly, I would say, because I can't speak for the entire population of the school, but the amount of people that I know in the school, which is almost everyone, has a relationship with all of those people and enjoy their time that they spend with them. And yeah, it's been it's gotten a lot better since last year.
Wonderful. That's kind of what I wanted to have the committee hear, is the impact that additional services would have in your school. And the loss of those services will bring you back to where you were, which is a distraction. And one of the reasons why I think anyway, that we're having trouble getting people to graduate. If you have any more commentary on that, if you think that that's part of the problem. And the homeless situation, somebody there mentioned the homeless situation, and whether or not the students who are homeless sometimes they're affected because they get post-traumatic stress from being homeless. And I didn't know if you had any comments on that.
Well, when it comes to the graduation rate, I believe that issue starts with teachers and our retention rate with teachers, because you can't necessarily keep students in a classroom that there's nothing for them to do in. So I think it starts with teachers. Once we have things for them to do in class, then it'll get easier from there, in my opinion.
Great. Thank you all.
Thank
You
you.
so much for your great testimony. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Thank you for your testimony. Up next, we have Voodoo Smart, followed by who? Jack Grinley. Voodoo Smart, followed by Jack Grinley. No? No Buddha? Oh, come on. There he is. Jack Grinley, you're up next. Jack, followed by John Carlos.
Hello, my name is Badu Smart, and I'm a Hill House High School senior. Today I will be testifying on the Senate Bill SB 1511. Disconnect. During my freshman year of high school, I came into school with the interest of studying health science as like one of my main interests. But as a result, I wanted to challenge myself freshman year by taking on biology honors. But there was one issue with that. My school had no teacher teaching biology honors at the time, and when I was placed into the classroom, I stayed there for half a year without a teacher until I was ultimately put back into a standard biology class. And it wasn't because I couldn't handle the rigor of the class, but it was because our school was understaffed. A missing teacher isn't just an inconvenience, it's a missed opportunity for learning. Now imagine that same scenario repeating itself, but for other core classes. Now that was just in my school, but in other schools around New Haven, um think about all the other New Haven public school districts who lack teachers. A Yale study in 2022 explains that 81 teachers across 44 campuses are we're lacking in. But today, New Haven Public School Districts has 77 classroom teachers vacancies, but 72 of them are in core classes like math, science, and special education. These are core classes that every student should have the right to, and I feel like everyone should have the best education possible. Students shouldn't have to suffer academically because of a shortage that's out of their control, because these students are going to be their future lawyers, teachers, doctors, etc. Mind you, Connecticut is one of the richest states in the country with its ratio in education. Um, And with Connecticut's $1.6 billion surplus, I feel like we do have the resources and tools to actually maintain our teachers and provide them with like better salaries um, to just keep our teachers. And I really hope that we can work together to make this possible. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Smart, for your testimony. And and one of the things you hit on very well, and I want the public to know that you're supposed to take an advanced biology course. You said,
Yeah.
right? And you are capable, you are ready to do it, but you did not have a teacher.
Yeah.
Right? Thank you for saying that, because and then you go off to college or somewhere, and you're required to compete with others from other school districts, from other states that probably had a school of advanced biology teacher, right?
Yeah.
And we put you up against them, and the results come out their way, and then we complain, look, he's not capable. No, he's very capable. He didn't have the resources. He had the ability, but didn't have the resources. So thank you for putting that out there for people to know. It's not that you don't have the ability, you don't have the resources as everyone else to compete. So again, thank you for advocating for yourself, and thank you for your testimony. Any questions? Representative Johnson, you have a question?
A question. Yes.
A means one.
A question.
There you go.
Thank you so much for your testimony. And I just wondered, what was the name of the school that you were in that did that?
Hill House.
That was Hill House. Thank you so much. Thank you,
All
Mr.
right.
Chair.
Next up, we have Jack Grinley, followed by John Carlos, followed by Crystal Augury.
Morning. So I would be filling in for Jack Grinley because he unfortunately could not be here today.
Okay.
My name is Andy Chen, and I'm from Metropolitan Business Academy from New Haven. Right. Good morning, esteemed peers and honorable legislators. Today, I'm here today in support of SB 1511, an act concerning disconnected youth. I stand before you today because I believe in the promise of education, a promise that every child in New Haven and other areas deserves to see fulfilled no matter what school they attend or what neighborhood they call home. Right now, that promise is being broken. The uneven distribution of funding across our public schools is leaving too many students far behind. I've seen it firsthand. Just a couple weeks ago at Metropolitan Business Academy, we didn't have working heat. As you guys might imagine, most kids don't show up to school with a full parka or any winter jacket for that regard. They show up in a hooded sweatshirt. And guess what? Many of us got sick. I still have a lingering cough. Many of my friends still have a lingering cough. And a full day without heat, it was actually colder inside the building than outside. Our school has 4 floors, yet we don't have access to bathrooms on each floor. There are bathrooms on each level, whether that's the men's bathroom or the ladies' bathroom, that have signs outside that say that we need to wait for a plumber, or that we don't have the key, or a variety of other issues. Get the point. Instead of focusing on learning, we have to waste time running down flights of stairs just to find a working facility. And we're not alone. Students at schools such as Wilbur Cross, High School in the Community, and Career, they all see the same cracks in the walls. They watch the same leaks dripping from the ceiling, and they experience the same empty classrooms when there aren't enough teachers. They feel the same biting cold when the heating fails. Meanwhile, just a few miles away, students in wealthier districts have access to the newest technology. They have abundance of teachers, which they poach from our public schools. They have the state-of-art facilities, and they have really well-funded extracurricular programs. People criticize school systems such as New Haven. Why is it failing? They ask why literacy rates are low, why our average SAT is around 800, while other districts average maybe 1,200. Well, the answer is simple. It's inequitable funding. It widens the gap between the represented and the underrepresented. It's the difference between the privileged and the disadvantaged. The solution starts with a funding model that distributes resources based on need and not just property taxes. We all know that there are underrepresented communities, and the reason why they're underrepresented is the lack of funding, and that's due to these property taxes that other fellow students such as me have described, which is universities locally or churches or other similar related areas that dodge taxes. We need legislation that ensures urban districts receive adequate state support to fix our buildings, to hire more teachers, and to provide students with the tools they need to succeed. We need you to push for equitable education funding and a formula that prioritizes underprivileged schools, not just New Haven, but across Connecticut.
You can take a minute to summarize.
Yes. I'm not here just to envy Westport or Greenwich. I'm here to demand fairness for New Haven. We need a funding model that doesn't punish students for where they live for. We need investments that meet our needs, more teachers, safer buildings, real opportunities. Our students are just as capable, just as hardworking, and just as deserving. So let's give them a fighting chance. Thank you.
Wonderful. Thank you so much. I appreciate you coming and sharing your experience. And you're right, every student is just as deserving. So thank you. Next, we have John Carlos, followed by Crystal.
Hello, everyone. I'm John Carlos Serrano Musser, student representative on the New Haven Board of Education, and I'm here with my fellow 80 NHPS students. We come to the state capitol not only because it is our duty as citizens to engage in the civic process, but the conditions of our education are critical enough for us to miss a full day of learning and demand change. Our education has taught us that America was intended to stand on a pillar of equity. What is no better example than public education, an institution that recognizes the power of learning and how it become a great equalizer regardless of shortcomings. That was at least the idea of Horace Mann, the American father of education. Our education has taught us that our country is failing to uphold its promise of equity and failing to support institutions critical to the American dream. We have learned this not from a teacher, but from our experience as New Haven public school students. Equity recognizes people have different problems and thus different levels of support. 1 out of every 5 students in New Haven public schools is learning English as a first language. In the 2023-2024 school year, 1,084 students were homeless, according to EdSite, and many more suffer from economic hardship. How can I reconcile my district's struggles, the struggles of children, the struggles of our fellow humans, with the fact students in New Haven Public School receive nearly $1,000 less than the state average for the per pupil funding statistic? Districts like Greenwich and Westport, places with median incomes is over $100,000, spend nearly $10,000 more per student. Is this equity? At 7:40 a.m. this morning, we left behind schools that struggle with mold in their facilities, leaky roofs, and keeping teachers in their classroom. Now we come to the state government that sits on billions of dollars in budget surplus that oversees one of the richest states and the richest countries in the world and asks, what will you do when you hear the stories of my fellow students? If you're a lawmaker, will you water America's roots in equity or nurture the widening gap between the struggling and the advantaged? But I also like to say that, New Haven Public Schools students have also gone to local government before. We're not going straight to the state government. I've talked to Matt Wilcox. Matt Wilcox is the Chief Financial Officer on the New Haven Board of Education. I serve on the New Haven Board of Education. The mayor rode in on the train with us to the state capitol, right? We are not like completely ignoring the fact that the city owns the buildings. Of course we know that. We also aren't gonna ignore the fact that almost 1/4 of our funding comes from the federal government, and that the Department of Education, under the control of Linda McMahon, is looking at being eliminated. And with that funding, the gap widens. Greenwich, Westport will have still more funding than us, and somehow New Haven, a struggling district, will lose out on it. All we are asking is that the state continues to contribute its already large portion of its contributions to per pupil funding, which if you look at the stat, I think the state contributes more per pupil funding than local property taxes, because as you know, New Haven is owned 50% by nonprofits, and nonprofits don't pay taxes. And so if you don't pay taxes, then you lose out on 50% of your income that you could use to fund public schools. All we are asking is that the state, which for what, the 4th year, and I know you guys don't have control of fiscal guardrails, I completely recognize that, but it's hard for me and my fellow students to reconcile the fact that for the 4th year we have broken a surplus record, and sits on billions of dollars, and yet we have leaky roofs, and we have no teachers in our classrooms, and we are struggling with rats while a district 30 minutes away is leaving a completely different reality. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your passionate and also incredibly informed testimony. You're a really powerful advocate for your community, and they're lucky to have you. And I think you're touching on exactly all of the challenges we will be continuing to talk about for the rest of the session, but it's especially powerful coming from you guys who are living this inequity. I don't know if anyone has a question for you, but really grateful you came here today. Thank you. Next, we have Crystal Aguirre. And apologies again if I mispronounced it. Thank you. And if there are students in 1D, you guys can start to make your way over here. All right, next, Lewis M. Connor. All right, Jamie Nicholson. No. Brandon Martinez. Are you Brandon? Wonderful, thanks. Yep. All right. Okay. All right, Brandon, we'll do Brandon. We'll come back to Jamie. No, appreciate it. Thank you. Go ahead, sir.
Hi, my name is Brandon Martinez. I am a junior at Metropolitan Business Academy. I am testifying on Senate Bill SB 1511. As a student, I know some things we need to feel connected to our school. Metropolitan is an amazing school, and so is Wilbur Cross. I went to Cross for my freshman year, and there's too many problems. We have leaking roofs, mold on some of the walls, and outdated technology. I played football for Cross. I want to feel safe. I want to have proper equipment. When we're doing contact, I want to have equipment that's going to keep me safe. I transferred to Metro. It's pretty much the same thing. Leaky roofs, water fountains not working, mold on the walls. And Metro, Cross, we need a lot of funding. There's not really, let's say I'm in class, I want to use the bathroom. The bathrooms are closed. We need a plumber. The school doesn't have enough funding. And, it really hurts to see that because I'm a junior. I graduate in 1 year. I want to see my fellow future classmates to have better stuff than me. I want to see them succeed in any way possible. Um, and that's why I'm here today to tell you, we need more funding. I care about my future classmates. I care about their education. I want them to do better than me in any way possible. Um, Metro and Cross, um, really love those schools. Um, Metropolitan has really changed me in many ways, educationally, mentally, because they help me. They have resources I need, but sometimes they can't give me those resources because they can't afford it. And when I play football for Cross, my coach is always telling me, "Hey, Brandon, I'm gonna have to give you the same helmet we gave you last year because they don't have enough fundings for new equipment, new tackle gear, stuff like that." Um, I want to be able to help my school out in any way possible. Um, yeah.
Thank you, Brendan, for that questions. Representative Zepkis.
Thank you. Thank you for coming. And thank you for sharing how it affects you. It's really important to hear that. The mayor of New Haven is coming this afternoon. Well, later on, I hope he will still come and testify. And I'm writing down all of these points for him because it is not right that you would have to go to school in those environments. And I mean, there's a lot of money questions. And so I can't wait to ask him those questions. But thank you for sharing because it's important that he does answer those questions for you and all of your fellow colleagues. So thank you.
Thank you for your time.
You have one more question, I think, Brandon. Sorry.
Yeah, sorry.
Representative Dauphiné.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just thank you for being here to testify today. My question is, you talked about two schools, Cross and Metropolitan. Are those both public schools? Because I was a little confused.
Yeah, they're both New Haven public schools. Um, Metro, I went across first for my freshman year. I
Okay.
transferred over to Cross in the middle of my sophomore year.
Okay, so you have a choice? Is that how it is, or how is it set up? I'm just trying to understand. You went to one and then went to another in the middle of a year?
Yeah, because Cross felt like Metro had more resources for me to help me out educationally. And since my sister goes there, I'd rather be safe next to my sister, while she's helping me out because she's right now a senior. But she's also struggling because she doesn't have the latest technology. And that's why I'm kind of here because my sister's gonna graduate without the proper resources she needs. I want my classmates to have anything they want, any technology they need. But yeah,
Thank you. Thank you for that answer and clarity. Thank you.
thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Thanks so much, Brandon, for being
Thank
with
you.
us today.
Thank you.
I think we have Lewis next.
Hello.
Hello.
Oh, am I seen?
Yeah, you're good.
All right. Good afternoon to all the distinguished members of the Education Committee. My name is Louis McConnor, and I am an 18-year-old senior that goes to Wilby High School, as well as a member of Let Youth Lead. I'm testifying for SB 1511 that revolves around the issues of disconnected youth. I feel like we need a lot more financial help and a lot more resources to help the youth be more connected with the community. A broken education system will create a broken youth. I understand what it means to go through things like sacrifice and whatnot. Not too long ago, my own house burned down in a fire that was intentional. It's not just me who goes through these issues every day in our day-to-day lives. There's other things that have to be talked about, opportunities, resources. I've taken care of my little sisters from my own mother when she was working. I want to, oh, I'm so nervous. I want to bring up upon investing into other programs like Let Youth Lead. I want to be able to talk to you guys right now, even though it's virtually through the screen. If it wasn't, up to Let Youth Lead, so I'm incredibly thankful for that. I want better teachers. My school will be. We need better teachers. Teachers can talk to you and they can stray away from you, but they won't teach you. The youth need better resources like learning how to do marketing and culinary so they can prep themselves for the reality that they're gonna throw themselves into in the future. I would like it if we were built up from something rather to become nothing in the end. It would make things more fair and equitable to my community in Waterbury. I'm finished. I'm sorry.
Thank you so much for sharing your testimony with us. I don't see any questions for you, so have a great afternoon.
You as well.
Next, we have the Minority Leader of the House, Vincent Candelora. Thanks for being with us. Faster than anticipated.
Yes. Thank you, Chairman Leeper, ranking members Upkiss, and all the members of the Education Committee. I'm here to lend my perspectives on Senate Bill 1 and Senate Bill 1511, dealing with disconnected youth. I think all of us obviously are concerned about this important issue. And, you know, I've had the experience and the pleasure of going to some of the panels that were put on by CCM and meeting with various organizations that provide different levels of services. And I do appreciate the intent of these bills. And I just want to say, I think we have to sort of refrain from too much bureaucracy. I think when we're looking at trying to meet this moment and help these children, we should really look to the communities that are already doing the job. And I point to in my testimony, in particular, Domus, that operates out of Stanford, that are in the public school systems. They're purely a nonprofit. They don't get a line item in their budget, but they've had incredible success rates with disconnected youth. And it's not a surprise. What they're doing is actually going into the homes, interacting with the kids, finding what their needs are and meeting those needs. They have individuals that are literally out in the streets of Stanford that go into areas where they know that kids might congregate and get into trouble and have conversations with them. They sort of provide an arm for the family, for supporting them. And I think those are the programs that we should be looking at to try to support. We could have all the data in the world, but I think without those on the ground boots training, we're not going to see a lot of success. And so I think we should be looking toward those agencies. You know, even at the local level, you know, I visited our FRC program in East Haven. They're in the homes and the communities, teaching families how to be parents, you know, teaching the mothers and fathers how to interact with the school system before they're even entering into kindergarten. Because we take for granted that people understand how to navigate those nuances. And depending on your upbringing and your socioeconomic background, those foundations aren't there. And I think those are the programs that we should focus on. My one concern, obviously, in SB1 that is developing this, you know, off-budget early childhood trust fund. I think we've got to take a look at that and try to bring it online. I'm concerned that the funding mechanism of it is sort of surplus dollars that may or may not be here. And if those dollars aren't there in a given year, those resources won't be there. And I think we have to do a better job institutionalizing a funding stream for early childhood. I think this issue also goes to Medicaid reimbursement for birth to 3. When we talk about those rates and the programs that families are getting to identify, for instance, autism at an early age and get them into appropriate programs for their development, we've missed the boat, I think, on funding those programs. And so I just hope we take a broader approach of looking at what we have right now, where our shortcomings are, and try to fill in those gaps. And I think those sort of are certainly the areas that we should look at. And I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you so much for being here. Also, I heard maybe is today your birthday?
Yes.
Happy birthday.
Thank you.
Thanks for sharing it with us. Representative Zupkis.
Thank you. Yes, happy birthday,
Thank you.
Representative Candelora. You know, thank you for your testimony because I agree with you. I guess no one's surprised at that, but I do agree. I mean,
No, I'm surprised. No, go ahead.
maybe. Um, but you know, early childhood is extremely important. And as you were talking, and I was talking to some of my colleagues, you know, there's so many, and a lot of the students were just here in New Haven. I've been into those schools, and there's more than just trying to get a kindergartner who came from a horrific situation to learn to read. We need to focus on getting them to a point where they can learn. And so I do appreciate your testimony. The money concerns me as well. Senator Looney and Senator Duff were here earlier, and I made that comment that you know how do we fund all of these things? And because you know teachers want money, parents, all these people want money, and this is if we're going to fund so much to special ed, what about? So what are your thoughts?
Yeah, I think something to put on the table is the fact that we have that baby bonds program, and what that program is, if you think about it, it's well over $300 million that is essentially sitting in an account where people are registering at birth, and the money doesn't get into anyone's hands until they turn 18 years of age. So we've identified a group that are born into poverty, and then we're going to say you need to reach the age of 18 before you get a $3,500 check. I would suggest to take that 300 million and repurpose it for early childhood programs, especially the birth to 3. When you talk to anybody administering those programs, a lot of people are getting out of them because they can't afford to run the programs they need to run because those Medicaid adjustments haven't been made. So I think there's ways we could reinvent what we're doing. And I know we all hold on to programs, dearly because we might have been the author of them and we don't want to let them go. But I think it's time for us to try to think outside the box and really look at those programs and say, maybe we could repurpose it and get people services, at an earlier age when they need it. And I know there's going to be people here from Domus testifying. I'm certainly biased to that program only because I know about it. But they're great individuals to talk to of what they're actually doing in Stanford for those kids.
Great, thank you, Madam Chair.
Representative Haynes, and then Representative Dauphiné, then Representative Reddington Hughes.
Happy birthday.
Thanks.
Thanks for being here. Thank you, Madam Chair. Can you talk a little bit more about the program where you said that there's people that are actually going into homes and working with parents? It's interesting. And part of my question is, how do they identify those families? So how do those families get that opportunity to have somebody come in and work with them? And I think that, to your point about funding that in such a way, again, the baby bonds, what a great idea to help right now. Plus that $3,500 now is not going to be what it is in 18 years either. So we're actually just on a losing, end of money there. But if we put that into this early childhood, it makes a lot of sense. But can you speak about that program and how those people are identified to get that opportunity?
Yeah, I mean, the FRC program that I've visited in East Haven, families go to them. And so they're sort of out there in the community. They may get referred to through the school system or through doctors or nurses, and they just work with families. They're an arm of the Board of Education. Domus is a nonprofit organization. I know they work with the Board of Ed in Stanford. They do have contracts, and they certainly could speak to that. But I believe the school systems will identify the youth. And, the individuals that they're taking are the ones that nobody wants. They end up being moved around from school to school or get expelled. And we've gone through great lengths here, I think, of changing our laws to make sure that expulsion is difficult for a school system. But if we don't provide these programs, it ends up going nowhere. These kids still end up getting pushed out of the system. So essentially, there's just many ways that they get referred, and primarily it is through the local school districts. And I think there's a lot of nonprofits out there that provide these type of programs that I think we should try to help develop.
Thank you. I do think I agree with you 100%. I wonder if there's a way through, healthcare to get the word out that these programs are available. I mean, when you're going through your maternity and all of that, to say that, if I was scared when I had my first baby. I didn't know what was ahead of me. Maybe there's something there that, even information can be disseminated through our hospital, maternity wards and things like that. So I definitely think it's worthwhile. And, we all, I think, feel that early childhood education is so important. And I think it's, if we have that, we may not have the problems later. So I think the investment is definitely worth it.
Yeah, and I think also looking at DCF, because DCF has shifted their model to sort of a kinship foster placement program, which may or may not be the way we should be going in the state of Connecticut. So you're seeing a lot of the respite care, the long-term rehabilitation care centers. We don't have any beds for children who are addicted to drugs. DCF does not. We just don't have those programs anymore. And if you look at the number of respite care that is closing in the state of Connecticut, and they're being moved into this kinship foster care, that may or may not have proven results. We don't get report cards from DCF anymore, so we don't know those success rates. I think we should be, that could be. Those foster programs closing in the state of Connecticut. So I think DCF is also part of this equation because so many of these children end up in DCF care. And if you looked at the report that sort of spearheaded this whole movement, it was frightening to see that children that end up in DCF found it to be a hindrance, not a help to put them on a path for success.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thanks, Representative. Representative Dauphiné?
Thanks, Madam Chair, and happy birthday, Vinny.
Thanks.
So you spoke about there's not enough beds for a certain group of children that need services. I think the drug addiction group of people, and then you talked about the baby bond money, maybe diverting it to what we need now is the early child care. Where I'm going with this is we have limited funds. They don't go on and on and on and on. They don't grow on trees. So it seems to me that we should probably do a targeted approach to the early childhood and not for everybody. I think this is about serving everybody. And while that's a nice goal, it might not be realistic. And maybe if we switched around, what are your thoughts on that in terms of targeting versus?
Because, and it's sort of what I'm saying with these nonprofit groups. One of my concerns is that I don't want to see us create an overlay of, early childhood programs in the state that end up getting run through formal Board of Education systems, and we actually squeeze out the nonprofits that are doing the good work already. When I look at Domus, their success rate, 87% of their high school graduates remain enrolled in education or employment for over a year after graduation. That is proven success. And if we saw, if we saw sort of a universal approach to this that comes from the top down, I think it could be dangerous to these programs that are already in existence. I think I'm not speaking out of turn. If you look at Stanford and some of the difficulties that Domus had getting into their schools, even though they provide the services at their cost, Board of Ed members have not wanted to renew contracts at any given time for political purposes. It's really easy to shut down these programs. Yesterday, meeting with a few nonprofits that deal with special education needs, talked to me about the insurance challenges that they have right now, and the impact that it could have on their programs. I just think we can't ignore that universe when we're crafting this bill.
Thank you for that answer. Earlier, Representative Zupkis spoke specifically about the benchmarks and what we're looking for goals, and you make a really good point. We're looking at groups that are already successful, and let's go in that direction versus the top down that you're talking about. And there were no benchmarks that anybody could give us really that have been set up for this particular bill. So we want to see success, and those groups that are having success make sense to support.
Yeah,
You
and
wanna-
it's similar to the literacy approach that was taken. The arguments were made when we were dealing with that literacy issue that, 85% is achieving goal, for instance. We can't ignore that 15%. So let's put a program in place that is addressing those 15%. And I think that should be the same approach here, is sort of trying to create this universal umbrella and bring in data for every student isn't going to necessarily deal with the problem. We can identify the children that need services now, and how should we deliver services to them? And that's why I'm saying, offering up, I think we need more organizations like Domus that are already providing the service, rather than trying to collect the data throughout the entire state and run it up the flagpole.
Thank you. I couldn't agree with you more. Thank you for being here today.
Thanks, Representative. Representative Reddington Hughes?
Oh, thank you, Madam Chair. And happy birthday, then.
Thanks.
Representative. My question has to do with the partnering. Do you see that there could be a partnering with the nonprofits for early childhood with the schools to create an entry for those who may not have had that opportunity otherwise? And I'll clarify that in saying that sometimes we here create legislation to help those who don't need to be helped. Yet the heart is in the right spot, because the initial legislation is a response to those who truly do need help, and cohorts of folks that do not have that lifeline of help. So initially it starts out as a really good thing, but then it becomes so broad-based that we're now offering help to those who really don't need it. So with that in mind, do you think that partnering with the schools, oh, what a cutie, and with the nonprofits would be a good way forward?
Yeah, I do. I think that's how, CCM started this process when they did the road show. The people that were there giving us the information were the nonprofit world that is already there. We've already identified that 1 in 5 children are disconnected. So we already know those 1 in 5. Let's focus on that 1 rather than trying to focus on that 5.
And I just wanted to add that I totally agree with what you had to say about the funds that have been put aside, because I really do think that education is really the only thing that can make a difference in somebody's life. It's something that no one can take away from them, and no matter where they wind up in their life, they still have it. So providing the folks that would have been receiving baby bonds with a better way forward, I think is a brilliant way to go. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thanks, Representative. Thanks
Thank
very much, Minority Leader. I also will just say, I think Commissioner Bai spoke directly to one of the points you make, which is to ensure we're not squeezing out our nonprofit providers who we know are doing this work really well, and creating a system where we can partner with them. And I think, as you know, we have lots of different proposals around this issue, and that's an exciting opportunity for us to continue to all work together to find the best possible path forward to ensure we're meeting our young people who have the greatest need, and ensuring that we can disrupt the cycles of disadvantage that they experience. So thanks for being with us today.
Thank you. And our caucus is certainly willing to help on this issue. It's an
Really
important
appreciate
one.
it. Thanks very much. Have a great day.
You too.
Next, I believe, and I just want to recognize, thanks everyone for your patience today. We are very fortunate to have so many people engaged, and we're having a little bit of shuffling more than usual. But next we have a group of parents, Rosemarie Rodriguez, Orales Guzman, and Barcela Mazariogas. Apologies. Thank you. Thanks for being with us and for your patience.
Buenas tardes, soy Rosmali Rodríguez. Soy residente de Hartford y madre de una niña de 5 años que asiste en la escuela Bachelor. En las escuelas públicas de Hartford, soy miembro de la organización Se Hace Camino. Llevo un año con el Comité de Madres. Nuestra organización es parte de la Coalición Conético para Todos y la Coalición Local Lucha por HPS. Hoy testifico para apoyar el aumento en el reparto de fondos educativos. El año pasado, nuestro grupo de madres se involucró en la coalición local Luchar por HPS, cuando empezamos a escuchar sobre la pérdida de los fondos federales creados durante la pandemia. Juntos con otras organizaciones y líderes de Harvard, nos educamos sobre la situación financiera de nuestro distrito escolar. Al perder los fondos federales de la pandemia, regresamos al nivel de fondos que había antes. Pero el problema es el costo de todo ha aumentado a causa de la inflación sin cambios a la fórmula estatal de reparto de fondos educativos. Vamos a ver más recortes como los que hemos experimentado este año escolar. Entonces, ¿qué hemos experimentado este año? Las madres de nuestro comité colaboraron en una publicación que salió en Harvard Quartz en diciembre y voy a compartirles unos puntos claves. Imagínese que su hijo necesitaba terapia para manejar problemas de salud mental, pero en su escuela solo hay un terapeuta para cientos de estudiantes y ese terapeuta fue despedido debido a recortes presupuestarios. Esta es la realidad de nuestras escuelas y hay que decir que los servicios de telesalud no pueden reemplazar al personal de tiempo completo que crea relaciones con la comunidad escolar cada día en persona. Los terapeutas no son el único personal esencial que falta en nuestras escuelas. Estamos en una crisis de personal en todos los niveles y cargos. Faltan maestros titulares para profesionales y maestros especializados de los colegios. Y aunque en Harvard tenemos varias escuelas bilingües, estas no pueden ofrecer los programas que deben ofrecer debido al personal calificado. Tenemos 2 miembros de nuestro grupo con sus hijos en la escuela de Belize, que es escuela bilingüe, pero ninguno de los 2 estudiantes recién llegados consiguieron cupo en clases bilingües. Les pusieron en clases dictadas solamente inglés, en las que no entienden nada y tienen que pedir a otros estudiantes hispanos durante que les traduzcan lo aprendido en clase durante las horas de descanso. Nosotras como mamás también enfrentamos barreras de idioma. Por ejemplo, cuando se celebra la noche de regreso a clases este año, no pude entender la reunión porque había intérpretes. No había intérpretes ni materiales traducidos, a pesar de que la mayoría de los padres presentes eran hispanos. Nuestras escuelas necesitan más financiamiento para cumplir con estas obligaciones legales y detener estas prácticas discriminatorias. Necesitamos el aumento en la fórmula de reparto para fondos escolares incluida en la ley SB 1511 para que así nuestro distrito tenga fondos suficientes para educación especial, derechos lingüísticos y servicios estudiantiles. Gracias por la oportunidad de participar.
Good afternoon to our esteemed legislators with the Education Committee. This is the translation of the testimony of Rosmali Rodriguez. My name is Rosmali. I'm a resident of Hartford and a mother to a kindergartner who attends Batchelder School here in Hartford. I'm a member of Make the Road, where I've been with the parent committee for about a year. Our organization is part of the Connecticut for All Coalition and also the local coalition Fight for Hartford Public Schools. Today, I'm testifying in support of increasing the school funding formulas. This past year, a group of mothers got involved with the Fight for HPS coalition when we started to hear about the impact of losing federal pandemic funds. Together with other organizations and community leaders in Hartford, we educated ourselves about the financial situation of our school district. We learned that losing federal funds was bringing us back to pre-pandemic funding levels. The problem is every cost of maintaining our schools has gone up because of inflation. Without changes to the state funding formula for education, we'll keep seeing more and more cuts like those we already suffered this school year. What have we suffered this year? The mothers on our committee collaborated on a publication in the Hartford Courant in December, and I'm going to share some of our main points. Imagine that your child needed therapy to manage mental health problems, but in her school there was only one therapist for 100 students, and then that single therapist was cut this year due to cuts. This is the reality of our schools, and it has to be said that telehealth services cannot replace full-time personnel who grow their relationships with the school community every day in person. Therapists are not the only essential staff who are missing from our schools. We are in a personnel crisis at every level. We are missing classroom teachers, paraprofessionals, and specialized teachers for high school subjects. We're also missing bilingual teachers, even though we have a number of bilingual schools here in Hartford. These schools can't offer their programs because of the lack of personnel. For example, we have 2 members in our group with their kids at Belize School, which is a bilingual school, but neither of the 2 students got a place in a bilingual classroom. They're both in classes with teachers who only speak English, where they don't understand anything until the lunch hour when they are seated with other students who are asked to then translate the lessons for them. We mothers also face language barriers, even though we have the civil right to participate in the education of our children. For example, at back to school night earlier this year, I couldn't understand the meeting because they didn't have any interpreters or translated materials, even though the majority of the parents present are Spanish speakers. Our schools need more funding to comply with these legal obligations and to stop discriminatory practices. We need the increases to the funding formula outlined in SB 1511 so that our district can have enough funds for special education, language rights, and student services. Thank you for listening to my testimony.
Buenas tardes, estimado señor McCrory, representante del IPER y miembros del Comité de Educación. Mi nombre es Oralis Guzmán y yo soy madre de 2 hijos que van a la escuela pública de aquí de Hartford, miembro de Deportation de Hartford Defensa y somos parte de la coalición de Connecticut para Todos. Estoy aquí para testificar sobre la SB 1511 y SB 1. Mi hijo mayor tiene problemas de aprendizaje desde que tiene 7 años. Su pediatra recomendó evaluaciones a la escuela, pero por falta de recursos en las escuelas no se hicieron. Ahora él está en 7º grado y sigue con los mismos problemas de aprendizaje. También tengo otro hijo que está en 3er grado en Bachiller de Montessori. Tener a mis 2 hijos en diferentes escuelas me dificulta, especialmente en el invierno. Realmente me enfrento a tomar la decisión de cambiar a mis hijos de escuela, aunque ellos están acostumbrados a su escuela y a sus compañeros. Me gustaría que mis 2 hijos vayan a una escuela pública cerca de mi casa y de un nivel alto educativo. Necesitamos intervenir en educación pública de calidad a nivel local en forma equitativa, donde cada estudiante tenga los recursos y apoyos que necesitan. Pero con recortes a su presupuesto, esto se aleja más de nuestra realidad y divide a nuestra comunidad en la búsqueda de mejores escuelas. ¿Por qué se nos obliga a buscar afuera de Hartford y fuera de las escuelas públicas de Hartford si vivimos aquí en Hartford y también aquí en Hartford es donde pagamos nuestros impuestos? Muchas gracias por la oportunidad de testificar. Estaré encantada de responder cualquier pregunta que tengan para mí. Muchas gracias.
Good morning. Good morning. My name is Oralis Guzman. I am the mother of 2 children who attend Hartford Public Schools, member of Hartford Deportation Defense, and we're part of the Connecticut for All Coalition. Here to testify about SB 1511 and SB 1. My oldest son has learning problems. Since he was 7 years old, his pediatrician recommended evaluations at school, but due to lack of resources at the school, they were not done. Now he is in 7th grade and still has the same learning problems. I also have another son who is in 3rd grade at Bachelor Montessori. Having my 2 children in different schools makes it difficult for me, especially in the winter. I am really faced with making the decision to change my children's schools, even though they're used to their school and their peers. I would like my 2 children to go to a public school close to my house and with a high educational level. We need to invest in quality public schools at the local level in an equitable way where each student has the resources and support they need. But with cuts to their school budget every year, this is far from our reality. And as a result, our community is further divided in the search of better schools. Why are we forced to look outside of Hartford and outside of Hartford Public Schools if we live in Hartford and pay our taxes in Hartford? Thank you for the opportunity to testify. I will be happy to answer any questions.
Buenas tardes, mi nombre es Bercela Mazariego, soy madre de 3 hijos que van a las escuelas públicas de Hartford. Soy miembro de Hartford Deportation Defense y somos parte de la coalición de Connecticut para todos. Estoy aquí para testificar sobre 1511 SB1. Mis 3 hijos estudian en The Fox, una escuela pública de Hartford. Ellos conocen a sus compañeros de clases, la mayoría viven cerca. Y mis hijos más grandes caminan con sus compañeros de las escuelas, de sus casas a la escuela. Al tener a mis hijos en una escuela cercana me facilita poder trabajar y hacer horas voluntarias en mi comunidad. También tengo menos estrés al preparar el desayuno por las mañanas y tomar el bus escolar, que representa gastos menos para las escuelas. Más sin embargo, estas ventajas me hacen sentir frustrada al ver que las escuelas de mis hijos no tienen el mismo nivel educativo de otras escuelas. ¿Por qué todas las escuelas de Hartford no tienen un nivel alto académico y recursos necesarios para las necesidades de cada estudiante? ¿Por qué si pagamos impuestos y vivimos en Hartford, las escuelas públicas de Hartford tienen cada año más recortes en su presupuesto? No quiero que mis hijos tengan que ir a otros barrios para acceder a una educación de calidad. Quiero que mis hijos y los hijos de mis vecinos y mi comunidad tengan una educación de calidad, equitativa, para cubrir las necesidades de cada estudiante. Un barrio sano y un vecindario sano necesita escuelas de calidad. Connecticut es un estado más rico del país, más rico del mundo, tiene suficiente para todos, desde la primera infancia de las escuelas primarias, secundarias, hasta los community college de universidades estatales. Espero que podamos trabajar juntos para financiar el futuro de estudiantes de las escuelas públicas de Connecticut. Gracias por la oportunidad y por su tiempo.
Good morning. My name is Bercela Mazariegos. I'm a mother of 3 children who attend Hartford Public Schools. I'm a member of Hartford Deportation Defense, and we're part of the Connecticut for All Coalition. I'm here to testify about SB 1511 and SB 1. My 3 children study at ND Fox at Hartford Public Schools. They know their classmates, most live nearby, and my older children walk with their classmates from school to their homes and from their homes to school. Having my children in a nearby school makes it easier for me to work and volunteer hours in my community. I have also less stress getting them ready in the morning. They do not have to take the school bus, which represents less expenses for the school district. However, these advantages make me feel frustrated when I see that my children's school does not have the same educational level as other schools. Why don't all Hartford schools have the same high academic standards and resources needed for each student needs? Why is it that even though we pay taxes every year and live in Hartford, Hartford Public Schools have more and more budget cuts every year? I don't want my children to have to go to other towns to access a quality education. I want my children, I want my neighbors' children and my community to have quality and equitable education that meets the needs of our students. A healthy neighborhood needs quality public schools. Connecticut, the richest state in the country, the richest country in the world, there should be enough, and there is enough for everyone, from early childhood to elementary to secondary school to community colleges and state universities. I hope we can work together to fund the future of all Connecticut public school students. Thank you.
Thank you all so much for being here and advocating for not only your children, but your community.
Gracias a todos por estar aquí y por abogar no solo por sus niños, pero también por los niños de toda su comunidad.
I hope you also got to hear all of the students come and advocate for themselves and their communities, because they were really powerful also.
Espero que hayan tenido la chance de escuchar a todos los estudiantes que testificaron más temprano y hablar sobre sus comunidades y abogar. Tuvieron testimonios muy fuertes.
I don't see any questions for you guys, but I'm really grateful that you took the time and you hung with us all these hours to share your experience and advocate for your community.
Chicas, no veo preguntas para ustedes, pero la verdad que muchas gracias por esperar todo este tiempo y por venir a abogar por ustedes y por sus comunidades. Gracias.
Next, I believe online, Jamie Nicholson.
Hello? Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Give me a second, please. So, thank you to the Education Committee for allowing me to speak today. I'm here to support HB 7129, an act protecting 504 plan accommodations in Connecticut. My name is Jamie, and I'm an honor roll student taking early college experience courses along with the new personal finance class my school has introduced. I played percussion at Charter Oak in Hartford. I'm in a robotics club, and I'm learning valuable skills at LPP while earning money after school. But most of all, I have a 504 plan for my ADHD. I'll be telling you the story of how small accommodations took me from the hyperkin class to the early college student. In the second grade, illegal accommodations weren't acquired. I was working on a fourth grade level ahead of most of my class, but I couldn't stay still. My school gave me a kickband after my diagnosis, and I finished with even better results than before. In third grade, my teacher spoke to my mom and helped me with a 504 plan. And I'm still above grade level, but I have access to quiet testing areas and extensions on assessments and occasional walking breaks. In fourth grade, I was working on an eighth grade level and in a gifted school in Hartford. My teachers talked to me and I didn't really understand, but they worked out a plan to help me with even harder work that year. Last year as a sophomore, I spoke to staff at Livingstone College in HBCU in North Carolina, whose funding under Biden allowed staff to promise me a full scholarship with housing and meal plan as long as I keep my grades up. And colleges would accommodate you under 504s. Right now, I'm a junior and my federal protections are gone. As the Department of Education is being gutted, my protections are going to go with it. I'm above grade level, and it is still small accommodation that lets me achieve success. Please codify 504 protections for me and all other children that learn differently but are still shining stars. Please also pass HB 7219 to protect my brother's education. He's 13 with autism and will be in school together next year. Thank you, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Jamie, thanks for your patience and sticking with us today, and thanks for your testimony. I see Representative Comey has a question for you.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you, Jamie, for testifying today. I just wanted to point out your really good comment about your 504 plan following you into college. That's super important. That's some of the reason why, I have continued my 504 plan for my child, because I want to make sure that when he goes to an environment that is not within our public school district or one that we're comfortable with, that he has the protections when he gets up to college, when his family members aren't there to help to help him navigate some of the challenges that maybe will follow him, his whole life. So I thank you for pointing that out today.
Mm-hmm. Any other questions?
I don't see any. Thanks for being with us.
Mm-hmm. Have a good day.
You also. Next, we are back to the list, and we have Matthew Conway, who I just saw was in the room. We'll give him 1 second. Magic. You waited all day, and the moment you stepped out, it was your turn.
I do want to say hello to a former representative who I served with before she departed. So as Senator McCrory, Representative Leeper, Ranking Member Zupkis, my name is Matt Conway, and I am the superintendent for the schools in the great city of Derby, as well as the co-chair of the CAPS Legislative Committee, here today to provide testimony on 3 different bills, SB 1, SB 1510, and 1511. SB 1, we support the establishment of the Universal Pre-K Trust Fund as a necessary step toward ensuring all children have access to high-quality early learning experience. And as you heard earlier, Research consistently shows that early childhood education leads to better academics performance. And specific to Representative Zupkis's question to Senator Looney earlier, we have that research. We have 10 years of data tracking our students, cohort data, who participated in our pre-K program. And in Derby, both on the DIBELS and the SBAC assessment show not only are they outperforming their peers in K2, but through middle school as well. So that boost that they get in that pre-K continues to help them outperform peers who either participated in other programs or had no pre-K. And this is a difference of, in some cases, 48 percentage points in terms of the increase in performance. Additionally, the proposal changes to alliance and priority district designations in sections 27 through 31. The State Department of Ed is set to release a report on the effectiveness of alliance districts in 2026. So we just ask that any major changes should be informed by that analysis. And in SB 1510, one of the most critical provisions in this bill is the enhancement of retirement benefits for educators in alliance districts. As you heard from the many students from New Haven, attracting and retaining high-quality teachers in high-need districts is one of our greatest challenges. And by improving retirement incentives and reducing penalties for early retirement, this bill acknowledges their dedication and those who serve and stay in high-need districts, providing that stability for our students. Additionally, I strongly support the provision that sets aside at least 10% of our after-school program grant funds for towns with populations between 7,500 and 20,000. Towns like Derby depend on the after-school programs to provide academic support, enrichment, and social emotional learning opportunities for our students. Ensuring equitable access to these funds will allow smaller, economically disadvantaged communities to continue offering these essential services. And finally, on SB 1511, the proposed increase in the foundation amount of ECS grants with adjustments to existing weights, as you just heard from our parents, will ensure that districts have the funding necessary to meet the diverse learning needs of all students. While the inclusion of weight for special education students recognizes the higher cost associated with that population, I'd also encourage this committee not miss the opportunity to consider adding weight for students of mobility. As frequent, we know we have the data that frequent school transitions negatively impact academic success and require additional interventions and support. It's one of our single greatest expenses are those with multiple moves. So I thank you for the opportunity to testify today and happy to answer any questions.
Thanks, Matt. Representative Zupkis, then Representative Menapace.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Hi, thank you for coming. I apologize because I was talking and I heard you say my name and answered some question that I had asked. So would you please repeat that?
Yeah, you had asked Senator Looney earlier about data to support the trust, and is this a wise investment of the dollars? Since day one, we've tracked that information, so we have 10 years of data. And following the cohorts of students who have gone through our pre-K program, and funded by Smart Start grant funds at this time, which are limited. So it's between Smart Start funds and Alliance funds. So I am diverting funds from Alliance that could go to other students to the pre-K, knowing the critical importance of it, but also what the data tells us. So it shows us year over year with multiple assessments. So DIBELS is the assessment we give K2 students, and then they start taking SBAC in grade 3. So whether we're looking at the DIBELS data or the SBAC data, the cohort of students that participated in our pre-K program outperform their peers as a whole. So if their peers as a whole, or 50% of those students are meeting their benchmark, whether that's on DIBELS or whether that's on SBAC, we see an increase of the students who participated in the publicly funded pre-K program. We also make that same comparison for all the way through for students who might have participated in another pre-K program or a home day, all the way down to a home daycare to no pre-K at all. So we make that comparison of all those different groups. But those in the publicly funded pre-K programs are outperforming their peers in all those other groups combined.
Thank,
Yeah.
I'm sorry. Oh,
Sure.
are you done?
Yes.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for sharing that because it's important that we track this. And
Much-
again, make sure that there's teeth in it. That's not, that if it's not working, let's do something about it.
Much agreed.
So thank you. Thank you for sharing that. And I apologize.
No
wasn't
apology
listening
necessary,
at that
Representative.
point. Thank you, Madam Chair.
I appreciate the good ranking member not blaming me for that. Thank you, Representative. Representative Menapes?
Hello. I can tell you, as a teacher, I can see it's extremely visible when we have how much better a lot of students do who have taken part in pre-K programs. And you're absolutely right. As a middle school teacher for most of my career, when students are doing that, it's extremely visible. But I was wondering what your district has done like so far with this. Is this the program through Derby, or is this just students coming in from other areas? Or what do you have? Are you guys pursuing this as a full day program? Because I know that a lot of districts, if they do have ones, it's either sometimes it's very limited, sometimes we're seeing half days. I seem to be emphasizing from you that you are seeing the best results in those full day programs, universally public ones.
That is correct, Representative. So Smart Start grant funding requires that the students are in a full-day program. So we started this with the Smart Start funding, and then seeing the successes, expanded it, opening up additional classrooms through both Smart Start and Alliance. Smart Start gives you just so much. It's $75,000 per classroom per year. There is a bill before the committee that was heard your last public hearing, I believe, or the one before, to increase that to 90,000 because they have not increased the 75,000 since its inception in 2014. So you can imagine our costs go up year over year. So we've diverted those additional costs into our Alliance grant funding.
And through you, Madam Chair, I just had to follow up that. What have you seen in terms of the transportation costs? Because I can just tell you that in my town, this has been a bit of consternation because some of these children are very young. They're not comfortable taking like a bus on their own. And especially when we do things like a half-day program, we see that those transportation costs really do add up. And we've seen it in this committee before that people have talked about this. And I am a huge supporter of this idea. I just want to see what you guys have done about this issue.
You ask, it's a great question, and we have had to deal with it both for the half-day piece for some students, but the full day. So when we started the program, we provided transportation. At the time, we're using priority school district funding grant for that transportation. That funding grant is the eligibility of a municipality receiving that or a district receiving it has nothing to do with assessment scores. It's based on the percentage of families in your district that apply for and are accepted into the temporary family assistance program. As a result of that eligibility, our funding year to year, we don't know if we're going to receive. Today, Derby receives $816,000 a year in that funding. Today, that funding, while it used to support pre-K, it was unsustainable because year over year, we didn't know if families moving in and out of Derby were going to qualify for the temporary, apply for, if they know to apply for, and then qualify for the temporary family assistance. So back in, I want to say 2019 was a year where we got a call late August from State Department of Ed to say, unfortunately, you're town number 12. So it's only the bottom 11 towns whose family have the highest percentage that qualify under the statutory language currently as a priority school district. We were number 12. So in a week out, schools opening, knowing we're no longer going to get, they reduce your funding a third each year. So we're no longer going to get a third of that 816,000. Up until that point, I provided transportation for our pre-K. I then had to call every family that week and tell them, you'll be able to attend pre-K, but we will not be able to provide transportation. So think of the impact of that on families. And I have not, well, the funding a year later comes back because we're now in that bottom 11 again. I couldn't risk now putting transportation back in, only to take it back out the next year. Fast forward to now, we use that funding, priority school district funding, to support in-district special education programs. So if you look at our e-grants online, you'll see that that funding goes to support building programs in district to bring students back into district to support them at a much lower cost than current outplacements, which next year, the average current outplacement is $151,000. So, and again, we're a high transient population. We don't know day to day how many students we will have in that outplaced. So we built programs from elementary through high school, the majority of those supported by that priority school district funding. If that is not, if we don't receive that in the following year, those students will have a place to go, just at a much higher cost because of the way we people are eligible for that program. So I would ask this committee to look at that strongly. We did have legislation 2 years ago that allowed us to keep that funding, and even though we otherwise would have lost it, last year that didn't happen. But Commissioner Russell Tucker used some ARP funds to help make up for a large percentage of that. Transportation this year for half day, to your question. We do have a student who, due to the services that were required, could be done in a half day, could be served in a half day as opposed to full day. And it's also a space allotment as well. We didn't have the space for another full-time student. So they would have been a half-time student, but we don't provide that transportation. Well, because they are a special education student, we'd be obligated, if the result of it is due to their disability, of the services that they need, in this case it is, that we had to then come up with transportation for a half-day student of funding that we hadn't planned for. This is a student that moved into district after your budget's passed, after the start of the school year. So it's very difficult to budget sustainable funding to budget for the transportation.
Thank you.
Thanks, Matt. Representative Haynes?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Mr. Conway, for being here. You're always so informative when you get here and give us all kinds of great information. So I have a couple of questions for you. On that Smart Start program, is that what is that program? Is the Smart Start is the funding, but what's the actual program that you use in Derby?
It's the Smart Start funding is through the Office of Early Childhood. So in terms of the program we're using, it's built on the ELDs, which are the standards for early childhood, and curriculum and resources to support that. The program supports, as we heard earlier from Representative Wieslander, students coming from birth to 3. We're obligated to provide them with the services as well as typical peers. There's currently 64 students enrolled in that program. We typically, year over year, have anywhere from 14 to 20 on a wait list who unfortunately are not getting those services that we know greatly benefit each and every child.
Yeah, absolutely. And I'm in 100% agreement with you. You had mentioned that your school or district is predominantly transitory.
We have a high transient population within Derby.
And do the kids stay? Do the families stay once they get their children in place with this early start program?
I'd love to say that they all do, but we found even when we collect this data, trying to track those students outside of Derby, State Department of Ed would be able to track them for a more comprehensive report, but I only have access to our students in EdSite Secure. So I'm pulling the data from the State Department of Ed's database in EdSite Secure, but only have access to those Derby students that have remained in Derby.
Okay, well, thank you. Thank you for being here as always. You here just about every time, so thank you.
Sure.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thanks, Representative. Rep. Wieslander, did you have a question? You don't have to have a question.
I just wanted to say hi.
Hello,
Hi, Doc. How are you doing? Good to see you.
Fantastic.
Thank you for advocating for the district and for all the students. It's good to see you again.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next on the line, we have Royce Avery from Bridgeport Public Schools.
Good afternoon, Representative Leeper, esteemed committee members. Hi, my name is Dr. Royce Avery. I'm honored to serve as the interim school superintendent for the Bridgeport Public Schools. I'm here today to express my strong support for Senate Bill 1511, an act concerning disconnected youth. This bill is a critical step towards investing in Connecticut's future. Bridgeport is one of 8 school districts identified by the Dalio Foundation and the Connecticut Conference of Municipalities as having over 40% of students at risk of not graduating high school. Many of these students require special education and multilingual services, and we are greatly supportive of this opportunity that this bill provides to meet the needs of these students. Senate Bill 1511 proposes a $506 million increase in ECS funding statewide, with $57.2 million earmarked for Bridgeport Public Schools in fiscal year 2026. This funding is essential for ensuring that all students, especially those in high needs districts, have the resources and support they need to succeed. In Bridgeport, over 6,000 students are multilingual learners. More than 4,000 need special education services. That's making up almost 50% of our student population that are at disadvantages. Senate Bill 1511 will help address the specific needs of these students by increasing the low-income student weight from 30% to 40%, boosting multilingual learner weight from 25% to 35%, and adding 50% weight for students with disability for the first time ever in the ECS formula. This bill also increases the ECS formula foundation amount from $11,525 per student to $12,488 per student, which has not been adjusted in over a decade. These changes, with these changes, Senate Bill 1511 provides a more equitable distribution of funding to districts like Bridgeport, where nearly 90% of the students qualify for free and reduced lunch. This effort is not just about Bridgeport, it's about creating a stronger Connecticut. When we invest in our most vulnerable students, we invest in a future of workforce, reducing long-term social costs and strengthening communities across Connecticut. I urge you to support Senate Bill 1511 for Bridgeport and for all of Connecticut and for the future of our students. Thank you for this time and your consideration.
Thank you very much, Dr. Avery, for your testimony today. I don't see any questions for you. Have a great afternoon.
Thank you.
Next, we have Dr. Greg Florio online.
Good afternoon, honorable chairs, ranking members and distinguished members of the Education Committee. I'm Greg Florio. I work with the Capital Region Education Council. For almost 60 years, CREC has worked along with the other RESCs in the state of Connecticut to serve our member districts and districts across the state with high quality educational services. I'm also a former district superintendent who now operates one of the 6 RESCs. And I want to urge you to reconsider some of the additional unfunded mandates in section 14 and 20 of SB 1, section 16 of SB 1, and SB 1512. They raise some concerns for me in that it appears that we are asking to duplicate resources and to complicate the reporting structure for local boards and local administrations of local boards of education as well. By statute, local boards and regional boards are tasked with due diligence, oversight, and accountability. This is in state statute. So this language, to me, appears to be new unfunded mandates and places an unnecessary burden on our districts and is duplicative in nature in terms of reporting requirements. I do also want to touch on a few other bills that are being considered. Along with my RESC Alliance colleagues, I appreciate the intent of SB 1513 and want to remind you in past testimony that we have requested $1.5 million to help fund the Connecticut Teacher Residency Program, which is an evidence-based model of success for recruiting, developing, and retaining a high-quality and diverse educator workforce. TRP originated 5 years ago focusing on certifying elementary classroom teachers and is now including students who want to become special education teachers. And we know the demand and need for those positions in all of our districts is great. And we also are starting a middle school math certification program as well. In House Bill 7217, Section 9, there is some language about cooperative purchasing. That is an important change that is made in collaboration with the Department of Administrative Services that will allow schools and towns to use flexibility and use RESC cooperative purchasing contracts just as they do with DAS contracts. This ensures that high-quality products and services can be purchased in a streamlined process. It will help reduce costs, eliminate some unnecessary bidding redundancies across all towns and municipalities, while maintaining the integrity of the bidding process, but ultimately is a benefit to local taxpayers and our students. And finally, as you continue to work and develop House Bill 7218 and discuss the quality and delivery of special education services, I again remind you that CREC and the RESCs have been in existence and working in the special education area for almost 6 decades. And we are positioned well to work with you and our colleagues across the state to help implement those programs that can effectively help mitigate the increasing special education costs that we are seeing. I welcome the opportunity to discuss how CREC, the RESC Alliance, or how I can be of service to you as you go forward and deliberate upon the legislative actions that you are considering. Thank you very much.
Dr. Florio, thank you so much for your testimony. And I appreciate you specifically calling out sections that are duplicative or mandates that you don't think necessarily further learning objectives for our students. So thanks for that. And I'm going to go back and find each one in your written testimony, which I am assuming you've detailed there.
Yes, I have. Thank you.
Thank you. I don't see any other questions for you, so I hope you have a great afternoon.
Thank you.
Next up, we have Joe DeLong from CCM.
Thank you, Madam Chair, ranking members and members of the committee. My name is Joe DeLong. I'm the Executive Director and CEO of the Connecticut Conference of Municipalities, and I also served on the 119K Commission. I'm here today to testify in support of Senate Bill 1511. Where I want to begin with is the changes to the ECS funding formula. As most of you are certainly aware, all of you are aware, the last time the ECS funding formula was updated was in 2013. I think it's important to note that if nothing had been done with that formula, except adjusted the foundation for inflation every year until now, today the state of Connecticut would be paying an additional $818 million a year by simply adjusting for inflation. But if you go back to just 2017 and you adjusted that foundational formula for inflation, the state of Connecticut would be investing an additional $654 million per year. I point this out just to show that the legislation and the changes to ECS recommend an investment of $545 million per year in changes to the formula. That does not even make up for the inflationary losses that have been shifted. Also, I think it's important to note as we look at where Connecticut ranks with other states, to look at our border state of Massachusetts. Massachusetts spends $14,000 per student in its lowest 10 funding districts. Connecticut spends $10,000 per student, a 40% difference in what Massachusetts spends at the state level for its lowest funded districts. But if you actually look at Massachusetts at its highest funded districts, it also spends 6% more in its highest funded districts than what Connecticut spends. These policy decisions have led to Connecticut having the 3rd highest property taxes in the nation and massive educational inequities. Other things that I'd like to point to in this legislation is that it creates greater investment in summer youth workforce programs. One thing that the 119K Commission heard when we traveled throughout the state and saw firsthand was the incredible success of these programs and how they changed the trajectory of families and how they injected young people into the economy as opposed to turning them back out on the streets. All this bill contemplates with those programs is funding the waiting list. That is simply it, just funding the waiting list of those kids that are being turned away or being turned to the streets that we are then covering for in the state budget in other ways, including incarceration. And then finally, the bill contemplates the creation of these youth oversight boards. I'd like to point out that these youth oversight boards are not an additional layer of bureaucracy. What we have heard and other people have testified is how we need to invest in the programs that work. There are many programs that work. What these youth oversight boards do is make sure that as young people move through those programs and move through the system, that they don't fall through the cracks. We heard that testimony many times where great investment was made into young people that was working, and then as they moved through the system, they were lost and fell through the cracks and all that investment was lost. So thank you, Madam Chair, for your time, and I'm happy to answer any questions the committee may have.
Because I know you've spent literally years on this proposal, if there's something you want to make sure we are thinking about that's in this proposal that you didn't get to in your 3 minutes, I'm happy to give you another minute.
No, I'm fine, Madam Chair. I'm happy to respect the committee and those who are set to testify after me today, and again, would be glad to answer any questions.
I appreciate that. Could you speak to how many young people we have on those summer program wait lists?
I apologize. I can get the committee that information. Be happy to send it to you. I just know that the right now in the current budget, there is $10 million budgeted for those programs. The Boston Consulting Group analysis determined that an additional 15 million in investment, taking that to 25 million, would eliminate the waiting list. I would point out that the governor's budget proposal actually reduces that 10 million down to $5 million, cutting those programs in half.
I think that reduction's on the radar of many of us as a step in the wrong direction as we're trying to address the needs of our young people who we know are disconnected with opportunities that they've already indicated are meaningful for them. So absolutely. Did anybody, Representative Wieland?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good afternoon. Thank you for being here. I had one quick question and one that might be a little bit longer. Are the COGS, they weighed in on this and they are supportive of being part of that oversight council?
The COGS have been briefed. They have been part of the process going forward. I would not sit up here, would not be my place to testify on behalf of the COGS. What I will tell you is that the COGS are made up of the same members, obviously, that our organization is. So we certainly represent the same people.
I think it's a great idea to utilize that existing committee and existing structure for a regional approach to this. So I think it's great. The other question I had was about the mental health access process, because I'm a huge believer in student access to mental health services and how that is a key factor for nipping hard times before they become a crisis. But I was wondering about the provision in the bill that is requiring that the provider be an operator with the school-based health center in partnership and then have the 50,000 students in the district. Just where those parameters came from.
You know, I'm not 100% certain about that provision. I do know that even with in our group, we're fielding some concerns about that language. And I think that the intent as opposed to how the statute is written may be different. And so that is certainly an area that I think that we can work on behind the scenes to clean up and make sure that all of our partners are comfortable with that language. I think the intent is to have that continuum of care. So when a young person is entered in the system, they get the needs, they get their needs met, but then those needs continue to be met through telehealth and ongoing. They're not just dropped off.
Okay, that makes sense. All right, I appreciate that. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Representative. One specific thing that I got some feedback on that I think is worthy of conversation is the work to bring in the regional workforce development boards doesn't actually include our building trades. They're a separate board. And so I just wanted your thoughts on ensuring or including them rather in the work of those workforce groups.
Listen, it takes a village, right? So we would be happy to work with those groups as well. I don't think that there is a wall put up to limit the amount of partners that can be brought in on this important work.
That's awesome. Thank you. Rep. Comey?
Thank you. Thank you for your testimony and for all your work on this incredible report and giving us a guiding hand to what can create more successful young adults in our state. I was really interested in your goal 5C, which is to increase access to Connecticut's career and technical high school systems. I'm assuming that part of your group were, that was working on this were many interviews and conversations with the technical school systems. And I guess my question would be, who is there at the table with you, but also how quickly can our schools, what is the ability for them to ramp up, decreasing the wait list and ramp up the opportunities for our children? Because as you know, there's a limited window of just a couple of years where if they're not, looking, if they're not able to get their, get into, doing work on cars and whatever else is their interest, then we've lost that opportunity for those kids.
Yeah, absolutely, Representative. So the first part of your question in terms of the process, as Madam Chair had alluded to, this was about a 9 to 11 month process in total. And there was even process that existed prior to that that led us to the process, if that makes sense. We held regional meetings and stakeholder briefings and briefings with young people and conversations, with experts in Connecticut and outside of Connecticut and just Connecticut residents. But you're also correct in the fact that an undertaking this large, our overall committee of the whole, much like the General Assembly works, broke up into several different components, taking on different elements of this work. There will be people testifying after me today, particularly Andrew Ferguson and others who I think that may be more experts in answering your question than I would be. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thanks, Representative. Representative Haynes?
Hi, Joe. Thank you for being here. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you.
I've been talking to Joe Carbone over at Workplace to Employment, and he's putting together some kind of program for a platform for employment for youth. And I don't know if you've had conversations with him and are understanding that he's trying to set something up too to help this scenario with like summer workforce, but even beyond that.
Yeah,
Have you heard anything about that?
I have not spoken with him directly, but I would be delighted to have that conversation
Yeah.
and that important work.
Okay,
That's great to
absolutely.
hear.
Yeah, I've been talking to him, and so
Yeah.
I'll make sure that the two of you guys get connected. But
Thank you.
it's gonna be, they've done such good work already, and he's already got it. He's already got the formula that works. So I'm sure it will work for our youth as well. So there's one place we can go.
Yeah, absolutely. As earlier we heard from the minority leader who talked a lot about DOMAS and the success that they were doing. So when you talk about the formula that works, a lot of these recommendations are just about bringing things that work to scale. It's not about creating something new. So I greatly appreciate that and would really look forward to that conversation.
Absolutely. Thank you so much. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thanks, Representative. Let me make sure there's no one online. I think you're good. Thanks so much for being with us today, Joe.
Thank you.
Next, we have Lauren Garrett from Hamden.
Hello. Good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon.
All right. Dear co-chairs, Representative Leeper, Senator McCrory, Vice Chairs, Representatives Brown and Senator Winfield, Ranking Member Senator Berthel, Representative Dubkis, and distinguished members of the Education Committee. My name is Lauren Garrett, and I'm the mayor of the town of Hamden. I'm testifying today in support of SB 1511, an act concerning disconnected youth, and specifically for the 119K Commission and Young People First report recommendations to increase education funding through updating Connecticut's K-12 education cost sharing ECS formula. We know prior to the pandemic that our kids were becoming more disconnected. These problems only got worse after the pandemic. The Dalio report highlights a troubling truth. We are failing too many of our students, particularly from those from disadvantaged backgrounds. Chronic underfunding, inequitable resource distribution, and outdated infrastructure have created significant barriers to student success. As the report details, these shortcomings directly contribute to low graduation rates, declining test scores, and limited post-secondary opportunities for our youth. The Dalio report and the 119K Commission also provide a roadmap for improvement. And if there's a roadmap for improvement and for helping our students, we should be utilizing that. So early childhood education expansion, teacher support and development, mental health and student support services, modernizing facilities and technology, career and technical education programs. We're at the table, we're trying to do these things, but we certainly need the resources in order to do them well and to not go directly to our taxpayers every step of the way. I also just want to say that a lot of our students, our younger students particularly, are dysregulated. And so what we see on the town side is unfortunately an increase in our in what we pay for workers' compensation. Our teachers are getting really badly hurt. So our students are hurting themselves and our teachers are trying to prevent that and getting hurt themselves. And so it's a crisis right now, and we really need to support our students, our teachers, and our schools.
Thank you so much for your testimony. I don't see any questions for you, but thanks for being with us today.
Thank you so much.
Next, we have Laurel Steinhauser.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, ranking members, and distinguished members of the Education Committee. Thank you for the opportunity to testify in support of SB 1511, an act concerning disconnected youth. My name is Laurel Steinhauser, and I serve as the chair of the Portland Board of Education. I'm here today to urge you to support a much-needed recalibration of the education cost-sharing formula to more accurately reflect the costs of public education. Over the last several years, as we balance difficult budget decisions that pit the needs of our students against the financial realities of our town, the Portland Board of Ed has had to ask our community for higher and higher budget increases, not to expand, not to innovate, simply to maintain what we have. Our special education costs have skyrocketed. Our aging school facilities require many millions in critical capital improvements we are struggling to afford. We do our very best with an incredibly talented and creative staff to build specialized programming that keeps our students in district, to maintain our old buildings, to retain our teachers with decent salaries, and to carefully manage our budgets that never keep pace with inflation. This is the story of many districts across the state, and I have to tell you that this is not sustainable. Our constituents consistently express the dual priorities of property tax relief and high-quality educational services. Achieving both requires a greater state investment in our schools. Without more ECS funding, we must either cut services or continue to increase local taxes. In Portland, about 20% of our budget goes toward meeting the needs of students requiring specialized services. Over half of that is tuition and transportation for our 22 outplaced students. Over the past 3 years, our special education budget, excluding staffing and salaries, has doubled, an increase driven by growing outplacement and transportation costs, the underfunding of excess cost reimbursement, and an overall increase in the number of students requiring outplacement settings. Meanwhile, as you heard Mr. DeLong testify, the foundation of the ECS formula initially established in 2013 remains frozen at $11,525 per student. The cost of education has risen dramatically over the last decade, but the formula fails to reflect this reality. SB 1511 takes meaningful steps to correct this imbalance by raising the foundation rate and adjusting the weights for economically disadvantaged students, multilanguage learners, concentrated poverty, and for the first time, students with disabilities. In closing, I would gently remind you that public education is a shared responsibility between state and local governments to provide an exceptional education to every child who walks through our doors. Over the last several years in Connecticut, the weight of funding our schools has shifted too far onto the backs of property taxpayers. It is inequitable and it's bad for kids. I respectfully urge this committee to support the ECS reformulation provided for in SB 1511 and to ensure that Connecticut's school funding system is fair, sustainable, and responsive to the needs of our students. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you, Laurel, for your testimony. Appreciate you being with us today. Next, we have Lon Seidman.
Seidman, yes, I'm here. Thank you. Good to see you all again. I'm back on your screen. My name is Lon Seidman. I am a member of the Regional Board of Region 4 Board of Education, the chair of the Essex Elementary Board of Education, and I'm also CABE's VP of Legislative Government Relations. So we have a bunch of members who have submitted written testimony, including myself and Laurel, who you just heard from. So I'll just summarize briefly. We do, as you heard, support SB 1511 for the reasons that Laurel just stated. In particular, because the fund hasn't been looked at since 2013 insofar as that base level, we feel adding to the foundation will certainly help districts. We also are supportive of Section 2, which looks at weighting for special education. One of the things that we're talking about in my district is that right now at our K-6 elementary schools, every grade level has been disrupted in some way by COVID. Our incoming sixth graders were the COVID kindergartners, for example, and prior to that, the younger students coming in were disrupted in their early childhood and a number of other areas that were foundational for their educational experience. And I think that's leading to a lot of the behavioral issues that we're dealing with, along with the special education costs associated with that. So anything we can do to help shore that up would be appreciated. We have a 6 or 7% increase this year just in the town of Essex, and most of that is from special education outplacements. Also wanted to draw your attention to House Bill 7217. This is the in regards to the superintendent attending executive sessions. As more and more school boards are sharing resources, it's really important to have the superintendent or superintendents present should you have issues that need to rise to an executive session, and having that legislative change made would be very important because we do value the expertise of our superintendents, and we hire these professionals for a reason, because although we are very capable and smart people as board members, we do need the professional assistants to effectively manage our schools, and having them at the table with us is very critical. So revising that statute would be important. 7217 also has a section about cooperative purchasing agreements. This is a great addition. We have some things we can do now through DAS. DAS has some really innovative programs, especially for school construction projects. We just did some work on our fields here, and we were able to dramatically increase or shorten the time it took to get the project designed and implemented. And of course, time in these construction projects is money. So the more that we can do to create more of these cooperative arrangements, the better. And we've really benefited from them in my district. Lastly, I just want to point you to some testimony that you'll read from Liz Brown, who's our member from Waterbury. There are some concerns about SB 1 related to the regional review committees. And beyond the existence of the committees themselves in the legislation, CABE is concerned that there's no board representation of the Board of Education on those review committees. And we feel that's really important to that piece of legislation. So with that, I will take any questions.
Thanks, Lon. I don't see any questions for you. Appreciate you being with us every public hearing.
I do my best. Thank you. It's great. And thank you all for the time that you put in for these. It's really valued. So thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Andy Feinstein.
I really appreciate the opportunity to be here. I'm Andy Feinstein. I'm both the legislative chair of SEEK and also the government relations co-chair of our national organization, the Council of Parent Attorneys and Advocates. I'm talking, while SEEK has testimony on a whole variety of bills, which you have in front of you, I'm talking exclusively about 7219, the codification of the protections of Section 504 of the Rehabilitation Act of 1973. First, the need. This is not in doubt. There's no question that there's a serious problem. There is the Texas versus Becerra lawsuit filed by 17 attorney generals challenging the constitutionality of the 504 regulations. It's in the Fifth Circuit, which is notoriously unfriendly to student rights. Moreover, it's on hold now because the Department of Education, such as it is, has indicated that it's redoing those regulations. And so the current regulatory protections are not only in doubt, they are really in danger. Secondly, on that front, the Department of Education has now decimated the Office of Civil Rights, which is the organization that hears complaints about this. They've closed the Boston office, which is where Connecticut complaints have gone. The staff is less than half of what it was, and the new assistant secretary has said that the focus of OCR is going to be exclusively on routing out DEI and fighting anti-Semitism. So the normal protections of 504 are going to be gone. So it's not a question of if 504 protections on the federal level are in danger. It's a question of when they're eliminated and how much they're eliminated. Second, there's been some allegations that the language of 7219 goes beyond what's in the federal statute. That's untrue. I wish it did, but it hones very, very strictly to the current regulations. Three, we need an enforcement mechanism. The current enforcement regulation, the current enforcement mechanism in the regulations leaves it up to the local district. There are no procedures. The district appoints the hearing officer. We would suggest two things. One, that that 504 complaints go through the normal due process hearing process as one way to resolve the complaints. And two, that the Commission on Human Rights be tasked with hearing those complaints, but with a very strict 45-day turnaround, because the normal CHRO process is so long and cumbersome that it's not going to provide relief for students. We have very little faith in the Department of Education's complaint resolution process, which is a whole other subject for discussion. Fourth, I was a little concerned to hear the commissioner talk about the conflation of SPED and 504. There should be a continuum where 504 protections provide accommodations, but not specialized instruction. And for the students who needed specialized instructions, they would qualify under IDEA and get the full panoply of those protections. We should not be siloing them. We should be looking at them as part of a continuum. And fifth, there was some concern raised about the bill that we are doing by statute what now exists by regulation. First, there's no prohibition on doing that. In fact, that's better legislating. And two, the Supreme Court decision in Loper Bright last year basically said courts defer to statutory language, but don't defer to regulatory language. And so doing it in statute is the better course for a legislature. With that, and I guess the one other point I want to make is that the coverage in terms of disabilities is far, far broader under 504. It's all range of disabilities and anything in the education setting that could affect learning, whereas in IDEA, it's 13 specific categories of disability. And with that, I'll be glad to answer questions or engage in discussion on this.
Thanks, Andy. I really appreciate you coming and sharing your expertise on this. I had asked earlier about the number of students in Connecticut that have 504s. I have since gotten the most recent data, which from 2020 to 2021, 30,911 students in Connecticut had 504 accommodations. One of the things I'm wondering if you could give an example or two of a student that maybe doesn't qualify under IDEA, but would be eligible for a 504 and what that might enable them and how they might enable them to better access their learning.
So let me, in the classes I teach on this, let me be clear. 504 is an anti-discrimination statute. It protects students against discrimination. IDEA is a direct services requirement that if a student has disability and requires specialized instruction and related service that has to be provided. So they're different in that scope, and they're different in that IDA has these 13 categories of disability, whereas 504 is much broader. So it is wrong to think of 504 as IDA light, as it often is thought of. But yet we see that in a lot of cases of students, particularly with attention deficit disorder, where if their impairment is mild, they're given certain accommodations, preferential seating, class notes, things like that, and maybe some executive function help. And if it's more severe, they qualify for special education and get specialized instruction. There's no clear line between the two. It's a choice for individual districts to make. That's one area where that's very strong. Another area where we see that is in the what used to be called Asperger's, but we don't call it after a Nazi anymore, of autism, where we have kids who do okay academically, but have a lot of social issues. And they may be given accommodations and social groups and things like that, but not specialized instruction. And that is the difference. The difference is whether you get that specialized instruction or not. And that's a judgment for the PPT team to make. Incidentally, you know, we have this bifurcation where the IEP, the PPT team decides on special ed services, but if the child does not qualify, then there's a separate 504 team that creates an annual 504 plan.
I appreciate that. Thank you. Representative Comey?
Thank you so much. Thank you, Mr. Feinstein. 31,000 kids for 504 is not that large a number, I feel like. So my question for you is, do you think that districts, in your experience, you've worked, you know, advocating to districts across the state, do you think that they are doing, they are operating the child find aspect of the importance of identifying kids that would qualify for that accommodation for the 504?
No, I don't. Look, the 504 regulations now require evaluations, require child find, as you said, and require 504 plans. And I think there are a lot of kids who, you know, districts basically take the position that because a child is doing okay academically, there's no reason to evaluate them. And these are some of the kids who do need the sort of accommodations that 504 provides. And we also have a serious issue with 504 plans not being circulated among staff, not being complied with, not having a way to challenge them. And the one other element I want to point out is, as I said, 504 is an anti-discrimination statute. So there are kids who qualify for special education, but who the violation may be one of discrimination based on their disability, not on the quality of their education. And so there are special ed kids who use the OCR 504 complaint process because that's their claim is they're being discriminated against based on their disability, not that they're not getting a free appropriate public education under the IDEA.
Yeah. And do you think, I think you wrote 45-day turnaround. Wouldn't that be amazing? Because we know that the OCR office in Boston is sometimes we're waiting several years to clear a case. And by then the kids are not even in school anymore sometimes. And then I just wanted to ask you regarding the school districts themselves. We talked about the child find process not being as great as it needs to be, but do you think that there's a variety of understandings across districts and across staff as to who carries out who leads the 504, who carries it out, who's being relied upon, such as, you know, in the case of many kids who are on 504s, it really is a medical condition or a medical accommodation that's being made. And so I'm just, is there anything that we should be considering for this legislation that could improve the understanding of districts and what their role is to carry out?
I would say that 504 is one of the most misunderstood statutes out there. And yes, staff training would be very important. You know, districts and parents need to know what 504 is, and that it's not just, you know, IDEA light. So I do think that that's probably a critical element of this. And I guess I ought to also say, you know, one of the other issues raised about 7219 is that it's going to take resources. Guilty. Yes, it's going to take resources. And training would be one of those resources.
Yes, thank you. That's my 2 questions.
Thanks, Representative. I don't see any other questions for you. Thanks.
Well, thank you very much. I really appreciate it, Madam Chairwoman.
And I suspect you have some written testimony for us also on this.
The testimony's been filed on this.
Great.
And it's on this and a variety of other issues. 2 of my colleagues will be testifying in the wee hours about other things that are of serious interest to us. But I really do appreciate this chance to talk about 504 protections. Thank you, Madam Chairwoman.
I will be here and eagerly awaiting their testimony in the wee hours. Thank you.
I've got to confess, I may not be here.
Next on line, we have Laura Carroll.
Hi, everyone. Good afternoon. Thank you for having me. My name is Laura Carroll, and I'm here to provide testimony for HB 7219. I am a high school math teacher in Connecticut for the past 17 years, and I've worked with hundreds of students with 504 plans. I've taught kids with 504 plans for anxiety, depression, epilepsy, eating disorders, ADHD, diabetes, cystic fibrosis, asthma, allergies, hearing and visual impairments, just to name a few. In December of 2016, my second son was unexpectedly born with achondroplasia, which is the most common form of dwarfism. I had never taught a student with dwarfism. In fact, I had never even met a person with dwarfism, but learned quickly about how important a 504 plan would be for Patrick. Before kindergarten, a 504 plan was drafted to include a variety of accommodations for Patrick. I'm just going to quickly tell you a few of them. The first one is that he has access to a lower command hook in his locker so that he can hang his backpack. The cafeteria staff is amazing, and they will put a milk carton lower for him so that he can access milk as he moves through the line with the lunch line with his friends. They move bathroom materials like soap and paper towels to a smaller table in each bathroom so that he can wash his hands. In every bathroom, there are 2 step stools. There's 1 step stool at every water bottle filling station. There's 1 at his smart board and 1 at his classroom sink. And every day, the bathrooms need to be checked in the morning and in the afternoon to ensure that those step stools have not been moved. In addition to this, there is some really great education that happens, one of which is the PT staff works with Patrick to practice entering and exiting classroom doors and exterior doors to ensure his safety in the event of an emergency, a lockdown, an evacuation, things of the sort. Anyway, you can kind of see that these are just a sample of the things that are legally binding in his 504 plan. An average height student does not have to think twice about entering a public bathroom, but this is Patrick's reality everywhere we go. And we can't control the fact that most of our world is not accessible to Patrick, but having a 504 plan in place has ensured that his school is 100% accessible to him, which in turn, as you can imagine, allows him to feel safe and focus on being a typical 2nd grade student who loves, learning, playing sports, being with friends. There could be an argument, that it would be easy for us to just drop off a few step stools. But I just want to quickly, emphasize the importance of having this legal binding document that ensures Patrick's safety so that it's not left up to individual direction. Just imagine for a moment what it would be like if he, as a 2nd grade boy, walked into the bathroom and his step stool wasn't there. Or imagine if we were a family who couldn't afford to provide, upwards of 12 step stools to a school. In addition, Patrick's 504 plan would, legally follows him to any school, which guarantees not only his access to a bathroom sink and soap and paper towels, but will give him the same access to education and learning and safety as all of his average height peers. So thank you so much for working really hard to help protect Patrick and other students with 504 plans in Connecticut.
Laura, thanks so much for sharing your testimony and about Patrick. And I think it's such a great example of why these 504s are so important, so that he's not discriminated against and feeling anxious all day if he has to go to the bathroom and couldn't, access what he needs to there, just as one example, but that he doesn't need necessarily an IEP because it's not a learning specific challenge. And also, in full disclosure for my colleagues here, Laura is a friend and a constituent, and her son goes to my kid's school and reached out to me about this federal court case and shared her concerns about what it would mean for her son and others like him if these protections weren't there. And so just also a shout out to the importance of your voice and your advocacy, because we have this bill before us today because of you. And I just hope you know that. I hope Patrick knows that.
Thanks, Jen. I appreciate it.
I don't see any other questions for you, but thanks for squeezing us in the middle of your school day.
Anytime. Thank you.
Next, I think, is Senator Wong with us? I don't see him in the room, and I'm not sure if he's online. All right, we can always come back. Next, we have, I think, another panel of students. Deshaun Gomez, Kevin, and Jessica. Thank you. Did I get it right, or did I not get the students right? No, I didn't. Sorry, Deshaun, and then you guys weren't in a row here, but you obviously know. Thank you.
Hello, Education Committee members. My name is Yasmeli Segura, and I'm an 11th grade student at Stanford High School and a participant in the Domus Nights program in Stanford, Connecticut. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to provide testimony today on Senate Bill 1, an act increasing resources for students, schools, and special education. My testimony is about the student success coaches who sound a lot like Domus family advocates. In the Domus Nights program, the family advocates are adults who are in school all day with us, and they serve as mentors and help make sure we come to school every day and do our best. The ways the Domus Nights program has helped me succeed are, number one, emotional support. They have always been there to listen and provide guidance during tough times. Their understanding and encouragement have helped me build confidence and cope with challenges. Number two, support during hardship. Whenever my family faces difficulties, the Domus advocates step in to provide resources and assistance, whether it's helping us navigate tough situations or just being a shoulder to lean on. Their support has made a significant difference. Number three, personal needs. The program helps meet my basic needs, including food and clothing. This support ensures that I have what I need to feel secure. Number four, academic help. The Domus advocates offer tutoring and resources that make school easier for me. They help with homework, provide study materials, and even assist with organizing my schoolwork, which has improved my performance and reduced stress. And lastly, number five, they support my mom. All of this assistance is incredibly helpful for my mom, who is a single parent raising 3 girls. The support from the Domus program alleviates some of her burdens, allowing her to focus more on our family and less on the stress of providing for us. Overall, the help I've received from the Domus program has been invaluable in my life, making a positive impact on both my personal and academic journey while supporting my family as a whole. Thank you to the committee for addressing this important issue and for letting me testify today. I hope you can provide more students across the state with programs like this one.
Hello, my name is Deshaun Gomez, and thank you for letting me testify about the Senate Bill 1511, an act to support disconnected youth. I'm a young adult who I'm a young adult who has experienced disconnection as a youth. I spent a large part of my youth getting in trouble and ended up incarcerated due to my behavior. Since my release, I have been involved in a program in Stamford, Connecticut called DOMIS. I am enrolled in their Invictus program, which helps young people successfully transition to the community when returning from incarceration. And their Domus Works programs, which is helping me obtain the skills I need to get and keep a job. I recommend that the community committee support programs like Domus to help disconnected young people find success. The staff at Domus have helped me in many ways. They helped me with court appointments by coming with me to court and also writing letters on my behalf. They paid for my driver's permit, driving school, and for my license. It was always great to have like a big brother and a big sister that always checks up on me and making sure I have somebody to rely on. They help make sure I have clothing for court. They help me with job searches, including practicing and transportation to interviews. They help me with food when I need it. They help me with school. I also been able to participate in community service projects, giving food and toys to the community members who need it. Today, because of the hard work and the help I have received at Domus, I am on the right track. I work on a Domus work crew. I have a part-time job in construction, and I'm also enrolled in IT school. Thank you for your commitment to disconnected youth and hearing my testimony.
Good morning. My name is Safara Hall, and I am here to comment on Senate Bill 1511, an act concerning disconnected youth. I appreciate the Committee on Education's commitment to disconnected youth and want to provide my perspective on what is needed to reconnect young people to work in the community. When I was young, I moved around a lot. Through high school, I lived in Stamford, Norwalk, and New London. Because of all these moves, it was hard for me to get myself settled in school and into the community. I eventually graduated from Bassick High School. After graduation, I had a series of different jobs, many of which were frustrating to me due to my not earning a living wage and my supervisors not treating me with respect. I also got into trouble with the law, nothing too serious, and always because I had an unmet need. For example, I stole food because I was hungry and I didn't have enough money. Recently, I was referred to Domus from a friend of mine. Although I am older than most of the young adults Domus serves, they still took me because I really needed the help. They didn't hold it against me that I initially didn't tell the truth about my age to get into the program. One of the workers through Invictus, which is a sister of Domus, Marilyn, she said, "It's okay, Safara. We will still help you. Thanks for telling me the truth." I really encourage the people in Connecticut who make decisions about which programs to fund that they should fund programs like Domus. This program has helped me gain valuable job skills, life skills, and it has given me the opportunity to get in touch with and manage my emotions. And I have paid work while I am learning new skills. More than that, Domus is a family. I currently do not have an apartment of my own, and I have been staying between a variety of family members and friends' houses. The staff at Domus, they let me wash my clothes there, and they give me food to eat when I have none. They have helped me out so much and with so many resources, and it's just not one person that you can go to at Domus. Everyone will help you. I know how much people care about me and believe in me. We have a generation that is coming behind us, and they need help and support. Many of them need second chances and help making their situations better. Please consider increasing funding for workforce development programs like ours that provide jobs, training, and most importantly, caring adults who treat you like family, pick you up when you are down, and provide you with all the resources that you need to rebuild your life and thrive. Thank you for listening to me speak today, and have a great day.
I have a very squeaky microphone. I'm so sorry. Thank you all for coming and advocating for this program that has been so impactful in your lives and ensuring that it's available for other people to benefit from. Your testimony is really powerful. For one question, Representative. Well, you have two questions, but Rep. Daphne.
I don't know if it's a question. I might reiterate what the good chairwoman just said, but we had someone in earlier talking about this program. So it's really, really nice to have you all come in and talk about the success that it brought in your life. So we really appreciate you being here today. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Representative Wieland.
There we go. Okay. Never seen it blink before. Thank you for being here today. I was not familiar with this program, and I think it sounds like exactly how we're supposed to be doing things, sort of a wraparound of supports and making sure that it's not just, oh, you get job training. Oh, you can get help with this. It's like, how do we support you as whole people so you can move forward independently? And I think that's great. I don't know if you might know this answer or not, but do you know how many people are supported by Domus at a time?
I know that it's a lot because it's in the schools and it's also in the community, so it's a very big program.
That's great to know. I obviously have some learning to do. So thank you. I'll be looking into this program. Thank you so much for being here. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Representative Constantine.
Okay, there we go. Thank you so much for coming to tell us your stories, the important work that Domus did and connected with you. I was just wondering, as a disconnected youth, Deshawn, how did you hear about it? Was it hard to get involved with Domus, or were there so many people around you encouraging you to reach out to them for help? And also likewise with the two young ladies here too, if you could say, like, how easy was it to start interacting with Domus?
Well, for me, it was pretty easy. It was word of mouth. I learned it from a former friend of mine, and it's just when you know someone, it's people, places, and things. So I took it and I ran with it. I was like, listen, give me that information, put me on, And at first it was about money. Let me be completely honest. It was about money because of the situation that I'm in. And I was like, yes, I need that. I need it. Because I do. And then it turned into something so much bigger, Domus is amazing, They really teach you how to deal with your emotions and how to communicate with people better, and how to just be more of social, in your community. So I'm very thankful and grateful for this opportunity to be in Domus and to be able to be here, and say what I have to say. So thank you.
To piggyback off of that, I also learned from word of mouth from a friend, and then it was pretty easy. Like the transition was pretty easy. It didn't take long at all. It was almost like next day. So, yeah.
I've been enrolled in the program since the 5th grade, so it's like family now, and it's very easy to interact with the Domus advocates. I've had 3 different ones now, and they all bring a welcoming, I'll say like setting. Yeah.
Yeah. Thank you, guys. I will just recognize, I think some additional support around managing our emotions and communicating better is something everyone benefits from. Definitely not just you guys. But I think that's amazing. And really appreciate you guys sharing your experience with us today.
Thank you.
Thanks. Next, I think we have another panel. Madam Clerk, 32, 33, 34. Are they in the room? Do you know? Oh, perfect. Thank you very much. The next, if Mayor Elicker is in the room. Hey, Mr. Mayor.
I was in the overflow,
Um,
overflowing in the overflow.
no problem. Thanks
Thank-
for being with us.
Thank you so much. I appreciate all of the time you guys have spent already and are going to spend here today. I have written testimony that we submitted, but I'm going to put that aside and just speak from my heart. We had an 8-year-old boy on Sunday night that was shot and killed in what appears to be an accidental gun-related incident in his home. And the investigation is ongoing. But once the investigation is done, it will become quite clear that this is another example of a young person lost related to disconnected youth in our community. And I can't share the details, but if we had done more as a society, this young boy, a second grader, would be with us today. And these examples are all too frequent in communities like mine in New Haven. And frankly, I feel sometimes when I'm talking about educational funding, like I'm banging my head against the wall, that there is a attitude by some leaders in our state that we need to do more with less today, that it's just a management issue, that school systems like New Haven's are just not managed well enough. Well, if someone has $18,000 and you tell them just to manage their lives better, they are still poor and they cannot manage things better without having a better job, without having more funding. And similar narratives with our school. I hear that the state has already done its part by increasing incrementally education cost share funding. If you give that same person an additional $500, they are still poor and they still cannot effectively provide for their family, similar to what's going on in our public schools. I hear that cities keep running to the state when there's a problem. Our governor has said that. And the reality is our state has created a system where our cities cannot thrive. We have an over-reliance on the property taxes, and consistently the state has put even more burdens on us while expecting us to have different results for our kids. We have to do something different. We have to do something different, and it has to come through our education system. There are over 80 kids today from our New Haven public school system in this building. Many of them have their first civic experience interacting with government today. We cannot let them down. You can tell I'm frustrated and I'm tired of banging my head against the wall, but we spend $20,000 per kid in our city, less than the state average. We spend less on administrators, and we need to do more than a lot of our counterparts for our kids because they're struggling so much. Don't let these kids down that have been in this building today. And please think about that 8-year-old boy that we would continue to have in our community if our society did more and our state did more for disconnected youth. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Elicker, for your passionate testimony. And I'm so sorry for the loss of that little boy in your community.
Thank you.
We had, the pleasure of having many of your young people speak to us really eloquently. And I think when young people speak with us, we can hear in a different way. So I hope you feel really proud of all of them who came here today. I don't think anyone has any questions, but we hear you. Thank you.
Much appreciated. Thank you.
Next, number 39, Kevin Matsuzuka. Nope. 40, Jessica Light.
Hello.
Hello.
Good afternoon, members of the committee. My name is Jessica Light, and I'm a parent in New Haven. I'm here today because our children deserve better. I urge the committee to change the educational cost share formula to ensure that every student in our state benefits from a fully funded and fully staffed schools. Right now, we're failing too many kids. Connecticut is the richest state in the richest country in the world. The money should be used to fund education, not hoarded while our schools struggle. By adjusting the fiscal roadblocks that keep money from reaching our communities, we can ensure that the resources our children desperately need actually get to them. By fixing the upside down tax system, Connecticut could generate enough revenue to provide fully funded public schools to serve every student equitably. Connecticut should be a place where every child can thrive and learn no matter their zip code. But that's not the reality. Instead, we see the devastating impact of chronic underfunding of our public schools, especially for students in working class communities, for Black and Brown children, and for English language learners and special education. The students who need the most support are receiving the least funding. Right now, Connecticut has one of the worst school funding inequities in the country, ranked below every other state except Nebraska and Texas. Our state's opportunity gap is unacceptable. Real equity means fully staffed schools, public schools where every child has access to teachers, paraprofessionals, school counselors, psychologists, speech pathologists, social workers, school nurses, librarians, bus drivers, custodians, and lunch workers. It means hiring staff who reflect the diverse communities they serve. Real equity means funding schools based on need. School districts serving high need students, children whose parents earn poverty wages, children learning English, children with special needs should receive more funding per child, not less. Connecticut is home of enormous wealth. Meanwhile, our students, particularly those in the most under-resourced communities, are paying the price of the disinvestment in public education. We must fully fund our public schools. Every child in Connecticut deserves access to a high-quality public education, no matter where they live or how much money their parents make. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Jessica, for your testimony. Are there any questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you again and have a great rest of your day. Next, we have Jenny Graves. Not seeing Jenny, so we'll go to Eric Pertulis online.
Good afternoon, distinguished members of the Education Committee. Thank you for this opportunity to testify today. My name is Eric Protulis, and I serve as the Executive Director of EastCon, a regional education service center serving the students and families in districts of Northeastern Connecticut. Our region faces some of the greatest economic and educational challenges in the state. Windham County, the heart of our service area, has the lowest per capita income in Connecticut, and 16.7% of our children live in poverty. Our districts remain committed to providing a high-quality education, but they lack the local tax base to fully fund the growing needs of their schools. At the same time, employers across the state, and especially in the Northeast, are struggling to find qualified workers. As we know from the Dalio Foundation, 119,000 young people in Connecticut aged 14 to 26 are disconnected from both education and employment, and our region is disproportionately impacted. EastCon is a lifeline in bridging that gap, offering workforce development, early childhood education, special education, regional services that our districts simply cannot afford on their own. Despite this, funding cuts threaten critical programs such as youth employment opportunities, which provided job training for 575 young people this year alone. Each year, our wait list exceeds the number of students that we can serve. Cuts to these programs will erode opportunities for students and leave them without the skills and experiences they need to enter the workforce. As a RESC, we also provide essential special education services, serving students with autism, behavioral and intellectual disabilities, and other complex needs. Without our programs, many of these students would have nowhere to go, as their home districts lack the resources to provide the individualized supports they require. However, EastCon itself is in urgent need of financial stabilization. Past fiscal challenges, rising costs, and structural funding shortfalls have left us operating at a loss, despite efforts to restructure financials and cost-cutting measures. While we remain deeply committed to serving our districts in Northeastern Connecticut, we cannot continue to do so without financial support from the state in the form of one-time stabilization funds. Additionally, I asked for a $1 million set aside within the RESC Inter-District Magnet School funding under House Bill 7167 to ensure that our magnet schools and our organization remain solvent. Finally, we offer strong support for the recommended increase in birth to 3 funding, which provides early intervention for our youngest learners, reducing future special education costs and giving children in high poverty communities the best possible start. EastCon is an essential partner in delivering cost-effective, high-impact services to Northeastern Connecticut. Without stabilization funding, we risk losing the very programs that our most vulnerable students and families rely on. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much for your testimony, and thank you for highlighting some of the needs of the quiet corner, the northeastern part of the state, which often is overlooked with the amount of poverty and issues that it deals with. So seeing no questions from members of the committee, thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
All right. Next, we have Anthony Harrington from Bloomfield Town Council.
Chairpersons, vice chairpersons, ranking members, and members of the Education Committee. Thank you for the opportunity to testify in support of SB 1 and SB 1511 on behalf of the town of Bloomfield. My name is Dr. Anthony Harrington, Deputy Mayor of the town of Bloomfield, and I am here today in support of the increase in resources for students, schools, special education, and funding for disconnected youth. We strongly support SB 1 efforts to reduce chronic absenteeism, embed student success coaches, and invest in community-based workforce strategies. We highly encourage ensuring that eligibility for community organizations partnering with schools is part of this legislation, keeping students on track for future success. We recommend that the Connecticut Youth Employment Program be restored to $10 million, and that we support the full amount needed of $25 million to meet the 119K recommendations for no wait lists. We also have serious concerns about Section 6, which proposes changes to the Connecticut Youth Employment Program, SIAP, funding formula. We encourage the present definition. The change in definition would have a negative impact on supporting larger numbers of higher risk youth. Briefly, I'd like to talk about 2 programs offered in Bloomfield. In the spring of 2004, Bloomfield High School and Capital Workforce Partners met. During the meeting, we discussed a pathway that high school was developing with a focus on careers in healthcare. Currently, students at Bloomfield High School can take courses in anatomy and physiology, kinesiology, UConn medical terminology, and others. Although these courses are beneficial to students, they do not provide the hands-on experience that will benefit students who are seeking careers in the healthcare industry. The Bloomfield High School CNA program affords students the opportunity to receive on-site classroom instruction as well as off-site clinical instruction and classroom instruction. Students can prepare for CNA licensure and afford the opportunity to test. Currently, 12 to 19 students have already passed the assessment and received their certification. Several of these students are already using their certification and have been hired to work in healthcare facilities. Institutions such as McLean Retirement Community have hired our students and are asking for more. We have a waiting list of students who are hoping to enroll in the program should we be provided the finances to do so. The staff, students, and organizers are extremely excited about this new program. We also have a summer bridge program that we have operated for the last 3 years. With the help of this committee and Senator McCrory, we started a summer bridge program. We worked cooperatively with Gilbert University, and we've also been working with Blue Hills Civic Association and Capital Workforce Partners and other collaborating organizations, putting together an exceptional program. We urgently want to continue providing opportunities for students to better prepare themselves for the rigors of college life and employment. The program supports urgently needed summer youth jobs. It is about fostering future leaders, equipping young people with essential skills, and providing pathways to long-term economic independence. Many past participants have gone on to secure full-time employment, enroll in higher education, and develop professional networks that continue to develop them throughout their careers. Investing in youth employment is an investment in Connecticut's future workforce and economy. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your testimony. I don't see, oh, I see Representative Gibson online has a question for you. Rep. Gibson, I think you're on mute still.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for recognizing me. Through you, Madam Chair, to Dr. Harrington. Dr. Harrington, good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Nice to
Thank
see
you for your advocacy and thank you for your testimony today. I know you do a lot of great work and I understand you're supporting Senate Bill 1. Is there anything else in Senate Bill 1 that you want to bring to our attention?
You would ask me that.
I would ask you that. I sort of came on a little bit late when I saw you when you're speaking, so I just want to make sure that I covered everything that you had to ask.
Well, we want to make sure that we continue with community-based workforce strategies. We have a great relationship with Capital Workforce Partners and other surrounding community-based organizations. And there's a need and an interest on the part of the Board of Education for the town of Bloomfield to continue these types of activities. We also have the Summer Bridge Program, which we've now expanded from just graduating seniors to also involving 11th graders, because a lot of parents are looking for their young people to be engaged during the summer and also to learn and prepare for the life that comes after high school.
Dr. Harrington, is there a possibility, Bloomfield does an outstanding job with that program, and thank you for inviting me to the ceremony a couple months back where you reported out some successes of the program. Is there any, I'm not sure if this is a question that you can answer, but is there any room or opportunity for other schools or other towns to also benefit from this program?
If we could expand it, certainly. I mean, right now, we do work with students that attend other schools. They just happen to be residents of the town of Bloomfield. But certainly, there have been instances where students from other towns have had an interest in coming to our program, but we couldn't because our funding was limited to just Bloomfield-based residents.
Thank you, Dr. Harrington. We'll speak more about this. Thank you for your testimony. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Gibson. Thanks for being with us, Dr. Harrington. I think Jenny Graves is back with us online.
Yes, hello, thank you. Senator McCrory, Representative Leeper, and members of the Appropriations Committee. My name is Jenny Graves, and I am a preschool special education teacher for New Haven Public Schools, Vice President of New Haven Federation of Teachers, and part of the Connecticut All Coalition. I'm here to testify on SB 1511, an act concerning disconnected youth. The proposed changes to the ECS formula are necessary to properly fund schools to meet student needs. The base funding per student has stayed at $11,525 for over 10 years and needs to increase with inflation. Adding extra funding a 40% weight for low-income students, a 35% weight for multilingual learners, and a 50% weight for students with special education needs will ensure schools have the resources to support every child. This plan would invest $545 million into Connecticut students, providing each of the 160 plus districts with between $3,000 and $59 million, depending on their size and student needs. On average, this would mean an additional $1,120 per student. As a special education teacher, a union leader, and a parent of a student with an IEP, I see firsthand how underfunding special education leads to teacher shortages and impacts student success. Special educators face overwhelming caseloads and endless workloads, leading to burnout at much higher rates than their peers. As a result, students aren't receiving the services outlined in their IEPs. Teachers lack the training and resources to meet student needs, and parents are struggling to understand why their children are being left behind. Our students could make far greater progress if districts had the funding to properly staff special education departments with manageable caseloads and adult to student ratios. Here in New Haven, our issue isn't recruitment, it's retention. Last year, we hired 33 special education teachers, but by June, 30 of our teachers had resigned due to these challenges. Decades of underfunding have left many students, especially in New Haven, disconnected from their education. Underfunding schools leads to larger class sizes, fewer resources, and limited access to support services, making it harder for students to stay engaged. Without proper funding, schools struggle to provide the individualized attention and support that many students require, especially those with complex needs. As a result, students become disconnected from their education, fall behind, and are more likely to disengage from school entirely. New Haven struggles to fund its schools with over 56% of its property being tax exempt, while the state has billions in reserves but fails to provide enough help. This gap means students in wealthy towns.
Can you summarize?
I'm sorry?
Please summarize.
Okay. Given the ongoing threats of cuts to federal funding under the Trump-Musk administration, the need for more state funding is even greater. With federal support uncertain, Connecticut must ensure schools have the resources they need. Without increased state investment, underfunded districts will only struggle more. We must increase funding to ensure every student receives the support that they need to succeed. Thank you for allowing me to testify today. I'm happy to answer any questions that you might have.
Thanks for your testimony. Appreciate you being with us.
Thank you.
Next, we have Brian Greenleaf.
Good afternoon, honorable chairs, vice chairs, ranking members, and other esteemed members of the Education Committee. While my colleague Eric Bertulis just testified about the broad work that we do at EastCon to support our region and necessary funding to ensure our ongoing stability, I'm here today to talk about a narrower focus. I want to express our general support for Section 1 of Senate Bill 1510, but without key changes, we can't support this provision as written. Most importantly, we need to ensure the voluntary participation in any pilot project. We appreciate the legislature's recognition of EastCon as a potential partner in developing a pilot program. EastCon and our partner RESCs are well positioned to run such pilots because we work closely with districts every day, understanding their needs at a practitioner's level and designing flexible, cost-effective programs that provide solutions. However, the top-down approach required under the current bill mirrors that of the Uniform Chart of Accounts project in the 2010s, which districts rightfully saw as an unfunded mandate. We do not seek to impose new requirements or add costs to our districts. Instead, we aim to create a collaborative solution that benefits all stakeholders. I have proposed substitute language within my written testimony, but broadly, I want to go over the vision for this project, which would address 4 major challenges. One is the lack of standardization of financial data that limits its policymakers like yourselves' ability to understand how education dollars are spent. Number two is the general disinvestment in districts around back office solutions, including financial technology. This disinvestment limits digitization, automation, and otherwise efficiency that could be gained with new solutions. The reinvention of the wheel is third, because we often push towards common goals with different solutions that limit the scaling of best practices and collaboration with regional entities like RESCs for support. And number four is attracting a workforce in a world that is increasingly digital and less tied to physical location. To address these issues, our pilot would implement both a common chart of accounts and a modern enterprise resource planning, or ERP, system across our participating districts. A well-structured chart of accounts is essential for financial transparency and efficiency, but it must be designed in a way that facilitates district adoption rather than creating administrative burdens. A modern ERP system deployed strategically would enable better financial management, automation, and data-driven decision-making. Currently, most districts use one of three legacy financial systems that predate cloud-based architecture. While some districts have taken steps towards modernization, progress has been inconsistent. This project would evaluate and implement an ERP system based on future needs, rather than simply adapting to existing limitations. By doing so, we can position districts for long-term efficiency and prepare them for future innovations, including AI-driven solutions. For this pilot to be successful, participation must be voluntary. Each district has unique financial processes shaped by many years of investment. Mandating a transition without district buy-in would create resistance and unnecessary costs. Instead, our approach would allow districts to opt in on their own pace, ensuring a smoother transition and better long-term outcomes. EastCon as a RESC is uniquely positioned to lead this effort, particularly for small and rural districts in our northeast corner. However, for this initiative to move forward, state funding is also essential, and so we encourage that is included in any final bill. We appreciate the committee's consideration and urge the necessary changes to ensure this pilot success. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thanks, Brian. I don't see any questions for you. Have a great evening.
Thanks. You too.
Next, we have Jamie Myers McPhail.
Hi, good afternoon, Representative Leeper, Senator McCrory, and esteemed members of the committee. I'm just getting off the train with 80 students coming back from the Capitol, so thanks for letting me switch to online. My name is Jamie Myers McPhail, and I live in New Haven and organize with New Haven Rising. I'm testifying in support of SB 1511, an act concerning so-called disconnected youth, and the 119K Commission and Young People First recommendations to increase education funding, especially to historically disinvested urban districts like New Haven. Also through updating K-12 education cost sharing formula to ensure more adequate and equitable funding. One of New Haven Rising's main goals is expanding youth opportunity. We know that when youth don't have opportunity, they struggle to attain economic security, they lose hope, and too many youth have their lives cut tragically short due to violence. When I was a young person, my family moved every year, sometimes every 6 months. And getting evicted, never knowing when we'd have to move, caused me to miss school a lot, and also left me with a sense of precarity and instability to plan for my future that followed me well into my adult life. My school district was also severely underfunded. We lacked textbooks and basic supplies. I never once saw a guidance counselor or social worker. For a number of reasons like this, I became depressed, hopeless, and feeling like I had no future. So I got involved in drugs, petty crime, all kinds of things because it felt like nothing mattered and no one cared. But because of the color of my skin, I always got a second chance, and I was able to find a purpose and turn my life around. But we all know that second chances and opportunities in general are not equally distributed. In New Haven Rising, we've been fighting to change the maps of segregation in our city and our state. The neighborhoods that were redlined in 1937 with racist intent are the same neighborhoods that face the greatest challenges today. Every single crisis, from foreclosure, evictions, homicide, unemployment, COVID-19 fatalities, asthma rates, and childhood poverty disproportionately impact the very same redline communities. And this isn't just a problem for New Haven alone. Redlining has cut families out of opportunity across the state, and every elected leader in Connecticut should be focused on addressing this. In New Haven, over 56% of property is now tax exempt, 56%. In 2023 alone, Yale took over a $100 million tax break, which working people like us subsidize. Meanwhile, the state of Connecticut had $400 million surplus in fiscal year 23-24 general fund and a budget reserve of 4.1 billion with a B overall. We cannot change the maps and reverse these patterns if our schools are underfunded and understaffed. Urban students' needs have not been met for generations. Can we afford to shut out yet another generation of opportunity? Are we willing to sit back and allow that to happen? We are here to ask you all to support deeper investment in Connecticut city schools. This is something that is owed from an inequitable history. It's something that will uplift our entire state and build an economy that expands the middle class. Thank you so much.
Jamie, thanks so much for both being with us today and bringing your students to testify before us. They were fantastic, and also for your testimony now. I think it's hard to imagine for many of us, our community having 56% of its taxable property being tax exempt.
Thank you all.
Have a great evening. Next, we have Joseph French Graham.
Good afternoon, distinguished members of the Education Committee. My name is Joseph French Graham from Waterbury, Connecticut, and I'm a senior at Holy Cross High School. I'm also the president of our school's diversity club and the secretary of student government. Additionally, I'm a proud member of Let Youth Lead, which is a youth-driven group within Waterbury Bridge to Success that helps young people in our community get the support they need through education, mentorship, and job opportunities. Let Youth Lead gives young people like me a voice to speak up about challenges we face and push for real solutions. I'm here today because I believe that with the right support, disconnected youth in Waterbury across Connecticut can succeed, and we need more investment to make that happen. I come from a family of 5 siblings. I have 2 older sisters who have graduated college and 2 younger siblings who are still in elementary school. If not for me and my older sisters watching our siblings and picking them up from school when my mom is at work, my mom wouldn't be able to work as much as she does to provide for our family. This responsibility is something that not just me, but many youth face, and being forced to grow up faster than we should and putting our own dreams on hold to support our family. Disconnected youth, those not in school or working, often feel lost. I've seen firsthand how hard it is for friends and family who struggle with housing, mental health, money problems, and lack of opportunity. It's not just an individual problem, it affects everyone around them, from their families to their communities. Waterbury has 8 high schools, and while 43% of students go to community college, even fewer actually graduate from high school or community college. I watched friends start college full of hope, but by the end, they end up dropping out because they can't afford it or don't have the support they need or have to work to help their families. Without a degree or a job skills, it's almost impossible to find a stable job. For many disconnected youth, getting by day to day is hard enough that school or work doesn't seem like options. A lot of youth struggle with transportation, making it even harder to get to school, work, or any programs that could help them get back on track. Some of us take on big responsibilities at home, like taking care of younger siblings or working just to make sure we have food to eat. It's hard to focus on school or jobs when you're trying to survive. Without mentors or support systems, it feels like there's no one to turn to for help. At Let Youth Lead, we're pushing for programs that can help reconnect youth to education, jobs, and mental health support, but we cannot do it alone. We need the state to invest in programs that offer real solutions, more job opportunities, mental health help, and housing support for young people who are struggling. Expanding youth employment programs, offering mental health services through schools, and improving data to track youth who are falling through the cracks can help make sure no one gets left behind. I urge you to make sure struggling youth is a priority, and investing in this now will create a better future for all of Connecticut. Thank you for your time, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Joseph, thanks so much for your testimony today. Really appreciate it. I don't see any questions for you, but I hope you have a great afternoon. Next, we have Bulong Ramiz. Bob McCullough.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, distinguished members.
Thank you very much for this opportunity. You've heard a lot of emotional and passionate stories today, and so it takes a lot of patience and passion on your part, so thank you. My name is Bob McCullough. I'm here as a mental health professional, but also as a member of the strategy team for Hazel Health. We are the nation's largest provider of school-centered telehealth services. And I'm pleased to offer this written testimony in support of Section 5 of SB 1511 with an amendment on behalf of Hazel Health and to advocate for the critical need to expand access to mental health services for Connecticut students. SB 1511 allows for mental health services to be implemented to support the approximate 119,000 disconnected youth across the state, overcome significant learning loss, and conquer persistent barriers to opportunities. Hazel Health recommends the adoption of the attached amendment to ensure that the most qualified and broadest group of applicants would apply for this evidential RFP. As currently drafted, only a very narrow group of organizations would qualify for the RFP. So please see the attached substitute language that will ensure a successful RFP process. Providing early intervention is not just good for the students' health, it's actually good for their futures as well. By addressing mental health needs at this very critical developmental stages, we set students up for success in their education, post-secondary pursuits, careers, and ultimately their entire life. You have heard and will continue to hear from the Connected Conference of Municipalities, CCM, and the strategy to address the disconnected youth of the state. We believe that actually building a comprehensive mental health ecosystem that includes the school-based mental health centers, the telehealth to assist with gaps in desert areas across the state, and well-connected community partners will strongly impact the 4 pillars that CCM has outlined for success. We know that this proven model can actually work. We've seen reductions across the states and the population that we actually serve of upwards of 60% improvement in absenteeism, which leads then, of course, to improved graduation rates, higher test scores across the state as well. And we've seen a reduction of over 50% in disciplinary action. So we urge you to certainly take a look at that amendment and continue to examine how we can assist the youth. And I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much. Appreciate your testimony. Thanks for being with us.
Thank you.
Oh, Rep. Wheelander has a question for you.
Yes.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm just looking at the amendment proposal of changed language here, and I still see, though, that it would be in partnership with school-based health centers.
Mhm.
Since, if you could expand on that a little bit, I would greatly appreciate it, just because not every school has that. And it's something that's not readily available to
Sure.
every district.
Yeah, I think overall the thought behind this is building out what an ecosystem looks like. So where there are those school-based health centers, it's partnering within them to be able to provide additional opportunities for demographic providers where there may be a need. That telehealth can assist certainly with longer wait list times to be able to reduce those. And where there are not school-based health centers, telehealth can then be that primary support system. Part of the services that Hazel provides is also a care coordination team. So we would work very closely with the community partners so that there is an external referral that's needed. That team's working with a peer-to-peer referral as opposed to just recommending that to the parents and wishing them well.
Thank you for that information. I think that if we are going to try to reach all of the children that need some supports, that we don't really know if they need something or not because they're not connecting with people to let them know that they need that.
Absolutely.
It may be better to not have it attached to the school-based health center system, but look at how can we support the in-school psychologists and therapists. That is one piece of feedback that I've gotten actually as the day's gone on.
Sure.
From people reaching out saying that they want to have more in-person supports, which I think we all know is the best way to provide care.
Absolutely. And as a clinician, and I've practiced for over 30 years, telehealth cannot take the place of a face-to-face, but it has been proven to be very valuable in place of face-to-face when those are just not available. And certainly if you have long wait list times, or if you have those desert areas across the state where there's just not a provider available.
Thank you for that information. And I'll keep looking at the substitute language that was suggested. But I think it still does have the student population of 50,000 or more, which would eliminate every Connecticut-based provider because we don't have any school districts with that many students. So, at least not to my knowledge. But thank you very much for the information. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you.
Thanks, Representative. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Next, we have Andrew Ferguson from CCM.
Chairman McCrory and Leeper, ranking member, esteemed members of the committee, good afternoon. It's good to be with you. My name is Andrew Ferguson. I served as one of the co-chairs of the 119K Commission organized by CCM in 2024. I appreciate very much the opportunity to testify in strong support of SB 1511, an act concerning disconnected youth. I commend the committee for raising the bill and hope others will indeed follow your lead in seeking solutions for helping all young people succeed. We continue to experience a statewide crisis in Connecticut that impacts every town. As we've heard today, far too often, a crisis that negatively affects young people and their communities, one that costs the state an enormous amount of money, to the tune of $700 million every single year that we fail to address it. Based on the most recent data, around 1 in 5 young people, 106,000 in total, between the age of 14 to 26, are either disconnected from education or employment or are currently at risk of not graduating high school. 49,000 young people are at risk of not graduating high school. 57,000 young people are experiencing disconnection. These young people live in every community of our state, urban, rural, and suburban. Further, based on reporting and experience, we know that this crisis of youth disconnection is even greater than the statistics suggest. Given the fact that Connecticut school districts socially promote and graduate students who are unprepared to succeed in the economy, and in some cases, who can't even read, write, or compute. In 2024, CCM's 119K Commission convened more than 800 residents across Connecticut to gather input in developing an actionable multi-year strategy to reduce this crisis by half. The commission published Young People First, and I am thankful and appreciative to see that a number of the ideas from that report, Young People First, are in fact part of SB 1511. Thank you. SB 1511 contains at least 2 specific ideas worthy of support. First, the bill proposes the increased funding for all school districts by adding resources for high-need students and raising the foundation grant to account for inflation, which is critically important, as you've heard time and again today, because that foundation grant level has not been adjusted since 2013. Second, the bill encourages cross-sector collaboration and accountability by requiring the establishment of youth success oversight boards within the regional councils of government, which, if designed and implemented as intended, would help to strengthen coalitions in support of young people while expanding service delivery. These are just a few of the ways that Connecticut can act to address this crisis. Thank you again for your leadership and the opportunity to testify in support of SB 1511.
Thanks, Andrew, for your work on this and your testimony today. Representative Zepkis.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for coming. And I'm so glad you pointed out 2 things because I was going to ask you that. So if the ECS funding is weighted with this extra, should the money be specifically or restricted used for something? Or should we, I mean, I believe local should be in charge of their money, but like if we're giving them more money, where should it be put? Because my concern, not my concern, I'm always interested to know how much of a budget goes to administration cost and how much goes to pupil cost. Because when it's all data formulated out, it gives per pupil, but we know, and people should make money. I'm not saying that at all. I'm just curious as your thoughts on that.
So my understanding of 1511 as it's written is there's two parts to more funding for public schools. First is raising the foundation grant level, which would add to the general operating budgets of the school systems. The second is the weighted parts that's specifically for young people with disabilities, young people growing up in poverty, which would be more targeted to your question to their needs and educating them, given there's a higher cost to educating students with such needs. More broadly, my personal view is that yes, in Connecticut, we need to invest more in public education because we have a terribly inequitable system. But more money is part of, not all of, the solution to getting far better outcomes in public education in this state. More money should be coupled with stronger accountability and greater transparency over where the dollars are going and what outcomes are being attained.
Thank you. And for the second part about the executive board, do you have any recommendations on specifically who should be on that board?
You're asking with respect to the Youth Success Oversight Councils? So there, ultimately, I think it would be up to the region, the local COG that's part of that. And I think the who matters more than the what. In other words, if these boards were to be created in statute, it's even more important that the appropriate parties figure out who is in the seats and ultimately making these decisions. Because to Joe DeLong's testimony earlier today, these are not intended to add bureaucracy to the system. They're intended to help. And I think they can be helpful in tremendous ways if the right people actually comprise them.
Thank you. Thank you.
Representative Poulos.
Good afternoon. Thank you for your testimony. Thank you for your work on disconnected youth. I appreciate the information you shared about the financial aspects of this bill. What other levers can we pull in the legislature outside of financial investment to help reconnect youth?
There's several. One, and perhaps most importantly, is you all have a platform. I think that the underlying reason why we continue to have year over year, even before the pandemic, this crisis in our state impacting so many young people in every town in our state is because, frankly, those with power don't prioritize resolving it. We need to use, all of us, the platforms we have to continue and consistently raise awareness around what this crisis is, how does it impact your family, indirectly or directly, and why is it in the interest of Connecticut to work together? Why is it in the interest to prioritize this? We, in some ways, in Connecticut, we prioritize our credit rating far more than we do our literacy rate. That isn't right. We should give equal priority to both. And representative to your good question, I would ask that you all continue to use your voice to elevate this crisis and advocate for it to get the priority our young people deserve so that together we can give resources to educators, to nonprofit providers, and consistently honor our commitments to them so they can deliver every single day the care required for a young person to succeed.
Thank you.
Representative Comey.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you. I have two questions, and I'll just ask them at the same time. You mentioned accountability, you mentioned transparency, and you discussed the oversight of the board, of this new board.
Okay.
And that the right people be at the table. I guess I'm wondering if you could tell us who the right people are that are going to be at that table. And what do you mean exactly about accountability? Do you mean it in a academic performance manner, or do you mean financially transparent? Thank you.
So to the accountability piece first, and please remind me if I don't forget the question on who's at the table. On accountability, I mean as it relates to outcomes and how money is invested to achieve those outcomes. Some of the outcomes are specific to public education. I'm a former school teacher from New Haven. Accountability, when we use that language, is too often heard as being another thing on the back of teachers. That's not at all what I intend. But what I intend is to say, look, in our world today, federal authority is devolving as it relates to public education. That means that a state like Connecticut has a tremendous opportunity right now to think about how we will take even greater leadership for holding our school systems accountable for achieving what our state constitution declares. And what that looks like is inclusive of everything. Specifically, we have graduation standards that need to be much stronger so that we aren't graduating kids who can't read, write, or compute. What it looks like is ensuring that we adequately fund public education, much to the Senate Bill 1511 as it says. What it looks like is ensuring that we honor teachers. We honor teachers by creating strong conditions in their classrooms and schools. We provide support, wraparound support, and support of their leadership in their classrooms. All of that is part of accountability, and there's certainly so much more. But in the interest of time, I'll leave it at that piece. As it relates to who's around the table at these regional COGs and the councils of youth success, first, I would start with what is their purpose. Their purpose is to ensure that young people in each of the regions of our state are better served so we achieve greater outcomes. Once you think about that, then I would say who first is most equipped and serving these young people so well. Today, we've heard countless examples about organizations like Domus and others that are getting great results in service of young people. The folks who should be at these regional tables should be folks who, one, don't have political agendas, two, have the interests of young people in mind, and three, are very good at forging compromise so that they can create conditions that organizations like Domus can rely upon not in a year, but in multiple years. Because ultimately, the folks at the table at the regional level are ensuring that on a regional basis, we are collaborating better in support of young people, particularly as they move across town boundaries. And on a regional basis, we are advocating to the state for more funding in consistent ways over time.
And is your intention to partner with, you mentioned nonprofits as well, and is your intention to leverage some sort of public partnerships with this?
And I would leave the intention to the COGs and those who ultimately would create these. I'm simply a private resident who cares for 20 years about these issues, so I have no personal intention. I was part of the group that created this recommendation. I deeply believe that we need to strengthen at a regional level how this state and its systems work in support of young people, thus the recommendation to create the Youth Success Oversight Boards.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions? I just ask, I think one of the requests or suggestions was to put something on ECS, a weight on it for, I don't know if that, in my opinion, is the best way of doing these things, especially when you talk about ECS, when you know that over 80% of resources funds that go into the school district are fixed costs, salaries, and things of that nature. So I don't think that, in my opinion, adding another weight to the ECS formula, it doesn't solve the problem, in my opinion, as an educator. I think there's a whole lot of other things we can do. My opinion is working with the nonprofit organizations in these regions, is my opinion, will be more helpful than just adding more money to a system that's broken. So I will advocate more so for doing that. And also I'll look at, in my way of looking at things, I will ask that, thinking out loud, have these nonprofits, these successful nonprofit organizations who have a history of doing very good work, have school districts come collaborate with them. So you flip it the other way around. I'm not coming to the school system and saying, I don't want the school system to come out and say, this is what I need you to do, because clearly it's not working. That system doesn't work. I think our conversation should be, I am here, a nonprofit organization. I'm successfully working with the kids that failed your system, right? They're in our systems now, and have them come to collaborate with school districts and say, hey, this is what you need, because this is what the kids are saying, this is what the community is saying, and this is what the workforce is saying. I think we need to work from a different perspective, have it built from a bottom up as opposed to a top down strategies. That's just my commentary. You do not have to comment because we got another 150 people here. But I would say that when the people that come up here, think that way when you come here, and as opposed to thinking the traditional way of doing things to solve problems. Thank you very much. All right. Next up, we have Josh Brown from Josh from the 119 Commission.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Josh Brown, and I'm testifying on the SB 1511, which is an act concerning disconnected youth. I had the honor of serving as a co-chairman of the 119K Commission, working alongside municipal leaders, listening to young people, families, nonprofit organizations, and public institutions. They all told us why they thought young people are disconnected, and many shared their ideas of solutions. I'm also the coordinator of a street outreach program at Domus to Stanford, and I was a disconnected young person for myself for almost all of my childhood. And I mean it's all of my childhood, 14 years of it, I was homeless. My two siblings and I were raised by a single mother, no father, who died when I was 8 years old, and a mother who battled alcohol addiction, depression for basically her entire life. She had 3 kids by a man that was 30 years older than her, and she couldn't maintain resources, or did she have the mental capacity to help raise us? I was kicked out of every school. I've also shared my transcript with you to attest to what I'm talking about. I was kicked out of the schools. As you see on my transcript, I ended up in juvenile detention. My older brother was incarcerated since he was 12 years old, doing stints up until he was about 27. Even though I struggled throughout my teenage years, I graduated from high school, which was an alternative school, not from the traditional public setting. Eventually, I became the vice president of 2 different banks in Fairfield County and worked in these roles for over 9 years before transitioning to the nonprofit sector. I own 2 homes that I'm very proud of telling you that I have paid off. So that means I'm mortgage free, which means I'll never have to worry about where I'm laying my head again, me or my family. People often ask me why or how did I do it and what disconnected youth need to reconnect to school and work. Senator, this wasn't in my testimony, but you addressed a lot of that just about 5 minutes ago. When I ask this, I talk about Domus. Why? The people of Domus have been a support system for me for over 20 years. I'm just one example of how long-lasting relationships are built at Domus and are life-changing. For the last 7 years, I have worked as the coordinator, but I have overseen the whole outreach at Domus, whether that's in the school, the street outreach. We have a few other programs that you heard from earlier that we have in our high schools. I reach out to the most disconnected youth to develop loving relationships and give these young people the supports that they need to become self-sufficient. We need to strengthen organizations like Domus across the state so more nonprofits can do the work me and my team do, like Senator McCory was just saying. I know from both my lived experience and my professional experience that Connecticut's challenges with disconnected youth is not insurmountable. It will take a collective effort with public and private partnerships, the identification of best practices across the state, and the funds to replicate them when they are needed. I'm grateful to this committee for letting me weigh in on this issue, and I'm willing to answer any questions as well.
Thank you, and thank you for your testimony. Any questions for Josh? Yes, Representative.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I don't know if this is a question, but thank you so much for coming out to testify.
Thank you.
The other 3 individuals that came out earlier about Domus, I want to meet this Domus because
I've got some young men with me. They wanted to come up, but then they got like a little,
honestly, it just sounds amazing, and it sounds like it would be a great model for the state to follow with all the successes that are being reported. It started with our minority leader earlier today telling us how great it was, but we didn't have any testimony, and then all of you come forward, and your story is amazing. You
Thank
should
you.
probably write a book.
I've been told that, and I've been told that hopefully I might write one soon. I also carry around in my little folder here, my young men to tell you as well. I carry around my mortgage deed, Why? Because it's mine. And I know
And you
every
worked
day,
for
like
it.
I can go in my bag right now and pull it out and show you that too. I know every day I can go home and there's not going to be a letter on my door for eviction. You know, nobody can't come and tell me I got to get out. You know, and I mean, unless I really like lose my mind and really go incapacitated, I can't pay $4,500 for my taxes in Norwalk a year for my single home that I live in. Then, you know, that's the only way I'm gonna probably be homeless again. But I don't see that happening either.
Well, good
So,
for you, and good for you for having the opportunities to rise above all of your challenges. Thank you for testifying today.
thank you for having me.
Representative Zuppy.
Thank you. And just like everyone else, so proud and what a great feeling, right?
Yes, ma'am.
So, if you could pick one thing that Domus did for you that you did not get in the public school system, what would that be?
They never gave up on me. Because if you see in my transcript in year 2002, you know, I wanted to pass in English. And the only reason why I had those F's because what my transcript doesn't reflect is the absences that I had. Because a lot of those times, yes, it was the local shelter, it was a van, it was a friend's house, it was a friend that you call in family, but you can't really tell nobody that it's not family and that you're staying there because they're either probably on Section 8 or in project-based housing. And if everybody finds out that 10 people are living in a 2 or 3 bedroom, they're going to lose their Section 8 house, and now 10 people are disconnected. So, and homeless and living outside or wherever they can find a place to stay. And that's why I tell people a lot, I connect with everybody. You know, when I was going through these challenges and these challenges that I see today, it ain't about race, it ain't about what someone looks like. It's a people problem. This is a problem for young people. We have to look at the people. And if we got to take and I don't want to get off because I'm not a politician and I ain't a lawyer either. So I can't tell everybody how to fix everything or have all the answers. But you know, let's really focus on young people and let's stop giving up on them. If they gave up on me in 2002, I wouldn't have graduated in 2007. So it took 20 Fs, 4 Ds, 4 withdrawals for me to then pass high school. You know, but I got out, and it was because Domus was right there. One of the individuals that you've seen today, he's now my supervisor. Why I've been connected with him for over 19 years, because he was the one that came to me. He was my first family advocate when I got into high school. So it was like, you know, and I don't want to curse for a lot of times I was telling Tom, get out of my face because I feel like you're about to go report something, or maybe you're going to go tell DCF something and make me leave from my mom. But no, Tom is the reason I got my driver's license. As you heard, a lot of young people talk today about getting their driver's license. We're big on that. You know why? Because then you have a way that you can get to work, you know, you can get to school, and it's a lot of things. I give my time,
So
sorry.
I just want to drill down for a second.
Yes,
So
ma'am.
understanding never giving up, and Tom, you're awesome, whoever
They
you
just,
are.
Tom
you
and Mike
made
just left.
a difference in this man's life. But by not giving up and giving up in the public school versus Domus not giving up, does that mean constantly in touch with you, constantly helping you do your homework, making sure that you're doing your homework, making sure, I'm not trying to put words in your mouth. I just want to know, like, exactly what does that
And it's endless engagement. It's you know, okay, well, if you're not doing your homework, why aren't you doing your homework? It's probably it's not because he doesn't want to do it. Maybe he doesn't even understand what he's doing. So let's find him a tutor. Okay, come into the drop-in center. You know, Josh, I know you can't come and live at my home, but we can find resources for Dorothy to get a place. You know, my mom, again, as I explained, she battled a lot of issues. She was 19 when she had my brother. My father was 49. My birth certificate in my bag also reflects that as well. So, you know, I bring these things up because it was just endless, and I say this in the outreach I do, endless outreach, endless engagement. You know, you have to stay connected with these young people. And it's been 20 years of this relationship. And that's why I do and hold a lot of trainings at Domus and stuff like that with a lot of staff that come in, because this is the work that we have to do, where you can see that 87% of those that get out of high school with us either retain a job and keep that job for a year, or they go to post-secondary, get a post-secondary education, whether that's in I can tell you some that went on to become lawyers now, that we worked with. So it's just an endless engagement.
wonderful? Thank you. Thank
Thank
you
you.
so much for sharing.
Thank you for having me.
Mr. Chair.
Representative Renee Hughes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to say thank you for not just telling your story, but being such an inspiration. And also for the way in which you have given credit, to Domus for much of your success, and also the importance of having this type of partnership. Okay. I think that on this level, in this building especially, okay, we oftentimes look at things that already exist and we don't take advantage of that. Okay. And I think part of your message is, let's partner. Let's partner with Domus. Let's not try to recreate a program because we already have a winning one.
Yes, and that and you're absolutely right, ma'am. The let's do things that's already working. We don't have to really create nothing new, and that's why I'll be very interested. I believe Mrs. Haynes left, but me and Joe has already talked about that when we're talking about with Joe Carbone. Let's talk about the things that are working. We don't have to create something new. Things are already working that exist. And, you might see sometimes people be like, Josh Brown might be at a meeting, trying to get somebody a job at a Fortune 500 company, but he got 2 young people with him that might be severely, as we say, disconnected. But there's a reason why they're with me, and it's building that relationship consistently.
Well, I would ask of you if you could,
Yeah.
to echo Representative Zapis, that, if you could, in your own words, put together a list of the things that Domus, you see them doing that are critical, that really push forward the success that they've had, because I think that that's really important as we go forward as well.
Yes, ma'am. And I also like a new outreach program that we started that the Department of Town Special Services in Stanford, they came about a year and a half ago, and they said that, we're seeing an uptick of phones getting snatched. We see young people doing this and we see young people doing that. And I said, well, it's going to take some people out on the street outreaching to them. I can tell you 75% of those larcenies, those crimes have went down. Why? Because we have 3 outreach workers a day that work from 2 to 8 o'clock. Why? Because young people get out of the school at 2. They tend to go downtown to the mall, and then the mall is like the central place where then everybody disperses out into their different neighborhoods. That is the best time to connect with those young people. Why? Because if they're somewhere at 2:30, maybe they need to be going to the library to get a tutor, or maybe they need to be going down the street to our drop-in center to get a job or assistance with a job. Some young people think that they can't even find a job. Or somebody's not going to give them the opportunity. Or, Josh, I barely made it. I barely can make it through high school. So how am I going to get a job? Well, I can tell you how, So it's things like that, and training others to understand this as well, and looking everybody, just everybody as a whole, all the young people as a whole. I know when we was doing this work with the 119K commission, people were saying that these problems are only in the big cities. No, like Representative Brown said earlier, this is in the northeastern and northwestern parts of Connecticut too. Salisbury, I can tell you, Norwich, and this shouldn't be happening still. And money's not gonna fix everything. Okay, it's the piece of it. Like we were saying with the ECS fund, money's just a piece of it. But you're gonna need relentless outreach. You're gonna need people that can engage with these young people, and you need to really put young people first. We can't keep saying that we want to invest in the future, but we're not investing in our young people. How you investing in the future and you're investing in the people that's gonna be the future? Doesn't make sense.
Well, I just want to say thank you for your enthusiasm and for your willingness to give back.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Thanks.
Representative Constantine.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Josh, loved hearing from you about Doma Stanford, along with Deshawn and Safara. Actually, I'm not sure she was Doma Stanford. Been familiar with their work for quite some time. And I was just wondering, especially the work with disconnected youth and outreach, how is I know a lot of the funding is privately raised.
Yes.
But you do get significant funding from the Stanford School District, which cut the middle school program.
Yeah.
What's the status of that? How is it going to affect you?
So-
Because you are so reliant on not so reliant, but relying on public money also.
And I know that's probably a question that my senior Mike Duggan, who oversees Domus, can answer. But personally, and I don't want to say the wrong thing. We're not heavily funded by the city. A lot of even when we had charter schools, a lot of that money was raised privately. And I know there was a lot of like issues that people like ran into, but like we said, we meet young people where they're at. Whether that's if I got to pick you up every day to make sure that you get to school, I can tell you these three in the back here that's sitting, they can tell you themselves, like, they got annoyed with me coming to go wake them up at 6:30 in the morning with a megaphone sometimes, or you got to come with me to the gym so you can get yourself jump started so I can get you to school at 7:30. So you got to come to the gym with me at 6:30. And if you do that and you do that for a week, guess what? You're going to get incentivized for it. It might be a little $50 gift card. It might be me taking them to RPM to go do some race car driving. It might be me taking them to New Rock City to go see, or downtown Manhattan in the Rockefeller Center to do ice skating. Their first experience. But that's something that's going to live with them forever. And they feel good when they're incentivized for doing good, because we all so many times penalize them when they do something wrong. I can tell you, again, the transcript reflects from it. Sometimes Josh probably came in school and cursed somebody out because I ain't eat last night. I don't know where my mom is at. I couldn't, but I can't tell you that, because if I tell you that, then I face the risk of being separated from my mother. And as much as things were hard, I could tell you from a young person that was in that position, I never wanted to leave my mom's side because I wanted to also be her support. And I also understood at a young age what she was going through. So.
Well, thank you. I truly
Yes, ma'am.
appreciate your advocacy for disconnected youth and everything that you're doing.
Thank you.
Thank you. Representative Brown.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And Josh, thank you. I'd say it's in the name. You got
Yes, in the name. It's in the name. You got it.
No, listen, I had a question for you. Over the course of time, you answered my colleagues' questions, and you pointed out there's really two things that I think in my teaching career with students. I start every year asking them, what is something that you would want me to know about you that's going to help me understand you, so that I can then meet you where you're at?
Yes.
And I think that the answer to a big answer to this issue that we're facing with disconnected youth is meeting kids where they are.
Yes.
And being willing to do that. And you've said we don't have to recreate the wheel. We don't, because it's as simple as meeting kids where they are. And by that moral obligation of our budgeting and fund the programs that will help us meet kids where they are,
Yes, sir.
so that we can achieve the results like your students have, like you had.
Yes.
Because it was a result of us and somebody, an adult, a caring, trusted adult that met you where you were to work with you and to make that happen.
Yes, sir.
And so that's all we have to do. It's not as difficult of a problem to solve as we might think. It's being willing to do it. So again, thank you for being here today. Thank you for the work you're doing, and congratulations that you've been able to do this. Please keep that up, because there's kids, as you know, counting on you.
Thank you. I appreciate that, Mr. Brown.
Thank
And one thing that you said too is important. Meeting them where they're at, and it doesn't matter who the person is, long as they're doing the work. So I will tell you this: when I was being met where I was at, the person didn't look like me, right? So the first thing that people will say, well, they're not going to trust them. You have to do something to make that young person trust you. It doesn't matter what you look like.
Any other questions? So Josh, I'll just summarize. First of all, you did a great job of advocating for your program, but more so advocating for disconnected youth. I think you hit the nail directly on the head. You were very honest about what you're doing and what needs to be done. And we're gonna figure this out around with this. We're gonna do our part as an education committee to figure out how we can move this agenda forward. I like I said earlier, I believe the nonprofit organizations like this one, in this case downstairs, Domus, is probably doing a good job. There's some other ones that's probably doing a very good job, and we have to resource them up and continue to do the work. I'll just say this for the young brothers who's here. I'm an educator, 33 years. I get it. And one thing about young people, they don't care what you know. But they want to know if you care.
That's
and
right.
Once they realize that there's a caring adult in their lives, then they will listen to them.
Yes, sir.
And yeah, color doesn't matter, but experiences do.
Yes, it does.
Representation matters, because you can't show them how to be a young black man you can show, I take that back, you can show them that,
Mhm.
right? And if they see you do it, then they know there's ability for them to do it. So continue to do the work, continue serving as a role model and a real model for the children in the Stanford area and all the other areas that you're doing the work. And like I said, we'll figure out on a policy wise how we can institute what you're doing into the lives of the other children who need it so much in the state of Connecticut. Any other questions?
I
See,
definitely appreciate that. And
Thank
I just had one last thing to say. Shout out to the young three that is behind me that sat with me about 6 or 7 hours today. We're going to go get something to eat after this. But it was more so towards the career education system. I had the pleasure here in 2002, as you see from my transcript, one of the only classes that I passed was my social studies class. And it was my teacher at the time was this man named Justin Lowell. And Mr. Lowell right now is the interim superintendent of the Connecticut career technical colleges. And I don't know too much about what's going on or, you know, the case in particular. And again, I ain't a lawyer and I'm not a representative or a senator, but I would urge for people to look into that situation because me and Mr. Lowell have been having conversation for years about taking off a thing called the Safety Review Board. It's a safety review board where the kids, say I'm just going to give you a quick example. A young man goes in here in 7th grade, he was caught with some mace. So now it's time for that young man to go into Wright Tech at 9th grade. And this review panel says, hey, well, he got caught with that mace. We can't let him in. Let me tell you something. That young man might not make it in a traditional setting, okay? But him going to go find out how to work on cars because he's been wanting to work on cars for 15 years, he should be able to get admitted into that school. And this is something that me and Mr. Lowe have talked about a lot. You know, I don't, again, you probably all know about the investigation or whatever that is going on, but I would just please look into it because this man, as you see, 2 times I met him at Stanford High, and those classes that I passed, I mean, it's right there on the record. He was my teacher in that civics class, and that's one of the reasons why I love history. So if it's anybody, I can tell you in your career technical schools, I didn't know if he was an executive director or whatever. He needs to be there. Or whatever the situation, he is one that fights for those that are disconnected, disengaged, and half the time when I went in his class, it was this. He's just having a little issue. Josh should be fine. You said you want to talk about Dr. Martin Luther King. Let's talk about it today then. And then now the whole class is engaged talking about it. So Mr. Lowell again, Justin Lowell, I don't know what the whole situation is, but it's something that I would definitely look into because if anybody should be leading those schools, the technical high schools where these young people can go and get careers and then ultimately go into the workforce, we're talking about they can go work at an electric boat company and make $80,000. Some of them not going to go through a traditional high school and learn that. They don't learn that at the career technical program. And Mr. Lowe is a person that would admit somebody like that.
Okay.
So I'll shut up after that. I don't want to say no more.
You said enough.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for having me.
All right. Thank you. Next up, Victoria Kemp, followed by Kennelly Hillerman, and then Dorothy, and I'm not even going to try to pronounce your last name, Dorothy, the instructor at UConn. Victoria?
Hello? Can you
Yes.
hear me?
Can you turn your camera on?
Oh, I don't know. There?
Oh, I don't see it.
Well, heck. Okay. There you go. You see me? Okay, thanks.
Tell that young man that helped you. I said, thanks.
What's that?
Tell that young man that helped you get your camera on. I said,
My
thanks.
husband, he's
Okay.
invaluable
Husband.
most of the time. Okay, first, let me thank you. I've been listening. It's been very, very informative. And so, I would like to thank the co-chairs, Representatives Leeper and Senator McCrory, Vice Chairs Representative Brown and Senator Winfield. Ranking members, Senator Berthal and Representative Zupkas and distinguished members of the Education Committee. Thank you for your time and thank you for listening to me. My name is Victoria Camp, and I retired with a career from the Federal Migrant Education Program, which provides educational support to students with migrant families. For various reasons, I was in Colorado, but now I live in New Haven. I moved here with my daughter, who is a speech pathologist, and her son, who is a student over in Edgewood. And my son also lives here with his daughter. So I'm well aware of the school district and what's going on. I'm testifying today in order to support SB 1511, an act concerning disconnected youth. Specifically, I'm testifying for the 119K Commission and Young People First Report recommendations to increase educational funding to all districts, and particularly to high needs districts. This requires updating Connecticut's K-12 education cost sharing, or ECS formula, to ensure increased, adequate, and equitable funding based on student needs. This is a big deal. I was also part of a mentor program called Full Circle in Colorado, which was one of those nonprofit organizations to help the schools, and it worked well. I worked with so many wonderful people. Throughout my life, I've always believed in public education. I know that when kids have accesses to service they need, they will grow and they'll overcome some of their harsh challenges. I have provided services for kids who were in extremely difficult situations, and I'm proud to report that many of these kids, these wonderful kids, they're now adults, and they have middle-class families. Their children are oriented towards getting an education, and these people have wonderful, stable jobs. I also know that when kids don't have access to these services, difficult situations can become overwhelming, and these students just go downhill. My daughter is a speech pathologist in New Haven Public Schools, and frankly, there's not enough staff in the schools to help the New Haven kids overcome so many of the challenges they're facing here. My daughter is every day feeling frustrated and just so unhappy. It's so sad, overwhelmed, I guess, because she can't provide these services for the kids, the special, her speech pathology kids, because there's just understaffing. There's not enough help for her. She's thinking about moving to another school or, possibly another type of profession that would utilize her speech pathology skills. She doesn't want to. She loves the kids, but she just doesn't feel like she can do enough for them because of the number of kids she has on her caseload and how short the school district here is with teachers and staff. So it is just not sustainable for our school districts, and it's continuing, I think, to escalate towards a crisis. This is what I am seeing. I've been here for a year and a half now. I think the New Haven kids deserve more support from what I'm seeing going on in the schools my daughter works in and my granddaughter goes to and my grandson goes to. State needs to answer that need. For these reasons, I'm asking you to provide more funding for our city schools, and thank you so much.
Thank you. You right on time. I didn't even ask you to summarize. Any questions for Victoria Camp? Seeing none, thank you again for your testimony, Victoria.
You're more than welcome. Thank you.
Next up, Callie. For Generation Now.
Hello.
Hi, good afternoon.
You're on the big screen. It's cool, babe. I bet they recorded it.
I think Victoria's still on.
Okay,
there
you're up.
Okay. Good afternoon, Senator McCrory, Representative Leeper, and members of the Education Committee. I am here to testify on SB 1511, in particular the revisions to the Education Cost Sharing Grant. I am a parent in the Bridgeport Public Schools, and I'm also the co-director of Bridgeport Generation Now. Bridgeport Public Schools are dramatically underfunded by both the city and the state. Since 2013, state funding has not kept up with inflation, and neither has our city funding. Our school district's budget, just because of inflation alone, has grown over the last 12 years by an average of 5 to 7%. And the combined state and city increases that we've gotten in that same period of time have been around 1 to 2%. So I just wanted to say that right off the bat because, you know, we get a lot of attention down in Bridgeport related to this idea of accountability and poor management, the drama around like what we're doing or not doing with our money. And when we are being so dramatically underfunded, there's no amount of managing our way out of such a crisis. So I just wanted to make that clear. Compounding the issue is that Bridgeport funds at the 5th lowest per pupil amount in the state. We fund at $16,000 per pupil compared to our neighboring town of Greenwich, which is at over $27,000 per pupil. As I said, I am a parent of 3 kids enrolled in Bridgeport Public Schools. In 2016, my oldest son entered kindergarten with a kindergarten paraprofessional and a classroom grandmother, both of whom were paid for by public dollars. By 2017, both of those positions were gone, and as our schools have been underfunded year after year, they've never been replaced. In my work as the co-director of Gen Now, for the past 9 years, our members have testified at every single municipal budget hearing, advocating for more money for our public schools, despite the fact that we receive tens of millions less every year than we need. And now we are facing a $39 million deficit for this fiscal year. And for next year, our gap is $68 million. This is despite the fact that the state has been taking in a historic surplus in the amount of billions. So I just want to say that I'm really sad and frustrated to be here. This is actually my 5th year testifying before this committee. But what makes me even more sad and angry and frustrated is that it's been the same conversation my entire life. I was one of those students that came before you today asking the same questions of the adults in charge in 1997 in my U.S. history class with Mr. Abate at Hartford Public High School. When will the families of Bridgeport, Hartford, New Haven be granted peace, sustainability, and happiness? And aren't Bridgeport's children entitled to reap the benefits of our state's extreme wealth? In conclusion, you know, I think it's unconscionable that our Board of Education had to find 39 million ways to save $1 this year. And if education funding isn't dramatically increased, they're going to have to find tens of millions of more ways, forcing to decide for our kids between things like a year of middle school basketball versus keeping their one guidance counselor. Perks like essential support positions, after school clubs, organized sports, and kindergarten paraprofessionals, these things shouldn't be something that only wealthy districts in Connecticut can afford. So I urge you to do what our students need and deserve, which is a fully funded public education. Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you for your testimony. Any questions? Any questions? Camille, thank you again. And Mr. Abate, I'll let him know that he did a great job as being your teacher when you were at Hartford Public High School.
Oh, thank you.
We had a lot of great things about him around here.
Yeah, he was the best.
Okay, thank you. Next up, Kelly. Oh no, I'm sorry. I'm gonna have to go back to, I believe it's 36. Okay, Maria Adela. And I think there's a translator. All right. Is Maria online? Yes.
Buenas tardes.
Good afternoon.
Estimado senador McCrory, representante Leeper y miembros del Comité de Educación, buenas tardes a todos. Mi nombre es María Adela Pineda. Mis hijos asisten a las escuelas públicas de Hartford Soy miembro del colectivo de defensa y soy parte de la coalición de Conérico para Todos. Estoy aquí para testificar sobre el SB 1511 y SB 1.
Dear Senator McCrory, Representative Leeper, and members of the Education Committee, good afternoon. My name is Maria de la Pineda, and I have children in Hartford Public Schools. I'm a member of Colectivo Defensa, and we are part of the Connecticut for All Coalition. I'm here to testify about SB 1511 and SB 1.
Comencé mi testimonio de una forma, quise hacerlo un poco diferente, con pregunta hacia el panel. ¿Qué espera usted del sistema de educación especial? ¿Qué esperan ustedes del sistema de educación? Sabiendo que, por ejemplo, tener un hijo con necesidades especiales, el cual amerita un equipo de profesionales que trabajen con él y que trabajen en persona y no por Zoom.
I would like to start my testimony a little different. I would like to start by asking a question of the committee. What would you expect from the special education system if you had a child with special needs who needs a team of professionals to work with them in person and not by Zoom?
¿Qué harían ustedes ante esta situación? ¿Alzarían su voz por su hijo para defender sus derechos y hacer valer los derechos de otros?
What would you do in this situation as a parent? Would you speak up for your child, stand up for his rights, and make the rights of others also become real?
En esta tarde por eso estoy aquí. Quiero alzar mi voz y hacerme escuchar para que nuestros testimonios sean fuertes ante cualquier circunstancia de cambio.
And this is why I'm here this afternoon, because I want to raise my voice and I want to testify so that there can be a change.
Yo soy madre de unas gemelas. Una de ellas tiene una condición de síndrome Down. Tiene actualmente 12 años y cursa el 7º grado de la Escuela Clásico Magna de la ciudad de Hartford.
I am a mother of twin girls. One of them has Down syndrome. She is currently 12 years old and is in the 7th grade at Classical Magnet School in Hartford.
En el año 2023 apliqué en el sistema de loterías de las escuelas buscando una mejora para mi hija. Actualmente mi niña recibe los servicios a los cuales califica según su evaluación. Pero una vez más estoy convencida que hay fallas, que existen vacíos entre la ejecución y la escuela.
I applied to the school lottery system seeking an improvement for my child's education. Currently, my daughter is receiving the services she qualifies for based on her assessment. But once again, I am convinced that there are flaws. There are gaps that we can improve in our school.
Tal es el caso del servicio de terapia de lenguaje que recibe mi hija. No, la terapista no está presente. Ella recibe su servicio a través de la plataforma Zoom.
For example, the speech therapist that works with her is not present. She receives the service through the Zoom platform.
Claro está que su avance no sería jamás el 100% de lo que se espera según las metas que se quieren alcanzar.
And because of that, her progress will never be 100% of what it's expected because, or based on the goals that are set because of not being in person.
Si a un maestro le cuesta mantener a los niños sentados en una clase para que presten atención y realicen sus actividades en forma presencial, ¿cuánto más difícil es el trabajo por línea? Y con un niño con una condición, las barreras serían muchas y aún más porque, por ejemplo, mala conexión en el equipo, que el niño no quiera trabajar, que no esté frente a la pantalla o falta de interés y de motivación.
If it is difficult for a teacher to keep children sitting down in a classroom to pay attention and perform their activities when they're face to face, how much more difficult is it online? And then you have a child with special needs, the barriers increase much more. So when you have a problem with a poor connection or them not wanting to be in front of the screen or also the lack of interest or attention or motivation.
Otra situación está con la terapista ocupacional. En nuestra última reunión del PPT del año pasado, me enteré que tampoco estaba físicamente en la escuela y que también guiaba sus terapias a través del Zoom.
Another issue is that I found out at my last PPT meeting that her educational therapist is also not physically at the school and that she also guides those therapies through Zoom.
Otra situación muy incómoda que me tocó con mi niña fue el verano pasado. Ella tenía que acceder a su clase de verano según el programa de año extendido y pensé que sería todos los días como normalmente es escuela de verano.
Lastly, there's an uncomfortable situation that we had last summer. She had access to her classes in the extended program, and we thought that it would be Monday through Friday, like all the other children, but it wasn't.
Solo recibía 2 días a la semana. Cuando pedí explicación, la respuesta que me dieron era que no había otro programa donde pudiera ser incluida, así que tuve que aceptar el servicio de esa forma.
So she only received the program 2 days a week. And when I asked for an explanation of this exclusion, the answer was that there was no other program where she could be included and that I had to accept the service this way.
Como padres deseamos que nuestros hijos tengan una buena educación, que gocen de escuelas seguras, con personal profesional, con los servicios adecuados y necesarios según la necesidad de cada niño.
As parents, we want our children to have a good education, to enjoy safe schools with professionals and adequate and necessary services according to each child's needs.
Deseamos ver a nuestros niños con necesidades especiales involucrados en actividades recreativas y deportivas dentro de nuestras escuelas.
We want to see our children with special needs involved in the recreational and sports activities within our schools.
Deseamos que todos nuestros niños asistan a cualquier escuela en nuestro propio distrito y no importando el diagnóstico. Que no haga falta buscar escuelas fuera de nuestro entorno para recibir los servicios que nuestros niños necesitan.
We want all of our children to attend any school in our district regardless of their diagnosis. And there should be no need to look outside of our own public school system to get the education that we want.
Muchas gracias por la oportunidad de testificar y estaré encantada de responder cualquier pregunta que tengan para mí.
Thank you for the opportunity to testify. I'll be happy to answer any questions if you have them.
Thank you. Thank you for your testimony.
Gracias por su testimonio.
And unfortunately, I feel sorry for your child who can't get an actual teacher to provide the services for them. They have to do everything online. That's really unacceptable.
Y me siento muy mal por lo que cuenta de su niña, que no puede tener un acceso a una maestra en persona para darle los servicios que necesita. Es inaceptable.
And one of the things we're trying to do is create more teachers. We want more teachers. We're doing everything we possibly can to get more teachers into the field.
Y lo que estamos tratando de hacer es crear más maestros, que haya más maestros para poder servir a tu niña.
And thank you for your testimony.
Y gracias por su testimonio.
Gracias.
Gracias a ustedes.
Okay. Dorothy?
Hello. Good afternoon, Chair McCrory, ranking members, and members of the Education Committee. My name is Dorothea Anagnosopoulos. I'm a professor and associate dean for academic affairs in the NEAG School of Education at the University of Connecticut. Thank you for the opportunity to provide testimony related to Senate Bill 1513, an act concerning aspiring educators. While we support the bill, we urge you to consider 2 sections for modification. The first is the definition of an aspiring educator in Section 1A. As currently written, the definition will result in significantly limiting the number of teacher candidates who will be eligible for the financial support they need to become teachers. By restricting aspiring educators to candidates seeking certification in a teacher shortage area, the current definition in the bill will exclude those teacher candidates who want to become elementary teachers or middle and high school teachers of subjects such as English or music. In our own program, this definition would actually disqualify roughly 40% of our students who are members of a subgroup underrepresented in the state's teaching force. To address this concern, we ask that the definition of aspiring educators be modified so that it includes but is not limited to those pursuing certification in teacher shortage areas. The second section of the bill we would seek some modification on is section 3.1, which adds a requirement that teacher candidates receive stipends for the hours they participate in clinical, field, and student teaching experiences. We support efforts to provide stipends for teacher candidates, particularly during full-time student teaching experiences. We recognize that these experiences place significant financial burdens on many of our students. We are asking that the committee specify the funding mechanism for these stipends. Several states have recently moved to provide student teachers with stipends, and they support that with state funding. So we ask that the committee specify the state funds for these stipends in the statute. Otherwise, we're concerned that this will be an unfunded mandate that will actually not secure the type of meaningful stipends, especially for student teaching, that can make a difference for our teacher candidates. Thank you for your continued support of our university, and I appreciate the opportunity to share our perspective on this matter, and I welcome any questions that you may have.
Thank you, and thank you for your comments. Just got a quick question for you.
Sure.
In the first section 1, where it talks about the definition.
Yes.
Can you explain to me exactly, because unless this is written wrong, the idea is we're not just looking for educators who are in this special in the shortage area, but it's actually supposed to be for all educators who are from the underrepresented group, and an emphasis on individuals who want to go into the shortage areas. That's how we will like to write it when we write it over again. Just want to add that to you.
Right. I mean, currently, our concern is that even in our program, 40% of our students who are currently considered as aspiring educators are seeking certification for elementary teaching, which is not a shortage area, and or in English or music, which are also not shortage areas. So we're just asking if it could be that part of it rather than and in that sentence, it could be inserted, including but not limited to.
Okay. All right. That's better. That gets exactly to what we want to. We can fix that part. Any
Great.
questions? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. Next up, we have Sarah Swisswolf, followed by Thomas Burr, followed by Kate Diaz, in that order. Sarah?
Hi, everyone. My name is Sarah Swetzoff. I'm a community organizer with Make the Road, and I'm going to be sharing the testimony of one of our members who was not able to join today because of a family conflict. And I'm reading the translation from Spanish. To our esteemed legislators with the Education Committee, my name is Solange Vallarde, and I have a 9-year-old son in Global Communications Academy in Hartford Public Schools. I'm a member of the organization Make the Road, where I participate in the parent committee, and I'm also with Connecticut for All. I support the proposed revisions to the education funding formulas in the Bill 1511, SB 1511, because I have seen that in my son's school, they don't have the resources and staff they need to teach multilingual students like my son. My son is currently learning English. He needs help with all the lessons and texts because he can't understand them alone. However, the school does not have a single full-time bilingual teacher. They only have a part-time Spanish tutor. This Spanish tutor divides her time between multiple schools, so she's only available to teach my son for a couple hours, a couple of times per week. If my son misses part of the school day for a medical appointment or his psychological evaluations, then He misses the precious time with the tutor and fails the assessment like the next day or the day after. His grades depend on that time with the tutor, but I have to pull him out of school frequently for mental health treatments because they don't have those services in school. I wish they had both the therapy and the full-time Spanish teacher in his school because then I wouldn't have to choose between his lessons and his mental health. I can see that my son likes his school and his classmates and he is making friends. It's difficult to learn a new language and it's a big challenge for the teacher to teach a multilingual student while she's in charge of an entire class. The school is really making a huge effort to support him, but they need more resources. Global Communications Academy is a school in the north end of Hartford that only has a small number of Spanish-speaking students compared to other parts of Hartford. But just because there's less Spanish-speaking students in this school doesn't mean that they can just be left behind. All the multilingual kids deserve complete language services in their schools, not only in the designated bilingual programs, which anyways don't even have space for additional students, like we heard earlier from my fellow parents whose kids attend bilingual schools in Hartford, but their kids aren't actually their kids can't get a seat in a bilingual classroom. We need full-time translators and language tutors and bilingual teachers in all Hartford schools. With these resources, all of the students can learn multiple languages together and then use those skills to achieve many professional opportunities in our state and in this country. They say that there are education cuts right now at the federal level because public funds come from taxes and we are seeing lowered tax rates for the most wealthy. I also hear that most people in our state don't support the federal education cuts, and I am told that our state is one of the wealthiest states. Therefore, we have to use the money.
Will you please summarize?
Yep, I'm on the last sentence. We have to use the money in our state to fund the things that we support and that show our values. We need to change the school funding formula so that the state gives Hartford and other struggling districts the funds to make things fair between all the districts and the residents of our state. Thank you for the opportunity to testify.
And thank you for your testimony, Sarah. Any questions for Sarah? Seeing none. Next up, Thomas Burr, followed by Kate Diaz, followed by Stephen Hernandez.
Yes, good afternoon, Senator McCrory, Representative Leeper, and members of the committee. My name is Thomas Burr. I'm the Public Policy Manager of the Connecticut chapter of the National Alliance on Mental Illness, otherwise known as NAMI Connecticut. I am also the parent of an adult child with special needs. NAMI is the nation's largest grassroots mental health organization dedicated to building better lives for the millions of Americans affected by mental illness. More information about NAMI is included in my written testimony. I am testifying today regarding Senate Bill 1, Senate Bill 1511, and House Bill 7219. Regarding Senate Bill 1, we echo the written testimony by the representatives of SEEK, the Special Education Equity for Kids, which is a coalition of parents, professionals, and advocates. With the elimination of the pilot program to study restraint and seclusion as listed in Section 39 of the bill, we would like to stress that seclusion be redefined so that it is only permissible in extreme cases and only when a mental health professional is physically present with a student and assisting the student to calm or de-escalate. And just to be clear, from NAMI's standpoint, seclusion rooms, sometimes euphemistically referred to as scream rooms, have no place in an educational setting, as being locked in such a room can absolutely be traumatic for a student and exacerbate whatever else has happened or is happening in that student's life. When my wife worked as a paraprofessional in our local school system, they did not have such seclusion rooms. And when I asked her once what she did when a student became dysregulated, she simply said, "We go outside for a walk." Removing oneself from an environment that may be triggering and going outside into the fresh air, sunshine, and nature has wonderfully positive effects on one's mental health and costs nothing. Regarding Senate Bill 1511, we support this bill, especially the sections on establishing mental health programming via telehealth in school-based health centers, as well as adding the Department of Corrections and CSSD to the P20 win and require data collection and sharing concerning disconnected youth. Telehealth was one of the truly good things that came out of the awful COVID pandemic and should be available as an option for students who need mental health services. And we applaud the state of Connecticut's continued focus on addressing the issues around disconnected youth and support the inclusion of these two state agencies in the data collection and sharing processes. Regarding House Bill 7219, we support this bill, which would codify the provisions of Section 504 of the Rehabilitation Act of 1973 and those relevant accompanying regulations. And please add an enforcement provision as outlined by Attorney Andrew Feinstein earlier. Without an enforcement mechanism, the bill would simply be words on paper. And I'd just like to finish and echo Josh Brown's recent comments regarding the personal connections and meeting kids where they are concepts. That cannot be overstated. That is huge in the mental health world, and I'm sure it is also just as huge in the children's education world. So thank you for your time and attention, and I will happily try to answer any questions you might have.
Thank you for your testimony, Thomas. Any questions for Thomas? Thomas, you did such a great job. No one has a question for you. Thank you again.
There you go. Thanks. Take care.
Thank you, and take care too. Kate Diaz, followed by Steve Hernandez, followed by David Day.
Well, good afternoon, Education Committee. I am very pleased to be here today on behalf of the 43,000 teachers I represent. You have a significant agenda, so in the spirit of moving through all of these fabulous ideas, there's only a couple I'm going to actually talk about. I'm going to leave them in the hands of others as well. I really do want to speak to SB1 and some of the fiscal accountability metrics that we're talking about. I think we've seen over and over again, like the need to have this conversation about, are the dollars going where we want them to go, and how do we continue to work with our municipalities, with our boards of education, to ensure that those dollars that you are identifying to go to classrooms, go to classrooms. It's certainly been something that we at the local levels have been attempting to follow through, monitor, and work with our municipalities, but often information is very, very difficult to come by. We have to sit through 300-page audits to try and get actual information. So every effort that we make towards, I think, simplifying, clarifying, and making the financial transactions more consistent, as well as transparent, I think really speaks to the work that we're trying to do to ensure that every dollar goes where we want it to be spent. To that end, there's also recommendations regarding data collection, and I applaud this. It has long been a frustration of mine that I will ask questions about class sizes. I will ask questions about teachers, and nobody's collecting this data. And how do we make good decisions absent data? And maybe it's the math teacher in me that comes out every time those things happen. But I really feel strongly that data is power. Data allows us to make strong, informed decisions. And the absence of that information, things about what are real class sizes, not fictional class sizes, is incredibly important, because student-teacher ratios don't tell us what we think they tell us. It tells us aggregates. It doesn't tell us and inform us about actual grade-appropriate class sizes. That is important. The fact that we know we have a teacher shortage, and the only way we know is based on self-reported data, not something that the state tracks, is actually a tremendous disservice to not only our municipalities, our classroom teachers, but to this body in making decisions. So getting a handle on more informative data, I believe, is absolutely transformational, which is consistent, I think, with what you're hearing from the disconnected youth panels. The data we have is often dispersed all over the place, hard to track, hard to follow, and hard to utilize. So we have to get a hold of that data so we can make really good informed decisions. I also want to applaud the move away from alliance districts and encourage us to identify, what do we really want to know? How do we really want to identify our districts in need? And let's use that information to really define the pockets of need. And lastly, I will tell you that I stand firmly in favor of all the hard work around the disconnected youth. I come from an alternative education background. It is an absolute imperative that we build programs that support children where they are today. The alternative ed program I was engaged with had 2 teachers for every classroom. We worked with those kids like they were our family. And ultimately, the district closed the program because it was expensive. It's expensive to work with children the way we are supposed to. We can't jam 300 kids in a classroom and hope for great outcomes. We have to recognize that class sizes matter, and the more need the child has, the more important the class size is. So we can achieve those kind of outcomes, but it takes people. We're in the people business, and people cost money.
That's a good way to end that. People cost money. Absolutely. I like that. Representative Blair. Pulis. I said it again.
Thank
Ugh,
you.
me. Pulis.
Thank you. Can you explain the gap between budgeted and actual expenditures and the problem we're trying to fix from your
Yeah.
point of view?
Absolutely. So we've been proponents of moving away from a minimum budget requirement as being the reported indicator for our municipalities, because municipalities don't actually then have to expend the funds. In this bill, we start to get into that because there's the request of, if you didn't expend the budget that you said as a municipality you were going to spend on education, then what did you do with the gap resources? So this takes this step forward. I am a proponent of changing it to a minimum expenditure requirement for the municipalities. Tell us what you spent, and that's what's going to be the gateway to your state funding. But at least in this bill, we're starting to talk about the fact that not every municipality actually expends the budget they promise to spend. And we should have an accountability for that. And tell us where you did spend that money, why you didn't. I don't know of a single municipality, in all fairness, that isn't coming up short in their education funding, isn't talking about cutting back. So if you're not spending all those funds, where are they going? And I think that's a fair question.
Okay.
Just to follow up
Go ahead.
as well, when we're making decisions in schools, why is explicit data important in this process? And how can we collect it without being a burden? I know I'm a teacher. I'm asked to collect data all the time. It's like I'm trying to teach my classes. It becomes burdensome. I can only imagine what it's like for an administrative team. You know, how can we do it like in an easier way?
So I'm glad that you asked. I think one of the most important pieces of data that we lack on a regular basis is class size. And one of the reasons that's problematic is you have, as a fellow high school teacher, we know how this works. It'll look like on paper, based on the number of students divided by the number of teachers, that you have class sizes of 22. But that masks the real class sizes. You could have a specialty class like an AP class that might have a class size of 12, which is, you know, a very normal situation for an AP classroom. And you balance that with I don't know, a freshman English class that everyone's required to take. And those class sizes could be 28, 29, and 30. And so when you only divide out number of students divided by the number of teachers, you get a completely inaccurate view of what true class size is. I actually don't believe class size is any burden for a district to report at all, because if you walk into any school building, they have a class roster. They know exactly how many children are expected to be in every classroom. So it's not an extraordinary piece of data. We can ask every single district how many positions, teacher positions, is in your budget and how many are filled. And we will know what the variance is. That is the vacancy in their district. So a lot of the data that we're talking about collecting is data that districts have readily available, and I don't believe would be burdensome at all. It's just a matter of pulling it together. And it informs us about where our students are in our districts, where the needs for additional staff may be, and how we can make decisions about how we should further budget. So, I mean, I don't think that data is extraordinary, to be perfectly honest. And I think it could be incredibly informative.
Thanks.
Thank you.
I think I have Representative, you're next. All right.
Hi, Kate. Good to see you.
Hi.
I wanted to kind of jump off of that thing because as well as being a legislator, I'm on my board of ed. And so we were just going through this class size prediction, and you know, kindergarten is the biggest variable of all because you just don't know who's enrolling. They could show up in August, and I totally understand. I guess I want two questions. One is, what are you hoping to learn from this in terms of class sizes? Because as you know, you can start out a year with a certain size class, family can move away, another moves in, special ed services come into play. So it's not just cut and dry and black and white. And to your example around high school, are we looking to say that a classroom of 12 AP kids is not right or fair, or those resources should be shifted? I just want to know what the end goal. I always say, what's the end goal? When we're all talking about education and funding, what's the end goal in grabbing that data?
Yeah, class size data, I think, is incredibly informative. And I would argue that 12 is not always inappropriate, right? There are times where we run classes for opportunity as well. So we don't need there to be 30 kids in the class for it to be a viable, meaningful educational experience. But what I struggle with is every time we talk about, how students are benefiting and how they're experiencing their education, we are dishonest about class sizes impact. And what I mean by that is because we don't actually have the data, we're not able to do reasonable comparisons. So we talk about what we think, like, oh, we think the children in smaller class sizes will benefit. But without actually knowing who those kids are, we actually can't compare data. So I can't say this class of 20 performs differently than this class of 28 because we have no capacity to draw those conclusions. We can't even, to be honest with you, I can tell you anecdotally the ideal class size and what I believe based on learning theory makes a lot of sense to me, but the data isn't there. We just don't even know how many students are having whatever class size experience. I also do think, and I appreciate what you're talking about enrollment shifts. I come from an alliance district. That's my background. So kids moving in and out at a rapid pace is a norm in my world. And so I actually think class size data actually is incredibly helpful in those spaces to start to understand what are the enrollment moves. And this is why I don't think it's hard for districts to report it. Superintendents are tracking that data all the time to make that very decision. If you're sitting on the Board of Ed, they're not just kind of pontificating. They're saying, listen, based on what we've seen in the trends over time, this is what we know to be true. This is what our predictions look like. We anticipate, on a regular basis, we have 10 additional 10th graders added to the pool. So we're planning for those kinds of ebbs and flows. So I think this data is out there. It's just not public.
So that's my question. So the second part of that question is, so SD's never gathered this data before. As a state, we've never collected this information. Or
I
have
do,
we?
I do not know
Yeah.
that we have ever
Okay.
done. Certainly not in my tenure of being interested in this.
And I guess my whole point of this conversation is like to not limit the outcome of our children to a classroom size. And I want to be very careful that if we are creating this data set, I've seen this play out in my own district. Parents in this school and this school, well, my kindergarten class is 15, but theirs is 18. Why is theirs bigger? Why is and it becomes this like pitting of inter-district buildings. And I just want to be careful that when we do this, that there's a real valid reason to do it. And it's not just to collect the information to create an argument, and so that I'll leave it with that because I don't want to overstep my time. So,
No, I
just
appreciate
make
what you're
that point.
saying. And I don't think I think the intention is to understand the trends and the experiences. And I think in the aggregate, there's a consistency question. It's less for me about a singular classroom and more in the line of what is the trend in classroom sizes, particularly, I think kindergarten's an interesting case always. But to talk about what's happening in different spaces in the aggregate, I agree with you. We don't, although I would argue that most families know what everybody else is doing in their school. So
Oh, they
we're
always
probably
do.
never getting away from that kind of dynamic. But I do think in the aggregate, we need to talk about, some school districts don't ever see a class size over 20. And some never see anything less than 25.
Yeah.
And that creates disparity of experience. And we don't talk like that, and we need to.
All right, thank you, Mr. Chair.
Good question. Representative Zupkis.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Hi, Kate. You mentioned earlier talking about data, and we really need to find the pocket of need. And what data would determine that?
So I think there are some things we know, but I certainly think when we talk about addressing outcomes for students, I'm going to harp on this probably till the end of my experience in a classroom, but class size matters so significantly in being able to meet the greatest needs of our learners. And often we have a reverse of class in size experience. So often what happens is we see crowding in some of the classes that we shouldn't. So I'll use my own experience. I taught in my time, what we would call post-secondary prep algebra 1, which is sort of the welcome to high school, you're taking algebra 1. And I taught, AP statistics. I've seen all the way across that. I taught honors geometry. And invariably what I would see is that the greater the need of my students, often those classes were the biggest I had. And so I think, and it gets masked, and this is why the class size data is important to me. If you averaged all of my classes together, I would look like I had a class size of 18, but that isn't what was real.
So class size is one, okay? But what other data? Reading scores, math score? I mean, you're just talking about class size. So you think if we
Well-
just looked at that, that would,
It's, I mean, I would argue that class size is an extraordinary predictor of student outcome. I would also argue that teacher vacancies is incredibly important because that speaks to what kids are getting teachers and what aren't.
but we know that.
We don't. We don't report a vacancy data.
Okay.
There's no collection of that. And other than self-reported when the State Department sends out a survey or somebody surveys it, we don't have a regular reporting on vacancies, which
Okay.
is a kind of an interesting thing that we actually don't have. We should, but we don't.
Interesting. Well, thank you. I appreciate that.
Well, thank Kate. Man, you hit on a number of things. Just because of time, it's 5 o'clock. We still have 150 people more to go.
No, I appreciate it. I was during daylight. So
I had some more questions I wanted to piggyback off of, but man, I just don't have the time. But I do want in 30 seconds. Yeah, the data there's a whole lot of things I want to handle. But just respond in a matter of 30 seconds. The difference between you mentioned the MBR and MER that you just said. So why is that so important? Can you explain to the audience in 30 seconds? I'm gonna put my time on. Why are you suggesting that we do that way as opposed to a minimal MBR?
Well, a minimum budget requirement is an expectation, what you will hope to spend. The minimum expenditure requirement is what you actually did spend. And right now, the way that we balance it is we ask for the minimum budget requirement as sort of the qualifier for your ECS dollars. But you don't actually have to spend the money, and some districts don't. And
Okay.
ultimately, that's the tension that gets created between sometimes the municipal powers, right? The
Right.
municipal entities.
Right.
You'll have a finance committee that's like, you can put that number down, but you can't spend that.
Right.
And we come up with variances of $1 million, $2 million that roll back to municipalities after the budget cycle
Right.
because they weren't allowed to spend it because they had to budget it to get their ECS money,
Right.
but then they didn't. So the extra rolls back to the municipality. And I'm not saying that is necessarily rampant, but it is a significant loophole that does get utilized.
Right. Absolutely. I agree. 100%. 100%. All right. Last question.
It
Go
will be
ahead.
very quick.
I'll try to keep it to 30 seconds. I'll work.
Yeah, that was
I'll work
Thank
with you.
Mr. Chair. I just, this has to do with, I know the class size and you're kind of looking for the sweet spot that allows the best chance of achievement. I think that is your goal. Okay. My question has to do with the counting of the seats themselves. Because some of the students that are going out of district, those seats are being held and they're still being counted in the school, but they're really not there. So,
Yeah.
are they
get-
counted in this? Are they not counted in it? And does that really give you an accurate count of the students in a classroom?
So those students would not necessarily be counted on the classroom report. Because remember, what I'm talking about is really literally looking at a class list and saying how many kids are on that list. So an outplacement will actually be in the aggregate, ironically. So they're actually counted currently when we do student to teacher ratio, but wouldn't actually be counted if we were reporting out number of seats actually held by students. So we actually could, this solves that
Yeah.
problem.
So with that in mind, then when you garner all those numbers, it would actually give the general public an adequate view of the actual numbers in their district.
Yeah, the students who actually are assigned to attend school in that district, yes.
Great, thank you.
All right. Thank you for your testimony. Good
Thank you
job. Good
all for
questions. Good question.
your commitment here.
All right.
Stephen
Next up,
Hernandez.
Stephen Hernandez, followed by David Day, followed by Lauren Lafferty.
It's great to follow a really thoughtful fellow Manchester resident. Good afternoon, Senator McCrory, ranking members, and other esteemed members of the Education Committee. My name is Steve Hernandez, and I'm the Executive Director for CONCAN, a statewide advocacy organization that ensures each child in Connecticut has equitable access to a high-quality public education. First on Senate Bill 1, I'm just going to touch on a few of these bills because so much learned testimony has been given throughout the day, and I'm thinking of some of the most learned testimony that came from and through lived experience. Whether it was the young people from Domus that not only benefited from those really targeted, outcomes-driven interventions that were filled with a radical belief in the future of each one of these young people. That's really what's critical. And I loved your question about what was that thing? What was that formula? And it was investment without stopping. It was investment that was committed. And what's really powerful about that is that young people are watching, they're listening, they know whether or not you mean it when you say that you're invested in their future. And that's why they disconnect when they see that we're not. And so the disconnect, I've always thought, is not their problem, it's our problem. So I think of reconnecting youth in smart ways. And I love the accountability question, because when I think of accountability is, are we actually getting the return on the investment that we're making in the future of our young people? If we are, we should invest more. If we're not, we should stop throwing good money at bad programs. So I want to say that on Senate Bill 1, just a lot of great work in Senate Bill 1, the Universal Preschool Trust. Unless children are ready for K-12, we're missing huge opportunities for that readiness, and creating a way to fund that consistently and reliably is really important. The only thing I would warn about I really love that we're moving away from alliance districts and all the different ways that we pathologize under-resourced districts. I love that we're focusing on what we know works, and we know that early literacy interventions, assess to intervene work. So I love that we're focusing and calling it that. I just want to make sure that we don't lose track of our rural areas, our quiet corners where children are also struggling with literacy, and they may be surrounded with peers that have those skills and interventions either at home or at school, but we're missing those children, and I don't want to miss them, have them fall through the cracks. Again, Mayor Elicker had it right, disconnected youth. If we're able to reconnect our youth, we will stop losing the future of our state right in front of us. And finally, just to wrap up, I echo the sentiment on aspiring educator. Let's not limit ourselves by being too narrow on how it is that we think about the future of teaching in the state.
Thank you. Thank you for your testimony. Representative Lepus. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. She's not here. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Representative.
Thank you, Mr. Senator Looney.
I said Lepus.
Hi, I'm sorry.
I said Lepus. I put two of them together.
I'm sorry, Steve. And we still have 150 to go, so
Yeah.
I'll be quick. Nice to see you. You know, you said, and we've had conversations about disconnected youth, and I want a specific, 2 or 3 specifics, not, we have to connect with them and do this. Specifically 3 things that would help make this connect with the youth.
That's great. Well, firstly, understand that every young person's story, every young person that is disconnected tells a story about how it is that our system has failed them. If you start there, then you orient to that person differently. You say, all right, how do we work together? How do we invest in your future? How do you invest in your future? What does success look like for you? So that's one.
So how do we, I'm not going to do 3, 2, because but how do we do that? How do we do that in the public school?
You know, a lot of times we make decisions about young people without them being present. We were talking about this committee these councils that are being formed in communities. They have to be involved at the table. Some of the best testimony I heard today was from those young people, because they told you what went wrong. And that was so powerful. And they talk about accountability. They'll point to where the problems are.
Agree 100%. One more.
Yeah.
We
Well,
have
I
to
think
bring
the
them
third
to the table.
Yeah, the third thing is realize that individual people, right? They're not just their souls, but they're also participants in an economy. The family, the community is an economy. And so many of our economy, so many of our young people are disconnected from their economy and their economic future. So if we see young people and their families as investable economies of scale, then by investing in family, by investing in community, we're actually investing in the future of the state. And that, again, when you look at people as investable members of the economy, it reorients how we think about them. They're not just people to help. They are people to work with and invest in.
Thank you.
Thank you for your questions. And I see we have one more question online, Representative Corpus.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And thank you for your testimony. I apologize that I've had other commitments which have prevented me from being here for the full day, but I'm very interested in your opinion on this question, which I know has come up, which is, we heard such excellent results from Domus, a nonprofit that I know well in my community and have had a lot of interaction with. Do you believe that the organizations and models best situated to have that kind of impact are nonprofits or schools? Because the Domus sort of 24/7 parent, family advocate model is hard to imagine as being something that our schools are really equipped to do. So as between nonprofits and schools, who do you think is best situated to handle these disconnected young people?
That's a really good question. For generations, and there's been testimony to this effect, for generations we've set up schools in our expectations of schools. And the setup is that we have under-resourced them. We have under-resourced our teachers. We have expected schools to answer the ills that we created in society generations ago. They won't be able to catch up. So what I love about Domus is that there was testimony to this earlier. They don't wait for the schools to say, come and show us what we did. They walk in and they say, we're going to show you what we did. We're going to show you what you can do better. And we're going to show you what we're doing to actually help improve prospects for people in the state. So it's an interplay. And unless we understand what's happening outside of the school building and how it relates to what happens inside of the school building, we're missing a lot of good opportunities. So I think your question really is thoughtful because it really makes us think about the interplay between what's inside of the school and what's outside of the school, and how those things work together. And if they're not working together, if what is happening through our nonprofits is not actually improving the conditions of teaching and learning, then we have to wonder whether we are making the right investments in those nonprofits.
I do agree with you through you, Mr. Chairman, and I know that Senator McCrory said it earlier. We have to be careful about putting more money into situations that are not working. And I do think we ask too much of our schools, and maybe that is why our results in the part of the job they're supposed to be doing, which is educating our kids, are not where we want them to be. And maybe what we should be thinking a little bit more about is how to accomplish these non-academic barriers to education more through nonprofits. So thank you for your testimony.
Oh, I'm sorry. Thank you again. Any more for Steve? Steve, I don't even have to say anything. You already know how I feel about the work you do. Thank you for continuing to do that work.
Thank you. Appreciate you.
Next up, we have David Day, followed by Lauren Lafferty, followed by Katie Ramsey.
All right. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Chairman McCrory and Leeper, ranking members Berthel and Zupkus, and esteemed members of the Education Committee. I am David Day, Director of Goodwin University Magnet School System, Director of Operations for Goodwin University Magnet School System. It's been over 30 years since the initial filing of the Shep versus O'Neill case, and the state is still striving to provide access to high quality education, regardless of zip codes. Much more needs to be done in order for the state to reach its promises as outlined in the Shep 2020 stipulation agreement. I sit before you today in support of SB 1511, an act concerning disconnected youth, which aims to provide significant benefits to schools and positively impact the quality of education in our state and communities. The bill introduces changes to education funding, including adjustments to the education cost sharing formula, which incorporates weights for multilingual learners, free and reduced lunch meals, and special education. This bill gets the state closer to fully funded education via a student-centered model that focuses on the needs of one of our most vulnerable and valuable groups. As a reminder, Goodwin University Magnet Schools and REST serve as models for high-quality integrated education by establishing schools with in-demand themes via the regional school choice. While we petition for funds for magnet schools, we support the local school district seeking to increase funding. On average, districts are proposing budget increases of at least 5.6% year over year. Without adequate funding, these schools risk cutting programs and reducing staff, all of which diminish the quality of education they provide. In summary, without increased funding from legislators, school districts will falter. It is crucial to recognize that schools are not just another line item in the overall budget. They represent an investment in Connecticut's future. They embody innovation, integration, and opportunity. I urge you to consider the long-term implications of these funding decisions as you collaborate across party lines to fulfill the state's constitutional obligations to provide all students with access to high-quality education regardless of their zip code. As always, thank you for your time and support as you keep students first. I will now accept any questions.
Well, thank you, Dave, for your testimony. Thank you for bearing with us since we started here all day. Thank you for the work you do over at Goodwin. Any questions from David? David, let me ask you a quick question. I would suggest, you've been here all day. You've been hearing testimony from the young people, from adults around disconnected youth. You work in an educational setting. Besides adding more money to ECS or things that magnitude, where would you say in 30 seconds, because I know what time it is, in 30 seconds, if we had a pot of money, where do you think we should invest that money in when we talk about disconnected youth?
I would actually focus the money on collaboration. Truthfully, the gap is organizations coming together.
Yeah.
And that's my answer. That's it.
You know, I'm glad you said that because it's exactly what I was thinking. Collaborations between nonprofits, school systems, and in my opinion, mental health providers. Yeah, that's the combination. Yeah,
exactly.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. Next up, Laura Lafferty, followed by Katie Ramsey, followed by Liz Brown.
Good afternoon, Senator McCrory, Representative Leaper, and members of the Education Committee. I appreciate your commitment to hearing from your constituents today. My name is Lauren Lafferty. I'm the Chief Program Officer at the YWCA New Britain. I reside in West Hartford, Connecticut, where my two daughters attend public school. I grew up in Connecticut and attended UConn, and I'm here today with the Connecticut Early Childhood Alliance. I'm testifying concerning SB 1. While it is wonderful to see the Senate prioritizing early childhood care and education, parts of this bill would have unintended adverse effects on families and members of the early childhood community. Specifically, it would be incredibly challenging economically for childcare, given that many of the preschool programs serve infants and toddlers, and this lack of funds would cause these early childhood centers to go out of business. It would force families to need to pursue before and after care, which often is not developmentally appropriate in our public schools. It also would decrease parent choice, as many, for a host of reasons, are looking for care less expensively. So as someone who was a director in both early childhood programs as a public school and now supervising YWCA Child Care Center, I'm acutely aware of how higher wages and increased access and affordability are vital for providers and families. In my role, I'm in daily conversations about staff shortage and high turnover and the need for more funding to support our most vulnerable families. As a graduate of the Harvard Graduate School of Education with a focus on early childhood and a mother myself, I'm aware of the benefits of public pre-K within the school day. However, I'm also acutely aware of the inequities across education, and this bill will do nothing to support the existing underfunded early start system that supports working families who we're also supporting daily. Further, when it does start subsidizing families in private programs in phases 3 and 4, those subsidies will go to families who already have care. And by definition, these would be higher income families rather than families who would ultimately be priced out of the market altogether. Families on Care for Kids waitlist, for example, won't be helped, while families in wealthier suburbs will have the child care bill reduced to 7% of their income. A bill that increases pay for early educators would improve the lives of those educators and likely increase the number of early educators and allow programs to accept more children, allowing parents to work and more children to receive the high quality care that they deserve, which has lifelong benefits. In summary, SB1 is well-intentioned, but I really urge you to consider the concerns of the early childhood community and address the issues mentioned here. I'd be happy to answer any questions, and thank you for your time.
And thank you for your testimony, Lauren. Any questions for Lauren? Yes, Representative.
Thank you. Thank you for your testimony. I was trying to listen to everything you said, and I was a little confused. You spoke about the unintended consequences of SB1 with regard to parents' choice to preschool, private preschools perhaps closing. Can you expand on what you were saying, please?
Sure. So currently, many child care centers, in addition to serving preschool students, are serving infants and toddlers. And so families are coming to child care centers, the combination of those needs. Also, the early child care centers are reliant on those pre-K dollars to support the overall budget. So with SB1, those dollars going to universal pre-K in public schools, it would not enable the existing centers to continue to serve infants and toddlers, as they wouldn't be able to sustain the costs of staffing without additional dollars supporting pre-K.
Thank you. That was helpful. I think that's it on the questions, but that was helpful. Thank you.
Yep.
Thank you. Any other questions? Seeing none, thank you again for your testimony, Lauren.
Thank you so much.
All right, Katie, followed by Liz Brown, followed by Albert Saki. 61. Kate Ramsey, I know. It's Kate. No Kate. Okay. Next up, Liz Brown. Thought I saw Liz here. Liz. No Liz. We're gonna continue on. Albert, the Assistant Superintendent in Bridgeport Public Schools. Albert, are you there?
Yes, I am.
See you online. You have the floor, sir.
Well, good afternoon, Senator McCrory and Representative Leeper, as well as our esteemed members of our Education Committee. My name is Dr. Albert Saki, and I am the Assistant Superintendent for Bridgeport Public Schools. Thank you for the opportunity to speak in support of Senate Bill 1511, an act concerning disconnected youth. Today, I'm here as a parent as well as an educator to advocate for a transformative investment in our young people, particularly those in Bridgeport, who are at risk of being left behind. Senate Bill 1511 represents an essential step towards ensuring that every student in Connecticut has the resources necessary to succeed both inside and outside of the classroom. This bill would make a substantial investment in Connecticut's K-12 education system, providing an estimated $506 million in additional funding to school districts across the state next fiscal year. Specifically, Bridgeport will receive an additional $57.2 million in education cost sharing funding in fiscal year 2026 as compared to the current ECS formula. This funding is critical to addressing systemic inequities and ensuring that all students have the support they need to thrive. The ECS formula, which determines how much state funding our schools receive, has not adjusted in over a decade. Senate Bill 1511 proposes increasing the formula's foundation amount from $11,525 per student to $12,488 per student, starting in fiscal year 2026 and for all future years. Additionally, the bill introduces several enhancements to better address the needs of our most vulnerable students. The low-income student rate would increase from 30% to 40%, providing greater funding for the districts like Bridgeport, where close to 90% of our students qualify for free or reduced lunch. That's more than 17,500 students. The multilingual learner weight would increase from 25% to 35%, offering additional support for over 6,200 multilingual learners in Bridgeport, which is 31.1% of the student population. The concentrated poverty rate would rise from 15% to 20%, benefiting districts like Bridgeport, who nearly 90% of students face economic hardship. Finally, a new 50% rate for students with disabilities would be added to the formula, providing critical resources for the over 4,100 Bridgeport students who require special education services, which is about 20.8% of the district student body. These adjustments would not only reduce funding disparities across the state, but also close the opportunity gap and give every student the chance to reach their full potential. For Bridgeport, this funding is not simply about numbers on a page. It is about creating real opportunities for students who face extraordinary challenges. Many of our young people struggle with homelessness, trauma, and the effects of poverty. Despite these obstacles, they are resilient and have incredible dreams and aspirations. Senate Bill 1511 would allow us to invest in programs and services that help them re-engage with their education, discover meaningful career pathways, and achieve success. Moreover, this bill emphasizes the need for collaboration among state agencies, schools, and community organizations. Together, we can build a comprehensive support network for disconnected youth, ensuring that no student feels alone or forgotten. Imagine the ripple effect of meeting a child where they are.
Can you please summarize?
And helping just one young person find their way back to education or career. Their success would inspire their families, strengthen their communities, and contribute to a brighter future for us all. And Josh Brown is a perfect example of this. When we uplift our young people, we uplift our entire state. Thank you for the opportunity to testify to all of you today. Thank you.
Thank you, Doctor. Any questions for Dr. Saki? You did a great job, young man.
Thank you, sir.
Next up, we're gonna jump to actually in-person number 85. No, I'm sorry, number 85. Since you patiently been here all day, Jim Boucher, you're up next, Jim.
Thank you, Representative Rory. And also to Representative Leeper and other members of the Education Committee. And here to really speak, I'm Jim Boucher, Capital Workforce Partners, and here to speak in support of both SB 1 and SB 1511. Really wanted to focus a few minutes on the disconnected youth legislation, and I think really want to speak to several items that we fully support relative to both the data sharing agreements and also to the point of how community partners are connected with the student success strategies, and also supporting the oversight boards. These are all areas that we're excited about. What I wanted to concentrate a few minutes on was around the youth employment discussion. I know there were some questions that were discussed earlier about connection of young people between school, work, and future success. We have seen that the youth employment program has been able to do that in terms of connection over the years. Was asked about whether or not how many young people did not receive youth employment who are on waiting list. Last year, there were 10,000 applications and 4,000 young people were served. So that means about 6,000 young people were not served. And the 1119 K Commission really speaks to no waiting lists. And for there to be no waiting lists, that would be about $25 million. And as earlier discussed, this year's recommended budget has a decrease from $10 million to $5 million. So we really encourage that that particular priority is given a lot of attention. So there are no waiting lists. We actually released the summer youth employment application today at Capital Workforce Partners, and we anticipate thousands of young people who are going to be applying for summer youth employment. And the question is, how long are we going to be able to keep that application out there before we reach capacity? And these are the issues as we talk about young people's expectations and as they look towards us for how are we going to be committed to these kinds of strategies, we really hope people will all give that strong attention. The other thing I would mention is there's a formula on section 6 of the particular 1511 bill that we think also should be kept the same, kept intact, and not changed based on what the new recommendation in this statute is, so that we can, otherwise we're going to, in our region, see a decreased number of young people served. So we also want to assure that you are aware of that. So thank you for, again, your support.
Thank you, Jim. Any question for Mr. Boucher? Jim, I thank you for all the years of service. I know some youth employment is something that you really champion. I know there was a discussion I read in a paper that might be a cut. We cannot allow that to happen. I think that will lead to more disconnected youth, especially in the summer, but as they move forward. So many kids get an opportunity to work during the summer. They experience great relationships and develop relationships for the future, and probably in many times employment opportunities once they graduate if they don't go on to higher education. So we'll continue to fight for make sure our children still have resources for the summer.
Thank you, Senator McCrory. And I know, just thank you as an example of the Bloomfield dual track project, right? Where
yeah, I like that
it
program.
really, I think, showed the kind of, you talked about collaboration between different organizations, which also included an employer that ended up hiring young people. And
yeah,
that as a model we can see happening throughout the system and supporting a lot of the community-based organizations who are working hard to make those kinds of connections for caring adults and young people. So I thank you for your leadership and the Education Committee.
All right. We have up next Sean Allen. Sean Allen.
How you doing?
I'm tired, but I'm gonna keep on going.
Thank you for having me. My name is Sean Allen. I founded a nonprofit called Equity Enrichment Alliance, based out of Hartford. Do a lot of work in Hamden, across the state in education. So I'm writing in to provide testimony on SB 1511. I'll start with this. Gangs don't recruit, they fill voids. Emphasizing the realities of disconnected youth and how systemic failures, not active recruitment, push them into these spaces. For many youth, particularly those in underserved communities, gangs provide what society has failed to offer: a sense of belonging, protection, purpose, and economic opportunity. When schools, families, and communities lack the resources to support and uplift our most vulnerable youth, they seek stability wherever they can find it. The voids they experience caused by poverty, broken homes, educational neglect, and limited access to mentorship create the conditions in which gangs become a natural alternative. I'll give you a quick story. I do presentations for Connecticut Association of Schools. I sponsored 25 youth from one of the school districts, the inner city school districts I realized weren't there. They get about 600 kids from throughout the state. They were told to bring their lunches from their school. So when it was time for lunch, I see one of our kids going up to our keynote, asking them, "Hey, mister, I'm hungry." So I go to her and I says, "Listen, you know, the school has brought you lunch. Why don't you just eat that lunch?" And she was like, "Oh, we don't want to eat that." So I asked her to go get the lunch and bring it here. So while I'm witnessing other schools, they're going downstairs, the school's giving them money to go downstairs at Southern Connecticut State University, go to their cafeteria. Robust lunches, and I'll bring you an example. This is what they gave our kids. Cheez-Its, an apple, yogurt, and a cheese stick in a bag. And it brought tears in my eyes, because when you talk about disparity and you see this is what they feel is enough to feed our kids for an all-day conference, and when we look at race and what that means, and you can see, I mean, it was deplorable that they give this to our students. Second story, I had some kids getting in trouble, and I have a program where they came in and they write a reflective sheet. So I had them write a reflection sheet. As they were writing a reflective sheet, 2 kids came up and they finished. And I'm sitting there and I'm looking over and I see one student and he looked like he was gonna cry. And when I go to him, and one of my employees come to me and she says, "Mr. Allen, he can't read or write." And he was in a room full of his peers. There were adults in this room. And it goes to show that's a survival skill. This boy's in 6th grade. He has no other opportunities but to get in trouble, have fun, play around because school doesn't offer anything for him anymore. It's not about education, it's survival. So I'm here today just to make a reality out of what we face, because sometimes I think we need to be in these spaces. I was in education for over 20 years, but it wasn't until I was in those spaces again. I had to reinvest myself and be there to understand that change isn't about talking at these tables or sitting here and just having a bunch of people come up. It's about being in the field and seeing it firsthand. So thank you. I know we on limited time, but that's my 2 cents.
Thank you. Thank you for your testimony, Sean. Representative Zupkis.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Sean, thank you. I always learn, you inspire me.
Thank you.
And I always learn so much, and I've gone to schools with you. And when those children that I met in that class, I tell their stories without telling their names, but that's real. And so when we talk about all of these things, that's what needs to be focused on. So thank you for coming up. I've been out a couple of times with you in your different schools and all, and you really do awesome work, but we need your input on some of these things. And what really hit home is you said gangs don't recruit, they fill voids, and that's powerful. So thank you. I know we'll be in touch, and I encourage all of us to use you as a resource. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good job. Anyone else? Representative Welander.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for being here with us today.
Thank you.
I was wondering if you might be able to speak to some of the, and I'm trying to find it, all of the terms, the Youth Success Oversight Board, the way that the bill is currently written, it seems to tag the Regional Council of Governments, the COGS, for doing it. And initially my thought was, well, that makes sense. This is an organization that is going to have a lot of, outreach into the area. They're going to know people. They're going to, but the more I've heard today, my thoughts are changing on that, and that it has to be more representational of the communities in which we are trying to be helping and addressing the concerns with. And I was wondering if you could speak to what you might think or see as the most ideal makeup of that kind of oversight committee.
I think a lot of boards that I work with, they're trying to fix disconnected youth, but they're disconnected from those disconnected youth. And that's the main goal, right? Is how we help people when we're not on the fit, we're not connected. We don't know what's going on. So again, like I'm in and out of these schools all day. Their superintendents, and I know they're doing their best that they can. The teachers are doing the best that they can. They're burnt out. They're burnt out. Utilize your community resources. You don't have to wait for a board to make a decision. I'm a community partner. Our nonprofit focuses on community partnerships. I go into the schools and kind of do the heavy lifting and say, what do you need? I'm not going to wait till a board hearing or a board meeting. I could do this now because I have my connections. And I think we've become so strong being in this rugged individualism that we're not working together. And there's a lot of community partners out there that said, hey, we're trying to get into the schools. We need somebody to pull us into the schools. So, and like I think a gentleman said here today, a lot of these resources, they get funded. There's fiduciaries that fund community programming to come into the schools. They just lack that communication. So it's like, the schools are sitting there trying to put out fires, but they're not turning around and saying, hey, listen, how much help do I have that won't cost us any money? Because if I sit and wait for money, things are not going to get done.
Thank you. I really appreciate that. And I think it does speak to the need for that sort of whole person type of support and wraparound process to make sure that we aren't just addressing one of the fires in the house, it's the whole thing. So
Yes.
Thank you very much. It's a lot to think about. I appreciate your feedback. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Good. Good. Good.
I was gonna say thanks. I really appreciate you talking about this food and
Thank you.
how disproportionately only some kids would get that, right? And it's important for people to see that. Also, I hear all the time from our schools, like they're so burnt out, they don't even know how to connect with the resources that exist. They don't have like the bandwidth to free up a little time to set up a system that then will save them energy and time If you have any thoughts on that piece, because I think that's happening in every one of our communities, right?
Yeah.
The teachers are so burnt out, the administrators are so burnt out. They know there are people who want to help, and the thought of like creating that relationship and framework is exhausting. Yeah. If
So,
you have
I
thoughts.
can give you a hint. I connected with a mental health provider. She provided me a list, a comprehensive list of BIPOC mental health practitioners for the state on one Excel spreadsheet. You can do that with nonprofits. You can do it with a lot of stuff. That is, if I needed resources, if I'm a principal, if I'm an educator, if I'm just somebody who works in the school as a as a counselor, a social worker, I need a list of people that I can just call, broken down by what they actually do and how they can help me. So when I'm looking for these resources, I could pick up the phone. 211 is great, but it's still a process, right? If I could simplify that process and give you that extra resource, that's where we're looking for. It's like, I do a conference for young men of color every year, and I'm nominating 100 young men of color this year. It's the barrier to get a social worker from a school just to fill out a nomination form, just to fill out a form to give this young man a chance is like pulling teeth. And it's like, just these little things. If you're so burnt out to do that, what do you think, picking up the phone, that's just going to be a lot. So you have to send and deploy people. You want to make a committee, deploy them into the schools. It should be a superintendent. A lot of our superintendents are removed from the schools. So we're so far removed of what's actually going on. How can I make a decision when I don't see it firsthand? So I invite some education committee members, come in the school firsthand and see. And when you see, when those stories hit home, that these kids have no way out, and if you would have seen that little boy's face, and if I could take a picture, it broke my heart to say, and he did something bad, and we look at him for doing something bad. He doesn't know what else to do. He can't survive. And he was sitting there, I had somebody work with him, and they were writing down how his behaviors, and he was copying letter by letter to put it on the piece of paper. And even that would break your heart to say, we need to do more.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks for your testimony. You hitting every cylinder. Bang, bang, bang. You're so right. Schools are so burned out. The personnel so burned out. I know it. I worked in schools. So you are so right. And the superintendents are so far removed from some of these issues. They can't figure this out. That's why it's so important when we talk about disconnected youth. It has to be a ground up philosophy or plan. It has to come from the organizations that are out there, the good ones. Because one of the things happened, I was talking to my colleague, we put a proposal out, they put a grant out there, everyone becomes a chameleon. They're gonna tell you everything that grant say they do, they're gonna say they do it. I, for one, it's very important for our, as legislative leaders, to know what's going on in your community, know what organizations that are doing this work. So again, I applaud you for coming up here advocating for children all over the state. You do a very good job. You're by yourself. I know there's a lot of other people out there. I've been to your conference. I know you got good people that's working with you. But for you to be able to come up here and stay 6-7 hours away to testify and tell our community, tell my colleague what actually needs to happen, I really appreciate that. And I really look forward to working with you as we move forward, especially around disconnected youth. I have some ideas. I'll reach out to you about them, and count me in for the next conference. All right.
Appreciate it. I got you.
Thank you. Any other questions? Seeing none. Next up, we have Mark Donald.
Been up here, not.
I went to this conference.
Good evening, members of the Education Committee. My name is Mark Donald. I am the president and CEO of Catalyst CT, formerly known as RISAP. So we've heard a lot today, and I think I'd rather start with some of the questions that were asked. Full disclosure, I worked at Domus for about 4 years, and I get that Domus is great, but you guys realize how insufferable Mike Duggan's going to be after this hearing. So with that in mind, just want to point out, I know we're all familiar with the 119K project. So I believe it was around March 2023, Mike and a few others of us were on the panel, and the moderator said, "What surprises you about this report?" And probably for one of the first times in my life, I was speechless, because nothing in this report was surprising to me. I have 14 years in the South Bronx as a teacher and a principal. 4 years in New Haven as a teacher, or excuse me, as a principal, 2 years in Stanford, and now 7 years in Bridgeport. So very familiar with some of the things that face our at-risk youth. And initially, I'm very grateful that we're recognizing disconnected, disengaged youth. And initially, I was going to discuss about what some of the issues we could talk about that would strengthen these bills. But what I heard from Representative Comey earlier to Josh Brown was, who would you recommend to work and advise some of this work? So in the past month or two, there's been 6 organizations that have gotten together, including Catalyst CT, Domus, Compass, Forge City Works, and OPP. That's a range of services across the state that have worked together and learned from each other, have extensive experience in the work that we're talking about here. So we as a group would be happy to work to get that number. And we call ourselves the 119K to Zero Commission. Senator McCrory, you asked about nonprofits that work with schools. OPP works with Hartford Public Schools. Domus works with Stanford Public Schools. We work with Bridgeport Public Schools, and we had so much success with Bridgeport Public Schools that when the superintendent moved to Fairfield, we're now working with Fairfield Public Schools. Representative Corpus, I believe, asked nonprofits or schools. The answer is nonprofits. I've been in public schools. I know the restrictions. I know the difficulty in getting things done. As nonprofits, we're much more agile. We can respond to community needs. We have 24/7 services, and we can adjust. And most importantly, we can collect the data and adjust on the fly. The last thing I'll say before I sum up is Jim Boucher talked about summer youth. Summer youth is a great program. The kids we work with get fired within a week of summer youth. What are we going to do with them? Thank you very much. Happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. And I'm glad to see that organizations that do the type of work that you're doing are working collaborative. OPP, I know a lot about there. Clearly, I know about Domus and your organization, and that's what we need. Organizations that's on the ground that has been doing this work and been successful at doing this work. And you guys being the ones where the school system needs to come to you and partner with, my attitude, school system, you go partner with the nonprofits, then come to us and we'll find the funds to make things work. That's the mindset we're looking for. Any questions or comments? Yes, Representative.
Thanks, Mark. You do awesome work in our communities, and Fairfield's grateful to have you. I guess I have 2 questions. One is, what are we missing? If you were going to partner with someone, you're like, they get it. What's that? Like, what would that look like to actually be connecting with the kids who need the connection? And then the follow through, and then like the long-term support.
Yeah, so I heard a couple of questions, and I think the main, you heard from Josh earlier, the relentless engagement and the relentless outreach, right? And the ability to do that. So when we're looking for partners, I always think about the phrase, it's so crazy it just might work, right? And these young people who are so disconnected are looking for something different. We can't build a better mousetrap when it comes to workforce development. We have to look at things differently. I know Compass up here in Hartford has a transitional workforce development program. Domus has a work to learn program that teaches various work skills. We are partnering with Park City Music Hall to teach young people music technology for live event promotion. We just had an open house. We had 50 young people apply for 25 slots. So, and that's with only the outreach, right? I think another thing we heard from the young people from Domus, I believe it was Deshawn earlier. How did they find out about it? Well, a friend referred, right? These most disconnected kids don't tell their friends about programs that they're in because it ain't the thing. But it works, so they tell them, right? We also heard from Safara earlier, who lied to get in a program. She's too old to get in the program. right? So all these things is we have the ability as nonprofits to look outside a little bit, and we're always on the hunt for private dollars. We're always on the hunt for public dollars, but we can't do the work without the dollars.
Thank you. Representative Rader.
Thank you. Thank you for being here. I'm listening to all of this and the word mentor keeps like floating around in my head. And we created a mentor program in our district years ago, and it was really targeted to kids who lost a parent, had a sick sibling, something, bad divorce, just needed that adult in their life. And I agree with you, like we have to think outside the box because all these programmatic decisions we've made, it's still not grabbing these kids and making them feel welcome, because somewhere along the line, they labeled themselves as a failure or bad or not like everybody else, or the child that couldn't read. They weren't going to tell anybody. Why would they take that shame upon themselves? So I'm curious, I think about the program we did post-COVID around sending educators and, other staff to families' homes in terms of absenteeism and how successful that actually was in bringing kids back into the building. In your crystal ball, like what would, around mentorship, I'm just thinking like, what is outside the box that you've seen or you've theorized in your head if there was a tree of money, that actually would be effective? And I know that's putting a lot on your plate right now, but this is what we're all trying to figure out.
Well, I assume you want to get out of here before midnight, so I'll keep
And
it brief.
I'm not asking, and if you don't have the answer,
not
that is
working
fine,
locally.
but I think that's what you're hearing is that we're all struggling around, is
Yeah.
how do we create something that is actually proven, or maybe another state has done, or, I don't know, but I just feel like you've got to create that human connection with those kids, and who are those humans? Right.
Yeah, so, it sounds a little bit, well, mentoring, we use credible messengers. I don't know if folks are familiar with that model, but it's typically associated for, kids at the most at risk of violence. And the mentors that we use, all but one have lived experience with the justice system. They were incarcerated, and the term the program director uses is they're real models, not role models, right? They have lived a life, they tore up the neighborhood, as she said, and they want to prevent young people from going down that path. So that's on the mentoring side. On getting them re-engaged in school, there's two levels. One, you can go and pick them up and take them to school, but there's a reason they got turned off from school in the first place. So you can pick them up and take them, and they can get turned off again, and you can pick them up, and that's not the best use of resources. So the model we created, and then lost funding because that's how things work, unfortunately, is we would have a dedicated outreach worker to knock on doors, right? Develop a relationship with the family. That takes a lot of time and work. While they develop that work, we have an in-school person. So there's a nice warm handoff and both of them were employed by us. So we were responsible. Teachers can teach, right? And as a teacher who dealt with chronically absent student, you're teaching a lesson, somebody doesn't show up for 3 days, it's hard to get them caught up. So I have empathy for the teachers. But if we've got that in-school staff person, they can help ease that transition back. They can support the teachers. And that's why I go back to Representative Corpus's question, right? That's how we can do things more agile. We can meet the young person's needs, especially you heard a lot of Josh's needs as a human being. Well, that outreach worker can help meet those needs. Our in-school person can help meet the in-school needs.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Did you have a question? No, you don't need to have I do want to get out of here. I appreciate Mark said we want to get out of here before midnight. That's cute.
Yeah, just one.
Sure.
Hey, I was really impressed that you have a violence intervention and prevention program. What kind of work do you do with, I know you're part of Connecticut Opportunity Project, so JOMAS, and the other organizations. Are you working with them? Like, can you describe a little bit about the prevention program? Because I know other groups like Connecticut Against Gun Violence is really pushing kind of a violence prevention program in order to, lower the violence level here.
Yeah, so I think that's a great question, and that's one of the reasons. So we kind of informally work together. The group I mentioned, Domus, Compass, OPP, ROCA, Young Mothers, Ford City Works. I'm forgetting somebody. Um, uh, OPP, definitely our piece of the pie. And it's interesting because as we learn from each other, especially we all have different ranges of services, but like Compass Peace Builders do a great job with the community violence intervention. Their model is different from ours in Bridgeport, but we are learning from each other, literally visiting each other, sharing data systems on how to get better. Mike Duggan and I are good friends, and we share different strategies that work. And you know, our position at this, we don't want to compete, right? If you do something great, come in, let's work together. You know, it goes back to Senator McCrory's comment about collaboration. I don't want to create a program that OPP does in Bridgeport. I'd rather bring them in, or at least have them provide technical assistance, which also I think is another reason we formed this group, this 119K to Zero group, because we have experience, right? And I think what a lot of people were surprised about is, oh my gosh, there's disconnected youth in Westport, there's disconnected youth in Killingly. That's not surprising. But if we want them to address the issue and they don't have any experience, why would we force them to make the same mistakes that we made 40 years ago? Right? We've learned from them, and let's let them learn from that, help them set it up and get it going.
Thanks, Representative. Thanks, Mark.
Thank you, folks.
Next, 161. Catherine Meyer. Thanks for being with us. You've been here all day.
I felt like I should say bingo.
Yeah.
I was not expecting that. Very exciting. Good evening, Senator McCrory, Representative Leeper, esteemed members of the committee. Thank you for the opportunity to be here again. My name is Catherine Scheinberg-Meyer. I'm an attorney at the Center for Children's Advocacy, and I direct our medical legal partnership project at the Yale Child Study Center. Some of my colleagues have submitted written testimony I want to draw your attention to quickly. One piece of testimony that's regarding the disconnected youth, and another piece of testimony regarding the 504 bill. So please take a look at those. I'm going to take my time this evening to speak a little bit about HB 7217. So over the past 10 or so years, we've been part of a coalition that has been working to reduce the use, reduce the availability of exclusionary discipline for our youngest learners. And we know the reasons are really clear. School exclusions are ineffective and unjust. When we kick a little child out of school, we are failing to teach them the skills they need to be successful in school, and it actually compounds the problem, right? And it has a big impact on the entire family structure. We represent parents and children, and so we see the impact that this has and the stress this has on the entire family when young children are being excluded from school. Our state has been proud of the fact that we really have worked to curtail this practice, and the data is, has been moving in the right direction since around 2018. However, in the last 2 years of publicly available data, there was an uptick from 560 to 738 from 21-22 to 22-23 school years. So that's concerning. And regardless of the improvement in numbers overall, we still see just an unacceptable amount of disproportionality in the kids that are being excluded, right? It's the same thing. It's young children, it's little boys of color, it's disproportionately little boys with autism spectrum disorder or intellectual disabilities. Excuse me. And most importantly, I really want to underscore the fact that the exclusion of little children from school is actually wildly underreported. We see, and I kind of beat this drum every time I come to these hearings, we see this practice that is, I would say, on the rise, actually, of young children and parents being called to pick up their young children from school because they don't have the capacity to keep the kids safe and to maintain them safely in the school environment.
And now, even more so than ever, they're actually citing the fact that they don't have the staff available. They'll say, we don't have a para available in the afternoon. You know, we're down a special ed teacher. We're down a handful of special ed teachers. And so they're even more forthcoming. And obviously it's not, you know, no one in the school district wants to be doing this. You know, they're really feeling like their hands are tied, but that is actually what is happening on the ground level with the staffing shortage. So I wanted to draw that to your attention and, you know, tell you that this is, you know, a situation I had just a couple days ago at a PPT. The child is also being secluded very often now. He's 8 years old. And, you know, we wanted to also underscore that, you know, highlight the point that our SEEK colleagues made, asking everyone to redefine seclusion to require the continued presence of a staff member. The child that I had a PPT for a couple days ago is 8 years old, also with an intellectual disability and post-traumatic stress disorder. He's been secluded twice this month, one day for 15 minutes, another day for 25 minutes. The staff report that he continues to kick and scream and cry when he's in the room. And it's just painful to think that this child with these serious cognitive deficits is suffering through this crisis alone. So in this year of special education, please make the elimination of seclusion a priority. At the very least, please don't let children suffer alone in locked rooms. So thank you for your time and attention, and look forward to continuing the conversation.
Catherine, thanks for all your advocacy for our kids who can't be here to advocate for themselves. Appreciate it. Oh, Representative Biggins?
Sorry, I'm gonna keep this here later. Sorry, guys. So some of our youngest learners struggle with communicating, and I think that that's typically why we see some of these children have the escalating episodes. So how can this bill help schools and students come together, and parents all as a team, to make sure that we're teaching the skills that are necessary in order for them to be successful in the classroom?
Yeah, sure. I mean, so this bill also provides in 7217, it provides for the fact that these children are supposed to have access to trauma-informed and developmentally appropriate services, and that these children at the very least should be referred to conduct an evaluation by the schools. So exactly what somebody earlier said about communication issues, being unable to communicate their needs effectively, to you know, share their frustration, to share what they're really looking for. I mean, a lot of my clients have very limited emotional vocabulary. And so obviously putting them in a locked room where they're screaming and crying by themselves is really making things worse. I would say, to your point, also, Representative Biggins, is that there is a huge shortage of speech and language providers. There's a huge shortage of BCBAs. A lot of the people who provide the support, there's a shortage of paraeducators. We all know this. And so we have to really kind of hone in on the most damaging practices and really kind of triage. I would say seclusion and sending little kids home are amongst the most damaging practices that we're seeing. And we'd have to prioritize, you know, imparting those communication skills and providing services.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks so much for being here.
Thank you.
Next, we have Steve Stasniak. Not still in person? All right. John Catalan? Yep. It pays to be in person.
Yes, it does. Senator McCrory, Representative Leeper, Representative Zupkis, members of the Education Committee, thank you for the opportunity to testify on Senate Bill 1. My name is John Catalan. I'm here on behalf of the Connecticut Alliance of YMCAs, representing 20 YMCAs across the state. Collectively, Connecticut-wise are the largest nonprofit provider of childcare in the state. The Connecticut Alliance of YMCAs appreciates Senate leadership's continued efforts to address the many challenges facing Connecticut's childcare sector. However, we remain concerned that the proposal does not fully capture the urgency of the challenges facing childcare providers, especially the severe shortage of infant and toddler care, ongoing staff shortages, and insufficient financial support for existing programs. While private child care programs begin receiving subsidies in phase 3 and 4 of the bill, These subsidies will go to families that already have childcare. It will not address families who are currently on the Care for Kids waiting list. Additionally, we have some concerns about Section 5 of the proposed legislation. This section would delay payments to child care providers, forcing programs, many of which are struggling financially, to cover monthly expenses up front. We are also concerned about the proposal to expand the Tri-Share program statewide before the pilot has served one single child. Expanding a program prematurely raises questions about its readiness and effectiveness. The key to stabilizing Connecticut's child care system lies in increasing reimbursement for existing child care programs and investing in the early childhood workforce. Providing sustainable funding for these programs is crucial to creating an affordable and quality child care system in our state. Thank you.
John, thanks for all the work you do.
Thank you.
And thanks for hanging with us all day.
Problem.
Appreciate it.
Oh, good, I'm off.
You're off. Nick Teeling?
Good evening, Senator McCrory, Representative Leeper, Senator Berthel, Representative Zubkus, and esteemed members of the Committee on Education. My name is Nick Teeling, and I'm testifying today on behalf of Connecticut Voices for Children, a research and advocacy organization working to ensure that one day Connecticut is a thriving and equitable state where all children can achieve their full potential. CT Voices is testifying in support of House Bill 7219, an act protecting the 504 plan accommodations for students in Connecticut, and has comments on the early care components only of Senate Bill 1, an act increasing resources for students, schools, and special education. For the sake of time, I'll be focusing our testimony on Senate Bill 1. We understand the overall aspirational goal of SB 1, which is consistent with our belief that early childhood care and education should be resourced as a critical state infrastructure. The core components are something we have and will continue to advocate for, especially family affordability. However, we also want to ensure a path for livable wages for educators and providers, which isn't clearly outlined in the bill. Additionally, we've got three main concerns to the legislation as currently drafted. First, we believe it's unnecessary to create a new fund and corresponding oversight body when the Early Childhood Education Care Trust, Education Trust, and Advisory Commission was created last year, and the creation was led by the legislature. Second, we strongly oppose making Tri-Share statewide. While we supported implementing Tri-Share for Eastern Connecticut last year, we did so because it was a pilot in a specific geographic area of need. This public-private cost-share model is based on the Tri-Share programs in Michigan and North Carolina, which can help reduce the cost of care for families. However, there are varying points of view when it comes to employer-sponsored childcare. We agree with early care and education expert Elliot Haspel that if the sole goal is to place children safely so parents can work, this creates a minimal viable childcare fallacy. Rather, what we want is a place of foundational learning. Additionally, we recognize that not every town in Connecticut has a business anchor, making this model inherently inequitable, and prioritizing Tri-Share without an income cap prioritizes wealthier families rather than those most in need. So for those reasons, we prefer the Tri-Share program to remain a pilot, especially given the fact that the program isn't even operating yet. Lastly, we are concerned that the prioritization of school-based pre-K would jeopardize the gains made in the real early care challenges the state face, which is infant and toddler care. We believe the committee has the best interests of Connecticut children and families in mind by elevating this concept, and we are hopeful that conversations advance to universal access to early childhood care and education will continue. We appreciate the dramatic shifts this bill attempts to make and understand the financial realities given the federal uncertainty. However, such a paradigm shift from the existing system and executed in the manner outlined could prove to be harder on early care educators and providers than the intent. So as this work proceeds, we respectfully urge the committee to keep considering the needs of all stakeholders. Thank you so much for your time today, especially. I'd be happy to take any questions.
Thanks so much for your testimony. I don't see any questions.
Thank you very much.
Thanks. Next, we have Merrill Gay. Merrill, you always hang with us all day.
It's almost like you organized that to get all three of the early childhood advocates in a row. Senator McCrory, Representative Leeper, Ranking Member Zupkis, and Berthel. Members of the committee, thank you for this opportunity to testify on SB 1. My name is Merrill Gay. I'm the Executive Director of the Connecticut Early Childhood Alliance. The Alliance supports the expansion of subsidies to make it possible for every child to attend preschool and to reduce the cost burden on families. However, I must point out that the biggest hole in our early childhood system is the infant-toddler care. Right now, there's one spot for every 3 children, and that's not very equally distributed across the state. In my written testimony, there's a link to an interactive map where you can look up the deficit in your communities. What we know from the research is that learning starts long before preschool. And the data from Bridgeport shows that 3/4 of the children starting Head Start are behind at age 3. So they're behind before they even start preschool. We also know that 71% of children under age 6 have all available parents in the household in the workforce, which implies that there's some need for non-parental care there. Currently, the shortage of infant-toddler care is the biggest obstacle that parents have when looking for early childhood, early care and education. So some comments specifically about SB 1. Like the governor's universal preschool bill, it would deposit $300 million from the unappropriated surplus this year, and then all of the unappropriated surplus in the years going forward. The major difference between the two bills is that the governor's proposal would allow spending 10% of that, or up to $30 million next year, and then continue at 10% of the fund, where SB 1 would create a fund that wouldn't spend anything next year and then would be limited to the 2-year average of the return, which means it's likely to be a slower spend than the governor's proposal. The next thing that we have, and the reason that that's an issue is that right now there are over 1,000 families on the Care for Kids wait list. And there are tens of thousands of families who earn too much for Care for Kids, but not enough to afford childcare. So that's a huge problem that families are facing right now. The other concern that we have is what the money would be spent on. The governor's proposal proposes strengthening and expanding the Early Start program. That's the state-funded childcare programs that currently serve 17,000 children whose parents wouldn't be able to afford preschool and early care. SB 1 appears to leave them out of the picture entirely. And so to summarize, it's heartening to see proposals from both chambers and the governor on early childhood. But there are almost as many examples of places where there have been unintended consequences, where early childhood programs have been shut down and we've lost infant-toddler capacity, in places where we tried to do universal preschool and put too much of an emphasis on the public schools, essentially killing off the community programs that also provide the infant-toddler care and provide the year-round care that so many families need to work. So I'd be happy to answer any questions, but I know you've got a lot of people to talk to.
Meryl, I really appreciate you being with us, and I think we will be talking about this a lot through the rest of session because we have a lot of great ideas, and I think we're all really grateful for the prioritization of this issue. I have to imagine you have spent your life's work advocating for our youngest learners, and you really have everyone's attention this year. So, but let's make sure we get it right, and I know we can lean on you for your expertise as we continue these conversations.
Okay.
Representative Zupkis.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Hi, nice to see you today. Oh, do you need to take it?
No.
So you sparked something in me, 3-year-olds. So this program would go from 3-year-olds up?
So
Is that how you see this?
SB 1 proposes
universal preschool.
Yeah.
For 3, 4, and those 5-year-olds who
Right.
aren't yet eligible for
So
kindergarten.
I'm sitting here, and that's what I was saying. Every 3-year-old in the state of Connecticut can go. I mean, it doesn't matter zip code we talk
Right.
about,
Right.
anything. And so it's kind of like free lunch, but on steroids to me. So I think this has to be really looked at, because how is every 3-year-old, and I think the gentleman from the YMCA was talking, that's realistic, right? So it's something that we really have to think about for every 3-year-old to go have the opportunity to
Have
go
the opportunity to go. Yeah.
preschool.
Yeah.
So
And there were some specific concerns about the way SB 1 would roll out the subsidy, in that it was going to subsidize the difference between whatever the tuition was and 7% of the family's income.
Which
Unless
came
there's
to like 50% when I did the math.
Yeah.
It was 7 and 33, so maybe 60%.
Yeah, and that there's the a very real concern that if you're subsidizing kids who already have preschool, you're likely to be subsidizing families in wealthier communities, because the poorer families have been blocked
Right.
out. There isn't any. So there needs to be a real intentional effort to
Absolutely.
build that.
Because that's my point. Like, my daughter went to a school where she got free lunch. It was great. It was great for me, but lunch was $2. And, there I could probably, I always made her lunch, but if she wanted lunch, $2, I'll splurge for her. But everybody to get it just doesn't make sense to me. So
Well,
that's all.
yeah,
You just
okay.
sparked that's what I was talking about. I wasn't ignoring you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you.
Thanks, Meryl. Oh, I'm sorry. One more question. It looks like Representative Dauphiné.
Okay.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for being here today. You were talking about the unintended consequences with the private sector with regard to 0 to 3, and kind of earlier someone was talking about that 0 to 3 group, and then before and after school, and how this would all impact.
Right.
Can you expand a little bit on that?
Well, so there have been a number of places, Boston, New York, California, that have tried to implement universal preschool and put a heavy emphasis on free preschool in the public schools. And the impact on that was that parents who had their kids enrolled in community programs said, "Oh, I'm going to go to the free one." And they left, and it left those community programs without the revenue to stay in operation, and they shut down. And with the closing of that preschool also went the infant toddler care that community program provided. And then it meant that families couldn't find summer care or the extended work hours. So there's a need for a mixed delivery system that has both, that doesn't favor one over the other, and makes it so that families can get support whether they're in a community program or in a public school program, because we know that there are so many families who need to work and need to have care that they can access.
Thank you. That's what I was looking for, is just a little bit more explanation, because you're I think the third person that's talked about the unintended consequences of this. Is there any more you can add to that, or is that?
I'd be happy to try and to get some specifics for you about those places. California right now.
They also mentioned before and after school with the preschoolers going to these programs, but all of a sudden it left that before and after school piece, right? Because when they're in daycare, if the parent's working, they're there all day until 5, but all of a sudden there's this before and after school gap, if you will.
And that's why it's important to be able to make it so that parents can choose to have their child attend preschool in one of those community programs, as opposed to it all being in the public schools, because so many families do need the couple more hours of the day before they get home from work.
Gotcha. Thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
You have one more, Meryl.
All right.
Representative Corpus online.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Mr. Gay. Your testimony was very interesting, and I really appreciated the way that you really compared and contrasted the governor's bill on the universal preschool with the SB 1 plan. So the governor's bill, as you said, puts in 300 million and then starts to pay out right away up to 30 million next year, whereas SB1 puts in the same 300 million, but tries to have that 300 million be more of a self-sustaining entity. That is, only if the returns are there can SB1's proposal allow monies to be paid out for this preschool purpose. So I just had a question for you, being someone who spent your career immersed in this area. What would you rather see? Because the governor's bill has the shortcoming of, it has the benefit of paying out more sooner, but I don't think there's any way that that is a self-sustaining model. The numbers just don't work. What we're going to end up with the governor's proposal is an annual allocation, which could turn into like the excess cost grant in special ed. That is something that people are waiting for, something that people are hoping for, and something that the state does not have the money to put in. Whereas with SB1, we have the chance, maybe it's not guaranteed, but we have the chance that this thing could become self-sustaining. Maybe it doesn't pay out as much as early, but it could become self-sustaining and potentially more reliable. How do you look at that trade-off, and which do you think is more beneficial if this is really going to have a program with, this is really going to be a program with legs for the long term?
Well, so both proposals talk about an initial investment of 300 up to 300 million, and then continuing to put the unappropriated surpluses into the fund. Under SB1, the fund would grow faster, but in both cases, there are ongoing contributions to the fund. And with SB1, there's a pretty well planned out expansion of the system. So depending on how much money is in the fund would depend how many new slots you could add to expand the Early Start program. And there's also a community planning process that helps OEC prioritize what types of care are needed and where there's the greatest need. So the goal is to try and prioritize areas with the greatest need and to provide the kind of care that, so if parents are saying what we really need is more full day care because we work, we want to make sure that that care gets provided in community programs where it's much easier for the child to stay for the extended day. The care that gets paid for under the program is still the 6-hour day that public schools have. Parents pay for the rest of it or use Care for Kids to pay for the rest of it, but it's there in the same facility. It just makes it a whole lot more convenient for families. So it is a planned expansion, and if you don't have enough money, you can't expand as fast. But the goal is to keep adding to that fund each year with the unappropriated surpluses.
So all things considered, you would still prefer the governor's plan, which delivers more sooner versus the more staged plan, SB1.
There are a lot of uncertainties in SB1 because all I've ever seen is just a couple paragraphs of bill text where the governor's plan, there was a year-long blue ribbon panel process. There's been a lot of input from the field, and I think it feels like it's a much more thought out plan on how to expand Early Start as a solid system that's intended to provide quality care and focus expansion in places where there's the greatest shortages.
Thank you. And last question, and I really will be quiet, Madam and Mr. Chairman. But the governor's plan, unless there is significant amount of money going in every year with the drawdowns that the governor's plan is anticipating, and it's a more aggressive plan, if you will, it's going to rely, as the excess cost grant does now, on unappropriated surpluses. And whether they're there or not, we just don't know as we sit here today. So I understand what you're saying, but would you agree that it has more risk, more financial risk, not programmatic risk, but more risk that it might not be funded in any year?
I understand there is some risk. I do think that it's important that we build a solid system and we really have some intentionality about expanding the system in places where there are the greatest shortages and the greatest need for care. So
I do think that, with three big bills, there's going to be some negotiation, and we can try and figure out how do we get to the best combination of these, so that we do have a sustainable, ongoing, quality system that supports children.
Thank you.
Representative Welander. We all live here now.
We all live here now. Hi, thanks for being here. I'll be quick. Looking at section 5 of SB1 and the proposal of having a provider seek reimbursement rather than having the costs up front, can you speak to what I'm learning more about, which is the fiscal vulnerability that a lot of these providers are facing? And if this was the case and this was the process, how would that actually affect, especially some of the community providers?
This past week, I had a provider call me telling me that she couldn't do the normal payroll system because Care for Kids wasn't going to pay her for another several weeks, and that was going to be after her next payroll. So she was going to have to cut manual checks because she couldn't have the payroll system take out her payroll taxes. She didn't have enough money to do that. Programs are operating on very tight margins. 70, almost 3/4 of programs do not have enough reserves to be able to address an urgent facility issue like a broken pipe or a furnace that kicks out. Programs are really in a desperate place right now. They have been underfunded for so long, and they don't have the ability to raise tuition on parents much more than because parents are already at the breaking point. And for the state-funded programs who can't charge anymore, they rely on the state subsidy amount and whatever that percentage of the family income that on the sliding scale that they can charge. So they are in a particular sort of between a rock and a hard place that they don't have an additional revenue stream, and they are looking at things like the January 1 increase in minimum wage, which is going to mean they're going to have to raise the wages for their lowest paid employees, but they don't have any revenue to raise anybody else's wages. It makes it that much more likely that somebody says, I've been here for 7 or 8 years and I'm making, $1.50 more than somebody who you just hired. I'm going to go work at Aldi where they'll pay me $30 an hour. That kind of thing that just demoralizes staff.
Thank you. I appreciate you expanding on that.
I could also just say that it goes counter to what the federal government has done and what Connecticut is doing with paying prospectively. The way that private childcare, the ones that are not funded through state subsidy, typically you are paying a week in advance for childcare. And that's just, that is how it works. So the federal government has shifted to telling states they need to pay prospectively like the private market does.
Okay, these are all really great points. Thank you for that. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thanks, Representative. Thanks, Meryl. Appreciate all your time today.
Thank you.
Next, we have John Board.
Good evening, Madam Good evening, Madam Chair.
Good evening.
Good evening, members of the committee, Chairs McCrory and Leaper, ranking members Bethel and Zupkis, members of the Education Committee. My name's John Board, and I appreciate the opportunity to provide testimony to you guys on legislative initiatives regarding IEPs 504, as well as the expansion of ASL and workforce development for interpreters as they relate to 7218 and 7219. For far too long, families have struggled with the complexities of IEPs, 504s, and LCPs, leading to inconsistencies in the educational support available to students with disabilities. To address these challenges, I think the committee should look at implementing comprehensive training for parents, educators, school administrators, to ensure that they can maximize their limited time available during PPTs. Additionally, establishing an oversight mechanism is critical to this to ensure consistent implementation and accountability across the state. Schools must also provide standardized and transparent data relating to their special education programs, publish reports on IEPs and 504 accommodations, obviously, redacting information for privacy protections. I think there's a lot of oversight that is needed. Despite American Sign Language being recognized as a world language in Connecticut in 2011, implementation remains inconsistent, and we have actually a shortage of ASL interpreters statewide. We only have 74 currently in the state, with most registered interpreters actually providing remote services out of state, an arrangement that really doesn't meet the needs of consumers. There's certain certification processes that are barriers as well. We talk about a constant theme of this legislature over the last several sessions has been workforce development. I think the Education Committee has an excellent opportunity right now to set up a workforce pipeline going all the way from 9th grade all the way through to our higher education institutions to set up those pipelines and really help some of these struggling industries such as translators for American Sign Language. I support a 3-year pilot program in 3 to 10 schools funded locally, federally, and through the state. You guys have my expanded testimony for the record. There is some discussion I'm having already with federal leaders about potentially funding such a program for the state. And hopefully that might be something that we'd be interested in talking about moving on. But like I said, you guys have my testimony for the record. And as normal, even though the hour is late, I'm here to answer any questions, comments, or concerns that members of the committee may have. Thank you.
Thanks for being here. I don't see any questions.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Have a good one.
You too. Let's see, 191. Did Steve Stasniak come back? Nope. Okay. And, oh, 107. Oh, Eva Bermuda Zimmerman. Nope, I don't see Eva here. Okay. All right. Sure. Back to online. Don Mileto.
Okay, thank you. Good evening, Senator McCrory, Representative Leeper, and the Education Committee. My name is Don Mileto, and I'm here on behalf of the Boys and Girls Clubs in Connecticut to speak about the urgent need to support the 119,000 at-risk and disconnected youth identified in the 119K Commission report. At Boys and Girls Clubs, our mission is simple but powerful: to enable all young people, especially those who need us most, to reach their full potential as productive, caring, and responsible citizens. The findings in the 119K report align directly with the work we do every day. I want to highlight a few areas where our clubs are already making a difference and where additional support can have an even greater impact. First, providing safe and engaging spaces. Young people need structured supportive environments where they can learn, grow, and connect. Our after-school and summer programs serve as their safe spaces, offer academic support, social engagement, and workforce development opportunities. Second, preparing youth for the workforce. We know that youth employment and career readiness are major challenges. Through mentorship, job training, and partnerships with local businesses, our clubs equip young people with the skills and confidence to succeed in the job market. Expanding these efforts will help ensure even more young people are ready for long-term careers. Third, keeping kids in school and engaged. The 119K report tells us that students who participate in after-school programs are 20% less likely to drop out. Our clubs provide tutoring, STEM programs, and academic support that keep youth engaged and on track for graduation. With increased investment, we can reach even more students who need these critical services. Finally, strengthening community and family engagement. Real change happens when schools, community organizations, and local leaders work together. The Boys and Girls Clubs have a long history of collaboration, and we are ready to be a strong partner in building a statewide network of support for our youth. So what's the ask? To effectively address youth disconnected, Connecticut must invest in organizations with a proven track record. The Boys and Girls Clubs are uniquely positioned to be a key part of the solution. We urge policymakers to provide the resources needed to expand our reach, strengthen partnerships, and scale our impact in alignment with the 119K report. Together, we can ensure that every young person in Connecticut has the opportunity to succeed. Thank you for your time, and I'm happy to answer any questions. And I'd just like to add that being on this call and listening to the various programs and their work that they're doing is very inspiring. And I hope that we connect with those groups to do even more work. Thank you.
Thanks so much, Don. Thanks for all the work you do. We know that our Boys and Girls Club are one of the essential providers of programming for our kids to re-engage them. So thank you. I don't see any questions, so have a great evening.
Thank you.
125, Melissa Combs.
Followed by who? Who's next?
Followed by Yvette, 199, and then Shanta Browdy, and
That's it. Now, young
Stephen
man.
Tatum.
So you four are next. 1, 2, 3, and 4. Gotcha. Let's go. You're up.
Thank you. Good evening, Senator McCrory, Representative Leeper, and distinguished members of the Education Committee. I am the founder of the Out Accountability Project, where we believe that every child has the right to an education in a safe, affirming learning environment. I am here today in support of House Bill 7219, which aims to codify the provisions of Section 504 of the Rehabilitation Act of 1973 and the relevant accompanying regulations and state law. With the federal lawsuit challenging Section 504, the uncertainty surrounding the defense of this lawsuit by the U.S. Attorney General, and the cuts to the U.S. Department of Education's Office of Civil Rights, this effort to urgently address this issue is laudable. The loss of Section 504 would be devastating for students. In our case, a 504 plan was put in place while we sought testing and evaluation in support of a more intensive individualized education plan. The wait list for this neuropsych evaluation is long. We waited 5 months for my son's. It was just shy of the 1-year point that his IEP was finalized. He would have gone an entire year without any academic supports. The federal lawsuit, Texas v. Becerra, aims to purge the disability protections found in Section 504 entirely. The potential impact of this includes students whose disabilities are not severe enough to meet the threshold under IDEA would have no educational supports, hindering their academic success. The needs of students with complex non-physical disabilities would be neglected. Families would be forced to pursue IEPs instead of a simpler 504 plan. And without state-level action, local and regional boards of education would be forced to take responsibility for education standards under Section 504, leading to inconsistencies in educational programs and services. As a parent with a pending OCR investigation, I can tell you the process is long. My child's case was opened in August of 2022, and nearly 3 years later, there has been little activity. Now, with the U.S. Department of Education's final mission, nearly 1,400 employees are being laid off, and 7 of the 12 Office of Civil Rights offices are closed, including Connecticut's regional office in Boston. This reduction in workforce means relief sought through their investigative process would not come in time for students. I respectfully request that accountability be strengthened in this bill. As currently written, complaints of discrimination would go to a hearing process operated by the local or regional school district. This is a conflict of interest and one my child faced during a similar investigative process through Title IX. I'll just add, the demand for Section 504 supports would decrease if bullying and harassment were appropriately handled. Thank you for your time and consideration and for addressing this emergent issue.
Thank you very much. Appreciate your testimony.
Thank you.
I think just to your point, I think we got some pretty good feedback about involving CHRO as a point of settling disputes and complaints instead of local boards earlier, which I think is a great suggestion.
Which to that point too, CHR's process is also quite, it's not as long as OCR's, but it is still quite long. So I believe I heard someone suggest a 45-day turnaround. I mean, that would be ideal. So thank you for considering
Yeah.
that.
Thank you. I think we have Eva back in the room. (107).
That does help. Okay. Hello, everyone, ranking members of the Representative Leeper, Senator McCrory, ranking members of the Education Committee and Education Committee members. Thank you for having me on. My name is Eva Bermudez Zimmerman. I'm here on behalf of Child Care for CT. We are a coalition that's statewide of parents and providers, over 7,000 unique members, all gathering together in unison, trying to make sure that we're funding equitable opportunities for childcare, as well as making sure that the childcare workforce gets sustainable and realistic wages, that they get paid what they're worth. I'm here to testify in SB 1. The exciting part of SB 1 is that it's another legislative opportunity to have the conversation. My goodness, this year we applaud the legislative body as well as the governor for having the conversation that is a serious conversation, step forward to funding childcare and actually creating new structures and opportunities for parents in order to afford childcare. That is monumental. We recognize that as advocates, and we're very excited to share this conversation. I think it's also important in this conversation to reflect on how you do it and make sure that the childcare workforce is fully supported. I'm sure you've heard throughout the day partners vocalizing some concerns and some red flags of how you could tweak and adjust SB 1 on the early care component. I want to highlight a couple of the questions that were mentioned here by different representatives and different senators in regards to this bill, and see if we can have a conversation, if you'd like, about how our coalition partners are really focusing on those tweaks. So earlier today, there was some mention about the trade-off about the available money between this legislative proposal and other legislative proposals on the queue. I think it's important to reflect that the other legislative proposals, as advocates see it, as an opportunity to combine forces and create different projects where you could have capital improvements for providers. You could also have other legislative proposals that have been on the docket this legislative session to really entertain health insurance for providers. There's also, so 5003, 1369, 7044, creating a portal where you're streamlining and navigating the childcare process. SB 1 is one more proposal that is tackling and attempting to add different ideas, creative ideas of how to fund, how to create streamlined systems, how to ensure that we're creating and providing funding specifically for the childcare workforce and raises. So from the perspective of the child care advocacy groups, I think it's important to reflect that we're not asking for SB 1 to, I guess, We want to make sure that we have every opportunity and ample opportunity to give these childcare ideas coverage and voice. We want to make sure that at the end of the year, end of the session, before session is out, legislative body has the ability to either consolidate or take each proposal individually. But that proposal really has to entertain making sure that the workforce gets paid, making sure that it's not just supporting one fraction of the system. Specifically in SB1, looking at infant toddler care is a detail that we'd love to see a little bit more clearly specified in the legislative proposal. If you don't have an opportunity to really fund childcare starting from infancy, and you're not paying those childcare workers what they are worth, it's very difficult to overhaul and support the system as a whole. So I'll pause there because I think I'm almost at time, but I'm open to any questions that you may have.
Thank you so much. I don't see any questions, but
Okay.
grateful for you coming and adding your voice to this growing conversation.
Thank you.
Thanks. And I'm sorry, Yvette, you're next.
Good evening. Thank you so much, Senator McCrory and Representative Leeper and members of the Educational Committee. I am Yvette Gorovich. I'm the Executive Director of CONCASE, which is the Connecticut Council of Administrators of Special Education. We represent over 326 special education administrators throughout the state. I should also tell you that I am here, like IDEA, celebrating my 50th anniversary of providing supports and services to students with disabilities. So thank you. I wanted to begin by thanking the legislative leadership for your steadfast commitment and leading the bipartisan support which provided the additional $40 million for special education funding this year. While these funds do not cover the full shortfall that our districts expect, it does provide much needed relief, and we thank you. Today, I'm here to talk about concerns in SB1 and in HB 7219. Despite the title, Increasing Resources for Students in Schools and Special Education, SB1 does not contain language to increase the support for students with disabilities. We would encourage the language in 5381 proposed to fully fund excess cost, in Governor's Bill 1244 supporting in-district program development, and in 5252, reducing the threshold from 4.5 down to 3.5. We have previously provided recommendations regarding excess costs to members of the committee. With regard to HB 7219, we believe that it duplicates and exceeds current federal requirements. CONCASE is deeply dedicated to ensuring access to high-quality education for all students. HB 7219 creates legislation that codifies the implementation of existing federal law, Section 504. Earlier today, there was a question asked, how many students are impacted? Based upon our information, more than 33,000 students in Connecticut are supported through 504 plans. We oppose extending the current federal requirements into Connecticut law based upon threats of legal action in other states and jurisdictions. It's interesting when you read the litigation, it's narrow language about who is eligible, and it focuses on some gender specific language. It does not, except in one of the cases, attack the process or suggest the process is not one that should stay intact. The unintended consequences, I too am talking about, that of HB 7219 will be felt for decades to come through confusion, both at the school level, at the district level, and from parents. We would also like to add our support for proposed statute 1467, which proposes a comprehensive review of the tuition rates charged by all providers of special education services. And we are committed to collaborating with the state officials to thoroughly examine the drivers of the rates and explore sustainable solutions that assure excellence, affordability, and accessibility throughout the full continuum of services for our children. Thank you so much for your time at this very late hour. And if there are any comments, questions, or concerns, I am here.
Thank you. I don't think any questions.
Have a great night.
Yeah, you got a whole evening back. And Ashanta, you're next. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Shantae Brody. I am a Hartford resident. I'm a Hartford parent, and I sit on the Hartford Board of Education. And now I've never been so nervous. This is so weird. Last night we went a little bit late, but I am here to support the Senate Bill 1511, an act concerning connected youth. So sad to say, on my way here, I was passing a memorial, a prayer session for a young adult who was murdered some days ago. And those gunshots actually woke me up out of my sleep. It was close to my home because we know disconnected youth become disconnected adults. In Hartford, we absolutely struggle, which is not new to you all, with our special education costs. I wanted to highlight one of the things that keep myself and my board members up, because we are like in the middle of an agreement with chef plaintiffs and with the state of Connecticut, and what comes out of that agreement, Hartford, we have to live with it. And one of the things we have to live with is if our Hartford resident child is bused out to a neighboring suburb and they decide that that Hartford youth is to be put in a special placement for special education, which we have no say in, we definitely get the bill for it. And even we have a $28 million transportation budget. 20 million of the 28 is for special education transportation. So we are hurting in that regard. I'm thinking, because what I came here to say, I got kind of mixed up with that when I did ride by the memorial, but there is children who need just to be connected. And we do have the agencies that actually provide the services, but we know funds are limited. And we have the Boys and Girls Club. Of course, we have the Compass Peace Builders. And we were lucky enough to, at our board meeting last night, it was some mentorship going like with a band that they're trying to get up and running. I don't know if they testified tonight. But my colleague, Stephen, he's gonna help me out with the name of them. I think it was Magic Soul was the name of this. Is a lot of mentoring going up. We had young people that spoke. Is more than just being in a band and performing. There's a lot of support around it. So I wanted to lift them up because I don't know that they're connected to knowing how to advocate for funding, but they definitely came out to us to engage with us last night. So that is not what I had prepared, but that is what I've said tonight, and I thank you for your time.
Thank you, Shantae, for your testimony. We have a question for you.
See, this is my second time speaking at the state, but the first time in front of the
Doing a
committee.
great job.
But
don't worry about it. Representative.
Thank you. Oh, don't worry, we're easy.
Okay.
So but you said something about, I think you were talking about an outplacement and how y'all still have to pay. And was I hearing you?
Like, cause districts get billed, for,
Yeah.
but Hartford, because they are our resident student.
Yes.
And not that the student should not get the services there. I do have some concerns, I'm gonna be honest, because in Hartford, there's not, we have, students who struggle, and sometimes it's behavior.
Yeah.
Sometimes it's not special. They don't have anything, it's not nothing wrong, but when they're in spaces where they don't necessarily see that a lot, the behavior, then you have an emotional disability. So then you have an outplacement.
Right.
And when you have that outplacement, we're not at the table. I believe CREC is at the table for the young student, but Hartford isn't. But that district is going to bill, and they're not billing they're not billing the suburban town. Hartford, that's our responsibility, and we don't have a say in that process.
Okay. All right. Thank you. I was trying to follow that. But so all you're saying is that if Hartford has a child, whether it's in your public school system or correct, I don't know what you have in Hartford, magnet school.
We have
that if
everything.
yeah. So if you send them out, so all of your schools, you're just saying if you send them out to an outplacement for behavioral, I think that's what you were talking about.
Not if we send them out. So even if no matter where they are, if they are a Hartford resident
Yeah.
child,
Yeah.
wherever they are, that school system,
Mm-hmm.
they're deciding
Where they go and
where
what
they
do.
go.
And you're still footing the bill.
Yes.
That's what you're saying.
Yes.
Are they, last question, really quick, are they included in your ECS formula? Do you know?
Yeah.
Are you getting money for that child?
That I have to find out, but we bill CREC if we have a student
Right.
from the
No,
suburb.
but I mean, so the formula's done by the numbers that you have. And so I was just curious if you get in your ECS formula or your excess costs money for that child.
I think it would be good if ECS was fully funded.
Well, yes. I
So that's a
agree.
whole nother
Yes, that's it.
conversation.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. You got it. Thanks.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you for jumping around in the order a little bit and managing a whole day of really powerful testimony. I've been in the room a lot of the day, and I feel the nerves too. And part of it is because the stakes are high in these conversations. I think education is among the most important functions that a society carries out, and rightfully so. It is highly scrutinized and debated. So thank you for making the space, Representative Leeper, Senator McCrory. My name is Stephen Tatum. I am a Hartford resident, a former teacher in Hartford Public Schools, and a current member of the Hartford Board of Education, like my colleague, Ms. Brody, who spoke before me. And thank you to the rest of the Education Committee for taking some time to hear our testimony, a significant amount of time. I'll share some bullet points, basically. First, on Bill 1511, I'm really impressed by the vision that this bill lays out. The changes that it proposes to the education cost sharing formula go a long way toward responding to the needs that independent commissions, community-based organizations, and local school districts have been raising as student needs go up and as the costs for meeting those needs also go up faster than our revenue streams are able to keep up with. In particular, at the very least, increasing the foundation amount to go towards some amount of making up for inflation earlier, I heard Joseph DeLong speak about that very persuasively and would lift up that testimony as well. And then also specifically, and this gets to Representative Zupkis's point and question with Ms. Brody, adding a weight for special education students in the ECS formula would address exactly that challenge. Because even if students who are outplaced, even if we receive their ECS funding, there's no weight for the fact that their costs are astronomically higher than an average student cost. So I know that adding that weight has been an ask of, for example, the 119K Commission, the Special Committee on Special Education. And so seeing that reflected there means a lot. I know that that bill comes with a large price tag, and I'm sensitive to the political will that it will take as negotiations go forward with that. I would ask members of the Education Committee to impress upon their colleagues the vital role that our public school systems play in society, and how other speakers have spoken very eloquently about the inequities that are built into that system. It's investments that we really, really need across the board, whether we're talking about Hartford, whether we're talking about Portland, who spoke earlier, whether we're talking about the quiet corner of the state. You know, Hartford has some particular challenges related to some particular conditions here, but this is a statewide issue, and the changes that I see articulated in 1511 are a really significant big step. I'm happy to answer any questions, and again, thank you for your time.
Thank you for your testimony. Any questions? Seeing none, thank you again. Do we have everybody in person?
I think we might be, do we have anyone else
Anybody
in
else in
person? All right,
We do?
come on
What
down.
number are you?
86?
86.
Jocelyn, you weren't even a bad number.
I know.
And here we are at 7 PM. 86. What? 89.
Are we ready?
Yeah, we're ready.
Okay.
Thank you.
Good evening. I'm Jocelyn Delancey. I'm the Vice President of the Connecticut Education Association, fifth grade teacher. I want to thank you for your time today. I know you have significant testimony, and it just goes to show the good work that you're doing to enhance and support education in the state of Connecticut. So we submitted written testimony on a number of bills with some suggestions, some in favor, but I really want to speak to a couple of things that are really important to us. In SB 1510, you speak a little bit about a pension credit for teachers who work in alliance districts. When I looked at it, I think that it's the right way to go to think about how do we ensure and encourage teachers to work in our more difficult circumstances and spaces where we have less educators. I think this is a great idea. We worry there's talk about changing alliance districts. So maybe when we look at this legislation, maybe looking at how we define, how we give that extra 0.2% to demographics that support the work that we want to do with students. So great idea, really supportive. I heard a lot earlier today, conversation and testimony about our nonprofits and ECS and public education, and how supporting those two systems either work together or work differently. And I think one thing I really want to speak to is partnerships and investment. And our public education systems are here to support kids. Clearly, we can't do everything under the sun, but we need those partnerships to be able to understand what our kids need and where they are, and that extra support outside of the school day. When I look at supporting the ECS formula to build with inflation, that gives us money and tools and resources to have more school social workers, to have the staff that we need to do the work, to connect with those nonprofits and do that work. I live in Stamford. I see what Domus does. It's critical and important, but that work should be done in tandem with the public education system by investing properly in the bodies and personnel and educators that we need in those spaces. And so, the problem, cause and effect, so to speak, we haven't invested in our public systems in a way that allows for us to have the resources that we need. And so we need to do that now because the impact is this disconnected youth. And we can't have that. We know that. As an educator, the only thing that I want to do is support my students. And the more resources that I have, the more colleagues that I have with me, class size, all of those things matter. So investing in that ECS formula in a way that provides dollars. You talk about the accountability measures also involved in some of the legislation that's presented today. Putting all of those things together in a space where we can properly fund our systems and provide teachers with proper salaries, positions, access, along with accountability and data collection and those supports partnered with partnerships with our nonprofits and those spaces, that's what's going to get us the best system that we need. And so, there's a lot here. I just shout out to stipends for student teachers. I think there's a lot of work and conversation that we can have to that. We know our student teachers work really hard. They're essentially working, paying to work, and we need to fix that so that we can have greater teachers in the classroom. So if you have any questions, I'm happy to speak to those.
I don't think any questions. Appreciate your testimony, and feel excited about the number of different attempts we have here to try to support the teaching profession.
A lot, so thank you. Yeah.
You're welcome. Thank you. You guys are always here and it's always appreciated. And Kate, I missed you earlier, but I saw you on TV. I think next, oh, do we have Iris Ortiz Sanchez? It says in person, but nope. Maybe online. Number 65? Nope. All right. Manzi Han, 66?
Yes. Hello. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, good afternoon, or actually good evening. Education Committee. I am Nancy Han, a junior at Wilbercross High School in New Haven. So I was one of the people who showed up at the state capitol this morning. I am testifying on Senate Bill SB 1511. Thank you for the opportunity to speak, and I'll try to make this quick. So I've been to New Haven Public Schools since I was in first grade. My 11 years in the public school system have been crucial in helping me forge my identity and connect to the world around me. It was at Wilbercross I discovered my passion for climate activism. It's where I explore my love for music, and it's where I come into contact with cultures from around the world. But at Cross, I've also witnessed and experienced the human toll of underfunding, understaffing, and disconnection in our schools. So year after year, New Haven has struggled to allocate the sparse funding we have locally and from the state to pay for all our students' needs. The students in our city receive far less funding than per student than in other cities. We are the faces of the funding crisis. So at Wilbercross, we are over-enrolled by 500 students. My school is physically falling apart. Our library and music wing were overtaken by colonies of mold for weeks in the beginning of the school year this year. Many of our ceilings leak, some of our classrooms flood in rainy weather, our walls are infested by packs of mice and swarms of cockroaches, and our bathrooms are barely functioning with faucets that don't work, doors that don't shut, and holes in the ceilings. And at Wilbercross, our students day in and day out are imprinted with the reputation and even the identity of belonging in a physically decaying and resource-deprived high school. The underfunding we experience instills in our students a sense that they're expected to fail, expected to stay in their place, and expected to keep their heads down. They feel that the fruits of public education are not for them. This is what leads to so-called disconnected youth, in my opinion. What makes them disconnected, what makes them loath to participate in class, what makes them skip classes in the hallways and not care for their own education? Well, it's because of the lack of school funding. So I've been a teacher's assistant for a freshman class this school year, and once I asked a student why he wasn't participating in class. So he looked up at me with a wary gaze and said in a very casual tone, because whatever I say, it doesn't come out right. Another student who was sitting beside him complained, when am I ever going to use this knowledge? Can I just sleep? So it sounded like a despairing and frequently uttered mantra, cementing his personal conviction that his high school experience is worthless. Better trade its entirety for an hour of sleep, I guess he probably thought. So this despondency also shows itself in statistics. We have a 76% graduation rate, meaning that 1 in 4 people don't graduate when they're expected to. We have an 867 average SAT score, and we have a crisis in chronic absenteeism, and this is just to name a few. So is this what public education in New Haven and throughout Connecticut should look like? Is it? We need you to increase funding for school districts like mine. We need you to show our students that their education matters, that the fruits of quality public education are within reach. We need direct school funding from SB 1151 to fix our buildings, hire long-term teachers, and provide the resources we need to ensure that our students succeed. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your testimony, your advocacy. Any questions for the student? Seeing none, again, thank you again.
Yeah, thank you.
Up next, we have Tom Kosker, followed by Ada Garcia, and then followed by Jess Corbett. Tom is not online and Ada is not online, so we're going to go to Jess Corbett. Is Jess there? And after Jess, Aaron Williamson.
I'm here. Can you hear me, Senator?
Absolutely.
Oh, great. Greetings, Senator McCrory, Representative Leeper, and members of the Appropriations Committee. My name is Jess Corbett. I live in New Haven. I'm the president of the Western Connecticut Area Labor Federation and a community organizer with New Haven Rising. I'm here to testify on SB 1511, an act concerning disconnected youth, and my support for educational cost share. I knock on a lot of doors in New Haven, doing voter registration drives, elections, petitions, neighborhood issue surveys, and one of the top things that comes up in every neighborhood is youth issues, youth safety, youth services, resources for young people. In my work, I come across teachers, paraeducators, cafeteria workers, administrators, facility workers. All of them have love for their work and love for our kids. They also have stories about taking care of sick kids, wiping noses, tying shoes, spending their own money on supplies. We're asking them to do a Sisyphusian task with one hand tied behind their backs. And all the while, our young people pay the price. Statewide and in New Haven, we have too large an achievement gap between rich and poor, black and white. Connecticut is too rich of a state and in too rich of a country for that to be the case. I'm asking for the education cost share to be more equal and equitable, to give every kid in Connecticut a fighting chance. Thank you for your time, and I can answer any questions.
Thank you, and thank you for your testimony. Any questions for this young man? Seeing none, thank you again once again for your testimony. Next up, we have Aaron Williamson.
Hi. Yep, I'm here online. Hi, my name is Erin Williamson, and I'm here to testify today in support of SB 1511, an act concerning disconnected youth. I serve as the Chief Programs and Strategy Officer for an organization called Love 146. We are an anti-trafficking organization that provides services to youth who have experienced trafficking across the entire state of Connecticut. Since this program was started in 2014, we've served over 1,000 youth, and many of the youth come to us at time of referral disconnected from employment and education. Statistically, 29% are irregularly attending school, 16% are not attending school at all. And those who are regularly attending, many of them are not on course to graduate. Either they're behind in credits or they're failing. So we have a lot of experience working with disconnected youth, especially youth who are disconnected in large part due to system involvement and trauma they've experienced. For many of these youth, they don't see the purpose in re-engaging in school or attaining education. Many of them have learned their value because their bodies have been sold. So they understand their value in terms of that. Thus might not believe that there's any purpose in going kind of a more traditional route in terms of education and employment. They need a lot of services. They need crisis intervention. They need safety planning, mental health services. We're working extensively with their parents and caregivers to help them understand the trauma they've experienced. Many of them, their traffickers might be going through the criminal justice system. They need help navigating that. A lot of them do have 504 plans or IEPs. So even if they are to re-engage in school, their parents or their caregivers need help navigating all of that. What they need is comprehensive wraparound services to come alongside the school district and really help them in understanding the goals and purposes of education and employment and providing all of that wraparound support that they need. I will say when we provide this, we see a lot of success. For those who successfully go through our long-term services, at the time that they stop those services, 83% are regularly attending school or have graduated upon completion. This is compared to 55% who are regularly attending at time of referral. That said, our services have had a wait list since 2019. As of this morning, we have 34 kids who've experienced trafficking in this state who are waiting for services. This bill that I'm testifying in support of, it's not going to help those children. I just want to be really clear about that. This money is not going to go to programs like us. But I'm really here to support it because we have to start thinking about disconnected youth. We have to start investing in them and investing in the programs and services that are here to support them. And even those non-traditional services like ours, we need to be thinking more broadly and more creatively about what we need to re-engage these youth in education. So I'm
Erin,
here to,
you please summarize?
absolutely. Investing in workforce development is both a way to prevent trafficking, as well as, I will say, many of our kids have benefited from these programs alongside our services. So thank you so much today.
Thank you for your testimony. We have a question from Zupkis.
Thank you. It's really a comment. Thank you for coming. I can only imagine that the children you deal with through trafficking are disconnected. And so I just wanted to say thank you for coming and, sharing that and being, advocating for every child, whether you work with them or not. So thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Any other questions, comments? Seeing none, thank you again for your testimony. We want to go to Nestor, followed by Jade Thomas, followed by Kamari Thornton. Nestor is online. Okay.
I'm here. Good evening, everyone. Good evening, all honorable members of Education Committee. My name is Nestor Niforo, and I am the Chief Financial Officer for Bridgeport School District. Bridgeport has a total of 19,734 students as of October 1, 2024. And Bridgeport received ECS money allocation, which includes Alliance money, in the amount of $200 million for fiscal year 2024-25. Bridgeport has the highest number of students in every school district. Yet Hartford received $220 million in ECS allocation in 24-25, disproportionately to what Bridgeport student population is. Bridgeport has a total of 19,734 students. Out of those 19,734 students, 6,149 students are special education students, which means 31.2% of Bridgeport students are special education. In addition to that, Bridgeport has 3,819 ELL bilingual students, which represent another percentage of Bridgeport students, which is 19.49% of Bridgeport total students is ELL. When you combine special education students, 6,149, plus the ELL, you come up with 9,968 students who are either special ed, ELL, which means 50.6% of Bridgeport students is either special ed, ELL. which is not cheap to fund or maintain. And that is the issue with using the weighted, what they call the weighted average, the net cost expenditure per pupil. Bridgeport per pupil ratio is $16,778. That's a weighted average. When I mean weighted average, it means we're including the expensive cost of running special ed with the expensive cost of running ELL, then blending the numbers and diluting it with regular students. So that's $16,778 per pupil. It's a very artificial number relative to regular students because majority of the expenses are relative to special ed and ELL. So out of the Bridgeport budget in fiscal year 23-24, we spent $324 million. Out of that $324 million, approximately $115 million was for special education.
Nestor, can you please summarize?
Okay, so I will summarize. In a nutshell, I'm in support of the bill 1511. However, in enacting the bill, I would like the committee to reconsider the current formula being applied in distributing special education so it can be distributed equitably relative to student population, student needs, and school needs. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Again, I did, Chair, I did attach a copy and backup documents in my testimony.
Okay, thank you for that, Nestor. Any questions for Nestor? Seeing none online. Thank you again, Nestor, for your testimony.
Thank you very much.
Jade Thomas, followed by Kamari Thornton, followed by Bishop John Diamond.
Senator McCrory, Representative Leeper, and distinguished members of the Education Committee. My name is Jade Thomas, and I am a policy specialist at All Our Kin, a national nonprofit that trains and supports over 700 licensed family childcare educators in Connecticut. I'm offering testimony in response to SB 1, an act increasing resources for students, schools, and special education, particularly the sections addressing childcare access. All Our Kin appreciates the committee's efforts to invest in childcare long-term and recognizes the bill's goal of improving access and affordability for families. We support the aims of SB 1, but would like to emphasize the importance of infant-toddler care and community-based programs for Connecticut's children and families. Learning begins at birth. Therefore, it's critical that our youngest children have access to high-quality early care and education, as this lays the foundation for success later in life. However, as written, SB 1 focuses first on pre-K and delays much-needed investment in our youngest children, despite the state's current infant-toddler shortage. As we work to increase the number of available and affordable childcare spaces, it's important to remember that families have diverse childcare needs and preferences. SB 1, as proposed, has the potential to shift preschool-age children away from community-based programs, causing lost revenue and unintended financial strain. Connecticut's approach to improving childcare must focus on a streamlined mixed delivery system where funding is distributed across settings, including family childcare programs. Data shows that more than a fifth of the children in Connecticut receiving childcare assistance are served in family childcare homes. These high-quality settings are a lifeline for many families because of their unique qualities, including mixed age groups, culture, and values that reflect the community, and non-traditional hours. But early educators need more support to keep their doors open. As part of expanding the state's childcare system, addressing the challenges, part of expanding the state's childcare system is addressing the challenges facing the workforce. Ongoing staffing shortages exacerbate Connecticut's childcare dilemma, leaving programs with unutilized spaces and classrooms. SB 1 proposes a much-needed expansion of the state's childcare system, but this must be done in conjunction with funding to support increased reimbursement rates, increase access to health insurance coverage, and facilities funds in order to retain and attract the staff needed to build capacity. We commend this committee for its work to support children and families. We ask that you explore opportunities to fund a mixed delivery system that prioritizes infants and toddlers, in addition to supporting early educators. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you for your testimony and your perfect landing for ending right on time. You must have practiced. Any questions for Jade? Jade, we have no questions for you. Thanks again for your testimony.
Thank you.
Up next, we have Kamari Thornton, followed by Bishop John Diamond, followed by Joanne Keller. Kamari's not on. Bishop John Diamond. I see John.
Good evening, Senator McCrory and Representative Leeper, along with ranking members and distinguished members of the Education Committee. Thank you all for your time. I know it's been a long day today. I am Bishop John Diamond. I'm the senior pastor at Cathedral of Faith Church of God in Bridgeport, co-founder and clergy organizer with Faith Acts for Education. And I strongly want to support SB 1511. For years, I've ministered to families in Bridgeport who face the devastating consequences of educational inequity. I've counseled parents of countless children who make the devastating choice to drop out of school despite their early promise and intelligence. Identified with learning disabilities in elementary school, some students never receive consistent support. Their schools have one psychologist for nearly 600 students and limited special education resources. Their parents work multiple jobs and can't navigate the complex system alone. Many parents themselves were underdiagnosed and failed by the very same schools and system just years before. For these students and their families, reading becomes their daily humiliation instead of their path to freedom. Without the staff implementing their IEPs properly, they fall further behind. School becomes unbearable. As children, they then choose to work and provide instead of preparing for the prosperous futures we know they deserve. This is the human cost of our funding failures. When I organize in Bridgeport, New Haven, and Hartford, I hear the same stories. Parents desperate for their children to receive the education they deserve, but trapped in districts that lack the resources to serve them. The 119K Commission's recommendations in this bill would bring an additional $545 million to address these inequities, adjusting the foundation amount from $11,525 to $12,488, increasing weights for our most vulnerable students. Finally, acknowledging the additional costs of educating students with disabilities. Our state ended last year with significant surpluses while our children suffered. New Haven spends $20,451 per student, while districts like New Canaan spend $24,716. This disparity is not just a funding issue, it's a moral failure. I implore you to support SB 1511. When we stand before God, we will answer for how we treated the least of our children. Before I go, I just wanted to say this, that I hear the concern about putting more dollars into systems that are failing. The challenge that we face here is these systems have been set up to fail. The very fact that they are underfunded is the primary reason why they are failing. So I implore you to push past the rhetoric and push past the excuses, push past these ideas that keep our children from getting what they rightfully deserve. You guys are one of the best teams that have the greatest opportunity in your life to change the course of history for our children. Thank you so much for listening to me today.
Thank you. Thank you for your testimony and all the work you're doing down there in Bridgeport, Bishop. We appreciate it. The children appreciate it. The families appreciate it also. Any questions for the Bishop? Seeing none. Up next, we have Joanne Keller and Kamara Perez, followed by Stephen Winfield.
Good evening, Senator McCrory, Representative Leeper, Senator Berthel, Representative Zupkis, Senator Winfield, Representative Brown, and members of the Education Committee. Thank you for this opportunity to testify on SB 1, specifically sections 1 through 12, focusing on early childhood. My name is Joanne Kelleher. I live in Southington, and I'm the Executive Director of the Early Childhood Collaborative of Southington, a nonprofit that supports families and early childhood educators in town. Under the Early Start legislation passed last year, we expect to be invited to become the local governance partner for our community. The ECCS is also a member of the Connecticut Early Childhood Alliance. I'm excited that the governor and legislature is prioritizing early childhood care and education in this session, but I'm concerned about the unintended adverse effects on families and members of the early childhood community if SB 1 was to be passed as it is. The town of Southington, which has over 2,500 children aged birth to 5, currently has 13 child care centers offering full-day year-round care, 24 family child care homes, 4 private licensed school year preschool nursery school programs, 2 licensed exempt preschools within parochial schools, and 1 public integrated preschool with a total of 6 classrooms run by the Southington Public School District. All of these programs offer preschool education to prepare children for kindergarten. The governor's Blue Ribbon Panel on Child Care collected public and stakeholder input about family and provider needs, and their report made several recommendations supporting the goals of workforce inequity, access, system support, funding, and costs. As Commissioner Beth Bai reviewed earlier today, the governor's Universal Pre-K Bill, HB 6867, provides a way to fund the panel's recommendations. Some of these recommendations are already in the process of being implemented under the Early Start legislation passed in 2024. A second bill proposed in this session, HB 5003, expands the existing Care for Kids child care subsidy and gives parents flexibility about finding child care or preschool programs that meet their needs. The first phase of SB 1 prioritizes pre-K in public schools without considering the local needs that will be identified via the Early Start Community Needs Assessment to be developed by the OEC and then be conducted by local partners in 2026. It would make public school day pre-K free to parents without supporting the new Early Start system that supports full-day year-round care in community programs that meets the needs of working families. SB 1 prioritizes reducing the cost of school year preschool to parents without addressing the low wages and lack of benefits for the staff across the early care and education system. And any legislation passed also needs to ensure salary parity between preschool and infant toddler workforce. I'm concerned.
Summarize.
I've submitted written testimony, so I thank you for your support in developing legislation that incorporates the best components of all of these proposed options to fund and support the entire early care and education system.
Thank you, Joanne, for your testimony. Any questions for Joanne? Yes. Representative Poulos.
You got it. Thank
Got
you,
it.
Mr.
Got
Chairman.
it. Got it.
Good evening, Joanne. Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
I reviewed your written testimony and I appreciate what you just presented. And just a quick question. What solutions can be considered, in your view, to address the balance between the public and community-based early childhood programs, and along with the wage disparities in the early childhood workforce?
So part of what's incorporated in the governor's universal pre-K legislation, they address some of that. Some of the, there's currently a request for applications under Early Start where current private or community-based programs can apply to become a state-funded program. And I know that there are a few centers here in town who have submitted or will be submitting applications within the next week or two.
Okay. Thanks for that information. And thanks for sticking with us tonight. It was a long one.
Thank you.
Yeah, but I'm done. So thank you, all of you for continuing.
We're halfway done.
Yeah.
I'm gonna say it
Not
again.
even, I was number 76.
We're halfway done. Who's up next? Next up, Kamora Perez. Kamora. She's not online. Steve Winfield. Followed by 82. Leslie.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you. Sorry for the delay. Good evening. Senator McCrory, Representative Leeper, members of the Education Committee. My name is Leslie Blateau. I'm with New Haven Federation of Teachers, AFT Connecticut, and Connecticut for All. I'm a New Haven teacher, parent, and resident. I'm here today to testify about SB 1511 and SB 1. So more detailed notes are in my written testimony that I submitted. I am in full support of the proposed revisions to the ECS formula. And I'm so proud to have heard about our incredible New Haven students who spoke their truth today. I'm sorry I couldn't be there. I'm at an organizing meeting in Chicago. And I'm just truly inspired by the leadership of the young people today. I'll chime in with my thoughts. I've been working with young people in New Haven public schools for over 25 years. I've been a classroom teacher since 2007. I've been a New Haven parent since 2020, New Haven public schools parent. And my experiences can confirm that our schools have been underfunded and understaffed for far too long. And this issue is an issue of racial and economic justice for families across our state. So in a recent study by the Albert Schenker Institute, Connecticut ranks 48th out of 48 in equal opportunity. And that compares adequacy between our higher and lower poverty districts. This is the soft bigotry of low expectations that originates with our tacit approval that some children, because of the wealth of their parents, deserve more school funding than others. So to see that this committee is considering this revision is so reassuring. And I want to thank you all for putting this forward so that we can all rally behind it. Because we know we have a budget surplus of 400 million, a budget reserve of over 4 billion. And we know New Haven kids don't get those same opportunities in Greenwich that Greenwich and New Haven kids do. And I have to explain to New Haven students that they don't get as much. I have to explain to them that our city is a beacon for so many around the world because of the world-class universities and healthcare institutions in our city. But our property tax base does not guarantee that our city's children can access fully staffed and fully funded schools. I teach high school students about the two Connecticut's, and they know what I'm talking about. They also know that it doesn't have to be this way. We all believe that fully funded and fully staffed schools are possible. And we know that elected officials can work with us in the community to make this happen. We do have some concerns about our students' privacy rights in this bill. And we also have concerns about the telehealth mental services because we know in-person services are better. I'd like to raise some questions about SB 1 as well. SB 1 is supposed to be a bill about special ed. However, there are few resources for students, parents, and special educators in this bill. So how can we comment on a bill about special ed if it's not outlined clearly in the bill? And again, I'm not just a teacher and a union leader, I'm a parent, and I believe in locally governed schools. Public schools are taxpayer funded, democratically controlled, and universally accessible. And I believe that all children should be able to access our public schools. So in closing, I recognize my time is running out. That given the resources we have in this state, I know we can work together. We can work together to adjust the roadblocks. We can get funding to our communities. We can work together to make sure our working families have the support they need and that elected officials provide us that support. This is possible. Fully funded public schools for every student in our state can be a reality. I'm here in Chicago where they fight like heck for their public schools and their students. And I know we can do it in Connecticut too. Thank you for your commitment to this work. And I look forward to celebrating fully funded schools when the session ends.
Thank you. Any questions? Any questions? Seeing none, thank you again for your testimony. Next up, we have, let me see here, Leslie, Rose Reyes, followed by Dan Tartakovsky. And I know I butchered your last name, Dan.
Hello. Good evening. Sorry, Dan. To Senator McCrory and the Representative Leeper and the members of the Appropriations Committee and Education. My name is Rose Reyes. I am a bilingual educator of over 20 years in the Windham Public School System in Windham, Connecticut. I am Vice President of our local 1577. I'm an ally for Connecticut for All Coalition and a supportive member of the Willimantic and Wyndham branch of NAACP and our neighbor fund. I'm here to support SB 1511's intent to revise the education cost sharing formula for sure to better reflect our needs. And I'm also here to express a few concerns regarding SB 1 so that we can begin to repair our systems so that our students can thrive. I'm submitting a written testimony for any of the details, but I want to share the fact that our district is part of what I lovingly call the Seven Sisters of a district reference group I, which is Bridgeport, Hartford, New Britain, New Haven, New London, and Waterbury. And they all have fine urban characteristics, but Wyndham is different in that it has the attributes of a smaller city. But proportionally speaking, we have the greatest amount of multilingual learners versus the state, 31.9%. And 6 of our 7 districts have the highest percentage of those learners as well. Given the current federal administration climate, educators and the like are all anxious about our ability to provide an appropriate education for all our students. And with 74% of our students qualifying for free and reduced meals, the disparities are raw and in full exposure. So here I am in an effort to support the revisions regarding the education cost sharing formula. It's a wonderful opportunity for us to look critically at how we need to have access to our funding and direct funding. The things that I like about the aspect of 1511 especially is the regional approach and the inclusion of the workforce development regional areas too. The other piece about this Senate Bill 1, however, I have issues with the 50 lines of the charter opportunity language, and we have 216 lines over the literacy district work. And I have to be honest with you, I have been teaching literacy for the last 20, 25 years, and we've had our coaches, we've had our scripts, we've had our assessments, and it seems like our children are the ones who suffer with all these assessments and standardization of assessments and so on and so forth. So if we can review this constant monitoring in this way, I think we could solve it with the fact that if we supported our families better and allowed them the wages that they would need, for example, and give them the opportunity to be with their children and read with them as well, we can certainly address this issue.
Please summarize.
Oh, I've summarized. That was it. So I'm done, and thank you for your time. And you'll read my comments in the mail, so to speak. Thank you.
Thanks so much, Rose. Have a great evening.
Oh yeah, thank you.
Next is Dan Tartowski on.
Yes, hello. Dan's not available, but I'll be speaking on his behalf.
Great.
Can folks hear me okay?
Yes.
Good evening, Chair Leeper, Chair McCrory, members of the Education Committee. My name is Dr. Juliana Chen, and I'll be speaking in lieu of my colleague, Chief Operating Officer Daniel Tartakovsky, who had a last-minute conflict, and he apologizes for being unable to join us today. So no worries about getting his name correct since he isn't here. I also briefly want to apologize for any background noise. I'm traveling myself and at an airport and waiting to board a flight after multiple travel delays, so hoping you all can hear me okay. For the record, I am a child and adolescent psychiatrist and the chief medical officer at Cartwheel. We are a Connecticut licensed virtual mental health group practice, and we partner exclusively with K-12 school districts. I am here first and foremost to thank you all for raising SB 1511 in this committee, which includes a commitment to invest in school-based telehealth services, which I know others have testified on earlier today. As a provider of school-based telehealth services, I commend everyone for raising this very important issue. We know too many kids across Connecticut and really across our country are in need of mental health care. Wait lists are simply too long for too many students and families, and virtual care can be a meaningful and critically impactful way to help those in need and provide quality care to those in need. We also know that many students and families look to schools for support, but that schools have not had enough resources to meet the growing mental health demands. So this is partly why schools in Connecticut, such as the Achievement First public charter schools, as well as the Learn Regional Educational Center, have chosen to partner with Cartwheel to expand telehealth services. This is alongside 75 school districts in the state of Massachusetts and 200 districts across the country that we're very happy to serve. Today, we would like to offer some suggestions to the current bill language that would maximize the chances that as many Connecticut students and families as possible could access high-quality telehealth services. So as currently written, the bill includes a few conditions that would significantly limit the positive impact of this legislation by favoring a specific kind of vendor, an operator of a school-based health center from out of state. We would like to respectfully recommend that the committee instead take a more vendor agnostic approach and request respectfully 3 changes to the bill. First, removing the requirement that the Department of Public Health partner with an operator of a school-based health center. We believe any type of state licensed mental health provider, such as a community mental health center or group practice, should be eligible to provide these services. School-based health centers are a fantastic resource in many communities, and we support them fully. However, most schools in Connecticut, as I know many of you know, do not have a school-based health center, and many families may prefer to receive services at home, and many need services over the summer months. The Department of Public Health should be able to choose the right vendor or vendors through a competitive process, including those that operate year-round, and not be limited to partnering with school-based health center operators. Second, removing the requirement that the telehealth provider has provided services to a district with more than 50,000 students. Someone mentioned this earlier, but there are no school districts of this size in Connecticut. So this requirement feels arbitrary and unnecessarily favors out-of-state vendors. I want to be clear that Cartwheel meets this requirement, but we believe there are other community organizations out there that should not be excluded. And third and lastly, adding the requirement that the telehealth provider be enrolled with Husky Health and private health insurance companies to reduce cost of services to the state. And ultimately believe that Connecticut schools, students, and families would be best served by a competitive process that allows multiple organizations to apply to provide these services. So thank you for your time and consideration. Apologize for running a little bit late, and happy to answer questions if folks have them.
Thank you for your testimony. I just have one question. You mentioned 3 parts that you will take a little exception to. What was the last one? I didn't hear the last part. The bill you like to see.
Oh, I was talking too quickly, so I apologize. The third was just proposing adding a requirement that the telehealth provider be enrolled with Husky Health and private health insurance companies, just to reduce the cost of services to the state and ensure that existing funding sources are being maximally leveraged.
Okay. Thank you very. Are you guys the only? How many providers do you know that was looking to provide telehealth service for mental health?
There are multiple providers, both small and larger. We are one of the larger services and the largest in the Northeast and the Midwest. But there are other vendors, and I should say that the requirements here are not at all to limit it to Cartwheel, and we want this to be a broad and fair process. These are suggestions we're proposing to make it so that other groups, large companies, small companies, local vendors would be eligible.
Right. My last question is, our requirements, are they similar to requirements in other states or no?
Forgive me, I think I'm not understanding the question. Which requirements?
The requirements that we have in this bill, are they similar to the requirements in other states?
I think there are some differences. So the way that it's currently worded is actually quite limiting, and actually doesn't allow for a broader inclusive process. So I would say it does not necessarily mirror typical legislation in other states.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Seeing none.
Next, we have Honda Smith. Robert Cotto.
Hello, good evening. Thank you for having me on today. Good to see you, Senator McCrory, Representative Leeper, and members of the Appropriations Committee. Thank you. My name is Dr. Robert Cotto Jr., PhD. I'm an educator, resident, parent that lives in Hartford, Connecticut. I'm here on my own to testify primarily on SB 1511, and then maybe a bit about SB 1. I'll be brief. Again, thank you for being with us on a late evening. So first off, I support raising the ECS foundation amount for public schools, increasing of weights for multilingual learners, special education, and using more heavy weight on family income measures. I've written about this. I'd be happy to share and speak with members of the committee at any point about some of the work that I've done in research on school funding here in Connecticut in terms of research. And part of it is looked at, in particularly schools that are Latino in Latino districts like New Britain, Bridgeport. And so I've done quite a bit of look at this, and I think this is where we need to go. However, I just want to add that this also needs to be funded. So we can change the foundation, we can change the weights. At the end of the day, it is negotiation, it is work to get it funded. And so, I'm happy to be part of conversations and look forward to seeing where that goes. On a related note, I think we continue to have to sort of think about where we're going. We're going to fund the public school district, but with the current national administration, other trends, State Board of Ed, how are we going to negotiate putting more funding into schools, but also making more semi-private charter schools or semi-private, in some cases, magnet schools? And those schools do interact, and they actually sort of hinder putting more resources into traditional public schools. So we need to talk a little bit more about that. And then last, and again, I've written about this, I'd be happy to talk more. But last, I'm a little concerned about the sort of the framing, let's put it that way, of the idea of disconnected youth. I've read some of the reports that have come out about this, and the definition's sort of like troubling in many ways, where disconnected youth were traditionally like the sort of people that the sort of older young people above age 20. And then in the 119 report, they were lumped with people that were sort of struggling in high school. It's very convoluted, number one. And number two, it actually sort of puts the pressure on young people themselves, right? And so it's saying these young people that have lived through pandemic, that have lived through all sorts of things over the last 5 to 10 years, they're the ones that are disconnected rather than systems, rather than resources, rather than support. And when I look at the definitions that are proposed for state law, I think they're really troubling, right? We're going to say disconnected youth, are struggling in school or don't have a job and they're 21 years old, and it's like, well, maybe they don't have a job because they're sick, because they have long COVID. Maybe they don't have health care. Maybe they don't have a place to live. Maybe they're caring for their own children or their own family. Maybe they're homeless because the state subsidizes luxury apartments in places like Hartford rather than public housing. Maybe they're in fear of deportation, so they don't want to go to school, or they're in fear of being in a sort of traditional workplace. So there's a lot of things that are sort of like left hanging there when we define people as disconnected. So I think it's sort of troubling.
Summarize?
Yeah, I'll summarize. So I don't think we should be using that term, period, disconnected youth. And last, I'll say, rather than sort of supporting young people, it looks like we're making a system to support private nonprofits, to be sort of the middlemen to address some of these bigger issues that we're not really addressing. So I'll leave it at that, and I'm happy to have more conversation with folks on the committee. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. I just had one question, Robert. You don't like to use the word disconnect you. What term do you think will be better served with this population that we're trying to help? Is there a different term we should be using besides disconnected youth that you feel is a little more comfortable or more appropriate for what we're trying to do here?
Yeah, I mean, that's a fair question, Senator McCrory. Thanks for asking. You could say young people. You could say you could say people with limited opportunity. You could say people in need of support. I think there's a lot of different ways to say it, but I think when we say disconnected, it sort of like puts the onus that it's their fault, that it's young people that are struggling in various ways, that it's their fault. So and then I think that changes how we think we're gonna fix things. So I don't have a fancy title for you, Senator McCrory, but I think you get the impulse, the idea.
Thank you for your service, and I wish you were back in the school system educating children, but I'm sure you're not doing that right now. But we can always use good educators like yourself. Any other questions for Robert? Seeing none, up next, we have, who we have next? Isabel Jella.
Hi there, Isabel Geller here.
Isabel, I want to see what you look like. Turn your camera on.
Okay, I'm not home, but I will turn my camera on for you.
There you go.
Hi there. Hi, Senator McCrory, Representative Leeper, and members of the Appropriations Committee. My name is Izzy Geller, and I'm a proud teacher, union member, and New Haven Public Schools graduate. I'm part of the Connecticut for All Coalition, and I'm here to testify on SB 1511. I support the proposed revisions to the educational cost share formula, including adding weight for students eligible for free or reduced meals, multilingual learners, and those with special education needs. And I'll apologize to folks if my audio out here is a bit wonky. But between Yale's abuse of its tax-exempt status and the Connecticut's harboring of funds, we are struggling in the city of New Haven. Our per pupil funding trails behind wealthier districts, yet our students' need far surpasses theirs. The students I teach and learn with are brilliant and resilient. As the world crumbles around them, they ask thoughtful questions, seek meaningful knowledge, and insist on bringing our learning space to life. This learning space is situated in a state that is failing to meet their needs. While many schools in Connecticut boast small teacher-to-student ratios and state-of-the-art equipment, we pack our classrooms and share librarians and TESOL teachers. Our roofs leak and our bathrooms need repairs. The students I teach and learn with are brilliant and resilient, some experiencing homelessness, some fearing deportation, others grieving the loss of loved ones and caretakers, and many persevering through deep hardship. All of them, regardless of what they have going on outside of school, are enduring a school system that does not meet their social, emotional, or physical needs. Still, they show up brilliant and resilient. We owe them more. We owe them per pupil funding that matches, better yet doubles that of whiter, wealthier districts. We owe them librarians, well-paid paraeducators, roofs that don't leak, and classrooms without mold. We owe them lessons that spark their imaginations, hands-on learning experiences, and fabulous field trips. I am doing my best day in and day out to deliver on those things, even with flat funds and increasing sense of dread. I'm spending my own time and money learning Spanish. I organize field trips on a budget, and I stay up late building out interesting lessons that respond to the needs, wants, and dreams of my students. What are you doing, and what are you willing to do? You can support a $545 million investment in Connecticut students, or you can support the status quo where a wealthy state uplifts its wealthiest residents and exploits, underserves, and disrespects its Black, brown, and working class communities. Thank you so much for this opportunity to testify.
Thanks, Isabel, for your testimony. Appreciate you joining us tonight. Next, we have Joseph Sokolovic.
Greetings, esteemed members of the Education Committee. My name is Joseph Sokolovic. I am the Vice Chair and the Finance Chair of the Bridgeport Board of Education.
Joseph, wait a minute. I need
Yes.
you to
Oh,
look
I'm sorry.
back there. Put your camera on.
Yes, sir. I'm sorry. It fell off.
All right, here we go.
All right, let me start over. Greetings, esteemed members of the Education Committee. My name is Joseph Sokolovic. I'm the Vice Chair and the Finance Chair of the Bridgeport Board of Education. Today is March 19th, 2025. My son Jovan's 17th birthday. And rather than being able to fully focus on celebrating his special day, I find myself still fighting the same fight that I began when his education began. That is the fight for equity. Today in particular, I am here to speak in support of Senate Bill 1151, an act concerning disconnected youth. This bill, while not closing the gap entirely of the per pupil funding between Ned Lamont's hometown district and my son's home district, it will reduce that funding gap to about $7,800 per pupil. So while there will be a larger share going to the inner city districts, Ned and his wealthy neighbors need not to worry. They will still enjoy their life of privilege with far better funded schools. While the rest of the state is focused on the Trump administration and the Republican Congress, I remain focused on the enemy within, the governance of the Connecticut, the most inequitable state when it comes to education funding, due to modern day red line known as restrictive zoning. While America has Trump dismantling the Department of Education, Connecticut got Lamont's Board of Education dismantling our local inner city Board of Educations. Trump pushes vouchers, Lamont pushes charters. CT leaders need to wake up. The people are fed up and we will rise together. Revolution is coming otherwise. And while the revolution may not be televised, it will definitely be live streamed on social media and heard and felt in November. So I demand that this bill be passed and our students begin on the road to equity. Thank you.
Thanks, Joseph. Appreciate you joining us tonight. Next, we have Trisha Donovan. Trisha, to join us, you need to accept the invitation to be a panelist, I believe. All right. We'll move on to John Flanders.
Good evening, Chairs McCrory and Leeper and Ranking Members Bertel and Zupkis and members of the committee. My name is John Flanders, and I am the President of Special Education Equity for Kids. You will be hearing from a number of us tonight, and all of our testimony is incorporated in the organization's written comments. I want to talk about a number of bills. First, House Bill 1511. Absolutely endorses the provisions in this to change funding and increase the weight for special education in determining the ECS grant. There's been a lot of conversation this year about the excess cost grant, but we point out that 94% of students in special education will never incur costs that qualify for excess costs, and so their aggregate cost being larger, money should be applied towards that. We support the increase in apprenticeships and summer programs for disconnected youth. We note that programs to support transition to students in special education are woefully inadequate, and any asset that goes towards supporting that should be embraced. Section 5 anticipates creating an entity that would provide mental health telehealth services throughout the state. We strongly support the concept. However, the bill's as written is deeply flawed. We've heard a number of other testimonies and we largely support that, but we suggest following the testimony of the Connecticut Association for School-Based Health Centers on this section. Section 5 of 7217, enhancing requirements for contract between school district and school resource officers, needs to be strengthened. We suggest the following suggestions. First, the requirement should also apply to school security officers. Second, the contract needs to specify that the job of an SRO or an SO is not to do school discipline. If the officer is involved with responding to a student in crisis, they should be required to turn on their body camera for the duration of the exchange. And any footage from those cameras should be made available to the student and the parents must be informed of the event the same day. Both SROs and SSOs need to be trained in the nature and manifestation of disabilities, de-escalation, and other conflict avoidance techniques, IEPs, lockdowns as may be applied to students with disabilities. And finally, the language about pre-violence indicators needs to be stricken. The language can be read to red flagging individual students, which is a violation of their civil and human rights. Section 13 makes a long overdue positive change in the out-of-school suspensions for very young children. In our view, such children should never be removed from an educational environment. If the child is engaged in dangerous or disruptive conduct, school mental health professionals should be working with that child to find the causes and solutions to that problem. Lowering the requirement from 5 to 2 days is a step in the right direction, and we support it. And we further.
John, please summarize.
Okay. Well, you've seen the rest of my testimony. We support the. Thank you. I'll stop.
Thank you very much. Have a great evening.
You too. Thank you.
Next, we have Dasha. Oh, I think Trisha Donovan is back online.
Yes, I am. Thank you so much. I'm sorry.
Good evening, Senator McCrory, Chair Leeper, and esteemed members of the Education Committee. I'm here in support of HB 7219, an act protecting Section 504 accommodations. My name is Patricia Donovan. I work as an advocate and I specialize in Section 504 students only. Many of my students have health issues, complex medical needs, suffer anxiety, PTSD, sleep disorders, and require accommodations to access their education. While many people have already addressed the federal level threats that are going on around Section 504, I'm going to focus my commentary on why this makes sense to codify in our state statutes. Enshrining the rights of Section 504 would go a long way to committing state level focus and resources to those covered by Section 504 only, which thus far in our state has been non-existent. In my work across the state, it is clear that each district treats Section 504 differently. It does or does not comply with child find procedural regulations, and they often show serious knowledge deficits that impact our students' ability to access their education every day. Lack of state involvement in Section 504 has led to the creation of a two-tiered system of students with disabilities in our state: supported IDA students and unsupported Section 504 students. Our Section 504 students lack the support of the state in terms of information dissemination, trained personnel, monitoring, data collection, and access to complaint resolution. Let me explain. Lack of active communication from the State Department of Education to help districts understand their Section 504 obligations has led to inconsistent application and understanding of Section 504 and a denial of FAPE for our students. It still shocks me today when I hear districts say, "We don't do Section 504 for that." They are simply misinformed. Codifying the Section 504 language would make it imperative for the state to get off the fence, to get involved, and improve district knowledge and compliance. A second barrier created by state inaction is the lack of mandatory staff training. Without training, districts are inconsistent in their implementation, they are unable to resolve issues, and our students are again denied FAPE. This leads to parents giving up on the process, having to hire advocates and attorneys, and filing discrimination complaints. Not only is this time-consuming, it costs families and districts money that is better spent educating our students. A third barrier created by state inaction is in the current in-district complaint process. It is often rife with conflicts of interest, lacks trained personnel, and lacks remedy in a reasonable time period. You simply cannot resolve a complaint when the same person serves as your Section 504 coordinator and your grievance coordinator. And this is where the legislature may have to get creative and depart a little bit from the federal regulations. Setting up a Section 504 mediation or facilitation center where districts and families can voluntarily agree to work out their issues would save educational time lost, district and family funds on lawyers, and administrative staff time pulling documentation. Rhode Island has recently set up something like this, and New York City uses
Please summarize.
So today we have a choice in our state. We can make a choice and codify these regulations and choose to elevate our Section 504 students to equal status with their IDA counterparts. I've seen firsthand how Section 504 plans are not a consolation prize. Their accommodations level the playing field, and it's very important for students to access their education. I thank you so much for your support of this.
Thanks, Tricia, for all your advocacy and for your testimony tonight.
Thank you. I also submitted written testimony with a lot more information.
Appreciate that. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Number 77, I think, is also back online. Kimora Perez Carabello.
Hello, thank you. And that's Kamora Harrington. Jennifer Perez Carabello was able to sign me up. Thank you so much. Okay, so I am here speaking about SB 1511, an act concerning disconnected youth. Good evening, Senator McCrory, Representative Leeper, Representative Khan, and members of the Appropriations Committee. My name is Kamora Leela Harrington, and I'm here to testify on SB 1511, an act concerning disconnected youth. I'm disappointed that I need to be here today, and part of that disappointment stems from the very name of this act, an act concerning disconnected youth, as if somehow our schools that are underfunded and don't offer the opportunities and experiences that our young people crave and desire are places that young learners would want to be or places that we should encourage them to go. That somehow the simple quest for education should naturally lead our disconnected youth into classrooms that are purposefully disconnected from their lives. Ignoring why our children are disconnected while trying to reconnect them doesn't seem like a great idea to me, but that's not what we're here to discuss today. we all know that the way that we choose to fund our public schools is inequitable to begin with. This is yet another discussion and debate that is necessary if we are ever going to untangle Connecticut's educational quagmire, and we could spend this evening, practicing righteous indignation at the obvious disparities. But right now, I need this committee to understand, and not just understand, but act upon the truth that educating our future costs money, and spending this money today serves our communities, our states, and our country much better than not spending that money. At this point in 2025, March 2025, we have decades of examples and research that proves this. With the research available, it's easily understood that changing the ECS, the educational cost share formula, to ensure that all of our students in this state can benefit from fully funded and fully staffed schools is not only the right thing to do morally, but that it ensures that there's an actual chance at creating that equitable playing field that so many like to talk about, but they really become silent when it's time to talk about the funding for that equitable playing field. Public education is an American right. And we're here in Connecticut, we're here in Hartford, and the second oldest public high school in the nation is right down the street, the pub, Hartford Pub. It was founded in 1638. And in 13 years, that school is going to be 400 years old. So in 13 years, we have 400 years of public education right here in my home city to look back on. There's a whole lot to be proud there, but when my oldest son, 1986, when my oldest son was a student in Hartford, the pub, Hartford Public, Hartford Pub, the pub, I'm sorry, I'm a Hartford person, but Hartford Public High School almost lost its accreditation. And that was scary, and a whole bunch of nonprofits jumped up to try to summarizing, there's a war on public education. And that war on public education has been growing for a long time, and we are here right now, and we are Connecticut, and we've got Linda McMahon, and we've got the entire Trump administration trying really hard to destroy public education. And if we can just make sure that we can address this one disparity, that's one small thing that'll be really, really, really huge and very important. So I would like for everyone here on this appropriations committee to address the ECS formula and make sure that it's equitably applied, that it's raised, and that's equitably applied across the state with all of our students. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your testimony. Next, I think we have Dasha Spell.
Good evening, elected officials and education committee. My name is Councilwoman Dasha Spell. I'm from Bridgeport, Connecticut, and tonight I am here to talk to you in regards to the SB bill that is currently being discussed tonight. I'm a parent, but first and foremost, I am a Bridgeport graduate. I graduated out of the Bridgeport public system over 2 decades ago. At that time, we had funding where students were able to prosper. I had the ability to see different schools outside of Bridgeport, experience different things outside of the city of Bridgeport, go to college, go to grad school, come back and invest in my community. Today, this evening, I am asking for your help. Our kids are the most precious things in the world, but they're also our tomorrow. They're our future leaders. And by accepting and improving this bill, not only would you be giving money into them, pouring into them, investing in them, but also you'll be setting them up for success. I have had the pleasure of talking to multiple students within our current school district and just the concerns that they have about their education, but also the dreams and goals they have. And as a legislative person myself, a politician here in Bridgeport, yes, we have our struggles, we have our problems, we have our issues, but investing in our kids is also a goal. Right now, there are some things going on in the city that we're trying to address, and it's a day by day process, just like it took day by day, year by year for our kids' education to get to the point where it's at today. And with this additional funding the support that the state is giving, I believe that we can actually, and not only improve it, but set them up for success. Our district in the Fairfield County is one of, from what I understand, one of the worst districts in the county. And we happen to be in one of the richest districts in the state. It doesn't make sense that our neighboring schools have resources where if there's an incident on campus, they have social workers, guidance counselors right there. Our kids have to tap into third party, like child guidance, outside services instead of having providers within the
Please
building.
summarize.
So, in closing, I am asking for y'all to please support this and make sure that there is equal funding across the board for all of our kids because they are our future. Thank you.
Thank you so much for sticking with us tonight and advocating on behalf of your community. I don't see any
Thank you for
questions.
having me.
Have a great evening.
You too. Bye-bye.
Bye. Next, we have Michelle Cunningham. Asia Kerr.
Good evening, Senator McCrory, Representative Leeper, and other esteemed members of the Education Committee. My name is Asia Kerr, and I am an aspiring educator. I'm here to testify in support of SB 1513. In the semesters leading up to my student teaching, I found various ways to earn extra money to support my learning and family. However, once I began student teaching, I sacrificed some of my routines to meet the demands of working at my cooperating school, which I have testified in front of the committee before. This meant limiting extra income opportunities and finding childcare when my spouse and I were unavailable, as I couldn't miss hours required for student teaching. Many of my peers face even more severe challenges, lacking access to extra funds for lesson supplies, relying on expensive transportation to reach their teaching locations that cost between $20 to $30 a trip 5 days a week, or spending their limited free time preparing for the next week's lessons. On our campus, we all had to pay for fingerprinting and background checks like full-time teachers, which wasn't easy for some of my classmates who struggled to find the necessary funding. Despite not being paid, we dedicated ourselves to the job, attending professional development days and still fulfilling on-campus obligations. We were expected to continue attending our student teaching placements during our college breaks when our classmates were allowed to go home or on trips. This led to additional travel burdens for residential students and substandard conditions like no dining hall access. Residential students who were expected to stay on campus last week were forced to pay for every meal for the week until most students returned and the dining halls reopened on Sunday. While student teaching offers invaluable hands-on experience, it comes with significant stress related to finance and responsibility. Support for SB 1513 would alleviate these pressures faced by aspiring educators. It would allow student teachers like me to focus on teaching in our placements without the stress of covering additional fees and supplies. Supporting SB 1513 demonstrates a commitment to aspiring educators and encourages the retention and recruitment of educators. It signals that Connecticut values educators and wants to ensure exceptional schools in our state in the future. Please consider backing this vital initiative, and thank you for the opportunity to testify.
Asia, it's great to hear from you. Thanks for being with us tonight.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Have a good one.
You too.
Next, we have Kelly Hebrank.
Yes, good evening. My name is Kelly Hebrank, and I'm an ESOL teacher in New Haven, a parent in Hamden, and a foster parent. I strongly support the proposed revisions to the educational cost share formula. I wanted to give you a snapshot of Roberto Clemente Leadership Academy, a K-8 school in the Hill section of New Haven with 450 students. About 20 families at our school are homeless. 42% are multilingual learners. Many are newcomers to the U.S. and enter our classrooms without ever having been to school before, and they cannot read in any language. And more than 1 in 5 of our learners receive special education services, which is 23% higher than the statewide rate. What is harder to quantify is the trauma that many of our students have suffered. The tragedy with an 8-year-old dying in a gun-related incident. He was a second grader at our school. We are reeling from the sudden loss and banding together to comfort our students. This is a horrific and, yes, rare occurrence, but each day brings some new situation we have to deal with that we often feel unprepared for and unequipped for. Being separated from family and being placed in foster care, living with adults with mental illness or substance use disorder, living in extreme poverty or in a dangerous neighborhood, these issues all show up in the classroom, affecting students' behaviors and their academic performance. Teachers cannot teach students who sleep in class all day because they are crashing on a cousin's couch. Teachers cannot teach students whose untreated trauma leads them to run out of a classroom several times a day. And students cannot learn when they are worried about being hit by classmates who struggle with emotional regulation. But we refuse to accept that that is the whole story. What we know is that these students can and will succeed when given sufficient resources. Being in a chronically underfunded and understaffed school and district won't get us there. This is why we need to increase the ESC foundation amount and weight it for students with high needs. I don't want to live in a world where DEI has become a curse word. DEI is the virtuous principle that public schools were built on, but we're missing the mark. Diversity. This is oh, sorry, it's blurry. Oh my gosh, they're very smiling children. This is a photo of what diversity means at Roberto Clemente. This wasn't staged. It's just 5 kindergartners walking to my classroom. They speak 5 languages and are adorable friends. All of our multilingual learners have so much to offer our school and our community, but we need to give them a good start with high quality instruction. Right now, a colleague and I teach English to around 75 students each, way above recommended caseload sizes. Equity. Students deserve equity, full stop, but it's not happening in Connecticut. Where students live and go to school impacts not only the activities they have access to, but essential Tier 1 instruction as well. This year at Clemente, students in grades 4 through 8 who have speech services mandated in their IEPs have not received a single minute of speech all year long because we don't have an SLP for those grades.
Kelly, can you please summarize?
Yes, I submitted written testimony that talked a little bit more about inclusion, but in summary, in Connecticut, we have the ability and the power to be champions of diversity, equity, and inclusion in all the best ways. And I urge you to fund the future of all public school students across Connecticut. Thank you so much for your time.
Thanks, Kelly. Appreciate your testimony and for being with us at 8:20 at night. Next, in person, we have Carol Gale. Thanks for being with us. Could you turn your mic
Press
on?
that mic. There you go. Press it good.
Got the red buttons on. Thank you. Good evening, Senator McCrory, Representative Leeper, and members of the Education Committee. My name is Carol Gale, and I'm a Hartford resident and a teacher of over 34 years. I'm currently the president of the Hartford Federation of Teachers, and we belong to Connecticut for All, a statewide coalition fighting for a better future for everyone in Connecticut. I speak today on SB 1 and SB 1511. I know firsthand the effects of inadequate funding on Hartford students, and the story unfortunately hasn't changed much in the decades that I've enjoyed in education. I spend hundreds of dollars every year to outfit my classroom with materials, equipment, and supplies I needed to deliver quality instruction to my students within a safe and encouraging classroom climate. To supplement my own spending, I often put things on my birthday and Christmas lists that were things like manipulatives or books for my class library. Despite these expenditures, supplies ran out every year, and my students would have to adjust. Copy paper was rationed, so I reused paper where I could, and students had to adjust to ignoring the previously printed side. Persistent lack of funding led to a crisis in staffing in our schools. Vacancies persist to today. Students have gone without a math teacher or a science teacher, sometimes for an entire year, or had a revolving door of substitutes or other teachers like myself covering their class. Somehow, the students had to adjust. That students can adjust is a testament to the resilience. That students should have to adjust is a sad commentary on the state of educational funding in Connecticut. That some students are unable to adjust creates a bigger financial burden on the state. I do support the equalization, adjustments to the equalization grants by increasing the base per pupil level of $11,525. That's been flat funded for over a decade, to adjust for inflation and index that moving forward so that inflation is always counted in. Increasing the weight for economically disadvantaged students to 40%, increasing the weight for multilingual learners to 35%, and adding a 50% weight for students with disabilities. Real equity means kids in poverty, multilingual learners, and kids with disabilities benefit from additional funding to meet their needs. Furthermore, the increase in charter and magnet schools in our state has not solved the challenges to educating our youth.
Gail, please summarize.
I will, thank you. We're looking for strong neighborhood schools that unite us and don't separate us further. So we need to fund our local public schools who have elected bodies to govern them and have true choice, not waiting lists or lotteries or rejections, but guaranteed enrollment. The kids who need the most are getting the least. We rank 46th in funding students with low income, 49th in funding students of color, and 48th in funding multilingual learners. Yet we live in the wealthiest state. Let's invest in our young people and fund the future of public education for every Connecticut student. Thank you very much for the opportunity to testify.
Carol, I'm so sorry. I called you Gail.
Happens all the time.
I bet it does, but I apologize. I even have a cheat sheet. Thank you for being here with us. Thanks for advocating for your students.
Thank you very much. Thanks for all that you, long night for you.
We're halfway there.
Next, we have Elizabeth Sked.
Hi there, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Great. Good evening, Representative Leeper and distinguished members of the Education Committee. My name is Elizabeth Sked, and I'm the Education Issue Specialist for the Connecticut Education Association. In my role at CEA, I serve as the state organizer for CEA's Aspiring Educators Program. I am fortunate to work with aspiring educators across our state on a daily basis. I'm here to speak in support of SB 1513, an act concerning aspiring educators. We firmly believe that providing stipends for student teaching is a critical step in strengthening our teacher pipeline and addressing the growing teacher shortage in our state. College students in just about every other occupation that require internships get paid for their work. Why not aspiring educators? The student teaching experience, often a full-time unpaid commitment, presents a substantial barrier for our aspiring educators. Many student teachers must forego paid employment for an entire semester or longer, making it financially unfeasible for some to complete the path to certification. Others are forced to juggle multiple jobs just to make ends meet, further stretching themselves thin. By offering stipends to student teachers, SB 1513 would help alleviate this financial burden and create a more equitable path into the profession. This investment would ensure that talented, passionate individuals are not deterred from becoming educators simply because they cannot afford to work for free. As we've testified regularly, the teacher shortage in Connecticut is no longer a looming threat, it is a reality. Providing financial support for aspiring educators will help attract a more diverse and talented pool of future teachers, leading to stronger retention rates and a more stable workforce. By incentivizing student teaching through stipends, we can ensure that more individuals complete their preparation programs and enter the workforce fully equipped to succeed in the classroom. Across the country, states have recognized the need to financially support aspiring educators by providing direct funding for student teaching. Some examples include Pennsylvania, where eligible students can receive up to $15,000 in stipends, and in Maryland, where eligible students receive a $20,000 annual stipend. Additional examples can be found in my written testimony. These initiatives have helped grow the teacher pipeline by making the profession more accessible to a broader range of candidates, particularly those from underrepresented backgrounds. If we want to remain competitive and ensure that every student in Connecticut has access to highly qualified teachers, we must take similar steps to support those entering the field. The passage of SB 1513 would not only help aspiring teachers afford their training, but would also strengthen Connecticut's ability to attract and retain high-quality, diverse educators. It would send a powerful message that Connecticut values its educators and is committed to fostering the next generation of teachers. By providing stipends for student teaching, we remove unnecessary barriers to the profession and take a significant step towards solving our teacher shortage. We urge this committee to support SB 1513 and invest in the future of education. Thank you for your time.
Thank you so much, Elizabeth. Next, we have Dr. Donna Rizzolo.
Good evening, Education Committee. I'm sorry that you're unable to
Donna.
see. Yes.
Donna, do me a favor and turn your camera on.
Excuse me?
Please turn your camera on.
Okay, let me see. Okay, there we go. Are you able to hear me? I'm sorry, I cannot have my camera on as I am driving a car. Are you able to hear me though?
So, okay, we're gonna give you a pass.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that.
Go ahead.
Okay, may I proceed?
Yes.
Okay, thank you so much. I appreciate that. Hello, Education Committee. I am a 30-year education veteran, retired Department of Education consultant, and I now am in the field of early childhood education as the director and owner of the Essex Preschool. I know that before you are several different bills that address the needs of the early childhood education field. There are lots of competing solutions, shall we say, and some compatible ones. I want to speak from the perspective of an owner and director of a small school, and I represent a large, I would say, majority of schools throughout the state of Connecticut, excuse me, children, that are mostly small schools like myself. So there are three areas in which I would like to speak to. Most of us in this field support the governor's plan, which is to make early childhood education more accessible to middle class families. As we all know, the cost of early childhood education is outstanding, and a middle class family has a very hard time for affording even the most modest and conservative tuitions. So we support the governor's proposal, which would make early childhood accessible and also give parents choice. One area in which we do have concern is the movement toward universal pre-K and the shift away from supporting the private individual school owners like myself and shifting children to their local public school. The reason why this is important is not just, excuse me, children, it's not just because, sorry about this, it's not just because it would quote unquote ruin the industry, those of us like myself who own small schools. It's that it's not what's best for a 3 and a 4-year-old. 3 and 4-year-olds do not belong in public school buildings. They do not belong riding on a bus. They do not belong in the same building that also serves the needs of 8, 9, 10, 11, and in some cases 12 and 13-year-olds. They belong in small school settings such as my own. So we advocate that if you are choosing between which bill to support, we would ask you to support the governor's proposal, which there is much precedent for compensating the parents already in the field of early
Donna,
childhood.
please
Yes. Summarize. Okay. We are advocating for supporting the governor's proposal. We agree with most of what he is putting out there. And of course, we are grateful for the Education Committee and the state of Connecticut and the governor for prioritizing early childhood education. This was long overdue. And honestly, I don't think it was a day that any of us ever imagined we would even be seeing. So thank you for all of the consideration that the Education Committee and all our representatives and our governor are giving to early childhood education. But please proceed with caution and think about what is in the best interest of children and families. Leave opportunity for choice to middle-class families so that they are not forced to place their children into the public schools through universal pre-K. Thank you.
Thank you for your advocacy. Also, I'll just say, this is the most relatable testimony, I think. I've heard all day. I have 2 little ones in my car.
Oh,
Always
I
sounds
get it. Yeah, I understand completely. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Next, we have Lisa Cordova. I've been told she's not on. Next, Erica Soares. All right. Amari Brantley. John Lee.
Hi, dear Senator McCrory, Representative Leeper, and members of the Appropriation Committee. My name is John Lee. I'm a former educator in the New Haven public school system and an organizer with the group New Haven Rising. We're part of the coalition, the Connecticut for All Coalition, and I'm here to testify on SB 1511. I'm very grateful to all of you on the Appropriations Committee for listening to the stories of students today, much earlier today when we packed the room, and witnessing our solidarity. The proposed revisions to the educational cost share formula of SB 1511 can move us toward equity and the flourishing of all Connecticut public school students. They bear the potential for creative justice. I'm grateful also to the students who shared testimony. Their power was palpable, organized around the shared desire to address historical injustice, belief in the possibilities of more and more equitable investment, and the discipline to translate that investment into what they as students want and need. When we were taking the train up from New Haven, it was amazing to hear all of their ideas and concerns and potential ideas for where investment could go in their schools. For me, in 2014, I moved from Baltimore, Maryland to New Haven to start my undergraduate degree at Yale College. After I graduated, I got a job at the education nonprofit LEAP, running after-school programming at the pre-K to 8 King Robinson Magnet School. In our after-school program, students often told me they were hungry and asked for snacks, but we just had pretzels and animal crackers to feed them. Some students told us being hungry caused them to disrupt class and get into fights. And within a mile of that school are 16 luxurious buffet-style Yale University dining halls, where as a student, I used to eat my fill and watch plenty of food go to waste. Of course, this is just one example of inequality in our city and state, how institutions and individuals have historically amassed and sat on wealth acquired through violent and discriminatory practices. In New Haven, Yale's tax-exempt status means that an increasing amount of revenue is lost for our city budget. Yale's tax exemption of $180 million is over 80% of New Haven's school budget. Yale accepting this tax exemption despite an operating surplus and a $40 billion endowment compounds the realities of redlining and decades-long economic practices that have led to such extreme inequality. While New Haven Rising and other groups in coalition continue to question the justice and compassion of Yale's practices, we're asking that you consider more equitable investment through the proposed revisions to the educational cost share formula. And finally, I just ask that we
John,
consider
please summarize.
a specific possibility, how many more students could be inspired to work within schools as teachers, counselors, therapists, if they felt that their schools could be shaped by their vision and power. I feel like we're very fortunate to have heard so many of their stories today. And thank you for listening to their testimonies.
Thank you so much, John, for your testimony.
Thank you.
Next, Stacy TA.
You got it. Nice job.
I know, it's time to charm.
My name is Stacy TA. I'm the Secretary of Special Education Equity for Kids and a professional advocate in Connecticut. Thank you for the opportunity to provide feedback this evening. As we have previously stated in testimony, we are urging the legislature to require same-day written notification to parents when their child has been subjected to restraint or seclusion. Parents deserve to know what happens to their child at school so they can provide the necessary support at home to help their child recover from trauma. Just yesterday, I attended a PPT meeting for a first grade boy who was physically restrained for 3 minutes simply because he was making kissy faces at a peer. He did not touch or threaten anyone. This child is autistic and struggles with social cues. He cannot easily interpret how to appropriately gain a peer's attention or understand their reactions. When other students began teasing him, he became frightened, and the school's response was to restrain him in front of his peers for 3 minutes. His parents only found out because he came home with bruises. Thankfully, he is verbal, and he was able to tell his parents that his teacher held him down. The school later admitted that they had intended to notify the parents, but got caught up with other tasks. This is unacceptable. This is also why we continue to advocate for cameras in self-contained classrooms. Imagine if this child was nonverbal and came home with unexplained bruises. How would his parents know what happened? This lack of transparency must be addressed. Regarding literacy reform, we strongly encourage a focus on teacher training grounded in the science of reading and the removal of ineffective programs such as Teachers College units of study. As I have testified before, teaching a child to read is literally rewiring their brain. There is no margin for error. Teachers must be highly trained in evidence-based instruction, including a practicum with a certified literacy expert to ensure success. For example, I have completed 60 hours of training in Orton Gillingham, which is considered the gold standard of structured literacy instruction. Even with that level of training, I would not feel confident teaching a child to read without supervised practicum experience. If we expect children to succeed, we must give our teachers the highest quality of training. Finally, as a professional advocate, I have been receiving frantic phone calls from parents terrified that their children will lose their rights. Under this new administration, there is growing uncertainty about the future of Section 504 protections. 17 states have filed a lawsuit challenging the constitutionality of Section 504, threatening critical safeguards for our students with disabilities. The U.S. Department of Education has closed several Office of Civil Rights buildings, including Boston, which covers Connecticut. This limits federal enforcement of disability rights. Currently, when a 504 violation occurs, families can file complaints with OCR or the Connecticut Commission on Human Rights and Opportunities. With OCR downsizing, more cases will be funneled through CHRO, further overwhelming an already backlogged system, leaving families without timely resolutions. We need an alternate option for families to seek justice. Just as we have due process mechanism for IEP disputes, we need one for 504 violations. Passing HB 7219 would allow me to reassure families that no matter what happens at the federal level, Connecticut will stand up and protect their children's rights. Thank you for your time.
Stacy, thank you so much for your testimony. I don't see any questions, but your expertise is really appreciated, so thanks.
Thank you.
We've had a few other people come back online. Erica Soares.
Hi.
Hello.
Good evening. My name is Erica Soares, and I'm here today not just as an advocate, but as someone who has lived through the reality of being a disconnected youth. I know what it means to feel unseen, unheard, and without a clear path forward. But I also know what happens when young people are given the right support. When we invest in their potential instead of punishing their struggles, I submit this testimony in strong support of SB number 1511, an act concerning disconnected youth. Because this bill is more than legislation, it is a lifeline for young people across Connecticut who are waiting for someone to see them, believe in them, and fight for their future. I was a disconnected youth. Now I fight for them. I stand before you today as a program director at Waterbury Pell, a lobbyist for CCM's public policy and advocacy team, and a partner with Special Olympics Connecticut. But before these titles, before the work I do now, I was a young person who had every reason to fall through the cracks. I faced homelessness. I experienced instability that could have defined my future. The odds were not in my favor. What changed? The intervention of people and programs that refused to let me disappear. Support, mentorship, opportunity, and access to resources transformed my path. It's what saved me, and it's what will save the thousands of young people in our state who are still waiting for their chance. This is why I fight. For the young people who are just like I was, the ones with untapped potential who just need someone to believe they are worth the investment. This is not just a funding issue, it's a moral issue. When we cut education and workforce programs, we are actively choosing to let young people fail. We are denying them the very tools they need to become the leaders, workers, and change makers our state desperately needs. Disconnected youth are not lost youth. They are waiting for us to show up. The Young People First report provides a clear, actionable plan to re-engage these young people through education, workforce development, and support services. We cannot afford to ignore it. Some workforce programs are not just extra programs, they are essential pathways to self-sufficiency. I've personally placed young people into jobs that have given them the confidence, stability, and a vision for the future. Cutting these programs in half will leave thousands of youth with nothing to do, nowhere to go, and no one investing in them. When the state underfunds education, our most vulnerable students suffer the most. Special education services, mental health resources, and individualized support for low-income students will all be on the chopping block if we do not act now. This is not just a bill, it's a commitment to our future. Connecticut has an opportunity to lead, to show young people that we do not just talk about investing in them, but we actually do it. I refuse to accept a future where we turn our backs on our youth who need us. I refuse to let another young person feel like I once did. No one sees them or cares if they succeed. This is why I'm calling on every legislator in this room to do the right thing. Stand up for the young people who cannot be here today. Stand up for the students who have been pushed to the margins. Stand up for the future workforce of Connecticut. Pass SB 1511. Fully fund education, fully fund youth workforce programs, fully commit to giving every young person a chance. Thank you for your time and for your commitment to Connecticut's future.
Erica, thanks so much for your testimony and sharing your personal story with us tonight.
Thank you.
Next, 108, Waleed Ahmed.
Good evening, Senator McCrory, Representative Leeper, and members of the Appropriations Committee. My name is Waleed Ahmed. I live in New Haven, and I'm working towards my teaching certification at SCSU. I'm speaking on behalf of New Haven Rising. We are part of the Connecticut for All Coalition. I'm testifying on SB 1511, an act concerning disconnected youth. The revisions to the ESC formula will increase the amount of equalization aid grants and add 40% weight for students relying on free or reduced lunch, add a 35% weight for multilingual learners, and add a 50% weight for special needs students. I was an English learner myself and relied on free school lunch throughout my years in public schools. Today in New Haven, there are many immigrant students like me who rely on these funds. With the Republican attack on the Federal Department of Education and federal funds, we need to ensure that we are protecting our special education needs students. The problem is not one of so-called disconnected youth, but rather it is a problem of racial segregation and wealth inequality in Connecticut. There's a huge disparity between wealthy white districts and Black and brown districts. In New Haven, our public schools have suffered from decades of underfunding and understaffing. Our communities do not have the resources to meet our needs and support our students. There are students, for example, who have stopped attending school because they have to work to support their families or take care of family members, either siblings or elderly or sick relatives. The richest people and the biggest corporations in the state are not contributing their fair share. 56% of properties in New Haven are tax exempt, increasing the demand on the state to support our schools. The state is sitting on over $400 million in surplus funds that can be used to meet our needs. We have to tax the rich and fund our local public schools, especially with the ongoing Republican-led onslaught on the federal government. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your testimony tonight.
Thank you for having me.
Next we have 111, Catherine Doobie.
Yes, thanks so much, members of the Education Committee. Specifically, I see Senator McCrory and Representative Leeper. Thanks so much and good evening. My name is Catherine Doobie. I'm the Executive Director of the Connecticut Youth Services Association. I'm testifying this evening in support of SB 1511 and really to highlight the critical role that youth service bureaus play in supporting Connecticut's young people at risk of disconnection. Youth service bureaus are the backbone of local youth development across Connecticut. They serve as a hub for diversion, prevention, mental health services, and youth empowerment. They were established under CGA Statute 10-19M, and we operate in over 135 communities, supporting over 300,000 young people annually. And really, we're uniquely positioned to support this growing and complex need of underrepresented and disconnected youth. Since the 1960s, we've delivered and played a vital role in communities across Connecticut, and really have, the communities that we serve rely on our programs for guidance and stability. SB 1511 supports YSB's mission to promote positive youth development and empowerment. Section 4 specifically creates the Youth Success Oversight Boards, and this really aligns with the YSB model of local coordination, assessment, and intervention. And we feel strongly that by leveraging existing YSB expertise, this initiative would expand capacity and really help to support identification, tracking, and reconnecting at-risk youth. Also will help the collaboration amongst all of the stakeholders in the region. Section 6 of the bill supports the critical workforce development programs, which all of our YSBs use to prevent disconnection by providing job readiness training, mentorship, and meaningful employment opportunities. And without these programs, many of our youth, especially those without access to career networks or post-secondary education, would lack pathways for economic stability. YSBs currently run workforce development programs and job readiness, and additional resources are needed to expand access and reach. So CYSA strongly supports this work, and as it expands YSB's initiatives to address the root causes of youth disconnection. And frankly, SB 5...
Please summarize.
Yep. SB 1511 really would provide the additional support that's urgently necessary to increase and expand our impact. Thanks so much for your time.
Thank you very much. Rep. Wielander has a question for you.
Great.
Thank you for being here. Quickly, can you affirm that the YSBs are already integrated into the communities?
Yeah, so we have over 100, it's 101 YSBs that service 135 communities across the state. So about 80% of those are within the municipal departments. There's another 20% that are nonprofit entities. but they are serving communities, and most of them do a lot of collaboration from town to town.
Okay, thank you so much. That sounds great. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks so much, Catherine. Thanks for being
Yeah,
with us
thank
at
you.
almost 9 o'clock at night.
Thank you. Appreciate the time.
Next, 116, Ann Souza. Next, 119, Cheryl Fajamilo.
Evening. Just trying to turn my camera on. Good evening, everyone. Good evening, esteemed committee members. Thank you. I know it's a late evening. My name is Dr. Cheryl Faga, Director of SEL and Student Services for Bridgeport Public Schools. First, thank you for the opportunity to testify today. I'm here to convey my strong support for Senate Bill 1511, an act concerning disconnected youth and the significant financial investment it represents for Connecticut's K-12 education system, particularly for Bridgeport Public School students. Bridgeport is one of 8 districts identified by the Dalio Foundation and CCM as having over 40% of students at risk of not graduating high school. Within that 40% are our students requiring special education support, multilingual support, and in some cases, both services. Currently, over 6,000 Bridgeport students are multilingual learners, and over 4,000 Bridgeport students require some form of special education services. The Dalio report highlighted that young people experiencing adversities, such as interactions with DCF, homelessness, attending high poverty schools, and enrollment in special education, can lead students to feeling disconnected. Our young people of Bridgeport have ideas and goals for their futures and deserve the same opportunities as their peers in more affluent areas. SB 1511 would provide Bridgeport with an additional $57.2 million in ECS funding in fiscal year 2026 compared to the current ECS formula. This funding isn't about just dollars. It's about providing the resources needed to support Bridgeport and our students' unique needs. The bill also proposes school-based telehealth mental health services, which are vital to address the mental needs of our students. This initiative is imperative for addressing the mental health of students as we see an increase in teen isolation, loneliness, violence, and self-harm. Our disconnected youth are more likely to find themselves out of school and out of support than ever before. Providing in-school telehealth wraps support around the whole child, which can decrease academic failure, behavior incidences, and absenteeism. Schools are a place that connects students to community, provides safety, mental health services, and crisis intervention. Bill 1511 provides the funding needed to work with our students that feel disenfranchised, unheard, and unseen. The ECS formula's foundation increase for fiscal year 2026 and beyond is long overdue, as the current foundation amount has not been revised in over a decade. This bill will provide the critical resources needed to reduce funding disparities, close the state's opportunity gap, and ensure that every student can reach their full potential inside and outside of the schools. In conclusion, Senate Bill 1511 addresses the educational and developmental needs of Connecticut's youth while balancing the distinct needs of each district by adjusting the formula. By increasing funding, this bill will
Cheryl, please summarize.
We'll be supporting the 87.5% of students who meet the criteria for free and reduced lunch, the 31% multi-language learners, and the 21% students in special education in a city that works to meet their needs every day so that they can have a bright future. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you so much. Next, we have 120, Brandolyn Williams.
Good evening. Can everyone hear me?
Yes, we can.
Wonderful. Thank you, members of the Education Committee. My name is Brandolyn Fulton Williams, and I'm a resident of Norwalk. I am testifying as a concerned parent, staff member of Norwalk Acts and Cradles to Career Coalition, and I'm also a member of the Connecticut Early Childhood Alliance. I am offering testimony with concerns for SB 1 as it focuses funding for full school day preschool in public school systems only, and does nothing to support the existing early start systems that support full day, full year pre-K and community programs that meet the needs of working families. Please be sure to consider all providers in the early child care space as they provide full day options for preschool children. My son benefited from being in a full day program for pre-K 3 and pre-K 4 with transportation. A full day preschool program is what my son needed to work through several developmental milestones and for his IEP team to truly get to know him and support him effectively prior to entering kindergarten. If we're only providing this full day support for the public school preschool program, it will fall short of the needs of my community and the options available for parents. Please consider funding and support to provide equitable pay and benefits to maintain stability in employment and training for family and community-based early childhood providers. Currently, most public school programs offer half-day programs. Parents still will need support of family and community-based centers to supplement their workday. Many families will not benefit from support just to the public school system, and we need to focus on all aspects of childcare. If you want people to work, we have to look at the big picture and be inclusive of various early childhood provider models. I would like to see more training and support for early childhood to be equipped to support children with special needs as well. Childcare for parents with special needs can be challenging, so adequate support for those families are important, and everyone wants to feel they have someone who is skilled to care for their child while working. I also lend my full support for SB 1511 in addressing and increasing the ECS grants to schools and actively addressing youth disconnection. As local school budgets continue to struggle, more funding and support from the state is critical to support students with high needs. I would like to explore more creative funding streams available to support the local school budgets, but thank you for prioritizing this session more guidance to organize oversight and focus on regional youth workforce programs and the student success pilot. Lastly, I am here to lend my support for HB 7219 to protect students' rights by adding Section 504 of the Federal Rehabilitation Act of 1973 into state law. Thank you, Connecticut, for protecting residents from as much as possible in regards to the chaos taking place on the federal level. I have presented ideas to improve SB 1 and fully support SB 1511. Lastly, we need to stand up for the equal rights of the most vulnerable, and HB 7219 can do this in our state. Again, thank you so much for your time, and thank you to the Senate for prioritizing early child care. Have a good evening.
Thank you so much for your testimony. Next, we have 121, Edith Presley.
Good evening, and thank you, Brandolyn, my colleague in this place-based work and fellow coalition member for the Connecticut C2C Coalition. Esteemed members of the Education Committee, I thank you for your commitment to this urgent and important matter. My name is Edith Presley, and I work alongside a dynamic team of social servants as the president of Stanford Cradle to Career. As a parent of 2 Connecticut students and a former elementary school principal, I am ecstatic to testify in support and with enthusiasm of SB 1511. This bill takes critical steps to ensure Connecticut students receive the resources needed to succeed in school and beyond. At Stanford Cradle to Career, we work in partnership with Stanford Public Schools and local organizations to address opportunity gaps, expand student success programs, and strengthen pathways to economic mobility. The educational cost sharing formula is a vital mechanism in ensuring equitable education funding across the state. This formula's thoughtful weighting system accounts for students with disabilities, multilanguage learners, economically disadvantaged students, while reflecting the actual needs of Connecticut's diverse student population. We often tout diversity as an amenity. It is time for us to start to handle it as a responsibility. By increasing the ECS reimbursement and refining the weighted student algorithm, SB 1511 will help ensure that all students, regardless of their background, have access to the support and resources necessary for success. This is systems change work. Additionally, the expansion of school-based mental health services, including telehealth options, will provide critical support to students facing emotional and social emotional barriers to learning. I also urge continued investment in the community schools model, which has proven effective in Stanford and 3 other Connecticut school districts. We do this by integrating critical student and family supports. Community schools serve as hubs for academic, health, and social service, ensuring that students have the resources they need to thrive. Dalio's Education recent report on disengaged youth highlights this model as a key strategy for addressing barriers to student success. Collaboration is key to this work, and secure data sharing, which is also a part of this bill, allows us to target interventions effectively, ensuring that in collective impact organizations like Stanford Cradle to Career, Norwalk Acts, Bridgeport Prospers, and the Danbury Collective, along with Waterbury Bridge for Success, are included in the decision-making spaces. It only strengthens the community-wide efforts to support students. Through strategies implemented by Domus Kids, one of our foremost partners, we help students transition successfully into higher education, reducing summer melt, and reinforcing academic persistence. Programs like this provides critical one-on-one support to students, improving outcomes and keeping them engaging in learning. Additionally, too many young people ready to reconnect with schools. Thank you. On behalf of Stanford Cradle to Career and our partners, I urge you to support these measures to improve educational outcome and economic mobility for Connecticut's youth. Thank you for the opportunity to present on behalf of the Connecticut Cradle to Career Coalition.
Thank you so much for your testimony. And I have to say, we've heard incredible things about Demas all day. So congratulations, Domus. Thanks. It's been a long day. But we have heard incredible things about the work they're doing to really transform kids' lives. So thank you for being here with us tonight.
Thank you for the opportunity.
Next, we have 122, Rafael Rosario. Or 123, Juno Dina. 124, Kayla Medina.
Yes. Thank you. Thank you. Good evening, distinguished members of the Education Committee. My name is Kayla Medina, and I'm a proud resident of Bridgeport, Connecticut. I stand before you today as a mother and advocate for our students and community here to express my strong support for House Bill 1511. My family, including my husband and I, our 3 daughters, are products of the Bridgeport Public Schools. As a parent, I have utilized the 504 plan for my daughters due to sports-related injuries, which allowed them to continue their education while recovering. Although they're no longer in need of these services as they have graduated and are now grown adults, I recognize the importance of such accommodations for students who require additional support. Today, I speak on behalf of the children of Bridgeport, many of whom face significant challenges in the classroom, including economic hardship, language barriers, and the need for specialized services. We are experiencing cuts to essential services, including education, not because of lack of effort, because we simply can't afford it. Our schools are underfunded, and this must change. How can we as a state justify not investing in our future through education? Education is the cornerstone of a thriving community, yet we continue to make difficult decisions because our schools lack the necessary funding. This is not just a Bridgeport issue, it's a statewide concern. We should be ashamed that we are not providing equitable funding across Connecticut. While wealthier districts have resources, our children do not, and yet that inequality must end. The education cost sharing formula that Bridgeport receives has not kept up with inflation or the rising costs of providing quality education. Over the years, the funding has remained stagnant while the needs of our students have grown. Bridgeport faces unique challenges. Many of our students come from economically disadvantaged backgrounds, face language barriers, or require special education services. Yet the ECS formula has not adjusted to reflect the increased costs associated with educating these students. As a result, we are forced to make difficult decisions, cutting essential programs, stretching limited resources thin, and still we cannot meet the needs of our students. Bridgeport students deserve better. They deserve the same opportunities as students in wealthier districts, but we cannot provide those opportunities without proper funding. House Bill 1511 is not the answer, but it is part of the solution we need to address the funding disparities that communities like Bridgeport face daily. By increasing the funding for equalization, aid grants, and adding weight for students eligible for free or reduced price meals, multilanguage learners, and those requiring special education, this bill will help ensure our schools have the necessary resources to support our most vulnerable students. House Bill 1511 provides a critical opportunity to ensure all students, especially those in underserved communities like Bridgeport, have the resources they need to succeed. By properly funding our schools and addressing the systemic underfunding.
Please summarize.
Will do. By the outdated ECS formula, we can eliminate the financial barriers that prevent our students from thriving. I urge all legislators to support House Bill 1511, and I especially ask the Bridgeport delegation to stand up for the community and families in our community. Together, we can ensure that every child in Bridgeport and across Connecticut has the resources they need to succeed. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Next, we have 126, Francesca Velazquez.
Yeah, you can hear me?
Yes.
Oh, okay. I can't see myself. You can see me?
We can see you.
Oh, okay. I just have to pull up my I thought I could do it on the computer, but I can't. Let me just pull it up really quick. Um, here we go. Okay, so good evening, members of the Educational Committee. My name is Francesca Velasquez, and I am an owner of Play to Learn Childcare Center, and that provides safe, loving, and educational space for families in our community. I am also a proud member of Circle and Children for Connecticut, working to make sure that providers like me continue doing the essential work of caring for and educating our youngest children. While I am thrilled that childcare is finally a priority for legislators, SB 1 misses the mark. I appreciate the effort, but parts of the bill could make things worse for providers and families instead of helping us. One of the biggest challenges that we face in the way Care for Kids pays providers. Right now, we don't get paid until 6 weeks after we've already provided care. Imagine trying to run a business, pay staff, cover rent, buy supplies when your income is delayed for more than a month. I have to take out loans just to make payroll. It's a lifeline, but it's completely inhumane. Now, no other business operates like this. Private pay families pay at the start of the service period. Yet Care for Kids providers who rely on Care for Kids, child care providers that rely on Care for Kids are forced to wait. And now SB 1 could make this worse by reducing infant toddler spaces, prioritizing older children, and continue limited spots for infants and toddlers, which are already a short supply, delaying payments even further. The bill suggests paying providers aftercare is given instead of prospectively making an already broken system even harder to sustain. We don't need more delays. We need Care for Kids to pay us prospectively, just like private pay families do. If you want to fix childcare, we need to fix how providers are paid. I urge you to amend SB1 and make sure it actually supports childcare providers instead of pushing us further into financial hardship. Without us, families cannot work. It's that simple. And thank you for your time and attention.
Francesca, thank you so much for your testimony.
You're welcome.
Next, we have 127, Jonathan Metcalf. One 28, Diana Robles.
Hello.
Hello.
Hello. First, I'd like to thank you all for this opportunity today for my voice to be heard. I know you've all been here a long time. I was there when the hearing originally started. So once again, thank you. I am Deanna Robles, a proud student at HSC or high school in the community, and a resident of New Haven. I'm testifying on Senate Bill SB 1511. I'm aware that the majority of things you have heard from other students earlier today are extremely similar. Leaky roofs, broken toilets, broken sinks, moldy walls, rats, and mice, the list can go on. But they simply stated the reality of many students' everyday lives in a place that we are expected to succeed in and guide us to our adult lives. I stand before you today to raise a question that I believe strikes at the heart of justice in our state. Why should a child in one district be, in the eyes of the state, worth more money than a child in another district? This is not just a rhetorical question. It is a reality of students like me that face this reality every day. Under our current funding system, students who grow up in wealthier towns are provided with more financial resources for their education. The message this sends to students is clear and painful. Their futures are valued more, and their potential is seen as greater simply because of their zip code. Meanwhile, students in lower income communities, such as New Haven, are left to make do with less funding, fewer opportunities, and more barriers to success. It tells students like me and many others across New Haven and cities like it that we are expected to do more with less and that we somehow deserve less. I'm here today to say that this is wrong. I believe that every school day represents a new opportunity for learning and growth, and every child, every single one of us deserves access to the resources necessary for quality education, no matter where we live. I'm not speaking just for myself. I'm speaking for my classmates and for students across the city and Connecticut who are full of dreams, potential, and talent, but who are being shortchanged by an unfair system. In conclusion, we are not less capable, we are not less worthy, and we refuse to be treated as if we are. Once again, thank you for this opportunity and thank you for your time.
Thank you so much, Diana.
Of course.
Appreciate your testimony and sticking with us all this time.
Thank you.
Next, we have 129, Kelly Chasanoff. Yeah. 130, David Weinreb.
Good evening, Senator McCrory, Representative Leeper, members of the Appropriations Committee. My name is David Weinreb. I am an educator, community organizer, LGBTQ advocate, and new dad in New Haven. I'm also the co-chair for the Ward 14 Democratic Town Committee, an executive board member of the New Haven Federation of Teachers, AFT, and part of the Connecticut for All Coalition. I'm here to testify in support of SB 1511, essentially to encourage you to legislate connecting our youth. It is our responsibility to feed our children so they're not hungry, to help them develop skills of language that they can communicate, and to provide them with the necessary special education support so they can thrive. In so many cases, children are disconnected because we continue to grossly under-resource their schools. As the wealthiest state in the country, we should be a shining example of where every family has what they need to live with health and wellness and safety. But instead, hundreds of thousands of working people, our neighbors, are struggling to raise their families, and the scale of the crisis demands a bold and brave response from you. People are suffering, and our state has a responsibility and has the resources necessary to enact policies that provide for Connecticut children. I've been working as an educator, working with new immigrant students since 2010, while working at the Fairhaven School, 5 blocks from my home here in the Latinx majority community of New Haven, I was privileged to teach 5th and 6th grade Spanish-speaking newcomers, many of whom were undocumented children. They were brilliant young people with incredible life experiences and families who care deeply about their children's education and health and well-being. And they and their families have so many unmet needs, neglected and exacerbated by the inability to access well-paying jobs, adequate housing, and over time accumulate wealth. But schools are here to provide for what people need. And so I ask and invite you to gather the available resources necessary so that way our most typically marginalized neighbors live in communities that are flooded with resources, flush with social services and supports, and brimming with opportunities, and hold schools as center. I recently had my second child, and my new understanding of what it is to be able to meet my child's needs and to provide for them and to protect them reminds me of the deep desire that every family has to do so, if they are able to do so. So let's fix ECS. You can enable parents across our state to be able to do so. As our governing body, I urge you to be the responsible parent and find the courage to pass SB 1511. Thank you.
Thank you so much, David. Congratulations on your second.
Thank you.
Next, we have 131, Brian O'Connor.
Thank you. Good evening, Chairs Leeper, McCrory, and Ranking Member Zupkis, and members of the committee. I'm Brian O'Connor. I'm the Director of Public Policy for CCM. And I just want to reiterate our support for the ECS changes that are in the bill that our CEO mentioned, Joe DeLong, earlier today, and others. We think this will be very important in stabilizing the education system and providing the appropriate investment. But I just want to focus my remarks to clarify some of CCM's positions on some of the other aspects of the bill. Specifically on the Connecticut Youth Employment section, I think one of the things that, after listening to some of the testimony, is that we're not looking to undo the formula that Jim Boucher and others have mentioned earlier. I think that works for them, and it's in the formula. We can incorporate some of the work that they're doing with summer youth employment. I think that's one of the big takeaways too, is let's not take a step back. The governor's proposal moving it to $5 million, I think would be so harmful. I mean, we already have a wait list of 6,000 people. And I think to have that pulled out would be problematic for a lot of young people and businesses in their communities. Moving on to the telehealth services, I think one of the key things there is that it should be a competitive process. We're not looking to crowd out the school-based health centers. I think it's appropriate to collaborate. They where they're located, I think they would basically run point and work with the telehealth services. I think there's also some high intense mental health, behavioral health services that they might be able to incorporate as well. So I would open that up in an RFP. And again, it was mentioned earlier, there's school-based health centers aren't in every community. So I think we have to look at alternatives to make sure that the students that are at risk or are disconnected get the mental health services that they need, whether it's based on trauma or other issues that they may have. The other final thing that I want to talk about and clarify is on the Council of Governments. And I think some people are looking at it as being too bureaucratic. And I think actually what we're trying to do is relieve the schools who have become basically social service entities, relieve some of that pressure and have them be a coordinating agency. I think one of the key things is to have some of the nonprofit providers, they can help coordinate that, and they would go into the school systems. They would be reactive. You wouldn't be waiting for a board meeting to make a decision. So I think those are some of the things we can talk about. Be happy to answer any questions. I know the hour is late, but that's my testimony for tonight. And I think the key thing is collaboration and partnerships. I think that's what we're trying to do, leverage private resources and get a greater investment in our ECS formula in special education from the state.
Brian, thanks so much for being with us and for your testimony and for your work on our disconnected youth. Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you for your time you're giving tonight.
Next, we have 132, Scott Gall. 133, Richard O'Sullivan. 134, Russell Blair. Christopher Laka.
Hello, everyone. Thank you, Senator McCrory, Representative Leeper, and the esteemed members of the Education Committee. Thank you for listening to me during these really late hours. We support SB 1511 and the bubbling up of this legislation to the next step in the legislative process. My name is Christopher Lacka. I'm a school psychologist, and I'm from New Haven Federation of Teachers, Local 933. I'm a steward, the special education representative and delegate. I represent approximately 400 student service educators, including school psychologists, speech and language pathologists, social workers, special education teachers, and guidance counselors. We are catastrophically short-staffed. We desperately need more student services and educators in those areas. We support SB 1511 and the modification to the educational cost-sharing formula. It is an outdated model that significantly underrepresents the needs of our student population. New Haven is known as a beacon of diversity and individuality. It is a half-truth to base funding solely on the number of ELL, special education, and economically disadvantaged students. It's a half-truth to base funding on standardized but not norm-referenced data. I'm assigned to two schools where over 70% of the students come from economically disadvantaged homes, and over half of them speak a second language, yet not all of them need supports and services. Some of them are thriving. These numbers do not answer the question of how much support our students need with reading, writing, math, and behavior. We support the revision of the formula to identify student needs based on quantity and quality. One way to do this is through the use of norm referenced and standardized measures that are valid and reliable in all four major areas: reading, math, writing, and behavior. Identifying student needs using these principles will assure a more fair distribution of funds throughout the state based on student need. Resources, materials, and personnel should parallel student needs. Our students deserve equitable access to high-quality services based on their needs, no matter where in the state they reside. Students who have their educational needs met are more likely to be engaged, stay in school, graduate, and become productive members of society. And I haven't heard this yet, but education is the great equalizer, the balance wheel of social machinery. Horace Mann. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Next, we have Lisa Simone. Ernie Newton.
Good evening, members of the Education, Senator McCoy and Representative Leeper, ranking members and vice chairs. I must say that I've listened to this since 10 o'clock this morning. I'm here to speak in favor of Senate Bill 1511. I'm president of the Bridgeport City Council, former president pro tem of the state Senate, and deputy speaker of the House. And I kind of envy you guys because when I was there, we didn't have the $1 billion surpluses so that we could invest in education. I've listened to a lot of testimony, and I'm also the director of the Welcoming Center in Bridgeport, so that when people get out of prison, they bring them straight to me. And out of the 600 and something people we've seen year to date, 500 and some of those people are productive members of society with jobs, housing, back with their families. And education is the only way that we could do it. But the thing that hurts me the most is that 90% of people that come out of prison, you know what they say to me? So I wish I could have got a greater education at the school that I went to. And I realize that you all have guardrails on a lot of things. But as you can see, Washington's not going to be much help. And it's going to put a great burden on municipalities and our state. And we really need the House and the Senate to really think about, is it time for us to really invest dollars and turning our educational system around. And I think this is the time to do it. I heard a lot of testimony today. I've been on since 10 o'clock, but I do believe that we have the ability that I didn't have when I was in the Senate and the House, that you all have today to really change the lives of the people that you heard speak today. Without the funding, without the collaboration, and I agree with Senator McCrory that we need to do a better job at collaboration with outside agencies that can help change our children's lives in the city of Bridgeport and also in the state of Connecticut. So you've heard the testimony from our superintendents, and we really could use the help. So I want to thank you. I really enjoyed 10 hours of watching education, and I hope that you all will listen to some of the testimony to make those kind of changes. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ernie, for your testimony and being with us tonight. Next, we have 140, Matt Brown.
Good evening, co-chairs Representative Leeper and Senator McCrory, distinguished members of the Education Committee. Thank you so much for all your work here this evening and today. My name is Matt Brown. I'm a resident of New Haven. I'm the principal of Wilbur Cross High School and a very proud parent of 2 current Wilbur Cross students and 1 recent Wilbur Cross graduate. I'm testifying today in support of SB 1511 and for the recommendations to increase education funding to all districts, particularly to high needs districts through updating Connecticut's K-12 education cost sharing formula to ensure more adequate and equitable education funding based on student needs. I am extremely proud of the many students from New Haven and Wilbur Cross that you've heard from today and this evening. They, of course, demonstrate both the phenomenal promise of our schools while also listing some of the challenges of attending our city schools. I'm proud of the accomplishments of Wilbur Cross, where we strive every day to provide the best possible public education to every single one of our over 1,700 students. We send many students to some of the best colleges and universities in the country. Many of our students are the first in their families to attend higher education. We prepare other students for careers right out of high school to join the military or workforce, and we strive to make all of them civic and community leaders that our state, city, and country need. However, as an administrator, resident, and parent, I daily witness firsthand the range of needs many of our students in New Haven possess and the shortage of resources we have in terms of positions, facilities, and programs to address these needs. The cost sharing formula needs significant attention and adjustment to adapt not just to inflation, though that certainly would help, but also to recognize that many of our cities like New Haven carry a disproportionate burden for educating and serving some of our most vulnerable populations of students. The weights for high needs students, students with disabilities, multilingual learners, and economically disadvantaged students should all be adjusted upward in order to improve our ability to consistently provide real evidence-based programs, updated equipment and facilities and staffing ratios that can have a positive impact on the educational outcomes that we care about so much. As you've already heard from several of our students, this lack of funding has had a significant and overwhelmingly negative impact on them and their lives. In the case of Wilbur Cross, over 75% of our students are economically disadvantaged. A third are multilingual learners, and the majority of our incoming 9th graders every year are designated as high needs based on their ELA and math performance in middle school. Yet our per pupil funding is $2,500 below the state average. With over 1,700 students, just getting to that average could provide $4 million in funding that could support such highly effective initiatives as high dosage tutoring for academic acceleration, mental health and developmental services for students and families, expansive wraparound after school programming, extensive college career internship opportunities, and facilities upgrades. So many of our students and staff have great passion, strong work ethic, and high hopes for their futures. What we continually need is the access and resources that help provide the opportunities that will allow us all to flourish. I thank you so much for your time and consideration. I strongly encourage your support for this bill in an effort to improve the educational opportunities and outcomes for all of our state's residents. Thank you for your time tonight.
Matt, thanks so much for being with us and advocating for your students.
Thank you.
Next, we have Kate Rivera,
Followed by
Marilyn Andrews.
Okay, we're on.
Good evening. My name is Kate Rivera, and I am a parent of 4 public school children, and I also served on the Bridgeport Board of Education. I've prepared testimony, but my daughter, Angel Rivera, who's in 7th grade, has prepared testimony that she would like to share.
Oh my God. The younger kids don't have any special ed teachers, and this is really affecting their learning, and I feel that they are falling behind. We don't have a social worker or a bilingual teacher, and we don't have any funding for any clubs, so we don't have any extra curriculums or anything like that. And the kids really need the social worker because without the social worker, they're going through like hard times at home, and then the school can't like provide for them and help them. And Bridgeport Public Schools district is one of the most underfunded districts in, I'm scared. It's okay. What does that say? Needs. And we need the most. We seriously need more funding for our schools and kids.
Thank you, Angel. So I've also prepared some testimony. The current system for aspiring teachers is exploitation. We need to provide the stipend for them so that we can get teachers who are not primarily from well-off families. Our school social worker has been lost just this past month, and they don't plan on replacing her. Not only is she the social worker for our school, she's the social worker for the school next door. So 2 schools are now without their social worker. Our K through, and as you know, like our family is survivors of gun violence. Many of our students are. They're all students who've experienced urban trauma, homelessness. I mean, our students have high needs, and we need to meet them. And part of IEPs, many IEPs include social work for kids who need help with emotional regulation, among a myriad of other issues. We need to protect our 504 plans. My daughter has a 504 plan, and it's been extremely important for her education. We currently, all year long, have been without a K through 4 special education teacher. And there are many schools in Bridgeport who are without certified special education teachers. And we are causing harm to these students who require special education teaching.
Kate, can you summarize?
Okay. We also are missing, we have not had one all year, our bilingual educator. And we have many students who need her help. Just in closing, I served on our juvenile review board here in Bridgeport, and it is a huge diversionary technique to keep our kids out of prison. So I would hope that you all would protect all of this. And our current, the current way that we fund our schools is ableist, it's classist, and it's racist. And I want to know what you're going to do to fix it. That's a question.
Thank you. Thank you for your testimony. Any questions for Kate? Seeing none, thank you once again for your testimony, Kate, and your advocacy. Next up, we have Marilyn Andrews, followed by Daniel Pearson, followed by Ann Brilliant.